Chapter 1495. A living ancient evil being, Kunlun immortal emperor shouted. Qin Shao and Jing Yang also sensed the danger. Without any hesitation, Qin Shao pulled the Karakoram immortal emperor and quickly fled. This aura was even scarier and more real than the one he had felt before. They were scared away by Kunlun immortal emperor because of Qin Shao and the others' preconceived notions. However, it was different this time. With the previous lesson, Qin Shao and Jing Yang would not make the same mistake again. Therefore, the aura this time was indeed extremely terrifying. It was the aura of an ancient evil being. The three of them ran madly all the way out of the Fallen God Palace as fast as they could. They left the Fallen God Palace directly. After leaving the Fallen God Palace, the extremely dangerous aura did not chase after them. Qin Shao and the others were relieved. It seemed that the aura would not chase after them. It's too scary. It was really scary just now. Young master, let's go back quickly. Jing Yang was really frightened. Qin Shao was also scared. Just thinking about it made him feel terrified. Therefore, without hesitation, he nodded and the three of them quickly entered the Hongmeng universe. With Qin Shao, the master of the universe origin, Kunlun immortal emperor naturally entered the Hongmeng universe without any obstruction. After returning to the Hongmeng universe, he smelled the aura of life, saw the scenery, and felt the power of the great Tao. A familiar smell rushed to his face. Kunlun immortal emperor's nervous heart slowly relaxed. He wiped the cold sweat off his forehead and let out a long sigh of relief. That was close. That was really close. It's too scary. I've stayed in the Fallen God Palace for more than half a universe era, but I've never encountered such a terrifying aura. Fortunately, that terrifying aura did not chase after us. Otherwise, we would not have been able to escape from the Fallen God Palace. Fortunately, I'm really lucky. I managed to save my life. With that, the Karakoram immortal emperor looked at Qin Shao gratefully and said, "Mountain River Supremacy, thank you so much. If you hadn't saved me just now, I'm afraid I wouldn't have been able to escape the Fallen God Palace. Furthermore, you brought me into your universe. Mountain River Knight, it seems like you are the master of origin of this universe. Thank you. Kunlun is unable to repay you. Please accept my bow." After saying that, the Kunlun immortal emperor was about to kneel again, but this time he was stopped by Qin Shao. "It's just a small matter. You don't have to be so courteous." Qin Shao smiled faintly. He didn't care about such a small matter. To him, this was a small matter. But to the Kunlun immortal emperor, this was a life-saving grace. The Kunlun immortal emperor would remember this kindness. After expressing his gratitude, the Karakoram immortal emperor looked around. He breathed in the wonderful air and felt the wonderful world, which made him feel wonderful. It had been more than a universe epoch. He had left his hometown for more than a universe epoch. During this time, he had been drifting in the endless universe ocean, living a difficult and dangerous life. But now, he had finally entered another universe. He felt the breath of life again, the breath of the universe, and the warmth of returning home. This feeling was too wonderful, too wonderful. Those who hadn't experienced it would never understand. Although the primordial universe wasn't his hometown, it was still a universe. It was different from the endless universe ocean. After experiencing it, the Kunlun immortal emperor would rather die than leave the primordial universe. Moreover, in terms of cultivation environment, even though the primordial universe was a universe with a great Tao cultivation system, it was still much better than the endless universe ocean. If he could continue cultivating in the primordial universe, given enough time, he was confident that he could make a breakthrough to become a celestial master. All of this was like an opportunity. It was also Qin Zhao's kindness. Therefore, in his heart, the Kunlun immortal emperor was very grateful to Qin Shao. Although he had returned to the primordial universe, Qin Shao was still a little worried. He looked in the direction of the Fallen God Palace. Although he couldn't see the Fallen God Palace, he could roughly see its location. That peerlessly terrifying and dangerous aura had long since disappeared, but it still caused many thoughts to surge in Qin Zhao's mind. Jing Yang, Do you think there's still a living ancient evil in the fallen god palace? Qin Shao asked. Jingyang looked serious and said, "It feels like it, but I can't say for sure." It was indeed hard to say. It felt like there was a living ancient evil, but if there was a living ancient evil, why would it stay in the fallen god palace? Furthermore, that aura had been very weak the entire time. It was faintly discernible. Earlier, when it had suddenly erupted, it had quickly disappeared. This breath was probably just to scare them and make them leave. It didn't really mean to kill them. Therefore, there was a sense of strangeness everywhere. Jingyang couldn't see through it. Qin Shao was also thinking about this problem. There were indeed many doubts that he couldn't solve. After thinking for a while, Qin Shao looked at the Kunlun Immortal Emperor and asked, "Kunlun, you've been in the Fallen God Palace for more than half a universe epoch. Can you tell us something about the situation in the Fallen God Palace? You've been in the Fallen God Palace for so long. You should know more about the situation in the Fallen God Palace, right? You told us to run just now. It should be your first time encountering such a situation, right?" The Kunlun Immortal Emperor still had a lingering fear when he mentioned what happened just now. He nodded and said, "Yes, Mountain River supremacy. It's also my first time encountering such a situation, so I was really scared just now. I've been in the Fallen God Palace for more than half a universe epoch. I'm quite familiar with the situation inside. However, there aren't many things in the Fallen God Palace. Mountain River supremacy should have checked everything. There are 5 extremely powerful corpses. I don't know how powerful they are, but they must be existences above Empyrean venerables. There's also a corpse sitting cross-legged there. I didn't dare to get too close and could only watch from afar. I couldn't see what it looked like at all. It's just very scary. It's the most terrifying existence in the Fallen God Palace. Based on your observation for more than half a universe epoch, do you think that corpse is alive or not?" Qin Shao asked again. Well, the Kunlun Immortal Emperor hesitated for a moment before saying with difficulty, "I'm really not sure. At first, I was worried that there really was a living being there. I was worried for a long time. But that figure didn't seem to be moving at all. It only emitted a faint presence from time to time. It's been like this for more than half a universe epoch. I didn't dare to get close to take a look, so I didn't think too much about it. There's no danger there anyway, so I didn't think too much about it. As for that terrifying presence just now, I can't tell. I don't know what's going on." Qin Shao frowned and looked at Jingyang. Jingyang also shook his head. "I can only say that it's possible, and it's not a small possibility. Perhaps that primordial evil was gravely injured and was recovering there. It didn't want us to disturb it, so it scared us away. Or perhaps there are other possibilities. After all, we didn't investigate too carefully and didn't get too close. So many things are unclear and full of uncertainty." But at this point, Jingyang stopped talking and shook his head. Forget it. We don't know what's going on. Since there's no danger, let's not think too much about it. Anyway, it's best if we don't touch the Fallen God Palace in the future. Otherwise, if we really angered the thing inside, the consequences would be unimaginable." Qin Shao nodded. He didn't want to think too much about it since he couldn't figure it out. "Let's go, Kunlun," said Qin Shao. "Come back to the godly world with me first. I'll introduce you to a few universe masters in the godly world." Kunlun Immortal Emperor smiled and nodded. Good. It's a blessing to be able to meet some friends. I'll leave everything to Mountain River Knight." Although Kunlun Immortal Emperor was a little timid, Qin Shao could feel that he was a good person and had a strong sense of righteousness. Therefore, Qin Shao was willing to let him stay in the Hongmeng universe. Besides, he was a universe master with a lot of experience. It wasn't a bad thing for him to be willing to stay in the Hongmeng universe. Besides, Kunlun Immortal Emperor was a cultivator of the Immortal Path. If he could spread the Immortal Path cultivation system in the godly world, it would be a good thing. Qin Zhao's original body was still in the 9 provinces world, spending time with Gu Lingyue, enjoying himself so much that he forgot about home. His avatar brought Kunlun Immortal Emperor back to the godly palace in the desolate land. He called Sky Court Master Tian Lingzi, Master Red Dust Guest, Baichuan Fu Su, and the others over. He introduced Kunlun, Immortal Emperor, to them and briefly told them about the Fallen God Palace. Qin Shao didn't say much about the details of the Fallen God Palace. Kunlun, Immortal Emperor, was an easygoing person. He was kind to everyone and could get along well with them. Therefore, Kunlun, Immortal Emperor's arrival added to the festive atmosphere. Everyone was talking to each other enthusiastically. Kunlun, Immortal Emperor, was also very interested in the Hongmeng universe. The desolate land master vividly described the disaster that had just ended to Kunlun, Immortal Emperor. Kunlun, Immortal Emperor, also told everyone about some interesting things in the Kunlun universe so that they could understand the customs of the other universe. Although Red Dust Guest and Baichuan Fu Su were both from the other universe, they wouldn't easily tell others about some of the things that happened in their universe. Kunlun, Immortal Emperor's personality was different. He was very willing to share his own stories with everyone. Everyone drank and chatted. It was also an interesting thing to talk about. Universe Masters were too lonely after all. There was a huge gap between them and the others. It was very difficult to sit down and chat like this. Usually, everyone went their own way and rarely gathered together. It was even rarer to drink and chat like this. Kunlun, Immortal Emperor, temporarily settled down in the godly palace in the desolate land. He would leave after he found a good place in the godly world and established his own territory. If he wanted to establish a holy land in the godly world, it was up to him. Now that the godly world was in ruins and waiting for a new one, everything had to be rebuilt. This included Tian Lingzi and Lord Huayang. If they were willing, they could also establish their own holy lands. A new holy land. However, Tian Lingzi and Lord Huayang weren't interested in this. Red Dust Guest wasn't interested either. Young Master Yu, on the other hand, was in high spirits. Chapter 1496. Hongmeng Tongqing at the peak of the holy mountain. Jingyang, what did you want to say just now? Qin Shao asked. Jingyang didn't say anything in front of the Kunlun, Immortal Emperor, so Qin Shao asked when they were alone. Jingyang frowned and said, "It's nothing, young master. I'm just a little worried. That bad feeling in my heart is hard to get rid of. I don't know why. It's like some kind of danger is coming, but I can't put my finger on it." In fact, Qin Shao also had the same feeling, but like Jing Yang, he couldn't put his finger on it. After a moment of silence, Qin Shao asked, "Jing Yang, do you think there's really a living primordial evil in the Fallen God Palace? If that figure is really alive, would it be a threat to the Hongmeng universe?" Jing Yang said, "I can't say for sure. According to what I know, the Xinbei tribe should be a relatively righteous primordial force. If that figure in the Fallen God Palace is really from the Xinbei tribe, then it shouldn't be a bad person. In the eyes of a primordial evil, we're just ants. Our Hongmeng universe is nothing but mudballs. If a primordial evil really wants to destroy us, it's as easy as blowing off dust. So, I think that if there's really a living primordial evil, it shouldn't hurt us, right? If he really wanted to hurt us, then he probably didn't just scare us in the Fallen God Palace. Although I felt that the life aura was very weak, I also felt that it should be very easy for him to kill us." Qin Shao nodded. "Yes, I felt it too. No matter how weak it is, it should be easy to kill us. It only scared us and didn't kill us, which means it doesn't want to kill us. Or rather, there's no need to kill us, and there might be some other hidden reasons. So, it always makes me feel a little uneasy. After all, it could be related to the survival of the Hongmeng universe." Jing Yang nodded in agreement and said, "Yes, young master, I also have some concerns in my heart, so I always feel a little uneasy. Under normal circumstances, it shouldn't be a problem. But it's hard to say. After all, no one knows what kind of personality that primordial evil has. Moreover, if there's really a living primordial evil, it should be very injured and doesn't want to be disturbed by anyone. It didn't kill us just now because it didn't want to kill us. Once it recovers and recovers, it might be hard to say. We've discovered some secrets. Perhaps the living ancient sin doesn't want us to know these secrets. So, there's still a potential danger." "Well, yes, there's indeed potential danger, so we have to consider it." Qin Shaoshan frowned deeply. It was just that there was no way to guard against this, and there was no way to solve it. Therefore, Qin Shao and Jing Yang were also very helpless. There was nothing they could do, and they could only wait and see. They could only pray in their hearts. The two of them were silent for a long time. They could only put this matter aside for the time being and wait and see. By the way, young master, do you think there's a problem with Kunlun? Jing Yang suddenly asked. Kunlun. Qin Shao raised his eyebrows and looked at Jing Yang. What do you mean? Jing Yang shook his head and said, No, I haven't noticed anything for the time being. I just feel that this matter is quite coincidental, so I'm wondering if there's any hidden reason. Of course, maybe I'm thinking too much. I really haven't noticed anything for the time being. Maybe it's really just a coincidence. Well, there shouldn't be anything. Qin Shao waved his hand and smiled. Okay, let's not talk about this. Let's talk about something happy. The day of the wedding is coming soon. I'm a little excited and a little nervous. Jing Yang, do you think I need to prepare anything else? Ha ha ha. Young master, you actually asked me this question. I've never been married before, so I don't have any experience in this area. I can't say anything about this. Jing Yang laughed mockingly. Qin Shao smiled bitterly. It seemed that he could only solve this matter by himself. In fact, Qin Shao had also deliberately asked Brother Pure, Changfeng, and Bai Jinshu about this problem. However, Qin Zhao's nervous mood still couldn't be relieved. There was only less than a year left before the wedding day. The preparation work in all aspects was coming to an end. Basically, everything was ready. They were just waiting for the wedding day to come. Some of the guests were already on their way to the 9 provinces world. The 9 provinces world was even more so. The news of Qin Zhao's wedding had already spread throughout the Heavenly Dragon Continent. The whole world was already celebrating. The whole Heavenly Dragon Continent had entered into a celebratory atmosphere. Countless creatures who believed in Qin Shao rushed from all over the Heavenly Dragon Continent to the 9 provinces city. They wanted to see Qin Zhao's imposing figure and the big shot of the divine realm. The 9 continent city had already entered a state of martial law. People were only allowed to leave and not enter. Outsiders were not allowed to enter the 9 continent city in order to control the number of people in the city. Otherwise, the 9 continent city would be overcrowded. Even with such a state of martial law, it still couldn't stop the passion of countless creatures in the Heavenly Dragon Continent. Around the 9 provinces city, whether it was the open space, the mountain peaks, or the city, everything was filled. All the inns, houses, and courtyard were all sold out. Those who came late or those who didn't have enough money could only camp out. No matter how difficult it was, it couldn't stop the belief and worship of Qin Shao. Under the anticipation of thousands of people, the day finally arrived. The 9 provinces city was completely boiling. The whole city was dressed up in festive clothes. Large red lanterns were hung all over the city. The whole 9 provinces city presented a sea of red festive colors. Huge she characters also covered the whole 9 provinces city. In the 9 provinces city, everyone's face was brimming with joy. They were all dressed up in festive clothes. All of them came out and walked to the streets. The whole 9 provinces city was filled with people. Outside the 9 provinces city, there was a sea of people. The area of a few hundred miles was almost filled. If one were to look down from the sky, it would be a scene full of people. It was especially spectacular. It made people feel that almost all the creatures in the Heavenly Dragon Continent had rushed over. After Qin Shao became the Heavenly Dragon Continent's master of origin, all the races were unified. They were no longer enemies with each other like before, fighting and killing each other incessantly. Now, all the races lived in harmony. They all obeyed the rule of the 9 provinces city. Qin Shao also set many rules. Under such rules, all the races were bound to live in harmony. It was necessary for the world to be united, peaceful, and stable. After more than 1,000,000 years of development, all the races had completely integrated. There were even many foreign races in the 9 provinces city. There are the demon race, the beast race, and so on. They showed a diversified path of development. Such a path of development was obviously very wise and correct. Putting aside the power of the gods, the overall strength of the Heavenly Dragon Continent was more than 100 times stronger than it was 1,000,000 years ago. Now, in the Heavenly Dragon Continent, there were many saints. Great emperors were worthless. As for kings, there were countless of them. Even a small city could have a king. Woof! A strange beast's cry suddenly resounded through the sky, shocking the 9 heavens. A powerful heavenly aura descended. It was like a dark cloud that covered the sky. Look, what a big bird. Child, don't talk nonsense. That's not a bird. That's a phoenix from the 9 heavens. It's a divine beast. That's a 9-headed red bird. It's also an ancient divine beast. And the biggest one is a Kuan. It's an ancient divine beast. It's said to be a terrifying existence that was born at the beginning of the world. Oh my God, so many legendary divine beasts appeared at once. What a powerful aura. They're worthy of being divine beasts. It feels like they're going to become gods. So this is what a phoenix looks like. The Kuan divine beast is as big as the legends say. Isn't it too big? Unbelievable. I can't believe I saw so many ancient divine beasts at once. Look, there's more over there. Oh my God, is that a dragon? Yes, it's a dragon. It's really a dragon. Oh my God, dragons aren't legends. They actually exist. I'm so envious. They must be here to attend the Mountain River Supremacy's wedding. Sai, I want to see it too. Unfortunately, I'm not qualified. You're just a little conferred king. You want to watch the Mountain River Supremacy's wedding? You must be dreaming. More than 100 divine beasts came from all directions. They flew over the sky of 9 continents city and illuminated the city with endless divine radiance. In Jiuzhou City's Qin Manor, a huge open-air plaza had been built. Qin Shao and Gu Lingyue's wedding was going to be held there. More than 100 divine beasts came to the open-air plaza and knelt down in unison. Only Qin Shao could make all the divine beasts kneel down willingly. The legendary ancient divine beast had descended, followed by the patriarchs of the various clans in the Sky Dragon continent. Only the larger clans had the qualifications to be invited, and only the patriarchs could come. They could not bring more than one person. The clan leaders of the various clans were basically all saintly alchemists. These patriarchs all had their own methods when they arrived. It was like a wonderful performance. It was presented in front of everyone and won cheers. This was also a warm-up before the wedding. It brought some excitement to all the spectators. Demonic light soared into the sky. Tens of thousands of demons danced in the sky and competed for glory. The clan leaders of the demon clans had arrived. The grand light attracted everyone's attention. The arrival of some of the patriarchs of the large clans would cause a commotion and attract the attention of the crowd, winning cheers and applause. Some of the ordinary people had never seen such a magnificent scene in their lives. At this moment, they were addicted to the sight. Therefore, the wedding hadn't started yet, but the atmosphere of the entire Jiuzhou city had been completely ignited. The festive atmosphere was also stronger. In addition to the arrival of these clan leaders, some important figures in Jiuzhou city also began to rush to the open-air plaza. Most of them were Qin Zhao's friends. Brother Pure was surrounded by a large group of people. Under the admiring gazes of the crowd, he went to the open-air plaza with supreme light. Changfeng, by Jianxiu, Palace Master Xia, all the important figures also rushed to the open-air plaza. The originally empty open-air plaza gradually became lively. There were more and more people. Chapter 1497. Grand Wedding. The huge open-air plaza was divided into several sections. The highest section had a balcony, which was obviously used for the wedding. Around the balcony, there were a small number of seats reserved for Qin Zhao's closest friends. There were very few seats in this section, only 100 or so. Those who were qualified to sit in this area were either Qin Zhao's relatives or friends who had gone through life and death together. There were also some of the people who stood at the pinnacle of the Grand Mist universe. Qin Zhao's parents, Gu Lingyue's parents, several important figures of the Qin family, Brother Pure Shi Jian, and the rest, Jingyang, Baichuan Fu Su, the master of the heavenly court, and the others. Among the major powers, only Yi Juanhe and Lord Danshan had such an honor. There were many major powers and rulers from the 5 great sacred lands who came to congratulate Qin Shao, but they could only sit in other sections. The first section was the core section, and there were only 100 or so seats. The second section was the section for important guests, and there were only about 3,000 seats. Being able to sit in the second section was enough to prove one's status. The third section was more casual, and there were some descendants of the Qin family, some people from the nine-continent city of the divine world, and some patriarchs of the various races of the heavenly dragon continent. There were more than 30,000 seats in the third section. All in all, Qin Zhao's wedding had only invited about 40,000 guests. If one were to use the standard of a wedding ceremony, how could this be called a wedding ceremony? It was far too lacking. This scale couldn't even be called a wedding ceremony on the heavenly dragon continent, let alone the entire primordial universe. As the ruler of the primordial universe, Qin Zhao's wedding should be 1,000,000 times grander than this. However, Qin Zhao didn't make it too ostentatious. The main reason was that the wedding wasn't held in the divine world, but in the source world. Therefore, there are many things that couldn't be made too grand, or the source world wouldn't be able to withstand it. This was something that Qin Zhao and Gu Lingyue had decided on after discussing it. Gu Lingyue also hoped that the wedding would be held in her hometown, not in the deity world. She also didn't want it to be too ostentatious. Therefore, the list of invited guests were only those with good relationships and high statuses. They were not widely invited. The third region was already almost full. Only a few people who were further away were still rushing over. Those who were able to attend this unprecedented wedding felt extremely honored. Naturally, they would rush over early so as not to miss out on some of the excitement. Is that Brother Pure? My idol. Even in my dreams, I wanted to see his face. Today, I finally got to see him. Hee, you may not know that Brother Pure and I come from the same place. My home is less than 5 miles away from Brother Pure's hometown. Brother Pure is the hero of my hometown. That's nothing. I'm from Nanyang City. Do you know Nanyang City? The birthplace of the mountain river sovereign. Look over there. Some important figures of the Qin family have arrived. TSK, all of them are deities. It's said that the talents of these important figures of the Qin family are very ordinary. That's right. I've heard of that before. However, they're members of the Qin family. So what if they're ordinary? As long as the mountain river sovereign is there, they can easily become deities. I'm so jealous. If we can get the favor of the mountain river sovereign, maybe the mountain river sovereign will be happy and let us become deities. TSK, becoming deities. That's something I've always dreamed of. The Desert King and his wife are also here. I'm so jealous of them for having such a good daughter. We have countless descendants, but none of them have good fortune. Some members of the Qin family also began to take their seats. Shi Jian, Brother Pure, and the others didn't stay idle. They were in charge of receiving the important figures of the deity world. Palace Master Xia, Tian Xing, Qi Zhu, Shui Yin, and the others arrived together. Changfeng and Bai Jianxiu quickly went to greet them. Palace Master Xia, you're here. Qin Dingtian, the Desert King, Gu Yin, and the others also came to greet them. Today, Qin Dingtian and Gu Yin were also people who attracted a lot of attention. They were also people who were shining with supreme brilliance. Haha, Brother Qin, you have a good son. Brother Gu, you have a good daughter. Today is a happy day for you. Later, you should drink a few more cups. Palace Master Xia said with a bright smile. Qin Dingtian and Gu Yan's faces were filled with smiles. Qin Dingtian said, as long as Palace Master Xia is in the mood, I'll accompany you more. I'm really glad that I have a good son. However, I'm also grateful for all the care you've given to my son, Qin Xiao. Especially Palace Master Xia. You're a bright light on my son, Qin Xiao's path of growth. You've given Qin Xiao a lot of guidance. I've often heard Qin Xiao mention this. Hearing this, Palace Master Xia laughed even more heartily. Ha, Brother Qin, you're flattering me. I didn't do anything. It's just some trivial things. It's not worth mentioning at all. If we're talking about merits, Brother Hidden Snow is the first to bear the brunt. Gu Yin came forward and said to the Hidden Snow Emperor, Brother Hidden Snow, I didn't know your identity when you were hiding in the palace of my desert country. Back then, Qin Xiao was also your disciple, so he could be considered your disciple. You've helped Qin Xiao a lot. You should take this credit. My son-in-law can go so far. As a teacher, You really need to express your gratitude. Ha ha ha. The hidden snow emperor laughed heartily. However, he waved his hand and said, Brother Guyen, you're flattering me. I'm just lucky to pick up such a disciple from you. If I didn't fight with you, Qin Shao should be your disciple. Facing Qin Shao, who stood at such a high position, the hidden snow emperor's master naturally felt fear and trepidation. Guyen said, Brother Hidden Snow, you can't say it like that. Everything is fate. He's your disciple. He's your disciple. As a master, you don't have to be humble. With such an outstanding disciple, I should be able to brag about it. The hidden snow emperor smiled. That was indeed the case. Everyone chatted and laughed for a while before taking their seats. Another 4 people came. Lingbao Tianzuan, Master Gu, Bei Yi, and Qin Shui came. To be precise, Lingbao was Qin Zhao's first master. Although Master Gu took him in as a disciple on behalf of his master, he was still the first master in name. Lingbao greets Master Gu, Brother Bei Yi, Brother Qin Shui, long time no see. How are you? You guys have been hiding in the spiritual island and not coming out for a walk. It's really difficult to meet you guys. I'm afraid that even if it wasn't Qin Zhao's wedding today, it would still be difficult for you guys to come out of the spiritual island. Bai Jinxiu welcomed them. Bai Jinxiu was probably the one who was most familiar with them. Lingbao Tianzuan and the other 3 had been keeping a low profile. They had been isolated from the rest of the world in the spiritual island. Therefore, they had almost never interacted with others. Now that they saw so many big shots, they were naturally a little reserved. As Qin Zhao's first master, Lingbao Tianzuan's arrival naturally attracted everyone's attention. Many people took the initiative to come over and greet them. This allowed the Lingbao Tianzuan and the other 3 to enjoy extremely good treatment. The Hidden Snow Emperor also took the initiative to come over and chat with the Lingbao Tianzuan. Actually, they knew each other back then. However, they had only met a few times and weren't that familiar with each other. Fate was such a wonderful thing. They had all become Qin Zhao's masters. This act of fate had indeed changed the trajectory of their lives. Both of them were extremely emotional. Not even in their wildest dreams had they thought that such a day would come. This was especially so for the Lingbao Tianzuan. To him, this was completely baffling. It was as though fate was playing a huge joke on him. To him, this disciple of Qin Shao was something that he had picked up. He had picked up such a heaven-defying fate and heaven-defying fate. The big shots had finally started to descend. The first to arrive was Qin Zhao's master, Emperor Hao Yu. Emperor Hao Yu had brought Tian Lin over. Emperor Hao Yu was an almighty, a big shot from the god world. His arrival naturally brought about a wave of cheers and attracted everyone's attention. A huge commotion broke out. Following closely were Yi Juanhe, Dan Xinzi, Tian Lingzi, and the others. Now that the important guests had arrived, Qin Shao came out to welcome them. The light on the rooftop became extremely bright. Countless people prostrated themselves in worship. The master of heavenly court, the master of desolate land, Red Dust Guest, by Chuan Fu Su, Prince Yu, and the other universe masters arrived together. They pushed the light to the extreme. Samsara clan leader and Ming came as well. They especially came to congratulate Qin Shao. Villa leader Yao, Emperor Qing, Emperor Yin, Jiang Tai, and Sword Emperor Huang came as well. The important guests who were supposed to be here had all arrived. Everyone's faces were brimming with smiles and deep joy. Everyone was in a very good mood. Qin Shao was also in a good mood. His face was filled with joy. Perhaps the scale of this wedding was relatively small, but all the big shots in the Hongmeng universe were present. It was a dazzling occasion. This was a grand occasion for the 9 provinces world, the God world, and the Hongmeng universe. Mountain River Night, today is your wedding. I prepared a small gift. I'll be the first to present it. It's just a small thing. It's not worthy of your attention. It's just for fun, the master of heavenly court suddenly said in a loud voice. Hearing the voice of the master of heavenly court, everyone suddenly quieted down. Everyone's eyes focused on the master of heavenly court. They were all filled with anticipation. Since the master of heavenly court had said so, it must be something worth looking forward to. Although the master of heavenly court was not worthy of his attention, That was only in terms of the Master of Heavenly Court's level. The Master of Heavenly Court waved his hand. Suddenly, a seven-colored light filled the entire square. It turned into many small water balls, filling the sky above the square. In an instant, the light filled the air. The small seven-colored water balls slowly fell. They were very slow, like snow floating in the air. It was beautiful, extremely beautiful. It was dazzling. Just this kind of beauty was enough to intoxicate people and make them unable to extricate themselves. The seven-colored water balls slowly fell. Soon, they landed on a person's body. The seven-colored water balls were not water. Once they landed on a person's body, they turned into a special kind of energy and surged into the person's body. They turned into the power of the Great Path. I actually broke through and became a god? I'm not dreaming, am I? Me too. Me too. I also broke through and became a god. What's going on? Why do I feel like I've entered the great Tao in an instant? It's like I've stepped into the threshold of becoming a god. It's the seven-colored water balls. It must be. It can make us become gods instantly. This is the Master of Heavenly Court's method. Chapter 1498. Descent in the endless cold universe ocean. There was endless darkness and coldness, and there was a terrible universe storm. A cold giant beast was flying through the endless universe ocean at an extremely fast speed. It was so fast that it was unimaginable. This giant cold beast was more than 100 million miles long. It looked like a snake or a dragon, but it was more ferocious and powerful. It was covered in green metal, and it was impossible to tell what it was made of. It looked like a living creature, but there was no life force on it. It was emitting endless coldness. It was not a living creature, but something that had been refined, like a puppet machine. However, from the cold aura emanating from this gigantic creature, one could tell that it was terrifyingly powerful. Most importantly, its speed was extremely fast, so fast that it was frightening. There were 7 figures standing on the giant beast's head, and all of them were emitting powerful forces. It was especially so for the leader, whose aura could make the void space of universe ocean bow down to him. He retreated, not daring to get close to him. The leader was none other than Galen's supremacy. His cold and gloomy eyes stared into the distance. A cold, murderous intent flashed in his eyes as he looked into the distance. Supremacy, the universe in front, is the Hongmeng universe. We can descend in less than a day, Green Crow Master said coldly. My people can't die in vain. Exalted Lord Galen coldly spat out these words. However, these words were filled with a frightening, killing intent that made Green Crow Master and the others sense Galen's supremacy's murderous intent. It was rare for them to feel such killing intent. In the open-air square, under the baptism of Sky Palace Master's divine wine, the saints were all nourished by the Great Path. They instantly comprehended the Great Path and stepped into the threshold of the divine path, becoming gods. These divine blessings didn't only shine on those mortal beings who had been conferred the title of saint. For those who had been promoted to God by Qin Shao, they also received blessings, which greatly improved their cultivation. Under this blessing of the gods, everyone was baptized and became gods one by one. Voices of excitement, gratitude, and gratitude were constantly heard, and there was an uproar. This was especially true for the patriarchs of the various clans. They were all so excited that they couldn't be any more excited. They didn't expect to gain so much by attending the wedding of Mountain River Master. Such a huge harvest also made the people outside the arena very envious. To others, this was a great opportunity, but to Qin Shao, it was indeed just a matter of fun. After all, Qin Shao was the master of the universe origin, and everything in the Hongmeng universe belonged to him. What else could tempt him? Desolation Master, Red Dust Guest, Baichuan Fu Su, and the others also brought some small gifts. Most of these gifts fell into the hands of the guests, just for the sake of fun and celebration. For example, there were some miraculous elixirs, some divine weapons, some powerful cultivation methods, some secret techniques, some young divine beasts, and so on. Actually, to a universe master, these were all very small gifts. They were all insignificant things. But to the clan leaders of the various clans in the source world, they were all supreme treasures, making them all laugh heartily and rejoice incomparably. It also pushed the atmosphere of the scene to a new high. It was a wedding, after all, and it needed such a festive atmosphere. Haha, Big Brother Heavenly Court, Big Brother Desolate Land, Big Brother Baichuan, Mr. Yu, Master, Kunlun, and Reincarnation Clan Leader, thank you for your gifts. Take a seat. Qin Xiao was wearing a red robe, looking especially handsome, energetic, and festive. He came up to them with a smile and led the most important guests to their seats of honor. Soon, all the guests were seated, and all the seats in the square were full. Looking at the time, Brother Pure cleared his throat and walked out. Although he tried his best to make himself look more serious and serious, his personality seemed a little out of place. The auspicious time has arrived, and the wedding ceremony begins. 100 beasts rise. Brother Pure's loud voice resounded through the sky, and every corner of the origin world could hear it clearly. Bark, bark, bark. More than 100 godly beasts immediately flew up, rushed into the sky, and danced. They roared and played an impassioned festive song rhythmically. The azure dragon roared, the phoenix danced, the white tiger howled, and the 100 beasts danced together. It was an unprecedented scene. Such a scene was seen clearly by everyone in the 9 heavens. It was incomparably shocking. In this festive dance of godly beasts, 2 figures descended from the sky, as if the 9 heavenly fairies had descended, and they immediately lit up the whole world. Gu Lingwei, wearing a bright red 9th heaven raiment, descended, and her long raiment dragged in the sky. She had a phoenix crown on her head, and she was enveloped in holy light. Everything set off Gu Lingyue's beauty, so beautiful that it took everyone's breath away. Next to Gu Lingwei was Yao Shiwelian. Yao Shiwelian was wearing a snow-white robe today, which just happened to set off Gu Lingyue's red. Yao Shiwelian held Gu Lingyue's hand, and the two slowly descended. Yao Shiwelian's beauty and brilliance were completely overshadowed by Gu Lingwei. The bride was here. Everyone looked over, and their eyes gathered on Gu Lingwei. The people below even all stood up. Qin Dingtian and his wife held each other's hands tightly, and they were extremely excited. As parents, the happiest thing was to see their children get married. Gu Yin and his wife were the same, and their excitement was indescribable. The 4 of them looked at each other and nodded excitedly. This was the moment they had been waiting for a long time. Finally, this day had come. Heavenly Court, how many times have we attended other people's weddings? The Lord of Desolate Land suddenly asked. The Lord of Heavenly Court thought for a moment and said, "It seems to be the 4th time. The first time should be Jiang Taizu, the second time should be 9 dragons, and the 3rd time should be Starry Sky, right? This is the 4th time. This time, we're all here, but Jiang Taizu and the other 2 aren't. Yes, it's a pity that Jiang Taizu and the other 2 aren't here to witness Shauna's wedding. But it's okay. They'll be resurrected one by one soon." The Lord of Desolate Land said. After saying that, he smiled bitterly and said, "Speaking of which, the 2 of us are lagging behind. Even Shanha is married, but we have always been alone. I say, Heavenly Court, shouldn't we also consider this? I'd better not consider it." The Lord of Heavenly Court shook his head. Beside him, young Master Yu curled his lips and said, "Why are you 2 in such a hurry? My big brother and I have been alone for so many epochs. What's the hurry? I think I'm still very young. How can some ordinary people in the universe be worthy of our attention? If you want to find a partner, you have to go to the sacred realm. That way, you'll be able to find a match for yourself." The Lord of Heavenly Court and the Lord of Desolate Land were speechless. They were existences that had lived for an entire epoch, yet they were called little guys. However, in front of young Master Yu, they really were little guys. After all, young Master Yu had lived for dozens of epochs. He was indeed much, much older than the Lord of Heavenly Court and the Lord of Heavenly Court. Haha, we don't need to be in a hurry about Heavenly Court. After all, there's still Red Dust Guest. His disciple is already married. As the Master, he should be more anxious than us. The Lord of Desolate Land changed the topic. I'm not in a hurry. Red Dust, guessed, almost suffered internal injuries from holding back his words. After all, he had lived for a few epochs and could be considered an old man. Everyone's teasing made the people around them blush with shame. Many of them had become old ancestors, but they hadn't lived for long. Gu Lingwei and Yao Shiwilian finally arrived on the rooftop. This beautiful bride was enough to make everyone's eyes light up. Looking at Gu Lingwei, Qin Shao was also infatuated. It was said that a woman's wedding was the most beautiful moment of her life. It was not an exaggeration at all. Looking at Qin Shao and Gu Lingwei, Yao Shiwilian still had a trace of indescribable bitterness in her heart, but her face was full of smiles. She was very happy and gave Qin Shao and Gu Lingwei her blessings. Yao Shiwilian put Gu Lingwei's hand in Qin Zhao's, and the three of them looked at each other. This atmosphere made everyone feel a little strange. The relationship between Qin Shao and Yao Shiwilian was well known. In fact, many people felt sorry for Yao Shiwilian. Yao Shiwilian was very popular, and many people felt that Yao Shiwilian should be with Qin Shao. Yao Shiwilian had done a lot for Qin Shao. However, Gu Lingwei was indeed a plot that no one could give up. In the end, Qin Shao chose Gu Lingwei. This was understandable. However, everyone more or less felt sorry for Yao Shiwilian. Qin Shao, I've given Gu Lingwei to you, and I've also given up my heart. Gu Lingwei and I are of one heart now. If you dare to treat her badly or bully her in the future, I won't forgive you, Yao Shiwilian said. Qin Shao smiled. In fact, he also had some feelings for Yao Shiwilian that were difficult to give up, but he also had to give up and make a decision. Don't worry, I'll definitely treat Gu Lingwei well. I won't let her down, Qin Shao said with a determined expression. Yao Shiwilian smiled. His smile was a little dazed, and there was also a little indescribable sadness in it. The previous relationship had been severed, and their feelings had been severed. Everything had to be severed. Giving up was also a kind of pain. However, this was the helplessness of life. Gu Lingwei looked at Qin Shao. Today, she was the most beautiful and the happiest. Qin Shao looked at Gu Lingwei and cupped his hands. I promise you a lifetime. Please take care of me for the rest of my life, my wife. I promise you a lifetime. Please take care of me for the rest of my life. What a beautiful sentence. What a touching sentence. It made countless people shed tears of joy. The smile on Gu Lingwei's face became wider and bright as a summer flower. A beautiful melody played, pushing the atmosphere to a higher level. Everyone was eagerly waiting for Gu Lingwei's response. Once Gu Lingwei responded and completed the simple wedding ceremony, the two of them would officially become husband and wife. After hundreds of cycles of reincarnation, they were only waiting for this moment. The light of eternity condensed at this moment. Boom! But suddenly, a loud noise came from the nine heavens, and the entire primordial universe shook violently. This sudden commotion made almost everyone fall to the ground in fright. They felt as if the universe was about to collapse. The commotion was too terrifying. Chapter 1499. Threat, what's going on? What's going on? What a terrifying aura. Is the sky going to collapse? That's impossible. With mountain river heavenly venerable here, who would dare to cause trouble? Yeah, mountain river heavenly venerable is the supreme master of our Hongmeng universe. He's the absolute #1 master. Who would dare to cause trouble at his wedding? Wouldn't that be courting death? The entire 9 continents world was in an uproar. Countless people looked at the sky in horror. They had no idea what was going on, but they could feel that it was extremely terrifying. In the first district, everyone frowned slightly. They stood up one by one and looked at the sky. Brother Chuanjia, Shi Jian, and Yi Juanhe all looked suspicious. Obviously, the situation was not as simple as it seemed. They all sensed that something bad was going to happen. What was going on? Bai Chuan Fusu was the first to speak. What a powerful aura. It's coming from the endless universe ocean. It should be the aura of an extremely powerful heavenly venerable. Maybe it's even stronger. Is there an enemy? Qin Shao frowned deeply. He said in a low voice, "You all stay here. Jing Yang and I will go out and take a look." He was sure that there was an enemy coming. Moreover, the aura was extremely powerful. It was even stronger than his and Jing Yang's. Even the weakest one would be an extremely powerful heavenly venerable. It might even be an existence that surpassed heavenly venerables. Such a situation naturally made Qin Shao worried. If an existence that surpassed heavenly venerables really came, it would be really dangerous. After all, an existence that surpassed heavenly venerables could threaten the life and death of the universe, even with the protection of the master of the universe origin. An ancient saint might not be able to completely destroy a universe, but he could at least shatter it. The will of the universe origin could not stop the power of an ancient saint. Therefore, if an ancient saint attacked with all his strength, it would not be difficult for him to destroy a universe. At this moment, a strong sense of danger surged in Qin Zhao's heart. In the God realm, Qin Zhao's original body was with Jing Yang. When they sensed the arrival of this dangerous aura, they immediately flew towards it. Jing Yang, could it be that the power of the fallen God Palace has awakened? Because of our disturbance, the power of the fallen God Palace wants to take revenge on us? Qin Shao said with a deep frown. Today was supposed to be his big day, and it should have been a joyous occasion, but it was interrupted by this sudden situation, which really made him very unhappy. After a while, he would be able to complete his wedding with Gu Lingwei, so he had no choice but to interrupt it now. Although she was angry, Qin Shao was more worried at this time. After all, he had a bad premonition earlier. He had seen something that scared him in the fallen God Palace. Jing Yang frowned and pondered for a long time before shaking his head and saying, "Young master, based on the aura, it doesn't seem like it. This aura is terrifying, but it's not as strong as the fallen God Palace. That kind of aura made us tremble directly. And this aura, I don't think it has reached the level of an ancient sage. Maybe it's just an extremely dangerous heavenly venerate. And this aura has a strong hostility. It's obvious that the other party is angry. If it's angry, the aura should have burst out at full strength. If it's really the fallen God Palace, I'm afraid the aura alone is enough to cause our primordial universe to collapse and be destroyed. Therefore, I don't think this aura is particularly strong. Maybe it's just a passing heavenly venerate." A passing heavenly venerate? Was there such a possibility? Qin Shao also thought of this possibility, but he felt that something was wrong. It shouldn't be that simple. If there's hostility, it should be directed at our primordial universe. It's unlikely that it's just passing by. This aura should be directed at us. It's possible, but we still have to take a look to know, Jing Yang said. The two of them quickly left the primordial universe. As soon as they left the primordial universe, they saw a giant metal beast in the distance. It was ferocious and cold. The powerful aura emanating from this giant metal beast was enough to make Qin Shao and Jing Yang feel a little scared. What a powerful and cold aura. It was terrifying. Just this aura alone was enough to threaten the two of them. With just a glance, Qin Shao and Jing Yang started to fight with each other. They stared at the front. There were 7 figures standing on the giant metal beast's head. They didn't come with good intentions. However, Qin Shao and Jing Yang felt a lot more at ease after seeing this. "Young master, it's not the same force as the fallen God Palace. It's just an experienced heavenly venerate with a few subordinates. Although it seems like it's directed at our primordial universe, it feels like it's just passing by. After all, we haven't provoked any other heavenly venerates." Jing Yang transmitted his voice to Qin Shao. Qin Shao nodded and said, "Yes, the situation is still okay. It's not that bad. As long as it's not an ancient sage, we should be able to withstand it. There shouldn't be a big problem. I don't think it's as simple as passing by. Look at the way they're looking at us. Their eyes are filled with hostility, hatred, and killing intent. They're obviously directed at us. So, I thought of a possibility. Could these people be related to the Master of Primordial Universe? The Master of Primordial Universe. Jing Yang was taken aback. It was only now that he thought about it. It made sense. Yes, what you said is possible, young master. It's very likely that the Master of Primordial Universe was sent by another universe's forces. There should be a universe's force behind him. The master of primordial universe's plan failed, and he died in our hands. It's possible that the other party is here to denounce us. Qin Zhao's eyes became incomparably cold. Don't worry about it. Since they're here, let's see what they're here for. We're no longer masters who can be bullied by others. It won't be that easy for them to find trouble with us. A single heavenly venerate won't be able to win against us. This was indeed the case. Qin Zhao now had enough confidence to say this. After all, he wasn't just a heavenly venerate. He was the origin source of the primordial universe and possessed the power of the entire primordial universe. Therefore, it wasn't an exaggeration to say that unless an ancient sage made a move, no heavenly venerate could do anything to him. It was precisely because of this guarantee that Qin Zhao wasn't afraid of anything. Since they were here, then so be it. He wanted to see what the other party was up to. The giant metal beast was getting closer and closer at an extremely fast speed. Its speed was so frightening that it shocked Qin Zhao and Jing Yang. If they could have such a flying giant beast, it would be much easier for them to go to the sacred region. Young master, this is called a heavenly beast. It's the most common flying object in the great wide world. The one in front of us should be a heavenly venerate level heavenly beast. It was refined by a powerhouse and is very precious. Generally, it costs 1,000,000 chaos source stones. The better ones cost tens of millions of chaos source stones. The one in front of us is probably worth at least 10 million chaos source stones, Jing Yang said. Not less than 10 million chaos source stones. This price was really frightening. After all, Qin Zhao only had a few hundred chaos source stones on him. This was his entire fortune. According to some information that Qin Zhao had obtained from Jing Yang, heavenly venerates in the sacred region generally only had a few tens of thousands of chaos source stones. Those who had more than 100,000 chaos source stones were considered rich. Those who had millions or tens of millions of chaos source stones were extremely wealthy. If they were not powerful and had accumulated wealth over a long period of time, they would not be able to afford it. Otherwise, they would have a powerful backer and come from a prestigious family. Ordinary heavenly venerates would not be able to buy a heavenly beast even if they worked hard for endless universe eras. With a heavenly beast, one could roam freely in the great wide world. Therefore, owning a heavenly beast was a symbol of status and strength in the sacred region. Therefore, Jing Yang had a bad feeling when he saw such a powerful heavenly beast. When he thought of the master of primordial chaos, he naturally had many guesses. Rumble. The giant heavenly beast finally stopped. It bared its teeth at Qin Zhao and Jing Yang and let out a sharp and terrifying roar. Just this roar alone was enough to threaten the life of a universe master. This heavenly soaring beast was also flaunting its prowess, showing off its might to the fullest. On the head of the flying heavenly beast, Gallon Supremacy and the others looked at Qin Zhao and Jing Yang coldly, looking down at them with disdain. In terms of momentum, they had an absolute advantage and were crushing the two of them. Qin Zhao and Jing Yang felt a huge pressure pressing down on them. However, they weren't afraid at all. Their imposing manner wasn't weak. They straightened their bodies and stood there, facing Lord Jia Lan's group of 7. Their eyes were glinting with sharpness. Green Chrome Master pointed at Qin Zhao and Jing Yang and shouted in a cold voice, "You two barbaric boys, kneel down when you see Garan Knight." From the powerful aura emanating from Green Chrome Master, one could feel that he was a half-step heavenly venerate and was very powerful. In terms of momentum, these people were crushing Qin Zhao and Jing Yang. It was Qin Zhao's first time facing such a strong external enemy, a heavenly venerate. Moreover, the other party's momentum was oppressive, and they looked like they were here to denounce him. This made Qin Zhao even more certain that these people were related to the master of primordial chaos. If that was the case, this matter would be troublesome. However, it was still okay. At most, it would be a little troublesome, but it would not endanger the safety of the primordial chaos. As long as the safety of the primordial chaos universe was not threatened, nothing else mattered. Qin Zhao's face darkened. He looked at Green Chrome Master coldly and said, "You are guests from afar. I don't know any of you, so I won't offend you. So I don't understand why you're acting like this. Umph, don't you know what you've done? You've committed an unforgivable crime. Don't you know it?" Green Chrome Master said coldly. Qin Shao did not back down and retorted sarcastically, "People say that a dog relies on its master's power. This is probably how you interpret it, right? You're just a half-step heavenly venerate. Where did you get the courage to be so arrogant in front of two heavenly venerates? If it weren't for your master's power, I don't think you would have dared to utter a word here. How can a half-step heavenly venerate like you speak here? Are you even qualified to speak to two heavenly venerates?" Chapter 1500. Denouncing him, you. Boy, you are so arrogant. How dare you talk to me like that? Qin Zhao's insults and disdain infuriated Green Chrome Lord. He pointed at Qin Zhao's nose and scolded him. He was a half-step celestial venerate and had 1 foot in the door of a celestial venerate. How could he tolerate being scolded by Qin Shao? He had not expected Qin Shao to be so arrogant. How could he be so arrogant in such a situation? He had thought that this was just a small universe. Wouldn't they be trembling in fear now that Supremacy Gallon had come in person? Wouldn't they be at their mercy then? However, that was not the case in reality. Qin Shao and Jing Yang were not trembling in fear. Instead, their momentum was not weak, and they were confronting each other with equal harshness. How dare they? How dare they? So what if they were celestial venerates? They had just become celestial venerates. How could they be a match for Supremacy Gallon? So what if they were two celestial venerates? Celestial Venerate Gallon was a powerful celestial venerate with 1 foot in the door of an ancient sage. How could an ordinary celestial venerate compare to him? Celestial Venerate Gallon could easily kill someone who had just become a celestial venerate. Arrogant, Qin Shao sneered. He glanced at Green Chrome Lord and said disdainfully, "Why can't I talk to a puny half-step celestial venerate like you like this? How dare a puny half-step celestial venerate like you talk to me like this? Where does your confidence come from? Are you just a dog relying on its master's power?" Green Chrome Lord was so angry that his face turned green. A dog relying on its master's power was also a kind of ability. He was a half-step celestial venerate, yet Qin Shao had called him a puny half-step celestial venerate. This was very irritating to him. Enough. Supremacy Gallon finally spoke. His cold eyes swept over, causing the temperature of the void of the universe to drop sharply. The void also seemed to be frozen. As soon as Supremacy Gallon's aura spread over, the universe seemed to be imprisoned. Qin Shao and Jing Yang could clearly feel it. So powerful, so powerful. Just by sensing this aura, they knew that they were no match for Gallon Exalt. They were far from it. Young Master, Empyrean Exalts, ancient sages, and world-level cultivators are divided into smaller levels as well. They are divided into the first, second, third, and fourth steps, with the first step being the weakest and the fourth being the strongest. Young Master has just become an Empyrean and is only a first-step Empyrean. As for me, I'm merely a second-step Empyrean. This exalted Lord Gallon before us is definitely a terrifying existence at the fourth-step Empyrean realm. Fourth step, Celestial Venerables. Even in the Saint Domain, they could do pretty well. Even if the two of us join forces, we're still far from being a match for Exalted Lord Gallon. Jing Yang secretly transmitted his voice to Qin Shao. Qin Shao had already guessed that the Empyrean realm should have some small divisions. He had also felt it long ago, but he didn't know what it was. Now, after listening to Jing Yang's explanation, he realized that the Empyrean realm was divided into 4 steps. This was similar to the division of the Primal Chaos Universe God, which was divided into 4 steps. Actually, if it had to be further divided, then Supreme Beings and Universe Masters could also be divided into these 2 levels. Those who had just become Universe Masters were first-step Universe Masters. Those who had lived longer and had more experience were second-step Universe Masters, such as Jiang Taizu, Lord of 9 Dragons, Starry Sky Master, and Sky Demon Master. They were all second-step Universe Masters. As for third-step Universe Masters, Desolate Landmaster, and Red Dust Guest were first step universe masters. As for fourth step universe masters, Celestial Court Master, Devil Beast Master, and Prince Yu were first step universe masters. Above them were half-step Empyreans, such as Hundred Rivers Fu Su and Primal Chaos Master. Qin Shao had just become a first-step Empyrean Realm Master. Jing Yang had lived for so long, but he was only a second-step Empyrean Realm Master. I am Galanite Lord, and I have a subordinate named Darkness. He must have been killed by the two of you, right? Galanite Lord's cold gaze landed on Qin Shao and Jing Yang. I thought there was only one Empyrean in the Primal Chaos universe, but it seems that I was wrong. There is another Empyrean from the Outerverse in the Primal Chaos universe. No wonder Darkness was defeated by the two of you and was killed by the two of you. Exalted Lord Galen's words were clearly filled with the tone of condemning a punitive expedition. Qin Shao and Jing Yang had guessed the same thing. Now that they thought about how this matter was related to Primal Chaos Master, it seemed that it was indeed the case. As expected, there was a powerful organization behind Primal Chaos Master. Qin Shao looked coldly at Galanite Lord and said, "Yes, Darkness was indeed killed by us. He died by my hands. He can't blame anyone else for his death. He asked for it. He wanted to destroy and devour the Primal Chaos universe. As a member of the Primal Chaos universe, I naturally had to resist with all my might. I naturally couldn't let his scheme succeed. The winner is the king, and the loser is the bandit. There should be nothing to say about this. Did exalted Lord Jialan come all the way here just to denounce me?" "Oomph." Galanite Lord sneered and said, "It seems like you still have some self-awareness. You know that I am here to denounce you. Darkness is my subordinate, and my subordinate died at your hands. You have to give me a satisfactory explanation, right?" Qin Shao did not show any weakness. He coldly laughed and said, "Why? Is Honorable Master Jia Lan so overbearing? Are you trying to suppress me with your power? Your subordinate came to the Primal Chaos universe to wreak havoc and instigate a calamity. He caused countless casualties in the divine world. He committed such a heinous crime. Why can't I kill him? If I don't kill him, how can I appease the countless resentful spirits in the divine world? Can I kill someone who belongs to you? Exalt Lord Galan? Oomph. Of course you can't kill my subordinate. Even if my subordinate has committed a heinous crime, I should be the one to discipline him. It's not up to an outsider like you." Galanite Lord was enraged, and his killing intent surged. How domineering. He was indeed unreasonable. It was normal to use one's power to pressure others. This was how the world worked. The law of survival was as such. Strength reigned supreme. Strength spoke louder than words. It was the same no matter where one was. Qin Shao had already adapted to this unchanging law of survival. Hence, he didn't think much of it. Qin Shao replied coldly, "Then I'm sorry. I killed your subordinate and took care of him. In the Primal Chaos universe, it's not up to an outsider to tell us what to do." Galanite Lord was very overbearing, but Qin Shao was also very arrogant. He didn't show any signs of weakness and went tit for tat. "Ha ha, kid, you're really arrogant." Galanite Lord wasn't angry. Instead, he laughed. However, his laughter was filled with extreme anger. "I've been in the Great Thousand Worlds for so many epochs, and I've never seen a kid as arrogant as you. Since you're so insensible, I can't be bothered to talk nonsense with you. What Darkness didn't finish, I'll finish it for him. I'll avenge Darkness for him. A life for a life. Hand over your lives. I'll let the entire Primal Chaos universe extinguish my anger." Galanite Lord was furious. Boundless fury gushed out of his body and roared wildly in the sky. This was a fourth-step Empyrean. Once he was enraged, how terrifying would that be? He could freeze 3,000 worlds and freeze a part of the universe. Roar. The celestial beast beneath, esteemed Galan Venerate, also let out an extremely cold roar. It opened its huge mouth as if it wanted to devour Qin Shao. In the face of such a threat, Qin Shao and Jing Yang should be terrified. After all, their strength was far inferior. However, Qin Shao was neither servile nor overbearing. He stood there with his back straight and glared angrily at Galanite Lord. He didn't like the feeling of being oppressed and threatened by others. Humph, Gallant Night Lord. If you wanted to oppress me in other places, I wouldn't be able to resist. However, in the primal chaos universe, I'm not someone you can bully. If you want to control me, we'll have to see if you have the ability to do so. Qin Shao said coldly. His aura surged out, and the endless origin power of the primal chaos universe gushed out and rushed toward Qin Shao. He mobilized the firmament power of the entire primal chaos universe and combined it with the power of the universe to shake Gallant Night Lord. Qin Shao was the lord of the universe origin. He could mobilize the power of the entire universe. How powerful was the power of an entire universe? Even a fourth-step heavenly venerate wouldn't be able to do anything to Qin Shao. Unless an ancient sage made a move, what did Qin Shao have to fear? What? Green Chrome Lord and the others' expressions changed when they saw that Qin Shao had mobilized the power of the entire primal chaos universe. Gallant Night Lord's face darkened. He finally understood why Qin Shao dared to be so arrogant. Gallant Night Lord looked at Qin Shao with a gloomy expression and said, Lord of the Universe, Origin. Kid, I didn't expect you to become the Lord of the Universe Origin and reach this step. It seems like darkness has made a wedding dress for you. His countless years of hard work have all gone to waste. You've taken all the fruits of his labor alone. It's no wonder that you dare to be so arrogant in front of me. It turns out that you have some confidence. Brat. Do you really think that you can contend against this sovereign like this? Gallant Night Lord was furious. He had come all the way here to regain his dignity, but he hadn't expected Qin Shao to become the Lord of the Universe Origin. He couldn't deal with a Lord of the Universe Origin. Was this trip going to be in vain? Was darkness going to die in vain? Was his dignity going to be swept to the ground? Exalted Lord Gallant was truly enraged. He was a fourth-step heavenly venerate. When had he ever suffered such a big loss? What else can I do? If I still can't contend with you, then I'll admit my defeat. However, if you want me to bow my head, I can tell you clearly that it's impossible. Qin Shao, did nothing wrong. I killed darkness with a clear conscience. Even if I were given another choice, I would still do the same. Therefore, this matter is non-negotiable. If you have any requests, feel free to come. Qin Shao, will accept them all. If you can accept them, then you can only blame yourself for not being strong enough. If you can't accept them, then Qin Shao, will admit defeat, Qin Shao replied coldly. He still didn't show any signs of weakness and didn't have the slightest room to back down. This was Qin Shao. He had always been like this. He had principles and a bottom line that no one could touch. No matter how great your background is or how powerful you are, if you offend you, then so be it. Qin Shao was not afraid of anything. Good. You're really a newborn calf that isn't afraid of a tiger. The vastness of the great wide world isn't something you can imagine. The complexity of the great wide world isn't something you can imagine either. Chapter 1501. Confrontation. Kid, let me give you a word of advice. Don't be too arrogant. Otherwise, you will only die faster if you walk out with your meager strength. Don't think that you are so great just because you are the master of the origin of the cosmos. If you don't have the ability to judge the situation, you will have nowhere to go, Gallant Supremacy said to Qin Shao in a lecturing tone. This was the storm before the battle. Clearly, Gallant Supremacy was going to make a move. Even though he knew that Qin Shao was the master of the origin of the primordial cosmos, he was still going to make a move. Since she dared to make a move in such a situation, it meant that Gallant Supremacy was confident in her ability to defeat EMO. Such a situation caused Qin Shao and Jing Yang to become a little cautious in their hearts. It seemed that today's battle was unavoidable. An existence like Gallant Supremacy probably had some tricks up his sleeve. They couldn't be too careless. Perhaps he could really do something. Although Qin Shao was a little vigilant in his heart, he did not show any weakness with his mouth. Instead, he replied in a strong tone, "So, I deserve to be bullied at my door and stepped on in my face. I can only swallow my anger and accept it with my head lowered. I don't want to be arrogant, but I don't want to be so lowly either. Whether I die quickly or not is my business. You don't have to worry about it. Gallon supremacy. Humph! A frog at the bottom of a well will always be arrogant. This is the most pathetic form of self-confidence. The cruelty of reality will soon make you realize how lowly you are. Gallon supremacy sneered and made his move. Rumble. Gallon supremacy waved his hand. It felt like the void of the cosmos was boiling. A huge energy field enveloped the entire primordial cosmos. The giant heavenly beast also exuded a frightening, eerie aura to help Gallon's sovereign. Although the huge heavenly beast was known for its speed, its strength was also very strong. It was at least equivalent to a second step heavenly venerate. Therefore, the heavenly beast alone was enough to make Qin Shao and Jing Yang feel threatened. Gallon supremacy also followed the great Tao cultivation system. As a heavenly venerate, he had already touched the threshold of the great Tao laws. The power of the great Tao laws descended when he made a move. The power of the great Tao laws surpassed everything. It surpassed the power of the great Tao of the primordial cosmos and could contend with the power of the origin. Thus, when exalted Lady Gallon attacked, Qin Shao immediately sensed a terrifying grand Tao law transforming into an unparalleled sharpness of a sword, tearing towards him. It was so powerful that Qin Zhao's heart palpitated. So strong, so strong, so strong, so domineering. Jing Yang. Qin Shao Chun Yang of Primordial Cosmos. Qin Shao Chun Realm Supremacy Level Realm. Universe Realm of Heaven. Yang Studio of his as Studio of the Studio Realm Time to Studio Pass. Studio Yang, Studio Pass, just like a fatty who had been forcefully impersonated with the power of the entire primordial universe bolstering his body. He was naturally incomparably powerful, reaching the threshold of the ancient sage realm. Qin Shao had successfully fused 6 supreme-grade Great Taos. At this moment, he had also stepped into the threshold of Great Tao nomological laws. However, Qin Shao had only just come into contact with the nomological laws. In fact, he could not say that he had grasped the nomological laws. He could only touch the power of the nomological laws. Most of Qin Zhao's strength came from the primordial universe's quintessence. 2 powerful forces clashed in Universe Ocean and lit up the dark Universe Ocean. This made Universe Ocean even more unbridled and violent. The enormous energy stirred up a huge storm and shook the surrounding void space of Universe Ocean. A battle of this level was too terrifying. The shockwaves of energy struck the Hongmeng universe again and again, causing the entire Hongmeng universe to become unstable. Within the primordial universe, many voids began to collapse, rupture, and destroy. Many living beings were also destroyed. The Sky Dragon continent was shaking violently. Fortunately, Qin Zhao's original body was there to protect it, so the Sky Dragon continent was not destroyed. However, many newly built cities in the God Realm were severely damaged. Just the energy fluctuations alone were almost comparable to the previous Calamity War. It was indeed terrifying. All living beings in the Hongmeng universe did not know what was going on and fell into a state of panic. The calamity had just subsided, and the primordial universe Origin Master was born. How could such a great calamity befall them again? What was going on? However, Qin Shao and Jing Yang were worried that such a huge battle would affect the Fallen God Palace. The Fallen God Palace was hiding a huge secret. Moreover, there might be a living ancient evil in there. No one knew what the consequences would be if they were caught in the crossfire. However, this was something that could not be avoided. Since Jia Lan's supremacy wanted to make a move, Qin Shao had no choice but to accept the challenge. Even if there was potential danger, this was the only way. Rays of terrifying light burst out from Jia Lan supremacy's hand. This was the power of laws, the power of heaven, the source of the great Tao, the power of the great thousand domains, a power that was on a higher level than the power of the great Tao. Qin Shao was able to resist Jia Lan supremacy's attack, but he could feel that this was not Jia Lan supremacy's true strength. He was just testing the waters. Sure enough, Jia Lan supremacy's lips curled into a smile. The primordial universe origin master is quite capable. However, your Hongming universe is on the verge of the great calamity, and the primordial universe origin masters has weakened to the lowest point. Besides, this is a universe that has just gained the primordial universe origin master. Everything is still at a lower level. Therefore, it is still a little difficult for you to rely on the power of the primordial universe origin master to stop me. Qin Shao did not speak. Although he felt a little threatened, he had no choice but to fight with all his might. Kid, I'll let you see my true strength. Jialan Supremacy's aura surged as he spoke. Qin Shao narrowed his eyes and braced himself. He knew that Jialan Supremacy was getting serious. Whether he could stop him or not depended on this moment. However, Qin Shao also gritted his teeth and made up his mind. He did not believe that he, the primordial universe origin master, could not stop a fourth-step heavenly venerate. Come on then, let's fight. Jialan's supremacy flipped his hand, and an ancient heavy sword appeared in his hand. It looked very domineering. This ancient heavy sword was like an ancient giant beast. It was as if it had a life of its own and was not an ice-cold weapon. An illusory figure of a giant beast appeared on the heavy sword. It opened its mouth and roared. Its face was ferocious, and it exuded a powerful aura. From this ancient heavy sword, Qin Shao smelled a dangerous aura. What a terrifying aura! What a powerful aura! What level of treasure was this sword? Above universe treasures were celestial weapons. Weapons were also known as celestial weapons. Celestial weapons could break the sky. Once a celestial weapon was used, it could pierce a hole in the universe. There had not been a single celestial weapon in the primordial universe. The ancient heavy sword in Jialan Supremacy's hand should be a celestial weapon. Just this aura alone was enough to cause the Grand Mist universe's origin source to tremble. Qin Shao sensed a dangerous aura. Jialan Supremacy's aura was at its peak. The sword in his hand transformed into an endless ancient beast. It roared and charged at Qin Shao with the sword's sharpness. Many huge, illusory figures and sword lights flashing with terrifying light whizzed over. The aura was so terrifying that the entire void of universe ocean trembled violently, as if it was about to collapse. So powerful. I have to be careful. Qin Shao clenched his teeth fiercely. His power surged out, forming a wall of energy to meet the terrifying whistling light. Puff, puff, boom, boom, boom. The contest of power became extremely intense. Under Jialan Supremacy's ferocious attack, Qin Shao felt a sense of strain. Jialan Supremacy's attack was gradually becoming more violent. Powerful moves were unleashed one after another. It was getting more and more terrifying. This was obviously a powerful secret technique that surpassed the primordial universe's secret technique. Whether it was the technique, the weapon, or the strength, Jialan Supremacy was far stronger than Qin Shao. He had an absolute advantage. Therefore, under such a fierce attack, Qin Shao still felt a little strained, even with the power of the primordial universe origin. He felt like he was going to lose. He was indeed a fourth-step celestial master. His strength was indeed powerful. He was probably close to reaching the threshold of a half-step ancient saint. It was indeed too powerful. With so many means, he could even threaten a universe. This was something Qin Shao had not expected. At this point, Qin Shao felt a headache coming on. This was going to be troublesome. Jialan's supremacy closed in step by step on the heavenly beast. His aura shook the heavens. He wanted to suppress Qin Shao and step into the primordial universe. There was a kind of unstoppable power under his domineering aura. Such a domineering aura was far from what the previous primordial universe origin could compare to. This was the first time Qin Shao had truly experienced the power of an otherverse, the power of a fourth-step celestial venerable. He also felt that he was still so weak. Even though he stood at the peak of the primordial universe, he was still too weak compared to the entire Great Thousand World. He was still a frog at the bottom of a well. His future path was still incomparably difficult and filled with endless obstacles. Qin Shao tried his best to stop Jialan's supremacy from getting closer. However, Jialan's supremacy always had the means to get closer. Oomph. Ignorant brat. You don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Do you really think that you can look down on everyone just because you have become the origin master of a universe? You're just a mere origin master of a universe. In the great thousand world, that's nothing special. You're very weak. Your arrogance and ignorance will only make your path narrower and narrower. Brat, if you obediently submit to me now, I might let you off. Jialan's supremacy said playfully. His words were full of threats. However, how could Qin Shao bow his head? Dream on. We're both heavenly venerates. Do you think you're worthy of me submitting to you? No matter how strong you are, you're just a fourth-step heavenly venerate. You're not an ancient sage. No matter what, I'm still the origin master of the primordial universe. As long as the primordial universe isn't destroyed, I won't die. I don't believe that you have the ability to kill me, Jialan's supremacy. If you really have the ability, I don't think you'll waste so much time talking to me. You'll just attack me directly. Even if I lose, I'll just be injured. At worst, the primordial universe's origin energy will be damaged. However, it's just an injury. I can recover with some time. Chapter 1502. You dare, you dare, you dare. Trees have bark, people have spirit. If there wasn't a trace of arrogance in his heart, how could he be called a hero? It was impossible to make Qin Shao surrender. Qin Shao would rather die than submit. Moreover, with the existence of the primordial universe, they might not necessarily reach that stage. So what did Qin Shao have to fear? In the worst case, they would just stop fighting. You really won't shed tears until you see the coffin. I gave you a chance, but you don't know how to cherish it. Do you really think you can stop me? Said High Lord Galen coldly. Suddenly, another silhouette came out of High Lord Galen's body and attacked. It was a clone. High Lord Galen had actually brought 2 clones with her. Clearly, she had come prepared. In the face of such a situation, Qin Shao did not dare to hesitate. His true body immediately moved out and attacked. Even so, Qin Zhao's avatar and true body were both pinned down by High Lord Galen. Moreover, High Lord Galen seemed to be suppressing Qin Shao. A sly glint flashed across the depths of Galen Supremacy's eyes. Qin Shao had a bad premonition when he sensed this gaze. Not good. Qin Zhao's heart skipped a beat. He immediately sensed that the situation was not good. As expected, one of Exalted Lord Galen's avatars descended upon the 9-province world, and Exalted Lord Galen's target was Gu Lingwei. Jingyang, go and protect them, Qin Shao said to Jingyang anxiously. Within the 9-continent city, Baichuan, Fusu, and the other lords of the heavenly court also stood up and charged forward. It's useless. You can't stop me. In Universe Ocean, Galen Supremacy sneered. He attacked with all his might, suppressing Qin Shao and coming over to stop Jingyang. Jingyang didn't have a clone, so he couldn't do anything at the moment. Apparently, Senior Garan had been prepared for this. His flying beast and the 6 half-step heavenly venerables he had brought with him also attacked. Their combined strength was enough to suppress Jingyang. Jingyang wanted to return to the primordial universe, but he was trapped and had no way to escape. As for 9-State City, Baichuan, Fusu, and the others were unable to stop Galen Supremacy's energy clone. It was too strong. The situation suddenly became very dangerous. Everyone was in an uproar and incomparably terrified. Such a situation made Qin Shao anxious. If he didn't think of a solution soon, he was afraid that the people of Jiuzhou City would suffer. Although it was not terrible to be killed, Qin Shao could resurrect them again. However, it was impossible for Galen High Lord to not understand this simple truth. Therefore, it wouldn't be that simple. Since High Lord Galen had made such a move, it must not be simple. This was also what Qin Shao was worried about. However, no matter how anxious and worried he was, it was useless. Qin Shao had no way of breaking free from Galen Supremacy's control. They had pinned their hopes on Jingyang, but Jingyang was also trapped and had no way to escape. Baichuan, Fusu, and the others were in an even worse situation. Such a situation caused Qin Zhao's qi and blood to boil in reverse. He was anxious and furious. He couldn't allow anyone in his hometown to be hurt. Kid, it seems like you care a lot about your woman. What a coincidence today. It's just in time for your wedding. That's great. You better not accept this marriage. I'll take your woman away. High Lord Galen said coldly. This sentence was like a peerless blade that ruthlessly pierced Qin Zhao's heart. Qin Zhao had already expected High Lord Galen to have some tricks up his sleeve. If Gu Lingyue was taken away by High Lord Galen, Qin Zhao would have no way of saving her. If she was killed in the primordial universe, Qin Zhao still had the ability to resurrect her. However, if she was taken away, Qin Zhao would have no way of saving her. Qin Zhao also understood High Lord Galen's method. It was indeed a good method. High Lord Galen was trying to drive Qin Zhao crazy. How dare you? How dare you? Qin Zhao's anger reached its peak. His chest felt like it was about to explode. Gu Lingyue was the woman he treasured the most. She had been asleep for more than 1,000,000 years and had only just woken up. How could Qin Zhao not be angry when High Lord Galen threatened him with Gu Lingyue? Ha ha ha, are you angry? The angrier Qin Zhao was, the happier High Lord Galen was. It's good that you're angry. I want you to be angry. The angrier you are, the better. I'll only be happy if you're angry. This is what you get for being disobedient. None of those who dare to go against me have a good ending. Don't be hasty, this is just the beginning. My methods aren't something you can imagine. I'll make you wish you were dead. I'll make you kneel and beg for mercy. You asked for it. Killing a person was the lightest punishment. Torturing someone was the most ruthless. High Lord Galen wanted to control Qin Zhao mercilessly. He wanted to infuriate Qin Zhao, make Qin Zhao crazy, and make Qin Zhao despair. This was the most ruthless punishment for Qin Zhao. Only by doing so could High Lord Galen's anger be quenched. Qin Zhao was indeed a little crazy. He hadn't been this crazy even during the previous calamity. During the previous calamity, even if the people around him had died, there had still been a chance for them to be resurrected. However, if Gu Lingyue was taken away by High Lord Galen, there would be no chance for her to be resurrected. What should he do? What should he do? The pressure at this moment made Qin Zhao completely helpless. There was no way to deal with it at all. Even though he was a heavenly venerate and a master of the origin source of the universe, he still felt powerless. All of this stemmed from his lack of strength. Ha ha ha. Arrogant kid. Take your time and enjoy the punishment feast that I prepared for you. This is just the beginning. Remember what I said. High Lord Galen's voice rang out again, provoking Qin Zhao once more. This was a deep provocation that made Qin Zhao go crazy. High Lord Galen, I don't care where you come from or what great power you have behind you. However, I, Qin Zhao, swear that if you dare touch a single strand of hair on my family and friends, I will absolutely not let you live under the same sky as me. I will remember this grudge, even if it takes 10, 100 universe epochs, or even an entire chaos epoch. One day, I will settle this debt with you. Qin Zhao's voice was bone-chilling. He was extremely angry. Ha ha ha. High Lord Galen laughed disdainfully in the face of Qin Zhao's verbal threat. You're still so stubborn even when you're at death's door. Unfortunately, you're only good at talking. Do you think I'll let you off just because you talk? Oomph. You're really daydreaming. It's better for your dream to be shattered. Come, your woman is the first. Let's see who the second is. High Lord Galen's energy clone wanted to break through Baichuan, Fu Su, and the other's obstruction and capture Gu Lingyue. Gu Lingyue was only a puny fourth-step heavenly celestial. She was so weak that she couldn't resist at all. At the moment, Yao Shiwuyan was protecting Gu Lingyue behind him. Yao Shiwuyan was an almighty with decent strength. However, in the eyes of High Lord Galen's energy clone, he wasn't even considered an ant. There was no way he could resist at all. Baichuan, Fu Su, and the others were still struggling bitterly to block High Lord Galen. However, they couldn't stop him at all. It was getting more and more difficult. Young master, don't worry. I still have a backup plan. Watch me. Jing Yang's voice suddenly rang in Qin Zhao's mind. Hearing Jing Yang's voice, Qin Zhao's worry lessened a lot. He saw a glimmer of hope. At the critical moment, Jing Yang still had to make a move. An unparalleled sharpness suddenly burst forth from Jing Yang's hand, tearing apart all power. Even the void of the universe felt like it was being torn apart. Under this sharpness, Jing Yang forcibly opened a path and quickly entered the Hongmeng universe. The moment Jing Yang jumped into the Hongmeng universe, the flying beast, Green Crow Master, and the others couldn't chase after Jing Yang. Heavenly weapon? This kid actually has a heavenly weapon as well? It seems like I underestimated these two. This kid does have some background. High Lord Galen couldn't help but frown slightly when he saw Jing Yang break out of the encirclement. The situation was somewhat beyond his expectations. Jing Yang was already out of his expectations, and the fact that Jing Yang had a heaven-grade weapon was even more out of his expectations. The value of a heavenly weapon wasn't something that ordinary heavenly venerates could possess. It would take a lot of effort for someone at High Lord Galen's level to possess a heavenly weapon. Therefore, he really hadn't expected this situation. However, this situation had given him an unexpected blow. His subordinates had no way of chasing into the Hongmeng universe. He also had no way of entering the Hongmeng universe. At most, he could only send his energy clone. However, how could his energy clone stop a heavenly venerate? It won't be that easy to save them. High Lord Galen snorted coldly. His energy clone suddenly rose and struck Bai Chuan, Fu Su, and the others, tearing a path out. High Lord Galen didn't hesitate this time. He quickly charged toward Gu Lingwei, who was on the platform, in an attempt to capture her. Once Gu Lingwei fell into his hands, even Qin Shao wouldn't be able to save her. At the same time, Jing Yang rushed back as fast as he could to stop High Lord Galen. You're too late, kid. You can't stop me. High Lord Galen glanced coldly at Jing Yang. High Lord Galen was too close to Gu Lingwei. Although Jing Yang tried his best to rush over, he was still a little too late. Jing Yang was anxious, and so was Qin Shao. Qin Zhao's mind was completely focused on this. He was extremely tense. Success or failure depended on this one move. He had to stop High Lord Galen. He had to. High Lord Galen had already arrived in front of Gu Lingwei, and an invisible giant hand reached out to grab her. It was like an inescapable cage, trying to suck her in. Gu Lingwei couldn't resist at all. She could only stay where she was and await her fate. Yao Shiulian's eyes flashed sharply. He gritted his teeth, took out 2 universe treasures, and charged at High Lord Galen's energy clone with all his strength. With 2 universe treasures, Yao Shiulian was extremely powerful when he went all out. He was strong enough to reach the ruler level. Of course, this level of power wasn't worth mentioning in front of High Lord Galen's energy clone, but Yao Shiulian wasn't afraid. He used his body to protect Gu Lingwei. Shiulian, Sister Shiulian, don't. Many people cried out in alarm when they saw Yao Shiulian's actions. Gu Lingwei was so anxious that she was about to cry. After spending so many years with Yao Shiulian, Gu Lingwei had long since come to view Yao Shiulian as her own sister. When she saw Yao Shiulian risk his life to save her, she naturally panicked. She didn't want Yao Shiulian to do this for her. Chapter 1503. Sword King Holy Sect, Yao Shiulian. Qin Shao could only watch from afar as Galen Exalted Lord held him back. Galen Exalted Lord was suppressing Qin Shao with a powerful technique, preventing Qin Shao from even creating an energy clone. Qin Shao had no way of stopping Galen Exalted Lord. Stop! Jing Yang shouted anxiously. He attacked with all his might, but he was still a step too late. Jing Yang's power came from afar, carrying with it boundless rage. However, he wasn't as fast as Galen Exalted Lord. Bai Chuan Fusu's expression was incomparably cold. He was usually gentle, but now he had a cold, angry side. Sword light shot out from all directions, carrying with it a murderous rage. Bai Chuan Fusu was a half-step heavenly exalted, half a step into the heavenly exalted level. His strength was incomparably strong. However, Galen Exalted Lord's techniques were heaven-defying. Even Bai Chuan Fusu was no match for him. Bai Chuan Fusu and Jing Yang tried their best to stop Galen Exalted Lord. Galen Exalted Lord's eyes flashed with a strange light. I can't catch that woman. Since someone has come out to die, I'll catch this one. Galen Exalted Lord grabbed out, easily breaking through Yao Shuilian's techniques. He grabbed Yao Shuilian like a little chick. Jingyang and Baichuan Fusu's attacks were already in front of Galen Exalted Lord. Jingyang and Baichuan Fusu attacked without regard for anything else. If they could really kill Yao Shuilian, it would be a good thing. As long as Yao Shuilian died in the primordial universe, he could be resurrected. Galen Exalted Lord didn't continue the battle. Instead, he quickly left. Jingyang and Baichuan Fusu attacked as they chased after her. Although High Lord Galen's energy clone was almost destroyed by the two of them, High Lord Galen did not care. Very quickly, Exalted Lord Galen's energy doppelganger returned to her main body, and Yao Shuilian was captured by Exalted Lord Galen and placed on her flying beast. Kid, do you still want to fight? Exalted Lord Galen's booming voice rang out. Qin Shao stopped and stared at Galen Exalt with bloodshot eyes. Jingyang, Baichuan, and Fu Su walked out of the primordial universe and stared at Galen's supremacy. The three of them were extremely angry, but they were also extremely helpless. Although he tried his best to stop it, Yao Shuilian still ended up in Galen's sovereign's hands. If Yao Shuilian hadn't sacrificed himself to save Gu Lingwei, Gu Lingwei would have been the one in Galen's supremacy's hands. Qin Shao, doesn't Miss Yao Shuilian still have her doppelganger? Jingyang and I will go and protect her doppelganger. Baichuan Fu Su transmitted his voice to Qin Shao. Qin Shao frowned and shook his head. It's useless, big brother Baichuan. When Galen's supremacy captured Yao Shuilian's main body, she used a secret technique to kill the doppelganger through the main body. What? Killing the doppelganger through the main body? What kind of technique is that? Baichuan Fu Su was shocked when he heard that. Because he wasn't a heavenly venerate, his divine sense couldn't cover the entire primordial universe. Therefore, he naturally didn't know what was happening in other places. However, Qin Shao knew everything that happened in the primordial universe. Therefore, he had seen how Yao Shuilian's doppelganger had been killed, but he hadn't been able to stop it. The pain made Qin Shao speechless. Jingyang said, Galen's supremacy is a fourth-step heavenly venerate, so it's normal for her to have this kind of ability. The main thing is that Yao Shuilian is too weak, so she could easily kill the doppelganger through the main body. Since Galen's supremacy captured Yao Shuilian's main body, she naturally wouldn't leave her doppelganger alive. Otherwise, wouldn't she have captured it for nothing? As long as Miss Yao Shuilian's main body is taken out of the primordial universe, Yao Shuilian won't be able to be resurrected in the primordial universe. Her fate is truly in Galen's supremacy's hands. That must be what Galen's supremacy is planning. Qin Shao and Baichuan Fu Su fell silent. What else could they do now that things had come to this? Qin Shao stared coldly at Galen's supremacy and said, What exactly do you want? Ha ha ha. Galen's supremacy laughed wantonly and looked at Qin Shao playfully. Kid, are you feeling helpless now? Do you know how weak and pathetic you are? The angrier, the more painful, and more hateful you look, the happier I am. This is what you get for going against me. I'm giving you a good lesson so that you'll understand how weak and powerless you are in the great wide world. Kid, it seems like you care a lot about this woman. You're really a sentimental person. You married a woman, yet you're still thinking about another woman. TSK, TSK, TSK. This little girl is quite pretty. No wonder you're thinking about her. However, no matter how pretty she is, she's just a plaything in my hands. Tell me, how should I torture this little girl? Crack. Qin Shao clenched his fists so hard that they were about to shatter. The sound of his bones colliding against each other was deafening. Qin Shao, don't worry about me. So what if I die? I'm not afraid of death. It's enough that I've been able to live for so long. I'm satisfied. As long as Gu Lingwei is fine, I'm at ease, Yao Shuilian said. Who would be willing to die if they could live? Not being afraid of death didn't mean that they were willing to die. People would only resolutely face death when they had no other choice. Facing death was a great courage and a fearless spirit. This was great. This was worthy of praise and tears. This was worthy of respect. If you want to die? No, no, no. How could I let you die so easily? If I wanted to kill you, I wouldn't have gone through so much trouble. I could have easily crushed you just now. Why would I need to bring you here? Galen Supremacy sneered. Death, in this world, was not a terrible thing. There are things that were even more terrible than death. Crack. Qin Shao clenched his fists so hard that they cracked. This was the portrayal of the anger in his heart that could not be vented. Galen Supremacy. Qin Zhao's voice turned colder. He said again, just say it. What do you want? Just say it. Galen Supremacy sneered at Qin Shao and said, just say it. How about I show you a way out? If you want this little girl to live, I can give you a chance. If you kill yourself now, I'll let this little girl go. If not, then this little girl will definitely die. If you die in Universe Ocean, you won't be able to resurrect. You'll really die. Boy, I like to see how much you care about this little girl. How loyal you are. He was obviously toying with Qin Shao. Yao Shiwelian still wanted to speak, but Galen Supremacy's hand was hovering over Yao Shiwelian's head. A strong force enveloped Yao Shiwelian, making him unable to make sound. His face was filled with pain. Obviously, if Galen Supremacy used a little force, Yao Shiwelian would be obliterated. A fresh life had become so fragile at this moment, even worse than a newborn ant. Qin Shao knew that Galen Supremacy was toying with him on purpose. Galen Supremacy had no intention of letting him go. Even if he did kill himself, Galen Supremacy would not let Yao Shiwelian go. How could he not see through such a thing? How could he fall for it? Galen Supremacy, do you think I'll fall for your trick? Do you think I'll let you do whatever you want? Qin Shao said coldly. Ha ha ha. Galen Supremacy laughed even more mockingly. I thought you were so loyal that you would disregard your own life for a woman. You would give up everything, including your own life. Now that I think about it, this little girl is not that important in your eyes. If that's the case, why don't you let me kill you first? Qin Shao glared at Galen Supremacy. I think you can't bear to kill me. If I kill you, I won't have any bargaining chips left. You'll definitely keep such a good bargaining chip to deal with me. I'm just a fool. I won't be manipulated by you. I won't fall for your tricks. There are gains and losses in life. Sometimes you have to let go of what you need to let go. Caring doesn't necessarily mean sacrificing yourself blindly. If I care about her, I'll protect her at all costs. If she dies, I'll avenge her at all costs. Don't use such petty tricks on me, Galen Supremacy. I won't fall for it. Galen Supremacy's face darkened slightly. He snorted coldly. Boy, it seems like you're quite shrewd. Although you're trying to provoke me, I have to admit that you're right. It took me a lot of effort to capture this little girl. How can I let her go so easily? She's a sharp weapon to manipulate you. I'll naturally make good use of her. You're the master of the universe origin. I can't kill you. However, if you dare to leave the primordial universe, the situation will be different. Outside, I can easily crush you. Since you're a loyal boy, I'm sure you'll try your best to save this little girl. Ha ha! I won't waste my energy on you today. I'll take this little girl away. If you want to save her, come to the Sword King's sacred sect and find me. Ha ha, let's go. Galen Supremacy laughed heartily. He waved his hand and left with Green Crow Master and the others. The flying beasts were extremely fast and soon disappeared from Qin Zhao's sight. Qin Shao and the others could only clench their fists and watch Galen Supremacy and the others leave freely. One after another, invisible swords pierced into Qin Zhao's soul. This blow was incomparably huge. As the master of the universe origin, he couldn't even protect the woman he cared about. He could only watch as others took Yao Shiwelian away. How helpless was that? How sad was that? The pain couldn't be described with words. Soulless and lonely. Bai Chuanfuse's mood was also very low. He was in pain, sadness, and helplessness. This kind of pain could only be experienced by those who had experienced it personally. It was a pain worse than death. Shiwelian, I'm sorry. I can't save you or protect you. I'm useless. Qin Zhao's heart was filled with pain, but soon his eyes became firm again. Shiwelian, no matter how difficult it is, I will save you. I will. Wait for me. Wait for me. Since Galen's supremacy only took you away, he won't kill you easily. He must want to use you as bait to lure me to his door, so he can kill me. However, this method also gives you a chance to live. It gives me a chance to save you. Chapter 1504. My path is far away. The last time Qin Shao had been in such pain was over 1,000,000 years ago, when Gu Lingwei had been poisoned by the dream of eternity and had fallen into a deep slumber. This time, Qin Shao had lost one of the most important people in his life, Yao Xuelian. Even though Qin Shao hadn't gotten together with Yao Xuelian, Qin Zhao's friendship with Yao Xuelian was still there. He'd always treated Yao Xuelian as his most important friend, so there was no need to elaborate on their relationship. This was a special feeling that went beyond brotherly love. It was a special feeling that lay somewhere between love and friendship. All that Yao Xuelian had done for Qin Shao over the years, all that Qin Shao had done for him, all that Qin Shao had remembered. This moment of loss made Qin Shao extremely pained. He couldn't calm down for a long time. Baichuan Fusu, who'd always been cheerful, had never been this sad before. His gaze was still fixed on the spot where Galen's supremacy and the others had disappeared. I've been a hero all my life. I've drifted through the endless universe ocean, and now I've finally settled down. Watching the woman I adore get taken away by someone else, and I can't do anything about it. This is the pain and sorrow of life, isn't it? I've been conceited all my life, but today, I've become a joke. Only then did he realize how weak he was. It's as if I've returned to the time when I was still a weak mortal. So weak. If you want to survive in this world, you have to be strong enough to protect yourself. Otherwise, you'll only be bullied. I've experienced this pain and tragedy before. I never thought I'd experience it again. So what if you're a half-step celestial venerate? If you're not a celestial venerate, you're just an ant. Besides, a celestial venerate isn't that strong. In sacred, a celestial venerate is just a starting point. You're still very weak and helpless. It's still very difficult to protect yourself and the people around you. What's the point of my life? I just want to be at the top of the world and be free and unfettered, no longer being bullied by others. Honorable Lord Galen, your bullying today has made me wake up completely. If I don't fight, then there will be times when I'll be bullied. I can only fight all the time, and make myself stronger and stronger. My path of cultivation has only just begun. The pain in Baichuan Fusu's heart had also transformed into a powerful force of obsession, becoming the driving force for him to move forward. His state of mind had always been relatively indifferent, but now he understood that it was impossible for him to not fight for it. If he didn't fight, if he didn't make himself stronger, then it would be meaningless. He didn't want to live like this, so he had to work harder to cultivate, fight for every opportunity, and think of ways to make himself stronger. The path in his heart became even clearer. Now that the path of his heart had been cleared, it would be easier for him to continue down this path. A painful experience, a tempering, and perhaps a metamorphosis. Jingyang walked over with a look of self-reproach. I'm sorry, young master. I wasn't able to stop Supremacy Galen and caused Miss Yao Xuelian to be taken away. Qin Shao shook his head and said, Jingyang, this has nothing to do with you. You've already done your best. It can only be said that Supremacy Galen is too strong. He's so strong that we simply couldn't stop him. You can't blame anyone else. If you want to blame someone, then blame yourself for being too weak. There were some things that could only be deeply understood after experiencing them. In fact, Qin Shao had also known that he wasn't considered strong. If he were to be placed in the sacred region, he would be at the bottom. In the vast thousand realms, he was just a person who had just left the ranks of an ant and had only taken a small step on his path of cultivation. However, although he thought this way, Qin Shao didn't have a clear understanding of how weak he was. This time, he had been beaten black and blue by Supremacy Galen, which made him deeply understand that he was indeed too weak. Qin Shao tried his best to calm himself down and asked, Jingyang, what's the background of the Sword King's sacred sect? At this moment, Baichuan Fusu also calmed down and walked over. However, his face had lost some of its previous calmness and was replaced by a trace of coldness. Jingyang frowned deeply and said, Young Master, I've heard of the Sword King's sacred sect. It's indeed very powerful and terrifying. In the entire vast Thousand Realms, besides the 5 great sacred lands, there are also many other forces in the universe. Among these forces, the Sword King's sacred sect is probably in the top 10. It's not necessarily in the top 10, but it shouldn't be a problem for them to be in the top 20. According to some of the information I know, the Sword King's sacred sect is very powerful and has existed for a long time. It has been more than 1,000,000 universe eras. 1,000,000 universe eras? Hearing this, Qin Shao and Baichuan Fu Su were shocked. Wasn't this too long? Qin Shao had only lived for a little over 100 years. Baichuan Fu Su might have lived for a little longer, but it was only a few dozen universe eras. It was still too far away from 1,000,000 universe eras. It was so far away that Baichuan Fu Su didn't even dare to imagine it. The history of the Sword King's sacred sect had actually reached 1,000,000 universe eras. Just thinking about it was terrifying, too terrifying. The longer a force existed, the more powerful it would be. If it wasn't strong enough, it wouldn't be able to survive for so long. This was basically a universal law. The older it was, the stronger it was. Naturally, its strength would be stronger. Even if it was a universe, if it could develop steadily for 1,000,000 universe eras, it would definitely become very strong. Based on probability, it was enough to give birth to many sky sovereigns. Just like the Hongmeng universe, 8 universe eras had given birth to 2 sky sovereigns. Of course, situations like the Hongmeng universe were rare. Even for an ordinary universe, if it developed steadily for 100 universe eras, it would give birth to 1 sky sovereign, right? Then in 1,000,000 universe eras, wouldn't it give birth to 10,000 sky sovereigns? Of course, this was only based on probability. In reality, there definitely wouldn't be that many. Based on this, it was enough to foresee the strength of the Sword King sacred sect. Exactly how strong is the Sword King sacred sect? What's her status in the Sword King sacred sect? Qin Shao asked again. Now, he just wanted to understand the situation. He wanted to know what level he had to reach before he could save Yao Shiwelian. With pressure, there would be motivation, there would be a direction to move forward. Jingyang thought for a while and said, "Young master, I don't know much about the situation. After all, when I followed the old master, I was still very weak. There were many things that I didn't know. I've only heard of it. From what I know, the Sword King sacred sect has many Empyreans. I'm afraid there are thousands of them. With Sky's sovereign strength, he should have a relatively high status in the Sword King sacred sect. He should be an elder of the sect. Moreover, the Sword King sacred sect has at least 1 ancient saint. I know that there is only 1 ancient saint, but I can't be sure if there are any others. Thousands of Sky sovereigns? At least 1 ancient saint? If that was the case, then the number of universe masters would have to be at least 1,000,000. Such a lineup was so strong that it was suffocating. Compared to this, the Hongmeng universe was not even an ant. It was too weak. So, if I don't reach the ancient saint level, I don't have to think about saving Yao Shiwelian? Qin Shao frowned. Jingyang said probably. If you don't reach the ancient saint level, I'm afraid you can't even get past Sky Sovereign, let alone the Sword King's sacred sect behind him. It's too difficult to save Yao Shiwelian. I'm afraid you have to at least reach the Old Master's level to have chance. Even if the Old Master is here, he might not be able to suppress the Sword King sacred sect. Difficult? It was indeed difficult. How difficult was it to become an ancient saint? However, no matter how difficult it was, Qin Shao would not give up. He had to reach it. No matter how difficult it was, he had to save Yao Shiwelian. Whether it was 1 universe era or 10 universe eras, he would not give up. This was the most resolute belief in his heart. It was a strong determination. But you don't have to worry, young master. When you reach the level of Sky Sovereign, time is insignificant. Whether it's 1 universe era or 100 universe eras, it's nothing. Since he has captured Yao Shiwelian, he won't kill Yao Shiwelian so easily. Sky Sovereign's target is young master, so he will definitely keep Yao Shiwelian alive and wait for young master to find him. No matter how long it takes, young master must stay calm. Sky Sovereign's actions are nothing more than an attempt to break young Master's heart, mess up young Master's mind, break young Master's cultivation path, and ruin young Master's bright future. His intentions are sinister. Sky Sovereign is definitely an extremely sinister and cunning person. He will do anything to get revenge on young Master. He will not give up until he achieves his goal. He wants to use the cruelest method to torture young Master, so young Master must not be led astray by Sky Sovereign. Jingyang was more or less worried. He knew Qin Shao was a person who valued friendship and righteousness. Especially since Yao Shuolian was involved, Qin Shao would suffer even more. Qin Shao nodded heavily and said, "I know, Jingyang. I'm not that weak or stupid. I can see everything clearly. Exalted Lord Galan is trying to force my hand. I won't let him succeed in his scheme. This is my pressure, but also my motivation. I will take back what I have lost with my own hands. Those who hurt my family and friends will not have a good ending. I will not let them go. My path is far away. Soon, I will embark on a new journey. One day, I will personally slaughter my way to the Sword King's sacred sect and kill Sky Sovereign with my own hands. I will use his blood to vent the hatred in my heart. The pain Shuolian suffered at his hands, I will make him pay back tenfold, 100-fold. This is my strongest obsession right now, my toughest strength. My path is far away. I will do my best to move forward." Jingyang was relieved to hear Qin Zhao's words. This was what he was most worried about. It seemed that his worries were unnecessary. He didn't need to worry at all. Baichuan Fu Su looked at Qin Shao. His heart was also greatly encouraged. He was the same. The determination in his heart was also very strong. At this moment, 9 Provinces City was deathly silent. Many people were still lying on the ground, not daring to stand up. Although Sky's Sovereign Galan had left, his prestige was still there. When High Lord Galan had arrived, the Heavenly Dragon continent had been shattered into pieces after a brief exchange of blows. It was a scene of devastation with countless casualties. The entire world was shocked. No one knew what had happened, so they stayed where they were and waited quietly, holding their breaths. On the open-air square, everyone fell into silence. Chapter 1505. If Big Sister Shuolian doesn't come back, I won't marry her. Shuolian, my daughter. Villa Head Yao and his wife were heartbroken. Yao Shuolian's mother even hugged Villa Head Yao and cried bitterly. Villa Head Yao's eyes were also red. He was only holding back his tears with great difficulty. Shuolian was their only precious daughter. She was taken away just like that. This was like digging out their hearts. This kind of pain was simply indescribable with words. Big Sister Shuolian, why are you so foolish? Why are you so foolish? You were taken away because of me. How can I be at ease? 2 lines of clear tears streaked down Gu Lingyue's beautiful face. She and Yao Shuolian were like sisters. Naturally, there was no need to explain their relationship. She truly wished that she was the one taken away. Although she was saved, she would continue to live in pain and self-blame in the future. Sometimes it was better to die than to live. Unforgettable pain was something that couldn't be understood if one didn't experience it personally. It was solemn and desolate. The saints all returned. However, all of them had grave expressions on their faces. Qin Shao, Jingyang, Baichuan, and Fu Su also returned. The 3 of them were filled with grief. Qin Shao walked up to Villa Head Yao and his wife and said apologetically, "I'm sorry, Uncle Yao. I was the one who harmed Shuolian. I couldn't save her. I'm sorry." Although Villa Head Yao was extremely pained, he still shook his head and said, "Mountain River Sovereign, this isn't your fault. Perhaps this is Shuolian's fate. You all did your best. This is an unexpected calamity. This is an unavoidable calamity. This is fate. This is fate." At this moment, Villa Head Yao seemed to have aged a lot. This is fate. However, my fate is up to me, not the heavens. If the heavens want to trample on my life, then I will defy the heavens. Uncle Yao, Shuolian's life is my life. I will definitely save her. Whether it's a universe epic or a million or 10,000 universe epics, I will not give up. I believe that one day I will bring Shulian back and let you all reunite, Qin Shao said with a resolute face. This was a strong belief. Villa head Yao and his wife nodded silently and didn't say anything else. Now that things had come to this, there was no point in saying anything more. When encountering such a situation, there was really no other way. Even Qin Shao, the master of the origin of the universe, had no way to stop it. What else could he do? This was a natural disaster. This was fate. After comforting Villa head Yao and his wife, Qin Shao walked over to Gu Lingyue. Gu Lingyue, who was originally extremely happy and blissful, was now crying with pain and sadness. Qin Shao. Gu Lingyue's mental defenses collapsed at the sight of Qin Shao. She threw herself into Qin Zhao's arms in tears. When a woman was at her most vulnerable, she needed a man's warmth and comfort. Everyone watched in silence. Brother Pure, who was hosting the wedding, didn't know what to do either. The atmosphere became even more awkward. Brother Pure looked at Jing Yang and the others, but they didn't give Brother Pure any instructions. Everyone was in an extremely bad mood after such a thing had happened. After waiting for a while, Brother Pure couldn't bear it any longer. He walked over and said to Qin Shao and Gu Lingyue, "Everyone is still waiting. How about we finish the wedding first? Let's keep everything simple. How about we just bow to the heavens and earth and end it all? No matter what, let's finish the wedding first, right?" Qin Shao gently straightened Gu Lingyue and wiped away her tears. "Lingyue, let's finish the wedding first. We'll talk about Shulian later. With me here, don't worry. I won't let Shulian suffer in vain. We'll make it up to her in the future." However, Gu Lingyue shook her head resolutely. "No, Qin Shao, we won't hold the wedding for now. Let's end it here. In order to save me and help us, Big Sister Shulian disregarded everything and sacrificed herself. She's still in the hands of the bad guys and is suffering endless pain and suffering. How can we continue the wedding? I can totally imagine what kind of inhumane treatment Sister Shulian is receiving right now. Every time I think of it, my heart aches so much that I can't breathe. I can't forgive myself, and I can't continue the wedding with you. If Sister Shulian doesn't come back, I won't marry. If Sister Shulian doesn't come back, I won't marry? What?" Gu Lingyue's words caused an uproar in the crowd. Everyone looked over in surprise. The wedding had already begun. If she stopped it now, she wouldn't marry? Qin Dingtian and his wife, Gu Yin and his wife, also looked at each other, not knowing what to say for a moment. Of course, they hoped that the wedding could continue. No matter what, it was better to settle this matter first. It could be considered as fulfilling one of their wishes. Brother Pure was so choked that he couldn't say a word. He wanted to say something, but he stopped on second thought. In the end, he didn't say anything. Qin Shao looked at Gu Lingyue and fell into silence. After a long while, Qin Shao nodded and said, "Okay, Lingyue, I promise you. If I don't save Shulian, we won't get married. The day Shulian returns will be the day we get married. This is pressure on me, and also a promise to me. It's the direction I'll work hard for in the future." "Thank you, Qin Shao. Even if I can't marry you now, I'll still love you, stay with you, and be your woman." Gu Lingyue nodded and threw herself into Qin Zhao's arms again. Everyone present looked at each other and could only stare blankly at each other. No one had expected this unprecedented wedding to end like this. They didn't know whether to laugh or cry. However, since Mountain River Supremacy had already decided on this matter, naturally no one dared to say anything more. The wedding was thus stopped. The banquet continued as usual, but the festive atmosphere was much less. Therefore, everyone just drank a few cups and left one after another. Qin Zhao's original body continued to stay in the 9 provinces world to accompany Gu Lingyue and his family. Qin Zhao's doppelganger returned to the divine palace of the desolate land and gathered all the saints. The master of the heavenly court and the others still didn't know what was going on today, and they already had many guesses in their hearts. "Mountain River, what's going on?" The master of the desolate land, who was a little impatient, was the first to ask. Qin Shao frowned deeply, so he briefly explained the situation of the Sword King's sacred sect to everyone. Qin Shao had previously told the master of the heavenly court and the others about the situation in the great wide world, so they weren't too shocked. On the other hand, the Karakoram Immortal Emperor's eyes widened when he heard this. Obviously, this was the first time he had heard of these things. He still knew nothing about the great wide world and the holy region. Now, from Qin Zhao's words, he learned that in addition to the holy region, there were still many powerful cosmic forces in the great wide world. This Sword King Saint sect was so strong that it was suffocating. Too scary, too scary. To think that they would be this strong. Was this really just a cosmic power? Just thinking about it made one feel that it was too incredible. Only now did the Karakoram Immortal Emperor realize how big and terrifying the great wide world was. Master Galen, a four-step celestial master, a big shot of the Sword King's sacred sect. The master of the heavenly court, the master of the desolate land, Red Dust Guest, and the others all frowned deeply. This matter was no small matter. They were indeed in big trouble. The master of the heavenly court smiled bitterly, shook his head helplessly, and said, I really didn't expect the master of primordial chaos to have such a powerful force behind him. The master of primordial chaos was actually sent by the Sword King sacred sect. Unknowingly, we have provoked the Sword King's sacred sect and provoked a fourth-step celestial master to personally come and kill us. It's no wonder that Senior Lien Shanhe and Jing Yang couldn't stop Master Galen from abducting Miss Yao Shuelian. This is indeed a little beyond our imagination. Fortunately, Qin Shao has become the master of the universe origin. Otherwise, we would have suffered a devastating blow this time. The master of the desolate land sighed and said, although we managed to escape this time, it's still unsettling to have such a powerful enemy here. There's always an invisible threat out there. Furthermore, Master Galen seems to be an extremely sinister and cunning person. He definitely won't take this lying down. Although they have retreated for the time being, who knows if they will come back and kill their way back. Therefore, with such a potential threat around, we won't be able to rest in peace. This method is really too ruthless. The master of the heavenly court and Red Dust Guest nodded in agreement. The master of the desolate land's worries were reasonable. Jing Yang shook his head and said, it's useless to think so much now. There are definitely hidden dangers. Therefore, this is also a constant reminder that the primordial chaos universe is still not safe even with the protection of the master of the universe origin. With external threats around, we will feel more pressure and motivation. We will work harder to become stronger, and the primordial chaos universe will become stronger. This will be the mission for all of you here in the future and the direction in which you should work hard. If the universe as a whole becomes stronger, we will also become stronger. This is the only way to protect ourselves. No matter how strong the enemy is, the most important thing is whether you are strong enough. As long as you are strong enough, no enemy will be able to threaten you no matter how strong they are. Everyone nodded in agreement. Jing Yang's words were indeed very reasonable. Yes, to put it bluntly, they were still too weak, which was why they were threatened by others. Become stronger. They had to become stronger. Under this intense sense of crisis, everyone had an urgent mission. Qin Shao said, everyone, I called all of you here today to tell you about Master Galen and the threat of the Sword King sacred sect. I want you to understand this matter and understand the current situation of the primordial chaos universe, as well as the hidden dangers. Firstly, I want everyone to feel a sense of crisis. Secondly, I want to motivate everyone. Secondly, there is another important matter that I want to discuss with everyone. Now that everything is over, we must make new plans and embark on a new journey. At the mention of a new journey, everyone's mood suddenly became excited. The new journey that Qin Shao was referring to was the sacred region. The sacred region is the place that all of us have always yearned for. It is the holy land in our hearts, the place that we dream of, and the direction that we work our entire lives towards. Now, we have to start planning and prepare to head to the sacred region. If your avatars are willing to go with me, they can go together. If not, they can continue to stay in the primordial chaos universe, Qin Shao said. Chapter 1506. Million years of preparation, sacred region. That's the holy land I've always yearned for, the place I've always dreamed of. All I've done in my life is to go to the sacred region. No matter how dangerous the road ahead is, I'll go straight ahead. Moreover, there are hidden dangers in the primordial universe. I also have the responsibility to protect the primordial universe. I can't put all the burden on your shoulders alone. The sacred region will not shrink back, said the heavenly court master. The desolate landmaster was also determined to go. The heavenly court master and the desolate landmaster would stay in the primordial universe, while their avatars would follow Qin Shao to the sacred region. Although Tian Lingzi and Lord Huayang had not broken through, they also dreamed of going to the sacred region. It would be more difficult for them to break through in the primordial universe. After all, they had worked hard for an epoch, but had not taken this step. Going to the sacred region was probably their best chance. They had avatars, so they did not have to worry. Mortal Guest did not have avatars, but he was not from the primordial universe. He came from another universe and had come out to search for the sacred region. It was just that he had not been able to find it. Now that the opportunity had come, he naturally wouldn't hesitate at all. Young Master Yu thought for a while and decided to leave his avatar in the primordial universe. He was prepared to establish a holy land and rule over the primordial universe. The Karakoram Immortal Emperor would definitely leave with Qin Shao. Everyone was determined to go to the sacred region. Shan He, Jiang Taizu, and the others sacrificed themselves for the primordial universe. They have not been revived yet. I'm heading to the holy region. Shouldn't I revive them first and bring them along? The heavenly court master said seriously. Qin Shao smiled and said, Brother Heavenly Court, of course. I, Qin Shao, am not a selfish person. Jiang Taizu and the others' contributions to the God realm are obvious to all. Naturally, we won't forget them. If we're going to the sacred region, we should go together. Of course, we have to revive them first. Even if we want to go to the sacred domain, it will take some time. Let's first come up with a plan, then make preparations. I still have some things to prepare. The most important thing is to revive Jiang Taizu and the others. That's the most important thing. According to my estimation, it will take about 1,000,000 years. 1,000,000 years was not a long time for a universe master. It was very short, and it could be said to be as short as a snap of a finger. But the waiting time would seem especially long. 1,000,000 years of waiting was indeed a kind of torture. However, they would have to wait. The heavenly court master nodded. All right, then 1,000,000 years it is. He had already waited for an entire universe era, so he didn't mind waiting a little longer. We're still fine, but Senior Baichuan and Brother Red Dust have been waiting even longer. I've already waited for so long. 1,000,000 years is nothing. We can't help much with the matter of reviving Jiang Taizu and the others. We can only leave it to you, Shanha. Qin Shao smiled and said, Leave this matter to me. After the plan was agreed upon, everyone went about their own business. The heavenly court master and the desolate landmaster could not help, so they could focus on rebuilding their own sacred lands. This was also a kind of help for the recovery of the Hongmeng universe origin. If they relied on the Hongmeng universe origin to recover on its own, it would naturally take a lot of time. However, living beings could help the Hongmeng universe origin recover. Baichuan and Fu Su were also helping Prince Yu build his own sacred land, the 6th sacred land in the sacred domain. The 5 great sacred lands had given some territories to young Master Yu, allowing young Master Yu to have his own territory in the divine world as the place to establish his sacred region. Qin Shao also started to get busy. The sense of danger and oppression made him want to start cultivating urgently. To revive Jiang Taizu and the others, it would take about 1,000,000 years. He had to let the Hongmeng universe origin recover to a certain extent. Since there was no way to revive Jiang Taizu and the others, Qin Shao did not idle around. Qin Shao and Jing Yang found a quieter place to start cultivating. Jing Yang, Master should have left behind some cultivation techniques for me, right? Qin Shao asked directly. Jing Yang nodded and said, Yes, young Master. The old Master did not leave behind many things. As for the treasures, they are all at the level of universe treasures. They are not of much use to you. As for the heaven-grade weapons, there are 2. I am also looking for an opportunity to give them to you. Other than that, There are 3 cultivation techniques for you. The heaven-grade weapons Qin Xiao did not care too much. What he cared about the most now was the cultivation techniques. Jing Yang flipped his hand, and a delicate sword, a universal clock, and a painting appeared in his hand. These 3 items all exuded an ancient and powerful aura. One could tell at a glance that they were not ordinary items. Although these 3 treasures were not heaven-grade weapons, their auras were stronger than universe treasures. The light they exuded was somewhat divine. These were not treasures, but the carrier of the cultivation techniques. These 3 treasures recorded the cultivation techniques. Qin Zhao's consciousness seeped into the exquisite sword, and he immediately felt an incomparably vast and mighty sword qi surging over, shaking Qin Xiao to the point that he felt very uncomfortable. The sharpness of the sword aura that surged out almost made Qin Zhao's mind retreat. Fortunately, Qin Xiao stabilized himself in time and did not make things awkward. A sword could destroy the heavens. A sword could shake the 9 heavens. The law of the sword went directly to the origin of the world. This was the origin of the way, the origin of the world's power. Now that he had walked out of the universe, the path of cultivation of the Great Path had become wider. After all, the universe had its limitations. The power of the Great Path of the universe was limited to a small area of the primordial universe. Only then could it exert its greatest power. After transcending the universe, it jumped to a new level and reached the level of the laws. The laws were the power that covered the entire upper-class world. They were the foundation of the way. The laws were everywhere. When the power of the way left the origin of the universe, it would be greatly weakened. It was the same principle as when universe masters from other universes came to the primordial universe. Their power would be greatly suppressed. However, the laws were different. No matter where they were, they would not be suppressed or weakened. The laws were interconnected and covered the entire upper-class world. They were the foundation of the way of the upper-class world and the foundation of all the power of the Great Path. The cultivation of a celestial master was the cultivation of the laws. It was to control the laws and use them to make one's own strength become incomparably powerful. A supreme master's words were law. The power of the laws was greater than everything. A complete attack of the laws was enough to easily destroy a part of the universe. Compared to the power of the Great Path, the laws were more powerful, more extensive, and more ethereal. They were difficult to understand. If the power of the Great Path was a drop of water, then the laws were a vast ocean. In terms of level, they were more than 1 level higher. The Sacred Heart Sword technique is a cultivation technique that goes directly to the extreme of the law of the sword. It's overbearing and powerful. One sword move can shake the heavens. It's a good technique. It's indeed a good technique. I've always been the best at the long sword path, and the sword path has always been my first choice. It's the aspect that I cultivate the fastest. The Sacred Heart Sword technique is suitable for me to cultivate. The law of the sword path will indeed be my first choice. After feeling this cultivation technique, Qin Xiao could not help but exclaim in surprise. He felt as if he had opened the door to a new world. In fact, this was indeed the case. It did indeed make Qin Xiao's eyes light up. 6 types of Supreme Class Great Paths corresponded to 6 types of Great Path laws. At the level of the laws, there were only these 6 types of laws. There was nothing else. Everything else had long been included in these 6 types of laws. The 6 types of laws in the heavens were everything in the Great Path. It was a system of laws that enveloped the entire upper-class world. It was an invisible network of laws. For Qin Xiao, he could walk the path of the 6 types of laws. However, a person's energy was limited. It was impossible to walk on several types of laws at the same time. Rice had to be eaten 1 bite at a time. Therefore, Qin Xiao's current cultivation would definitely choose a Great Path law to cultivate. Later on, he would slowly expand to other types of laws. If Qin Xiao were to choose the 6 types of laws, Qin Xiao would definitely choose the law of the sword path. This path was the smoothest for him. Although he had basically made up his mind, Qin Xiao was not in a hurry. Instead, He patiently continued to look at the all-creation clock. The glory of all things shone in the heavens. All things withered, all things flourished, and all things were born. All things in the world were very mysterious and amazing. They were the most inclusive and mysterious things in the world. However, the laws of all things seemed to be the easiest for people to cultivate. People were a part of all things. Thoughts were also a part of all things. Everything was a part of all things. Cultivators themselves were a part of all things. It was easier for them to integrate into all things, feel all things, and comprehend the laws of all things. The all-creation technique. This name is very appropriate. It's indeed the creation of all things. Not bad, not bad. It's also a very good cultivation technique. However, this technique doesn't seem to be able to cultivate to the extreme of the laws of all things. Qin Xiao frowned slightly. He looked a little puzzled. Jingyang nodded and said, "Yes, young master. This all-creation technique is only a relatively ordinary cultivation technique. Therefore, it can't reach the extreme of the laws of all things. There's no way to reach the level of an ancient saint by relying on this technique." A relatively ordinary cultivation technique? Qin Xiao was slightly taken aback. He felt that the all-creation technique was very powerful. It was only an ordinary cultivation technique? Jingyang nodded and coughed dryly. "Yes, young master. Although it may seem very powerful to you, it is indeed a very ordinary cultivation technique in the holy region. It's not worth much. If it wasn't for the fact that old master was unprepared, he naturally wouldn't have given such a cultivation method to young master. However, he had no choice but to give you such a cultivation technique now. Among these 3 cultivation techniques, only the Heavenly Heart Sword technique can be considered good. If you cultivate it to the extreme, you can reach the level of an ancient saint. Moreover, the Heavenly Heart Sword technique was the old master's cultivation technique. It's very good. As for the other 2 cultivation techniques, they're relatively ordinary. Basically, they're just there to make up the numbers. When we return to the holy region, it will be easier to find good cultivation techniques. For now, young master, you can just study them casually and use them as a reference. I think you'll still choose the Heavenly Heart Sword technique in the end. As for the other 2 cultivation techniques, you can deal with them as you see fit." Qin Xiao nodded. That was indeed the case. There was no need to look at the other 2 cultivation techniques. In fact, Qin Xiao had already chosen the Heavenly Heart Sword technique in his heart. He continued to look at the 3rd cultivation technique, the picture. This picture was called the primordial picture. From its name, one could tell that it was a cultivation technique of the primordial law. As Jingyang said, it was indeed an ordinary cultivation technique. Even if one cultivated it to the extreme, he would not be able to reach the level of an ancient saint. Chapter 15:07. Skyheart's sword art. After making his decision, Qin Xiao immediately took action. He gave the myriad creation art and primordial painting to the master of the heavenly court and the others. Baichuan Fusu walked the path of sword cultivation, while Hongchun Ku walked the path of string cultivation. These 2 cultivation techniques weren't very useful to them. At most, they could be used to comprehend them. After arranging this matter, Qin Xiao wholeheartedly immersed himself in cultivation and began to comprehend the Sky Heart Sword art. The Sky Heart Sword art pointed directly at the fundamental laws of the Sword Tao. It was a complete cultivation path. However, this path was vast and broad. It was very difficult to comprehend the true essence of the laws within. The cultivation of the laws was clearly much more difficult than Qin Xiao's previous cultivation of the Great Tao. Every step forward was no less difficult than the 6 paths unification. The path of cultivation was like that. It was a reverse path. The higher one went, the more difficult it was. The path would become wider and wider, but it would also become more difficult. The further one went, the more obstacles and challenges there would be. It was a long and slow path to go from a first step heavenly venerate to a second step heavenly venerate. For example, Jingyang could be considered lucky. He was also born in a universe. When he became a half-step heavenly venerate, he was coincidentally taken in by Elder Lu He as a servant. Since then, Jingyang had followed Elder Luha. Jingyang quickly took that step from a half-step heavenly venerate to a heavenly venerate under Elder Luhi's guidance. However, it took Jingyang 3 universe epochs to go from a first-step heavenly venerate to a second-step heavenly venerate. Moreover, it was under the guidance of Elder Luha. Jingyang could be considered an unparalleled genius. He stood at the peak of his universe. However, it was still very difficult for him to go from a first-step heavenly venerate to a second-step heavenly venerate. Moreover, Jingyang's cultivation speed was considered relatively fast in the sacred region. Many people worked hard for 100, 10,000, or even 1,000,000 universe epochs and still couldn't break through a minor realm. There were many such examples in the sacred region. However, no matter how difficult the path was, Qin Shao would still walk it without hesitation. Cultivation was all about the heart. Qin Zhao's heart had always been firm and calm. His heart was as still as water. His thoughts were as one, and his heart was upright. The more pressure and danger he faced, the calmer Qin Zhao's heart became, and the more he was able to see through many things. At this moment, Qin Zhao's heart was immersed in heaven and earth, in the universe, in the purest spiritual world, in the vast world of the heavenly heart sword technique. The higher one stood, the further one could see. The higher one's cultivation level was, the higher one's horizons would be. If Qin Shao were to look at the heart with his current vision, he would naturally have many new feelings, new levels, and new understandings. His heart had undergone a change. It was actually transforming without him noticing. The changes in the heart imperceptibly brought about the Tao of heart force. However, Qin Zhao's heart force had already reached the 6th level. Even if there was a change, it would only be a small increase. He could feel that his heart force path had widened, but there was no major breakthrough. However, the 6th level of heart force was only equivalent to the level of a universe master. For the time being, Qin Shao had reached the limit of what he knew about the path of heart force. It was the limit recorded in the heart force stone. However, Qin Shao knew very well that the 6th level of heart force was merely the beginning of the path of heart force. It couldn't even be considered the beginning. Just as the saying in the sacred region said, "Those who don't become celestial venerables are ants." Those who don't become celestial venerables are ants. The 6th level of heart force was only at the level of a universe master. It hadn't reached celestial venerables. Therefore, in the sacred region, it was only the level of an ant. However, for the time being, Qin Shao didn't have any clue as to how to cultivate further. He hadn't discovered the path of heart force. Heart force wasn't Qin Zhao's main path of cultivation. It was just something that he could comprehend by analogy. It was just something that came along with it. Qin Shao didn't have any clue as to the path of heart force. He didn't think too much about it. He returned to his own path and continued to comprehend the heavenly heart sword technique. The more he comprehended, the more Qin Shao discovered problem. That's strange. The law of the sword and the path of swordsmanship. Why do I feel that the two are closely related? They both walk the path of the sword, but the path of swordsmanship is a complete system of cultivation. The law of the sword is only a small branch of the law of the great path. It's one of the 6 laws. I feel that there are many similarities between the two, but they're worlds apart. Why is that? Qin Shao had been puzzled by this question before. He just hadn't thought too much about it. Now that Qin Shao had embarked on the path of the law of the sword and stood at a higher level, he had seen many more things. This puzzlement had become even more intense. Qin Shao was indeed puzzled by this question. After pondering it for a while, Qin Shao simply went to find Jingyang and asked him about it. Jingyang should be experienced and knowledgeable. Perhaps he knew something about this. However, Jingyang shook his head and said, "Young master, in fact, I've always been puzzled in this regard. I've asked the old master before, but the old master didn't explain much. He just said that the more you go on, the more you'll be able to see the essential difference between the two. Of course, there are still many internal connections between the path of swordsmanship and the law of the sword. There are indeed many similarities between the two, but the biggest difference between the two should be the problem of essence. The problem of essence. Qin Shao asked, still puzzled. What kind of problem did this problem of essence refer to? Jing Yang shook his head and said, Young master, I don't know about this. But I think that since the path of swordsmanship can be self-contained and become a cultivation system that matches the cultivation system of the Great Path, it shows that the path of swordsmanship is far from being comparable to the law of the sword. It's just that I can't say for sure what's deeper in it. There must be an essential difference between the two. It's just that we can't see it yet. Perhaps in the future, when you're stronger and your realm is higher, you'll be able to see the essence clearly. Since Jing Yang didn't know, Qin Shao could only accept it. However, Qin Shao felt that the path of swordsmanship and the law of the sword could complement each other and promote each other. In order to verify his thoughts, Qin Shao began to cultivate the path of swordsmanship. Qin Shao's path of swordsmanship had already touched the threshold of the law of the sword. He began to cultivate on the path of the law of the sword. It could be said that he had reached a very high point. Based on this point, Qin Shao wanted to see if there was a certain promoting effect in cultivating the path of swordsmanship, and if they could complement each other. Qin Shao's level of swordsmanship was not high. It was only equivalent to the level of a powerful being. It could be said that it was very low. Qin Shao was now a celestial venerable. He had transcended the level of the universe and stood at an extremely high position. It was naturally much easier to learn from a high level. In fact, there were also some similarities between the cultivation systems. Even if the law of the sword did not have a promoting effect on the path of swordsmanship with Qin Shao's current realm, it would be much easier for him to cultivate the path of swordsmanship. Moreover, Qin Shao already had a heaven-defying talent on the path of swordsmanship. At this time, he had the help of the law of the sword. As soon as he started cultivating, Qin Shao was pleasantly surprised to find that the law of the sword did have a lot of promoting effect on the path of swordsmanship. Many aspects were indeed connected and similar. Some of the internal things were similar. Therefore, it was very easy to understand and grasp. The improvement of the path of swordsmanship was extremely fast. Moreover, it was unimpeded all the way. It was very smooth. Soon, Qin Shao's path of swordsmanship successfully broke through to the 5th level and reached the level of a ruler under the Great Path system. Due to different cultivation systems and different cultivation methods, the names of the realms were also different. In fact, the same cultivation system would be called differently in different universes. Therefore, the universal system in the great wide world was actually still roughly divided into levels. Take the Great Path cultivation system, for example. In fact, from mortal spirit to universe master, there could be 6 levels. The first level of the Great Path was the mortal spirit realm. The second level of the Great Path was the divine spirit realm. And the third level of the Great Path was the heavenly God realm. Based on this, the 6th level of the Great Path was the universe master. It was just that the realms of the Great Path system in the Hongmeng universe were divided very carefully. However, this was not the main point. The division of realms was just a name. No matter what it was called, it did not affect anything. To put it simply, it was the common division of realms by levels in the Saint domain. All kinds of cultivation systems were common, and it was also the simplest. However, no matter what it was called, it could be changed. Qin Shao continued to cultivate. From the 5th level of swordsmanship path to the 6th level, it did not take much effort for him to reach it. The 6th level of swordsmanship path was equivalent to the level of a universe master. In other words, Qin Shao's strength of heart and swordsmanship path had both reached the level of a universe master. He had cultivated to the 6th level. Now, only the true meaning of power was still at the 4th level. He was still 2 levels away from the level of a universe master. The true meaning of power paid more attention to the body. It was the purest form of power that did not contain a trace of impurities. With the body as the origin, it was the source of all power. It was the purest foundation of power. Since he was comprehending by analogy, Qin Shao did not stop. He continued to cultivate the true meaning of power. The cultivation of the true meaning of power was not as smooth as that of heart and swordsmanship path. Heart was in the heart, and Qin Shao's greatest weakness had always been his heart. Therefore, the breakthrough of heart was a matter of course. If it was swordsmanship path, with the assistance of sword path laws, it was reasonable for him to be able to make a breakthrough smoothly. As for the true meaning of power, it had little to do with other cultivation systems. Therefore, the cultivation of the true meaning of power slowed down Qin Zhao's progress. Of course, Qin Zhao was cultivating the true meaning of power as a heavenly venerate. In all aspects, it was far better than before. Naturally, it was easier for him to cultivate. Fortunately, time was not a problem for Qin Zhao now. He did not lack time at all. It took 10,000 years for Qin Zhao to finally raise the true meaning of power to the 5th level. It took Qin Zhao 50,000 years to finally reach the 6th level and become a universe master. This was not an easy feat, as it had taken Qin Zhao 50,000 years of his time. It must be known that it took him less than 5 years to cultivate his heart and swordsmanship path to reach the level of a universe master. In comparison, the true meaning of power had indeed taken up a lot of time and energy. Obviously, it also showed Qin Zhao's determination. However, the time spent was worth it. The harvest was still delightful. Qin Zhao was now walking on 4 different cultivation systems. For different paths, it would be difficult to find someone who could walk on 4 different cultivation systems at once in the Saint domain. Of course, Qin Zhao did not want to cultivate all 4 cultivation systems at the same time. He had to walk the path step by step. Naturally, he could not be so reckless. Chapter 1508. Revive all of you. Time flew by, and the stable Grand Mist universe also ushered in a spurt of development. Although the primordial universe had many things to do after that calamity, it was still developing very quickly. Everyone worked together. The master of the heavenly court and the others also did their best to rebuild the sacred lands. Everyone in the divine world was united. Naturally, the speed of rebuilding was also very fast. The human race also had a very distinct characteristic. That was, their ability to reproduce was very strong. In the blink of an eye, 1,000,000 years had passed. 1,000,000 years was not a short period of time. The first 1,000,000 years of the primordial universe could be said to have undergone earth-shaking changes. 1,000,000 years was enough to make a mountain river supremacy. In detail, 1,000,000 years was not a short time. Many things could be changed. In this 1,000,000 years, the primordial universe developed by leaps and bounds. The dilapidated and devastated appearance of the primordial universe could be said to have undergone a fundamental change. The 5 sacred lands also regained some vitality. The divine world also had some new vitality. In 1,000,000 years of recovery of the primordial universe, many destroyed places also regrown. However, compared to before, it was naturally too far away. For the time being, it probably had not recovered to 1/10,000th of its original state. However, the development of the forces was still very good. After all, the divine world had experienced more than half a universe era to develop to such a stage. The primordial universe was so huge that it naturally needed a very long time to develop. In 1,000,000 years, Qin Zhao's original body had been accompanying Gu Lingyue and his family in the 9 provinces world. He rarely left the source world. The source world was also rebuilt by Qin Zhao. It expanded by 1,000 times and became stronger and more stable. The source world was not big to begin with. Because of Qin Zhao's existence, the source world naturally developed at an extremely fast speed. The original source world naturally could not satisfy such development. Moreover, the rate of reproduction of life was also extremely fast. It was already overcrowded. Therefore, Qin Zhao's actions were to alleviate this pressure. Of course, the most important thing was that Qin Zhao planned to live in the source world with his family for a long time in the future. After all, this was everyone's route. Some of the older members of the Qin family were also more willing to live in the source world. The Heavenly Dragon Continent's name was officially changed to the Mountain River Continent. The 9-continent world's 9-continent city remained, and it was the main territory of a human race. For example, the demon race, the netherworld race, and the devil race had their own territories. Generally speaking, the various races of the source world lived in harmony and were thriving. The atmosphere was pretty good. Qin Shao naturally poured a lot of effort into his hometown, the place he planned to stay in for the rest of his life. He did his best to nurture his descendants and turn the mountain river mainland into a holy land that all living beings in the grand mist universe yearned for. It was a holy land that surpassed the divine world's 6 great holy lands. The people who were born in the mountain river continent also became noble. Although they were born as mortals, they were still envied by countless people in the divine realm. Qin Zhao's 2 masters, the heavenly Lord Ling Bao and the hidden Snow Emperor, also lived in the 9-continent world. Qin Shao also gave him a lot of help in their cultivation. However, the heavenly Lord Ling Bao and the hidden Snow Emperor's talent and potential were indeed a little lacking. Although Qin Shao had the ability to change their talent and potential, he couldn't help them forever. On the path of cultivation, the most important thing was still to rely on oneself. Everything was up to them. In any case, what Qin Shao could guarantee was that he could let them become powerful beings and live forever. As for the rest, it was up to them to decide. The heavenly Lord Ling Bao and the hidden Snow Emperor's talent and potential were a little lacking. However, Emperor Hao Yu's talent and potential were not bad. After all, Emperor Hao Yu also relied on his own efforts to become an almighty existence. It was very good to be able to become an almighty through one's own efforts. Moreover, Emperor Hao Yu's conditions were too poor previously, and he didn't receive much external help. Now that he had endless external help, he could get whatever he wanted. Therefore, Emperor Hao Yu's speed of improvement was very fast. Although Qin Shao and Gu Lingwei didn't complete their wedding, their relationship was no different from that of a married couple. Apart from the last line of defense, they had also broken through everything else. The two of them were still like lovers immersed in love. They got along with each other respectfully, and the two families were also happy and harmonious. However, the sadness in their hearts couldn't be erased. Qin Zhao's clone had been cultivating wholeheartedly. In a million years, his improvement was very little. It could be said that it was negligible. This also made Qin Shao clearly realize how difficult the road ahead was. The road to becoming a heavenly lord was very difficult. It would be too difficult for him to improve further. The more difficult the road was, the more pressure it gave Qin Shao. Only with pressure could Qin Shao be more motivated to work hard and move forward. Previously, Qin Shao had also thought that the road to becoming a heavenly lord would be very difficult, but he didn't have a concrete experience. Now, he finally experienced it. It had only taken him more than 1,000,000 years to grow from the most ordinary mortal to the heavenly venerate realm. Even in the entire great wide world, such a speed was absolutely monstrous and heaven-defying. Although the Lord of Death was also heaven-defying, he was far from reaching Qin Zhao's level. The height that Qin Shao had reached was something that the Lord of Death hadn't reached. This road was very, very difficult. It was no wonder that Jing Yang said that many heavenly venerates in the sacred region couldn't advance further in their entire lives. Many heavenly venerates were trapped in the first realm for millions of chaos epochs and couldn't advance further. What kind of concept was that? It was hard to imagine. Logically speaking, those who could become heavenly venerates naturally had great talent and potential. This was especially true for celestial venerables who had come out of the universe. Each and every one of them should be stunning figures with extraordinary talent. It was hard to imagine that such people wouldn't be able to advance further in 1,000,000 chaos epochs. Qin Shao didn't think too much about these distracting thoughts. 1,000,000 years had passed, and the agreed time was up. The recovery of the primordial universe was also within Qin Zhao's expectations. Qin Shao came to the ancient battlefield, which was still in ruins. There were dilapidated fences and dilapidated walls. It was a scene of desolation and devastation. Qin Shao came, as did the master of Celestial Court and the master of Desolate Land. What Qin Shao wanted to do was, of course, to resurrect the few universe masters who had died in the God world. They had sacrificed themselves heroically and gave infinite light to the God world. They were great, and all those who had sacrificed themselves heroically for the God world were great. However, there were too many people who had sacrificed themselves, and Qin Shao couldn't resurrect all of them. Even if he really wanted to, he didn't have the power, so he could only choose a few people to resurrect. The others who were to be resurrected had already been resurrected. Now, only these few universe masters were left. The Master of Celestial Court, the Master of Desolate Land, and Lord Huayang, Tianlingzi, had all come. They had been looking forward to this for a long time, and now it was finally here. After getting along with each other for nearly a universe epoch, the saints of the God world were as close as real brothers. Qin Shao stood in the void space, blooming with endless holy light. Under the shroud of his willpower, the entire ancient battlefield world suddenly froze. The scene of Shiri reappeared, and many familiar figures flashed and appeared before the eyes of the Master of Celestial Court and the others. "Resurrect all of you!" Qin Shao shouted in a loud voice, and powerful holy light burst out, illuminating the entire ancient battlefield world. Many invisible hands appeared in the scene, and a powerful force dragged several figures out. The willpower of the universe origin was injected into them, and they struggled to break free. The supreme light even illuminated the entire primordial universe in an instant. It was so loud that even the primordial universe could hear it. "Ha ha! Thank you, Mountain River Knight. I, Jiang Taizu, have been resurrected." Jiang Taizu was the first to be successfully resurrected. He walked out of the endless void space, and both his original body and avatar came out at the same time. He stood before the Master of Celestial Court and the others, completely resurrected. A universe master had been resurrected by Qin Shao, just like that. "Jiang Taizu, congratulations on your resurrection," said the Master of Desolate Land, laughing heartily. "We can drink and play chess together again in the future." "Ha ha!" The Master of Celestial Court, Tianlingzi, and Lord Huayang also looked at Jiang Taizu with joy. "Ha! Thank you, my four brothers, for your concern." Jiang Taizu's face was full of smiles. Needless to say, he was in a good mood. To be resurrected from the dead, anyone would feel an indescribable joy. Lord Nine Dragons was the second to be resurrected, followed by Starry Sky Master. The last one was Kuan Peng Ruler. For Venerables and Universe Master were also resurrected. The saints of the godly world were once again reunited. Of course, the one missing this time was Master of Primordial Universe. He had been removed from the godly world and was no longer a member of the godly world. In addition, Hong Fake by Chuan Fu Su and Princey were all new universe masters who had joined the godly world. They made the team of the godly world stronger. Prince Yu, in particular, would always have his avatar in the primordial universe. His holy land had begun to take shape, and it was now the sixth holy land in the godly world. I didn't expect the world to change after 1,000,000 years of sleep. The Mountain River Lords had also become Mountain River Exalts. Good, very good. This is a perfect ending. The Lord of Nine Dragons' face was filled with excitement. Everyone's mood was slightly excited, and they were very happy. This was indeed a happy ending. This was also a grand occasion for the godly world and the primordial universe. It was great. After everyone exchanged some pleasantries, Qin Shao said seriously, "Everyone, since everyone is here now, let's leave the matter of showing concern for the future. Now it's time for us to start our journey to Saint Domain. Jiang Taizu, Nine Dragons, and Star Sky, the three of you will definitely send avatars to Saint Domain." Jiang Taizu and the other two immediately nodded. This was natural. This was something they had always dreamed of, the direction of their efforts, the ultimate goal of their lives. Of course, they would go to Saint Domain, no matter how dangerous it was. At most, they would die. It was nothing. Qin Zhao's gaze fell on Tianlingzi, Lord Huayang, and Kuan Peng Ruler. He said, "Although the three of you have the power of a universe master, in essence, you haven't become a universe master yet. Especially Tianlingzi and Lord Huayang. You're still far from it. As for Kuan Peng Ruler, his body has evolved greatly, and it can be said that he has reached the level of a universe master. It's just that he's still lacking in the realm of the Great Path. There's no need to say more about the dangers of Saint Domain. With my power, even if I go to Saint Domain, I'll be ordinary. Chapter 1509. Leave. Actually, Qin Shao didn't agree with Tianling Zi and the other two going to Saint. After all, they were too weak. There was no point in going to Saint. Now that Hongming universe was free from the threat of chaos, they didn't have to worry about time. Hence, staying in Hongming universe to cultivate might not be a bad choice. However, the sanctuary realm was still something that everyone dreamed of. Therefore, Qin Shao still had to seek the opinions of the three of them, and still let the three of them take the lead. If they wanted to go, it didn't matter to bring one more. However, Qin Shao couldn't predict the dangers ahead. He couldn't guarantee their safety. Even if they stayed in his internal world, they might not be safe. Tianling Zi shook his head and said, "Forget it, I won't go. Although I've always longed for the sanctuary, and have dreamed of going there, my realm is still too low. Now that there's no threat of chaos, I don't have to rush. Instead of focusing on Saint, I might as well stay in Hongming universe and seek a breakthrough. I've been trapped in this level for almost a universe era, and I haven't been able to break through. This means there must be a problem. Maybe there were many things in the past, but now I feel that my mind is empty. I'm confident I can make a breakthrough. I won't go to Saint this time. You guys go ahead and explore. The unknown territory is vast, and it must be filled with endless danger. Although exploring is exciting, it's more of a test of one's strength." Lord Huayang smiled and said, "Mountain River Knight, I have the same idea as Tianling Zi. Although it doesn't seem like it's a big deal for an avatar to go to Saint, I don't think it's necessary. Celestial masters are ordinary beings in Saint. I'm not even a universe master. I'll only drag you guys down if I go. If I'm unlucky, I might even be taken away as a slave or something. Rather than that, it's better to stay in Hongming universe and cultivate peacefully like Tianling Zi. It's better to raise my level as soon as possible. Besides, you're provoking us, and High Lord Galen is threatening us. Whether it's danger or excitement, it's more than enough. I believe that this will help me improve even faster. And I also feel that I have a lot of ideas now, which should be able to help me break through faster." Tianling Zi and the Lord Huayang both walked the path of the Lord of Death, which was also the path of Qin Shao. This was the most difficult path, but it was also the easiest path to becoming an Empyrean. It was fine if Tianling Zi and Lord Huayang didn't break through, but once they did, they would immediately become celestial venerables. There are many reasons why people yearn for the sacred domain. Firstly, it was to pursue a broader world, a bigger stage, and a more exciting god realm. Secondly, there was also the crisis of the chaos calamity, so it also forced people to want to go to the sanctuary, because only the sanctuary was truly eternal. Thirdly, the sacred domain had always been a thing of legends. It was endowed with too many mysterious and sacred colors, causing people to yearn for the sacred domain even more. Yearning for the sacred domain might be a hidden force in the bones of all living beings. It was just like how ordinary mortals yearn for the god realm and yearn to become gods. Regardless of whether gods really existed or not, they all yearned to become gods. Now that the primordial universe had given birth to the Lord of the universe's origins, all dangers have been swept away, and it could also exist forever like the sacred domain, without worrying about the chaos calamity. Therefore, for Tianling Zi and the Lord Huayang, their desire to go to the sacred domain wasn't that strong. To them, the most important thing was to improve their realm. This was the most important thing. As long as they could break through to the Empyrean realm, it was the same no matter where they went. Since they saw the path in the primordial universe, and there was light in front of them, it was naturally a wise choice for them to choose to stay. The Kuan Peng ruler said, Tianling Zi and Lord Huayang chose to stay. My path is different from theirs, so I won't go. Staying in the primordial universe doesn't mean much to me. No matter what the path ahead is, what I yearn for the most now is to go to the great wide world and explore it. In my current situation, if I don't have a great opportunity, it will be very difficult for me to break through. The sacred domain is the place of my hope. Since the three of them had made their decision, Qin Shao naturally respected their decision. Their choice was similar to what Qin Shao had thought. If Qin Shao were to build his will, he would have done the same. It just so happened that they had made such a choice. That was the best arrangement they could make. Everyone's intentions were clear, everyone was present, and the time was up. Qin Shao didn't hesitate any longer and said, "Okay, since we've decided, let's set off immediately." "Jingyang, when can we set off?" Jingyang looked a little serious and said, "Young master, we can set off at any time. However, there's still some problems to solve. It's not that easy to go to the sacred domain." "Huh?" Hearing Jingyang's words, everyone was stunned and looked at Jingyang in surprise. They felt as if a basin of cold water had been poured on them. What did he mean? Didn't Jingyang come from the sacred domain? Didn't Jingyang know the way to the sacred domain? Didn't Jingyang have the ability to go to the sacred domain? In fact, Qin Shao had always thought so, let alone the master of the heavenly court and the others. Previously, Jingyang had told him that he could go to the sacred domain when he reached the celestial venerable realm. Now, it seemed that the situation wasn't as simple as he had imagined. Qin Shao looked at Jingyang with some confusion. Jingyang continued, "Young master, I definitely know how to go to the sacred domain. There's no problem with that. However, if we want to go to the sacred domain, it's too far away. If we rely on the speed of a celestial venerable to fly, I'm afraid we might not be able to reach the sacred domain in a million universe epochs. Although the old master left me a flying celestial artifact, there's a problem. The energy of the flying celestial artifact is far from enough to support us to return to the great Tao sacred domain." Qin Shao also had some understanding of flying celestial artifacts. Just like the giant metal beast that Galen Supremacy rode on previously, it was called a flying celestial artifact. It was a flying treasure in the sacred domain. There were also some flying treasures that didn't look like giant metal beasts and were called flying celestial artifacts. Mount Soaring God was actually a flying celestial artifact. It was considered a pretty good flying celestial artifact, and its value wasn't inferior to Galen Supremacy's flying celestial artifact. If one wanted to go to the sacred domain, they naturally had to rely on Mount Soaring God to travel through the endless universe ocean. However, after listening to Jingyang's words, Qin Shao understood that a large amount of energy was required to operate a flying celestial artifact. However, after thinking about it carefully, he understood. Just like puppets, if one wanted to operate them for a long time, they also needed to be injected with energy. After all, inanimate objects were inanimate objects. Even if one could inject array formations into inanimate objects to draw energy from heaven and earth, when a large amount of energy was required, it would still be difficult to rely on this method. Jingyang continued, "Young master, back then, when I fled in a panic, I didn't know where to go. I just wanted to run as far as possible, and as far as possible. Therefore, I ran very far away and used up almost all of the energy in Mount Soaring God. Now, less than 20% of the energy in Mount Soaring God is left. Based on the 80% that we consumed when we came here, with 20% left, we can only cover a quarter of the distance at most." "What? A quarter of the distance? Then what about the remaining 3/4? By flying? That was impossible. Unless one was an ancient sage, it was impossible for a celestial venerable to fly to the sacred domain in the endless universe ocean. Moreover, Qin Shao and Jingyang's strength was very ordinary. One was a first-step celestial venerable, while the other was a second-step celestial venerable. They were considered weak existences among celestial venerables. Jingyang's words were like a bucket of cold water poured on everyone's enthusiasm. Everyone's originally high spirits were instantly dampened. If that was the case, didn't it mean that there was no way to go to the sacred domain for the time being? If there was no way, then why didn't Jingyang say so earlier? Why did he have to wait until now to do so? If he had said so earlier, then everyone wouldn't have been so excited. It was really hard for everyone to accept that he had said so at the last minute. Qin Shao frowned slightly. He knew Jingyang very well. If there was really no way, then Jingyang would have said so earlier. Moreover, Qin Shao also understood some of the meaning behind Jing Yang's words. He only said that it wasn't that easy, but it wasn't completely impossible. Therefore, there must be a way. Qin Shao asked, Jing Yang, what should we do? In terms of energy, you and I should be able to provide energy for the celestial flying device. Also, we should be able to provide the chaos source rock, right? Jing Yang said, yes, young master. We can provide energy for the celestial flying device, but with just the two of us, we're too weak. We won't be able to support it for long. The chaos source rock is the energy source of the celestial flying device, but we don't have many chaos source rocks with us. I've done some calculations. If we collect all the chaos source rocks we have, including the ones I have, we'll only have about 1,000 chaos source rocks. This is the limit of the universe. Relying on these chaos source rocks alone is obviously far from enough to support us to reach the sacred domain. Therefore, we need a very good plan. If our plan can be carried out smoothly, then we'll be able to reach the sacred domain. However, there are bound to be a lot of difficulties and dangers in this process. As expected, Qin Shao knew that Jing Yang definitely had some ideas. Now, they had no other choice. No matter how difficult it was, this was the only way. Jing Yang, tell everyone about your plan in detail, Qin Shao said. Jing Yang nodded. With a wave of his hand, the map of the vast 1,000 domains appeared in front of everyone. The 8 great sacred domains and the vast 1,000 secret realms were all presented in front of everyone. Jing Yang pointed to an area of nothingness and said, our primordial universe is roughly in this position. As you can see, the closest place to us is the immortal domain. If we want to go to the Great Path Sacred Domain, the Great Path Sacred Domain is here. The journey there's almost twice as long as the immortal domain. Look here again. This is the vast 1,000 secret realm that's closest to us. With our current energy reserves, there won't be any problem reaching this vast 1,000 secret realm. A little further away, there's another vast 1,000 secret realm. These two vast 1,000 secret realms are not far from each other. This can also be used as a backup plan. Chapter 15:10. A new chapter begins. Qin Shao frowned and said, in other words, our hope lies in these two Qian secret lands. If we don't get enough chaos source rocks in these two Qian secret lands, we might be trapped in the endless universe ocean, drifting forever? Jing Yang nodded and said, yes, young master. If we are unlucky, we might be trapped in the endless universe ocean. However, I think we have a high chance of success. After all, there are two Qian secret lands for us to explore. Although it's full of unknown dangers, there's still a good chance. Chaos source rocks are born from the origin of chaos. Over the years, some chaos source rocks will be born in a universe. The Qian secret lands have existed for a long time. After a long period of accumulation, there will be many chaos source rocks in the Qian secret lands. However, many experts in the Qian secret lands will often look for chaos source rocks. Therefore, although there are many chaos source rocks in the Qian secret lands, most of them have been dug out by the experts. As for the remaining fish that slip through the net, that will depend on our luck. If we are lucky, we will get it. If we are unlucky, we might not be able to find it. However, according to what I know, there's a high chance of finding chaos source rocks in some dangerous places in the Qian secret lands. This time, we have two Qian secret lands to look for, so we have a high chance of finding it. Also, these two Qian secret lands are far away from the 8 great saint regions. They are at the edge of the Qian secret lands, so they are very remote. Therefore, we have a high chance of finding it. If we're close to the Qian secret lands of the 8 great saint regions, it will be difficult to find chaos source rocks. Therefore, I think we have a high chance of finding it. After listening to Jing Yang's explanation, everyone was relieved. Qin Shao nodded and said, yes. In that case, as long as we are not unlucky, we won't be trapped in the endless universe ocean. However, the Qian secret lands must be very dangerous. If we want to get it, we have to fight. This is normal. Pies will never fall from the sky for free. We have to walk our own path. The road ahead is full of danger, but we will keep moving forward. Let's go. Let's start a new chapter. Yes, a new chapter had begun. Rumble. The ethereal mountain appeared once more, and its unparalleled divine might crushed everything in its path. Even the surrounding space seemed to have solidified. Qin Shao could even sense that the origin will of the universe was being suppressed by this mountain, creating an absolute domain that prevented the origin will of the universe from approaching. It was indeed powerful. As expected of a flying celestial artifact, an existence comparable to a heavenly soldier. Its aura was so powerful that even the universe origin will trembled. This is Mount Godspan, a place that has always existed in the barbaric cosmos. It's something that has always prevented us from approaching. In the past, we also felt that Divine Mountain wasn't as simple as it seemed. It's only now that I realize how powerful God's soaring mountain is. The Lord of the heavenly court sighed as he looked at God's soaring mountain. God's soaring mountain had always existed, but they had never paid much attention to it. Otherwise, they would have spent a lot of effort to send people into it. You're right. Life is unpredictable. Sometimes you can't even imagine it. The Lord of the desolate land laughed. Qin Shao waved his hand and said, "Let's go. It's time to leave the primordial cosmos." The Lord of the heavenly court and the others had their true bodies in the primordial cosmos, so they didn't have much to miss. Red Dust Guest only had one true body, and he had lived in the primordial cosmos for more than half a universe epoch. He had developed some feelings for the primordial cosmos. I wonder if I'll have the chance to return to the primordial cosmos after this farewell. My universe has already entered the primordial chaos tribulation, and it no longer exists in the great thousand worlds. The primordial cosmos is my second home. Looking at his surroundings and the primordial cosmos, Red Dust Guest felt an inexplicable sense of loss. Parting always made people sad. Red Dust Guest didn't have an avatar, so he probably wouldn't have the chance to return to the primordial cosmos in the future. Even if he had the chance to return, who knew how many universe epochs it would be later? Thinking about it, it was indeed a little hard to part with her. Bai Chuanfusa was fine. He hadn't stayed in the primordial cosmos for long, so he didn't have such feelings. Master, there's no need to be reluctant. We'll return one day, and I believe that day won't be too far away. The next time we come, we'll definitely return with boundless radiance, Qin Shao said. Red Dust Guest nodded. Indeed, he needed to have such a heroic spirit. Let's go. Jing Yang activated God Soaring Mountain, and God Soaring Mountain instantly bloomed with a powerful light and released a powerful force. Qin Shao could clearly feel that the origin will of the primordial universe was trembling violently. The power that erupted at this moment was indeed a little too terrifying. Boom! The power burst out in an instant, pushing God's Soaring Mountain's speed to the extreme. The primordial cosmos was forcefully torn apart, and God's Soaring Mountain left the primordial cosmos and entered the endless cosmos ocean. Standing on Mount Transcendence and gazing at the vast and boundless cosmic ocean, what a beautiful and vivid scene it was. A majestic aura rolled over, making one feel the vastness and power of the great thousand worlds. This was the first time the master of the heavenly court and the others had left the primordial cosmos, and it was the first time they saw the endless cosmos ocean and felt the vastness of the great thousand worlds. This kind of impact was incomparably huge. Wave after wave of impact was very exciting. Heavenly court, once upon a time, we also dreamed that we could leave the primordial cosmos one day and embark on the path to find the Saint Domain, walking in the endless cosmos ocean. Now, we finally realized this dream. Therefore, we still have to have dreams. What if it comes true? The master of the desolate land said in high spirits, and his face was full of smiles. The master of the heavenly court nodded and said, "Yes, this is something we've always dreamed of. Now it has finally come true. If we have a chance to go to the Saint Domain, what's the harm in risking our lives?" I've always thought that one day I'll be the one to become a heavenly venerate, and I'll be the one to lead all of you to the Saint Domain and start a new chapter. I expected the result, but I didn't expect the process. In the end, the one to lead us out of the primordial cosmos and find the Saint Domain, wasn't my heavenly court, but Shan He. Ha ha ha. The crowd burst into laughter as well. Life was just so unpredictable. Indeed, the master of the heavenly court had always been the #1 person in the divine world, and he deserved to be called the Big Brother. For a long time, the master of the heavenly court was also the person who had the highest chance of becoming a heavenly venerate in the primordial cosmos. However, the new generation surpassed the old. In the end, the one who achieved immeasurable success was Qin Shao, but it was Qin Shao who had only cultivated for a little more than 1,000,000 years. Thinking about these things, it was indeed very interesting. Heavenly Court, work hard to catch up to Shan He. We can't do it, and we're ashamed of our inferiority, but you still have some hope. The Lord of Nine Dragons teased. Want to catch up to Qin Shao? That was easier said than done. The master of the heavenly court smiled and said, we can't catch up, but we can work hard on it. Not only me, but all of us should take Qin Shao as the direction to work towards. We can't be left too far behind by Qin Shao, can we? Otherwise, we won't be able to stand together with Shan He in the future. That would be very awkward. Work hard. Shan He, you have to slow down. Don't make us too tired. Look at all of you. Can't you have some ambition? Shan He, run as far as you can. If you can't catch up to him, then it's our loss. After entering the endless cosmic sea, a new chapter began. Everyone's mood was very carefree, and they chatted and laughed. Qin Shao also laughed along with everyone. Speaking of which, Qin Zhao's mood was naturally very happy and also a little excited. Being able to lead everyone to search for the sacred domain was something that he was very proud of. The speed of MT Soaring God was really fast. From time to time, there would be flashes of light in front of everyone's eyes. Those were universes. Universes that were originally very far away from each other, but now they would appear in front of Qin Shao and the others from time to time. It was only at this time that they could feel how fast MT Soaring God was. It didn't take much time to travel from one universe to another. There are really many universes. We haven't gone far, but we've already seen so many universes. Moreover, the shape of each universe is different. It's a record of the various states of the Great Thousand Worlds. The Lord of Nine Dragons said. The Lord of Desolate Land nodded. Yes, in the Great Thousand Worlds, there are probably countless universes like our primordial universe. They're like stars in the sky, scattered all over the Great Thousand Worlds. If we can't walk out of the primordial universe, we're just frogs at the bottom of a well. We can't see how big this world is. Now that we've left the primordial universe, we know that this is the starry sky of the Great Thousand Worlds. This is the real Great Thousand Worlds, and this is the environment we live in. Some universes are exuding strong auras. This means that this universe should be in an era of extreme prosperity. Some universes have declining auras, dim light, and even show signs of damage. These universes should be entering the chaos tribulation soon. Some universes have weaker auras, but their light is very strong. They should be universes that were born not long ago. Each universe is a record of the various states of the Great Thousand Worlds. It's really interesting to think about it. Jiang Taizu suddenly frowned and said to everyone with a serious face, "Do you feel that your life connection with this venerable has been cut off? You can't sense this venerable anymore?" The Lord of Desolate Land immediately nodded and said, "Oh yes, I felt it just now." The Lord of Heavenly Court also nodded. Jing Yang smiled and said, "Don't be surprised. This is normal. You're just universe masters, so the life connection between the original body and the body is limited. Therefore, after you leave the primordial universe, you'll soon lose contact with the original body. If you're a celestial master, the range of your senses will be larger, but not by much. At most, it will be 100 times that of a universe master." Chapter 15:11. The Path of the Mind. Everyone was relieved after hearing what Jing Yang said. So that was the case. Thinking about it, it made sense. The power of a universe master was far too weak. Logically speaking, universe masters shouldn't leave the universe. They should stay in a universe and continue their cultivation. When universe masters left the universe, they were like ants entering the void. They were so weak that they could be crushed to death at any time. Life connection also required strength. If the distance was too far, there would be no way to contact them. Doesn't that mean that we have completely lost contact with the Hongmeng universe? The Lord Nine Dragons asked. We won't know what's going on in the Hongmeng universe, and the Hongmeng universe won't know what's going on with us. This question really made one not know whether to laugh or cry. Everyone left their original bodies in the Hongmeng universe and sent their avatars out to explore and search for sacred domain. Firstly, it was a guarantee for their original bodies to stay in the Hongmeng universe. Secondly, they wanted to know what was going on in their hometown at all times. After all, they still had many ties in the Hongmeng universe. Besides, their original bodies in the Hongmeng universe were eager to know what was going on with their avatars and sacred domain. If the connection was completely severed, it would feel like the other party's life or death was unknown. There was no concept of the original body and avatars. Jingyang said, yes, you can say that. You have indeed lost contact with the Hongmeng universe. However, the situation is not as bad as you think. After all, my young master is still around. My young master is the master of origin of the Hongmeng universe. No matter where he goes in the Great Thousand Domains, as long as his original body is in the Hongmeng universe, his avatar can maintain a life connection with his original body. Of course, there are some very special places in the Sage Domain and the Greater Kiliacosm Arcane Realm. Not to mention the master of the origin of the universe. Even the natal connection of the ancient sages would be cut off, let alone the master of origin of the universe. Under normal circumstances, there would be no problem. So, if you want to know the situation in the future, you can use my young master as a link to communicate. Qin Shao was able to maintain a life-bound connection with the main body. That was good. At least there was one person who could communicate with the main body here. So, the connection was not completely lost. But even so, there was no way out now. Lord of Nine Dragons suddenly had an idea, and he said, I'm thinking about something. Is it possible that some universe masters have become celestial masters after leaving the universe, but their original bodies in the universe don't know about it? You even said that your original body entered the great wide world after the chaos tribulation, but you didn't know that your avatar had become a celestial venerable? Many of our ancestors from the previous 7 eras should have entered the great thousand world with their avatars. Is it possible that some of them are still alive? It's just that I've never been able to contact the primordial universe. Jingyang nodded and said, yes, of course there are many such cases. I know quite a few examples. I know the most interesting story. There was a third-step celestial master who was traveling in the great thousand world and accidentally saved his original body, which had been drifting in the endless universe ocean for several years. His avatar was a third-step celestial master, and his original body was only a universe master. His avatar entered the great thousand world, and by chance, he was taken in as a servant by an ancient saint. Since then, he had a meteoric rise, and his path of cultivation was smooth. He became a celestial master and cultivated to the third-step celestial master level, which is considered very good. But his original body stayed in his home universe and lost contact with his avatar. His avatar went back to his home universe to look for his original body, but his original body entered the endless universe ocean before the chaos tribulation. He couldn't find his original body, so he missed the opportunity. In the end, he saved his original body in such a dramatic way. Ha ha ha. There is such a strange story in the world. How interesting. Everyone laughed. It did sound very interesting. Yes, it is indeed a strange story. There are countless strange stories like this in the Great Thousand World. The Great Thousand World is full of endless unknowns and endless possibilities. Everything is possible. So, many strange stories are normal. You will slowly encounter them in the future, Jing Yang said with a smile. Huh, Senior Jing Yang, you must know a lot of strange stories. You can tell us about them so that our journey won't be so boring. The Lord of Nine Dragons said. Lin Fan roughly estimated that it would take him more than 1,000,000 years to reach the first greater thousand secret realm. Such a time was not very long, but it was not short either. Qin Shao had cultivated in the land of the primordial universe for 1,000,000 years and had not gained much. Cultivating in such an environment would not gain much. Therefore, this kind of journey was indeed somewhat boring and boring. Those who weren't willing to chat would just wander around the Sacred Sky Mountain to play. There were a few places to play on the Sacred Sky Mountain, and there were even some ordinary life forms living there. Qin Shao had stayed in the 9 districts of God Crossing Mountain before. In his boredom, Qin Shao might as well directly start cultivating. No matter how effective it was better than wasting time. There would be some gains. It was just a matter of how big or small they were. It was enough if he could gain something. They were about to enter the Great Thousand Secret Realm, which was full of unknown dangers. Now, they had no idea. It was precisely because of this danger and the unknown that added a lot of color to the path ahead. The path of cultivation was like this. Because of this, the path of cultivation would become exciting and fascinating. It would make people crazy and chase after it like a flock of ducks. Now that a new path had begun, Qin Shao needed to calm down and prepare for the new challenge. A new world, a new stage, and a new starting point. Primordial universe, barbaric small universe. God Crossing Mountain City was originally a city located at the foot of God Crossing Mountain. However, God Crossing Mountain was no longer there. The place where God Crossing Mountain used to be was now a huge pit. Standing at the height of God Crossing Mountain City, one could see the entire pit. It was a huge shock to the soul. Many people walked in the huge pit and cultivated arduously. Lingwei, God Crossing Mountain used to be here. Back then, Yi Juanhe, Dan Chindan, and I received orders to enter MT Transcendence to search for fortuitous encounters. The opportunity in God Crossing Mountain can be considered the greatest opportunity in my life. It made me who I am now. If it wasn't for God Crossing Mountain, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to reach where I am now. God Crossing Mountain has given me too many opportunities and helped me a lot. That's why God Soaring Mountain has always played an important role in my path of cultivation. Qin Shao pointed at the huge pit as he spoke to Gu Lingwei. He brought Gu Lingwei back to this place and sighed emotionally. The events of the past seemed to be still vivid in his mind, as if everything had just happened yesterday. Along the way, Qin Shao had experienced a lot of tempering, experienced a lot of danger, and also had a lot of opportunities. However, God Crossing Mountain was definitely the one that Qin Shao had the deepest impression of. It was the one that held the most weight. Therefore, this time, Qin Shao also brought Gu Lingwei back to God Crossing Mountain to search for the beautiful memories in his mind. Gu Lingwei was already a 4th-step heavenly god. If she wanted to take another step forward, she would have to rely on her own efforts. Qin Shao could help her a lot, but he couldn't directly help her reach Dao integration. Gu Lingwei's talent and potential were not bad. Moreover, there were very good conditions for her to cultivate. Therefore, Qin Shao didn't want to interfere too much with her. She would walk her own path. As for how far she could go, that was her own business. Moreover, Qin Shao trusted Gu Lingwei very much. He felt that Gu Lingwei could still go very far on the path of cultivation. Moreover, Gu Lingwei was also a very ambitious person. She had the desire to become stronger. Gu Lingwei just wanted to shorten the distance between her and Qin Shao. In this way, she felt that she could better match Qin Shao and eliminate the trace of inferiority in her heart. Qin Shao also knew what Gu Lingwei was thinking, so he did his best to help Gu Lingwei. He brought her out to travel so that Gu Lingwei could comprehend more and gain a deeper understanding of the Grand Tao, allowing her to better control the Grand Tao. Although God Crossing Mountain was no longer there were still some remnants of the saint aura left behind. The huge pit left behind by God Crossing Mountain also had some saint aura left behind. Therefore, this huge pit had now become a cultivation holy land in the Manu universe. Every day, countless people would come and enter it to cultivate. There were even 4th-step heavenly gods. Qin Shao, Is the endless sea of the universe beautiful? Gu Lingwei suddenly asked. Hearing this question, Qin Shao couldn't help but smile. He said, looking at it still, it's of course beautiful. It's brilliant, vast, and boundless. It's filled with endless mysteries and the endless unknown. It's endowed with the most sacred colors. The endless sea of the universe is so big that it encompasses the entire vast 1,000 domains. It's so big that you can't imagine it. But beautiful things are also filled with endless danger. If you look at it with the mentality of looking at the scenery, it's beautiful. If you look at it with the mentality of cultivation, you'll see mysteries and dangers. Oh, Gu Lingwei responded with a thoughtful look on her face. Yes, with a different mentality, everything would be different. The most important thing when looking at things was one's mentality. What kind of mentality could see what kind of artistic conception? The heart was also a very important thing in cultivation. If one's state of mind was not strong, then no matter how much one cultivated, one would not be able to break the shackles in one's heart and reach the other shore. Cultivation was easy, but cultivating the heart was difficult. It was even more difficult to improve the state of mind. What Gu Lingwen needed to cultivate now was not only the great Tao, but also the state of mind. If her state of mind couldn't improve, then there was no need for her to mention Tao integration. Qin Shao, your path is far away. Your dream is in the sea of stars. Your stage is in the vast 1,000 domains. And your light is in the sacred domain. I'm very happy and proud for you. It's just that I'm getting further and further behind you. But I'll work harder to catch up. Gu Lingwa looked at Qin Shao and said. Qin Shao shook his head slightly, gently touched Gu Lingyue's face, and said softly, Silly girl, don't put too much pressure on yourself. No matter what, I've cultivated for more than 1,000,000 years more than you. It's very difficult to make up for such a long time. No matter what, I'll always be your Qin Shao. Cultivate with a calm heart and take everything lightly. Don't be too stubborn. Gu Lingwei understood this principle. In fact, she also felt that she didn't have to be so stubborn. It was just that the trace of stubbornness in her heart was constantly reminding her to become stronger and more worthy of Qin Shao. Only in this way could she be with Qin Shao with a clear conscience and have Qin Shao alone. Everything still depended on the heart. Chapter 15:12. An ancient immortal boat. Traveling in the endless cosmic sea was indeed very lonely. They could only move about in Mount Transcendence and look up at the boundless starry sky. Qin Shao and the others were better off in Mount Transcendence. At least they wouldn't be attacked by the cosmic storms. It was hard to imagine how painful it was for worldly guests, Bai Chuan and Fu Su, to wander in the endless cosmic sea. Drifting from epoch to epoch, what kind of feeling was that? It was definitely dark and hopeless. It was a feeling that drove people to despair. To Qin Shao and the others, they were lucky. Senior Shanhe, Senior Jingyang, come and take a look. Suddenly, a voice pulled Qin Shao back from his cultivation. It was the voice of the Lord of 9 Dragons. Qin Zhao's figure moved and immediately came to the side of the crowd. Everyone gathered around and saw that everyone's expression was somewhat excited. Qin Shao also looked over. In the distant icy cosmic sea, a dilapidated immortal boat was drifting casually with the cosmic storms. It emitted an extremely ancient and gloomy aura. The celestial boat was also filled with holes and was in a really bad state. With a single glance, one could tell that it was an ancient item that had been drifting in the endless cosmic sea for an unknown period of time. Even the immortal qi on the immortal boat was almost completely cleansed. Is this a flying heaven artifact? Asked the Lord of 9 Dragons. Jingyang nodded and said, yes, it can be called a flying heaven artifact. Looking at its appearance, it can be called an immortal boat. It's a product of the immortal domain. Generally speaking, people from the immortal domain like to use this kind of immortal boat. Although there isn't much of its aura left, I can still vaguely feel that this is a flying heaven artifact of good quality. According to the grade, it should be a high-grade flying heaven artifact. If we have to classify flying heaven artifacts, they can be divided into low-grade, mid-grade, high-grade, and top-grade. The difference between each grade is huge. For example, our Mount Transcendence is also a high-grade flying heaven artifact. The last time we saw exalted Lord Galen's soaring beast, it was a mid-tier soaring beast. It's a tier lower than our soaring beast. Ordinary flying artifacts aren't suitable for long-distance travel in the vast thousand realms. If we want to head to the sacred region, we'll need at least a high-grade sky soar artifact. This immortal boat should be a high-grade sky soar artifact. To be able to utilize a high-grade sky soar artifact, the user must either be very powerful, have a very high status, or know how to travel long distances. The Lord of Nine Dragons said, "Elder Jing Yang, this ferry boat is so dilapidated. God knows how many universe eras it has been drifting in the endless universe ocean. Its aura has been cleansed, so there shouldn't be any life inside. Let's go in and take a look. Maybe we can even pick up some treasures. Hee hee." The desolate landlord replied, "Nine dragons, don't even think about such a good thing. After drifting around for so many eras, even if there were any treasures, they would have already been picked up by others. Do you really think we would be the ones to pick them up? Desolate land? You can't say that, can you? After all, this is the endless universe ocean. How can it be so easy for others to come across it? Who knows? Maybe we'll be so lucky. I think it's hard to say for sure," the Lord of Nine Dragons said. Jing Yang shook his head and smiled. That possibility does exist. It doesn't necessarily mean that it has been drifting in the endless universe ocean for so many eras, even though it looks so dilapidated. The endless universe ocean is simply too big, and this place is located in a relatively desolate and remote area. It's possible that it hasn't been discovered by others for so many eras. Ha ha, desolate land, see? See? I told you it's still possible. Even if our luck isn't good enough, don't we still have Mountain River here? Mountain River's luck has always been heaven-defying. If we follow him, maybe we can get lucky too? The Lord of Nine Dragons immediately laughed heartily. The desolate landlord smiled and shook his head. He wouldn't entertain such thoughts. As the saying went, the greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. Therefore, he couldn't have such thoughts. No matter what, he still had to take a look. Mount Soaring Mountain soon approached the ancient ferry boat. The closer they got, the more they could feel the eerie and cold aura emanating from it. Jing Yang shrunk Mount Soaring Mountain and landed on the ancient ferry boat. Everyone jumped down from Mount Soaring Mountain and landed on the ancient ferry boat. The cold deck seemed to have been stained by darkness. It exuded an eerie aura and an extremely cold aura. Shocking scars could be seen on the deck. It was obvious that these were scars left behind by an intense battle. TSK. An upper-grade ferry boat has been damaged to such an extent. It's completely scrapped. What a pity. If it's only a little damaged, we can still take it with us. It's already so dilapidated that it's worthless. The Lord of Nine Dragons shook his head with a look of pity. The value of an upper-grade ferry boat was something that most celestial venerables couldn't afford. Generally speaking, one would need to be at least a fourth-step celestial venerable to have an upper-grade ferry boat. And this was still a rare case. For example, the celestial venerable Lord Galen's ferry boat was only a mid-grade one. Perhaps the venerable Lord Galen could afford an upper-grade ferry boat with his wealth, but that would require him to empty all his savings over the years. Haha, Nine Dragons, if you feel bad about it, you could take the ferry boat away later. The desolate land Lord joked. The Lord of Nine Dragons immediately shook his head and said, "I'm not a trash collector. Why would I want anything? Why would I want this pile of scrap metal? It's not worth anything. Even a mosquito's leg is meat. No matter how worthless it is, it can still be worth two, right?" The desolate landlord said. The Lord of Nine Dragons still shook his head. "Forget it. Although this ferry boat is dilapidated, it can probably still destroy my inner world. I don't want to take the risk and bear the danger. Once my inner world is damaged, my divine body will be greatly damaged. I won't do something like that." The inner world was the core of the divine body. Once it was damaged, the consequences would be unimaginable. A dilapidated item that still exuded a terrifying, eerie, cold power. If it was placed in the inner world, it could indeed cause damage to the inner world. Therefore, it wasn't worth risking the destruction of his inner world to take away such a worthless item. Because of this, the Lord of Nine Dragons would definitely not do so. The Desolate Land Lord naturally knew this as well. He was just teasing the Lord of Nine Dragons. "Look over there, there's a corpse," the Heavenly Court Lord suddenly said, attracting the attention of the Lord of Nine Dragons and the Desolate Land Lord. While the Heavenly Court Lord was talking, Qin Shao also saw two corpses lying in the entrance of the ferry boat. But at first glance, these two corpses were still very frightening. Looking at them, everyone's scalps couldn't help but tingle. These two corpses were completely dried up like two branches. There was no flesh at all. Only a layer of skin and bones were left. It was very frightening. His clothes were still relatively intact, so it looked like a tree branch was wrapped in clothes. It looked very strange. How could this be? Could it be that they've been in the endless universe ocean for too long, so they've been dried up? Impossible. Although I don't know the power of these two corpses, they should at least be universe masters. The corpses of universe masters can't be dried up, right? Did you notice their expressions? It was very exaggerated, very painful, and also very frightened. They must have encountered something very terrifying before they died. Moreover, they were unable to resist at all and were directly killed. "Senior Jingyang, what is going on?" Qin Shao also looked at the two corpses seriously. It was indeed very strange. Just looking at them made one's heart tremble. He had never heard of such a strange thing. Logically speaking, even if the corpses of universe masters were more than 100 or 10,000 universe eras old, they shouldn't be dried up by the wind. Although the universe storm was very powerful, it shouldn't be to this extent. So Qin Shao looked at Jing Yang, very puzzled, and waited for Jing Yang to explain. Jing Yang also looked carefully, then frowned and said with a serious face, "They've become like this, so it can't be because of the universe storm. The universe storm isn't this strong, unless they're universe masters. But judging from their appearance, they should be universe masters. Their clothes are in the style of the immortal domain, and the badges they're wearing represent an ancient power in the immortal domain. The remaining celestial ship is traveling in the endless universe ocean, and the weakest one has to be a universe master with some experience. Only the power of a half-step celestial master is qualified to be on this ship. These two are definitely not weak. Judging from the way they died, they must have encountered something terrible when they were alive, and they were killed almost instantly. They didn't even have the power to resist. Look at their bodies. There are no other obvious wounds. Even their clothes aren't damaged. It's obvious that these two didn't fight much when they were alive." Everyone nodded. Jing Yang's analysis was correct. Everyone had noticed this situation. Even if Jing Yang didn't say it, they wouldn't believe that it was the result of a universe storm. As for why the corpses of these two became like this, there's only one possibility. Jing Yang continued speaking, but then he stopped. His face became serious, and the atmosphere became a little tense. It seemed that what he was going to say wasn't simple. Otherwise, why would Jing Yang be so afraid? This made the crowd even more puzzled. The Lord of Nine Dragons was an impatient person. Seeing that Jing Yang was whetting their appetite, he couldn't help but urge him, "Senior Jing Yang, hurry up and tell us. What is the possibility? Don't scare us. We're timid, so we can't be scared." Jing Yang said with a serious face, "If you want to talk about it, it's indeed a little scary. I don't even want to talk about it. But since we've encountered it, I'll tell you so that you'll be more alert in the future. Of course, don't be too nervous. Under normal circumstances, if you're not very unlucky, it's very rare to encounter something like this. Senior Jing Yang, just tell us directly. Don't say so much. The more you say, the more nervous we'll be." The Lord of Nine Dragons urged him again. The atmosphere became a little tense. Chapter 15:13. Night Walker. After a moment of silence, Jing Yang continued to speak. "You all know that the Great Wide World is an endless universe, the Great Wide World, the Great Wide Secret Realm, and the 8 Great Holy Regions. The number of living beings was endless, and the number of races was uncountable. However, In general, the great wide world is dominated by the human race. However, even if the human race is the dominant race, the other races add up to a huge number. Although they may not be able to compete with the human race, they are not much weaker than the human race. Basically, they can reach nearly 50% of the human race's strength. Fortunately, in the great wide world, the various races get along relatively harmoniously, so the great wide world is relatively stable. The various forces and races are mixed together, and there is no clear distinction. In fact, different races have always been intermarried. Now, many lives can't be specifically identified as which race they belong to. Hearing Jing Yang say these things, everyone listened patiently. Although it sounded like there was no connection, Jing Yang must have his reasons for saying this. These were the basic situations, and everyone knew about them. The primordial universe was an extremely small miniature of the great wide world. In fact, these phenomena could be reflected very well in the primordial universe, so everyone was not unfamiliar with it. There are many races, and after countless years of integration, there is no distinction between the human race, the demon race, the beast race, and so on. They're all called cultivators. Whether they live in the universe, in the great wide secret realm, or in the holy region, they're all called cultivators. There is no distinction between races. The appearance of a human race is also the appearance that most races choose. Therefore, even the other races have always maintained the appearance of the human race. This was the first time Qin Xiao and the others had heard of the concept of cultivators. Qin Xiao finally understood what Jing Yang meant. Other than cultivators, there are other forces in the great wide world? Jing Yang nodded and said, "Yes, young master. Logically speaking, we are the only ones in the great wide world. After all lives are called cultivators. However, other than cultivators, there's also a terrifying force in the great wide world. They're called the Night Walkers." Night Walkers? Everyone looked at Jing Yang in surprise and curiosity. The Night Walker has always walked in every corner of the Great Thousand Universe. His favorite thing to do is to wander freely in the endless universe ocean. The Great Thousand Secret Realm is also his favorite place. The Night Walkers wouldn't dare to enter the sacred realm. The Night Walkers themselves are also very strange. They don't have a fixed form and are very mysterious. They come and go like ghosts. They don't have a normal life aura. Even our spiritual sense can't detect them. They would always silently appear behind cultivators and suddenly kill them. Many cultivators only notice the Night Walkers at the moment of their death. The biggest difference between Night Walkers and us cultivators isn't their formless and mysterious nature, but the fundamental difference. The reason why we are collectively called cultivators is because all of us have to go through our own cultivation, fighting against the heavens, the earth, and killing others in order to make ourselves stronger. This is also the meaning of being a cultivator. Without these things, cultivators can't be called cultivators. But Night Walkers are different. They don't need to cultivate, and the power they have doesn't belong to any of the 8 sacred realms. They don't belong to the 8 major cultivation systems. Night Walkers are very powerful when they are born. The weakest one is born at the level of a universe master, and their power is obtained by swallowing the essence, godly bodies, and power of cultivators. Therefore, cultivators are the food of Night Walkers. Night Walkers wander in the endless universe ocean to hunt cultivators. Once they are hunted by Night Walkers, they will be like the 2 dead people in front of us. Their godly bodies will be swallowed, and their essence will be sucked dry. As far as I know, only people who have been hunted by Night Walkers will become like this. Therefore, this ferry boat is very likely to have been targeted by Night Walkers when it was traveling in the endless universe ocean. Jing Yang spoke in a serious tone, and everyone was shocked. Night Walkers, just the sound of it was enough to make one's hair stand on end. In the endless universe ocean, there are actually such terrifying creatures. Thinking about the 2 dead bodies in front of them, everyone could imagine a terrifying scene in their minds. Just thinking about it was enough to make them feel terrified. There shouldn't be many Night Walkers walking in the endless universe ocean, right? The Lord Nine Dragons asked. Jing Yang said, "There shouldn't be many. After all, the endless universe ocean is too big. Even if there are many, if they are scattered, it will be rare to see them. If there are many, then won't the endless universe ocean become the world of Nightwalkers? The absolute ruling power of the great thousand world must be the 8 sacred realms, and it must be us cultivators. If there are too many Nightwalkers, then the 8 sacred realms will definitely take action and wipe out a large number of Nightwalkers. Because there aren't many of them and it's rare to see them, the 8 sacred realms don't care too much about it. Walking in the endless universe ocean, you can only rely on your luck. If you are lucky, you might walk for hundreds of universe eras without meeting a single Nightwalker. If you are unlucky, you might be targeted by a Nightwalker as soon as you enter the endless universe ocean. In such a situation, it's hard to say. Everything depends on luck. Therefore, we should actually have an exciting fight. Previously, I didn't tell you about the thread in this regard. Except for the Nightwalkers, the others are actually fine. Although the universe storms can be very scary sometimes, we have Mount Sorengod after all. Most of the universe storms can be blocked and won't pose any threat to us. As for the other cultivators, even if we meet them, under normal circumstances, they won't try to kill us as soon as they come. Although there are some evil forces, most of them are still good. But the Nightwalkers are different. Once they target us, they will definitely not stop until we are dead. They will definitely spare no effort to kill us before they are willing to stop. This is the belief of the Nightwalkers. Once they target a cultivator, they will not stop until they are dead. And the Nightwalkers are very patient. They can hibernate for countless years just to kill cultivators. The Lord of Nine Dragons secretly heaved a sigh of relief and said, "That's good. That's good. I don't think we will be so unlucky. After all, the luck of the mountains and rivers has always been very heaven-defying. Besides, we had just entered the endless universe ocean. If the situation is good, it will only take us 5 million years to reach the immortal region." Jing Yang said seriously, "We can't be so relaxed. We must be vigilant. Not to mention 5 million years, even 50,000 years can decide our life and death. After all, the journey to the immortal region is quite long, and we still have to enter the vast thousand secret realms. The probability of encountering Nightwalker is still there. No matter how low the probability is, we can't be careless." Cough. The Lord of Nine Dragons, who had just calmed down, became nervous again. "Senior Jing Yang, don't scare us. There are so many of us. We shouldn't be afraid of 1 or 2 Nightwalkers, right?" Although he said so, the Lord of Nine Dragons was completely unsure. Jing Yang nodded and said, "Well, if it's just 1 or 2 ordinary Nightwalkers, then there's nothing to be afraid of. After all, we have a large number of people, and our strength is not weak. But the Nightwalkers come and go like ghosts. They may appear among us quietly and launch a sudden attack. This is the most difficult thing to guard against. So, even if our strength is not weak, we can't be careless. The Nightwalkers are very crazy. Even if it's just an ordinary Nightwalker, as long as they have their eyes on us, they will definitely not retreat. They will definitely wait for the right time to attack. As long as they can kill 1 person, even if they have to risk their lives, they will not hesitate." Cough. The Nightwalkers are so crazy. It's so scary. Everyone also became serious. If that was the case, then they should be on high alert. Seeing that everyone was more nervous, Jing Yang comforted them again. "I'm just saying, but you don't have to be too nervous. After all, the Nightwalkers are a rare creature in the great wide world. It's not easy to encounter them. Jing Yang and the others have been drifting in the endless universe ocean for many universe eras, but they haven't encountered any Nightwalkers. If you want to encounter a Nightwalker, then you have to have heaven-defying luck." Hearing Jing Yang's words, the Lord of Nine Dragons and the others felt a little relieved. Thinking about it, it was not easy to encounter a Nightwalker in the vast and boundless universe ocean. Moreover, even if they really encounter a Nightwalker, they might not necessarily be defeated, right? After all, there were 2 celestial masters, Qin Shao and Jing Yang, so it was not to the extent that they were invincible. It was just that Jing Yang had described the Nightwalkers as too scary, which indeed made everyone feel a little apprehensive in their hearts. After calming down, they felt relieved. It was nothing. After all, everyone had long known that the endless universe ocean was full of endless unknowns and endless dangers, and they had long been mentally prepared for this. The road ahead was difficult. Perhaps they could die at any time on the road ahead, but they had no hesitation and bravely moved forward to pursue their dreams and make themselves stronger. If they wanted to enter the sacred realm, to stand on a bigger stage, and to cultivate in a wider world, then naturally they had to bear more dangers. Only by experiencing wind and rain could they see a more beautiful rainbow. "Let's go inside and have a look," Qin Shao said. Everyone nodded and continued to move forward. Jingyang laughed and said, "9 dragons, there may still be good news. If these people all died at the hand of the Nightwalkers, then it's very likely that a lot of things were left behind. The Nightwalkers only kill cultivators, but they won't take away the treasures and the like from cultivators. These things are useless to the Nightwalkers, and the Nightwalkers won't use weapons or the like at all. So, maybe we've dug up a big treasure." Hearing Jing Yang's words, the Lord of 9 Dragons' eyes suddenly brightened, and his face surged with excitement. "Senior Jingyang, if there's such a good thing, you should have said so earlier. Why did you keep scaring us?" "Ha ha ha, I'll lead the way." The Lord of 9 Dragons wanted to rush to the front, but he was stopped by Qin Shao. "9 dragons, don't be impulsive. It's better to be careful. If there really is a treasure, it won't run away. Don't worry, I'll lead the way. Jingyang, you follow behind. Everyone still has to be vigilant and careful. No matter what, we shouldn't be careless." Chapter 15:14. Adventure Team. The group carefully entered the cabin of the ferry boat and went down the ancient stairs. An extremely gloomy aura hit them in the face, making them shudder involuntarily. After entering the cabin, they found withered corpses one after another. It was also a mess inside. The damage was very serious, and there were many traces of battle. Obviously, there had been a very fierce battle inside. Along the way, withered corpses could be seen everywhere, but there was not a single treasure to be seen. Obviously, the battlefield had been looted, which disappointed the Lord of 9 Dragons. After looking around the entire cabin, they did not find anything. Not to mention treasures, they did not even see a piece of scrap iron. The scene in the cabin of the boat was rather shocking. There are more than 1,000 corpses here, right? So many people have died here. What kind of team is this? The Lord of 9 Dragons felt that his scalp was about to explode. More than 1,000 corpses represented more than 1,000 powers at the level of Universe Masters, and there should not be only Universe Masters among these corpses. A Universe Master was incomparably precious in a universe. It was only after arriving here that he deeply felt how worthless Universe Masters were. In the Great Thousand World, Universe Masters were nothing at all. They were not even ants. At this moment, the Lord of 9 Dragons and the others deeply understood a sentence. Those who did not become Celestial Masters were ants. They had heard this sentence from Jing Yang and Qin Shao before, but their understanding was not so deep, and they had not personally experienced it. Naturally, they just laughed it off. They were all existences standing at the pinnacle of the Hongmeng universe, but in the Great Thousand World, they were not even ants? That was too much of a blow, wasn't it? But now, they clearly understood this point. In the Great Thousand World, they were really not even ants. So what if they were Universe Masters? The probability of survival in the Great Thousand World was extremely small. Thousands of Universe Masters died just like that. The deeper they felt it, the greater the stimulation it gave them. It also made them want to become stronger faster. The sense of urgency in their hearts grew stronger. Qin Shao checked carefully and said, "There are a total of 1,107 corpses in this immortal boat, and they are dressed in 2 different styles. One type consists of 1,087 people, and the other type consists of 20 people. Based on my guess, those 1,087 people should be Universe Masters or half-step Celestial Masters," said Luo Feng. "Those 20 people should be Empyrean level. So the power of this team should be at least 20 Celestial Masters and 1,087 Universe Masters," said Luo Feng. "It's a formidable force. However, all of them died here. Could it be that some of them had escaped? But I don't think the possibility is high. If someone really did escape, they wouldn't have left so many corpses lying here for so many years. Therefore, the biggest possibility was that all of them had died here. That's the only way to create what we're seeing now. However, according to the situation at the scene, these people shouldn't have died at the hands of Nightwalker. Lord Nine Dragons looked confused and asked, "Why do you think so? Is it because the battlefield here is very clean?" Not necessarily. After all, this immortal boat has been drifting in the endless universe ocean for so many years. It's also possible that some other cultivators came across it and dug up a huge treasure and took everything away. If it wasn't for the elusive Nightwalker, how could such a powerful force be annihilated here? And not even one of them managed to escape. Maybe some escaped from the immortal boat, but they must have been killed in universe ocean very quickly. It's hard to imagine what kind of power could have easily annihilated such a powerful force. Qin Shao shook his head and said, "Nine Dragons, didn't you notice that they were killing each other?" They were killing each other? Nine Dragons was slightly taken aback. He looked carefully, and under Qin Zhao's guidance, he finally discovered the situation. It's true. Some of them were killing each other. What's going on? Have all these people gone crazy? And they're killing each other? Does Nightwalker have the ability to control other people's minds? Jing Yang shook his head and said, "Nightwalker doesn't have that ability. Unless it's a very powerful Nightwalker, but that's not very likely. If it's really a very powerful Nightwalker, then there wouldn't be so many traces of fighting, and the situation wouldn't be so intense. Come here and take a look. Maybe you'll know the reason." Following Jing Yang's guidance, they soon came to a heavenly venerable level corpse. Under the corpse, there were a few ancient words. Qin Shao and the others couldn't understand the meaning of these ancient words, which were different from the universal language of the universe. "Senior Jing Yang, what do these words mean?" "I don't understand," the Lord Nine Dragons asked. Jing Yang said, "This is the exclusive language of the ancient sky-reaching church. It means beware of ghosts. The sky-reaching church was destroyed tens of millions of universe epochs ago. It said that the sky-reaching church has been passed down for several chaos epochs. It can be considered very ancient and powerful. In its heyday, it was ranked among the top 10 powers of the immortal realm. But it gradually declined, and in the end, it was destroyed. Every ancient force has its own language and writing system that is exclusive to them. These are all secrets, and outsiders can't understand them under normal circumstances. After the sky-reaching church was destroyed, their exclusive language was no longer a secret, and it spread. That's why I can recognize it. Based on this situation, I guess this immortal boat was at least tens of millions of universe epochs ago. These people died more than tens of millions of universe epochs ago. It's a terrifying time. It's estimated that the sky-reaching church was in decline. According to the literal meaning, there was a mole in this team. That's why they were completely wiped out and ended up in such a miserable state. Although no one knows the specific situation, I guess that's the general idea. This statement was indeed reasonable, and everything could be explained. Everyone nodded, thinking that this should be the case. Jing Yang said again, "Judging from their clothes, they should be an adventurer team traveling in the endless universe ocean. According to the configuration of their forces, they should be preparing to travel a long distance in the endless universe ocean. To be able to make a traitor kill them all while traveling, it's either a disaster of the sky-reaching church broke out and a secret force took action. Either that, or this adventure team obtained some important treasure while adventuring in the endless universe ocean. That's why they were attacked by a group of people in secret. People die for wealth, and birds die for food. It's a very cruel portrayal. There are many examples like this in the vast thousand domains. Therefore, it's very important to choose who to team up with, and we have to be very careful. Otherwise, we won't know when we'll be betrayed. This is also a warning to us that we have to be very careful when traveling in the vast thousand domains in the future. We should be vigilant of everyone around us. Even if you think they're trustworthy, they might stab you in the back. Only you, who came from the same universe, who went through life and death together, who are as close as brothers, could trust them more. Everyone nodded again. This was indeed a matter. The cruelty of the world was the same everywhere. The vast 1,000 domains should be more prosperous. There was no need for Jing Yang to remind them of this. Everyone knew this. In that case, these corpses should have been discovered by the Nightwalkers, and then all of them were sucked dry. Thinking about it, according to this calculation, this immortal boat has been drifting in the endless universe ocean for more than 10 million universe years. It's scary to think about it. It's too long. It's normal for the Nightwalkers to encounter it after such a long time. It's abnormal if they don't encounter it. The Lord of Nine Dragons said thoughtfully. Jing Yang nodded. Yes, more than 10 million universe eras is too long. It's normal for the Nightwalkers to encounter it after endless time. If we keep drifting in the endless universe ocean like this, we'll encounter the Nightwalkers one day. Although there aren't many Nightwalkers, they've been wandering in the endless universe ocean. After a long time, we'll encounter them. So, this is a test of one's luck. If one's luck isn't good, they might encounter them as soon as they enter the universe ocean. If one's luck is good, they might not encounter them for 10,000 universe years. But no matter how good one's luck is, they'll still encounter them after a long time. Forget it. Let's not talk about this. No one can be sure about luck. I don't think there's anything in here. Do you still need to look around? If you don't want to, we can leave. There's nothing valuable in here that can be taken away. As for these dried corpses, let them continue drifting in the endless universe ocean with the immortal boat. You can say that they're buried in the endless universe ocean. This kind of thing is very common in the endless universe ocean. Maybe we'll continue to encounter them later. Speaking of this, Bai Chuan Fu Su and Prince, you were very experienced. They had drifted in the endless universe ocean for dozens of universe eras, so they had encountered many such situations. Fortunately, they hadn't encountered the Nightwalkers. Otherwise, they wouldn't have survived until now. Qin Shao didn't think there was anything to see, but since everyone was interested, if they were willing to take a look around the immortal boat, they wouldn't be short of time. A few days or years were meaningless to them, so it wouldn't take much to delay. This immortal boat was very big, so there might be some small places that they hadn't seen before. It might not be impossible for them to take a closer look. The Lord of Nine Dragons said, Haha, since we're already here, we can't just take a quick look and leave, right? There are still many corners that we haven't checked yet. Anyway, it won't take much time. Let's take a look around. It won't be too late to leave later. Qin Shao nodded. Okay, go ahead if you want to take a look. We'll meet here later. Qin Shao and Jing Yang weren't interested, so they stayed where they were. Bai Chuan Fu Su wasn't interested either, so he stayed where he was. The others were a little interested, so they all went to take a look. Out of boredom, Qin Shao looked at the corpses again. For some reason, Qin Shao had a bad feeling about this. Chapter 15:15. Death approaches. Jing Yang, don't you think something's wrong? Qin Shao asked, raising an eyebrow. Jing Yang looked around and said, I don't think anything is wrong. Young master, do you sense anything? Qin Shao shook his head. I can't put my finger on it. I just feel like something is lurking in the dark. What is it? Jing Yang frowned. Young master, do you think there's a Nightwalker hiding in the dark? That's highly unlikely, isn't it? I've never seen a Nightwalker before, but if there really is one hiding in the dark, we should be able to sense it. There's only so much space in this boat. We've already checked it thoroughly, so we shouldn't have missed anything. Plus, this boat has been drifting in the endless universe ocean for who knows how long. Judging from the shriveled state of the corpse, the Nightwalker must have been feeding on it for a long time. After feeding on it, the Nightwalker should have left. He wouldn't have stayed in this boat all this time. Jing Yang's words made sense, but Qin Shao couldn't quite put his finger on it. He just had a bad feeling about it. Suddenly, a cry of pain was heard. It wasn't loud, but it was like a sudden clap of thunder. Qin Shao and Jing Yang's expressions changed. They quickly rushed in the direction of sound. The others also heard the news and came over, but they didn't know what was going on. By the time Qin Shao arrived, a black shadow had quickly left. Another figure had fallen to the ground, having lost all signs of life. Dead. The Kunpeng ruler was dead. It had only been a short moment, but he was dead, Seeing the dead Kunpeng ruler on the ground, everyone's mood took a heavy blow. Endless anger burned within them. Anger, hatred, and murderous intent were all directed at the Black Shadow. It's the Night Walker, a celestial venerate Night Walker. He really hid himself well. He actually managed to escape our detection, Jing Yang said coldly. Only then did everyone come back to their senses. This was a Night Walker? Sure enough, it was as mysterious and unfathomable as it was described. Walking in the darkness was also darkness itself. Without the aura of life, it was very difficult to use divine sense to detect Night Walkers. They had been in the immortal boat for so long, and there were so many of them, but none of them had discovered the Night Walker hiding in the dark. This Night Walker was also quite insidious. He had been hiding in the dark, waiting for an opportunity to strike. Once he found the opportunity, he gave everyone a fatal blow. To claim the life of the Kunpeng sovereign with a single strike was truly ruthless. Don't run. Qin Zhao's voice was extremely cold as she chased after them. Jing Yang didn't hesitate and said to everyone, "All of you stay here and be careful." With that, Jing Yang chased after him. As the two chased, the Night Walker fled. He had no intention of fighting Qin Zhao and Jing Yang. Instead, he was focused on escaping. "Kakik, humans, you can't catch me. You can't catch me. He he he." The Night Walker turned back and taunted Qin Zhao and Jing Yang. The Night Walker didn't have a fixed form. He didn't have a divine body, only an illusory body formed by a mass of dark energy. His pitch-black eyes were especially eerie. They exuded an extremely cold aura that was enough to make anyone shudder. The Night Walker was indeed fast, and he was also a celestial venerate Night Walker. He wasn't weak either. In a direct confrontation, he might not be able to defeat Qin Zhao and Jing Yang. However, he was smart enough not to fight Qin Zhao and Jing Yang. Instead, he focused on escaping. He had been prepared to flee from the start. He hadn't hesitated at all and had taken the initiative. Night Walker, it's too early for you to be so arrogant. I'll take your life as a sacrifice to the Kunpeng." Qin Zhao snorted angrily. However, the Night Walker's smile became even more eerie. "You want to kill me? You have to be able to catch up with me first. I'm more familiar with this immortal boat than you are. You can't stop me. When we enter the endless universe ocean, it'll be even more impossible for you to catch me. I'm much faster than you in the endless universe ocean. I've been sleeping in the immortal boat for so long. I didn't expect a feast to come to me as soon as I woke up. Fortunately, you two celestial venerates are here. Otherwise, you would all become my delicacies and I could slowly enjoy them. What a pity. It's really a pity. Delicacies? They were just delicacies in the eyes of the Night Walker. These words made Qin Zhao feel deeply humiliated. The Night Walker's provocation also made Qin Zhao very angry. Qin Zhao and Jing Yang tried their best to catch up with the Night Walker, but the situation was just as the Night Walker had said. They tried their best to catch up, but the distance between them was getting bigger and bigger. Soon, the Night Walker left the immortal boat and entered the endless universe ocean. The Night Walker originally lived in the endless universe ocean, so he had already adapted to the living environment of the endless universe ocean. To the Night Walker, the endless universe ocean was like Qin Zhao and the others in the primordial universe. There was no binding force, so they could do whatever they wanted. Therefore, once the Night Walker entered the endless universe ocean, it was impossible to catch him unless they were much stronger or had more people. Once Qin Zhao and Jing Yang entered the endless universe ocean, the binding force would be very strong. Not only would their strength be greatly reduced, but their speed would also be greatly limited. When they reached the edge, Qin Zhao and Jing Yang had to stop. It was meaningless to continue chasing. Besides, if they continued to chase, it was very likely that they would fall into the Night Walker's trap and be attacked by him. Once they entered the endless universe ocean, the situation would be very difficult to control. Therefore, Qin Zhao naturally wouldn't enter the endless universe ocean so easily. Besides, Jing Yang reminded Qin Zhao to stay calm and not be impulsive. Seeing that Qin Zhao and Jing Yang had stopped chasing, the Night Walker, who had fled far away, stopped and looked at Qin Shao and Jing Yang with a sinister smile. Ha ha ha. Humans, you're not chasing anymore? The Nightwalker's voice was full of provocation and playfulness. Are you afraid? How cowardly. You don't dare to chase anymore? You're not going to avenge your partner? It's been a long time since I met a human. I wanted to have some fun with you, but I didn't expect you to be so cowardly. How boring. Haha. Speaking of which, your partner's vital essence godly body is really good. It's so delicious. It's a pity that we didn't have enough time to finish it. Fresh godly bodies are still the best. Those that have been dead for a long time are too hard to swallow. Qin Zhao's face was cold, and his brows were deeply furrowed. Qin Shao had also understood the meaning of the Nightwalker's words. It seemed that the corpses on the ferry boat had really been devoured by the Nightwalker. After devouring them, the Nightwalker had stayed in the ferry boat to digest and sleep. He had broken through to the Celestial Master level in one fell swoop. He had actually stayed in the ferry boat for an endless period of time. In order to wait for others to come in, the Nightwalker had really gone all out. The endless anger in his chest could only be forcibly suppressed at this time. Qin Shao also knew that the Nightwalker's actions were nothing more than a provocation to lure him and Jing Yang out. It seemed that the Nightwalker had made some preparations. Once he and Jing Yang really entered the Endless Universe Ocean, they would probably be in danger. In the Endless Universe Ocean, Qin Shao couldn't see any advantage at all. Besides, he didn't know the Nightwalker's strength at all. If he acted too blindly and impulsively, it might lead to worse consequences. Jing Yang also told Qin Shao not to enter the Endless Universe Ocean. This was definitely the Nightwalker's plot, and he couldn't be fooled easily. Therefore, after thinking about it for a while, Qin Shao could only give up in the end. He didn't act impulsively. He just stared at the Nightwalker and said coldly, "Don't use such a cheap trick. If you dare to fight, come to the deck. Let's have a good fight." When we came out to walk the Endless Universe Ocean, we thought of all the dangers and were already prepared to die. If we die, we can only blame ourselves for not being strong enough. We can't blame others. But one day, I will make you pay with your blood. Arrogant and ignorant human, I won't play with you anymore. The Nightwalker sneered and entered the Endless Universe Ocean. He quickly left and disappeared from Qin Shao and Jing Yang's sight. Crack! After sending the Nightwalker away, Qin Shao clenched his fists so tightly that they made cracking sounds. He hated it. Qin Zhao's heart was indeed full of hatred, extreme hatred. But no matter how much he hated it, what could he do? This was a sense of powerlessness, a sense of helplessness when one's strength was inferior. Along the way, Qin Shao had experienced this feeling. This truth had always been deeply engraved in his heart. Jing Yang sighed helplessly, shook his head, and comforted him. "Young master, you don't have to be too sad and blame yourself. We didn't want this to happen, and we didn't expect it at all. Speaking of which, we are still too weak and have too little experience." Yes, they were too weak. Their lack of experience was also one of the reasons, but it was only a secondary reason. The real reason was that they were too weak. This was a hard injury that couldn't be helped. The reason for everything was strength. In the Great Thousand World, the most important thing was strength. When such a thing happened, it was indeed something that couldn't be helped. Qin Shao also couldn't do anything about it. He could only feel helpless. He had seen many life and death separations, but it was still so painful every time. Qin Shao and Jing Yang returned to the corpse of the Kuan Peng ruler. Everyone was a little disappointed and pained. "Sigh, I really didn't expect that the Kuan Peng would die in less than 10,000 years after we left the Hongmeng universe." The Lord of Nine Dragons shook his head and sighed sadly. Everyone had been in high spirits, and their fighting spirit had been high. However, the death of the Kuan Peng had really dampened everyone's spirits and made them truly see the cruelty of the Great Thousand World. Yes, we really didn't expect this. We all know that the Great Thousand World is very dangerous. Walking in the Endless Universe Ocean, there are dangers everywhere. However, we didn't expect that the danger would come so quickly and reach us so quickly. We are too weak in front of such a powerful and dangerous force. We can't even withstand a single blow. If we're not careful, we'll die here. The road behind us is filled with endless danger. The death of the Kuan Pong reminded us once again that we must be very, very careful. Otherwise, we won't even know when we'll die. The Lord of the Desolate Land shook his head with a grave expression. The Lord of the Heavenly Court looked sad. Needless to say, he had a close relationship with the Kuan Pong. Naturally, he was very sad about the Kuan Peng's death. Kuan Pong, we agreed to go to the sacred region together. Why did you leave so soon? The Lord of the Heavenly Court shook his head. Chapter 15:16. Heavenly Fire's secret realm Kuan Peng's clone had died, and he had left the primordial universe for almost 10,000 years. Naturally, it was impossible for him to go back and pick up Kuan Peng's original body. Moreover, even if he could go back, there was a huge risk in picking up the original body. Once the original body died, he would be completely dead. As long as the original body was still in the primordial universe, he could slowly refine a clone and enter the sacred region in the future. This way, at least it would be safer and more secure. It was relatively safer to stay in the primordial universe. Life and death are predestined. There are many things that we can't control. I can only say that Kuan Pong is unlucky to not be able to continue searching for the sacred region with us. But it's okay. He just lost a clone. Although the price is great, it's not fatal. Let's explore the path first. There will still be a chance to go to the sacred region later. Perhaps it will be more convenient to go to the sacred region in the future. It's not certain whether it's a blessing or a curse now. Qin Xiao said to everyone. Yes, there was no other way now that things had come to this. It was better to be open-minded. The Heavenly Court Master kept Kuan Peng's corpse and sighed. He said with a sad expression, Kuan Peng and I have known each other since we were young. He followed me for a period of time. We have always been as close as brothers. Just now, when I saw him die in front of me, my heart really felt very painful. I'll keep his corpse first. I'll return it to him when he returns to the primordial universe. Yes, at the end of the day, we are still too weak. The cruelty of the Great Thousand World also made us more aware of the rules of survival in this world. It's also a warning to us. We must remember clearly that in the great wide world, we're just as weak as ants. If we don't even have this basic understanding, perhaps we won't be able to go far. The road to the sacred region is just the beginning for us. The road in the future will only be more difficult and dangerous. There are dangers everywhere. Therefore, we must be more vigilant. The Heavenly Court Master of the Desolate Land nodded solemnly. Yes, that was indeed the case. They were also touched by the same thing. Only with experience would one have a deeper impression and grow. This was a principle that would never change. Otherwise, just by relying on words alone, no matter how thorough one's understanding was, it would be very difficult to truly understand it. Experiencing this was a blow to everyone, but it was also a kind of growth. Kuan Peng's sacrifice allowed everyone to grow up a lot in pain. Let's go. After everyone calmed down, they left the immortal boat and continued their journey. The rest of the journey was relatively peaceful. They didn't encounter anything. Not to mention the ferocious beasts. Even the most common hurricanes and corpses in the endless universe ocean were nowhere to be seen. It could be said that their journey was smooth and unhindered. Senior Jingyang, is the giant celestial body in front of us the first mystery land we're going to reach, the Sky Fire Mystery Land? The Lord of Nine Dragons suddenly became excited and pointed at the huge celestial body in the distance. They could see it from afar, and they could feel the vastness of the celestial body as it was enveloped by the light. Along the way, everyone in the universe had seen countless celestial bodies. Compared to the giant celestial body in front of them, the universe was like a drop of water compared to the vast ocean. The difference was so great that it was difficult to measure it with numbers. Now, they finally saw a giant celestial body. According to the map, the giant celestial body in front of them should be the first mystery land they were going to reach, the Sky Fire Mystery Land. Jingyang nodded and said, Yes, the Sky Fire Mystery Land is in front of us. Everyone, don't be too excited. We still have to be careful. With the previous lesson and Jing Yang's reminder, everyone suppressed their excitement and became serious and careful. Yes, they really had to be careful. After all, This was the Sky Fire Mystery Land, a place full of peerless dangers. In the vast thousand secret realms, every place was extremely terrifying and filled with danger. Not to mention universe masters. Even celestial masters would have a slim chance of survival. Qin Shao looked at the Sky Fire Mystery Land in the distance and squinted slightly. After flying in the endless universe ocean for more than 200,000 years, they were finally about to arrive at the Sky Fire Mystery Land. The Sky Fire Mystery Land was the starting point and the first test to walk out of the Hongmeng universe. Therefore, Qin Shao attached great importance to it. It was a matter of great importance. What a powerful aura! What a terrifying aura! It feels like an extremely terrifying ancient giant crocodile is hibernating there. Anyone who dares to go near it will be in danger of death. The closer they got, the more the Lord Nine Dragons and the others could not help but tremble slightly. From afar, they could feel an extremely powerful and terrifying aura surging toward them. This kind of terror made them involuntarily feel a sense of fear. They could smell an extremely dangerous and terrifying aura. The sense of danger also surged in their hearts, forcing them to retreat. Just this aura alone was enough to destroy their morale. If it were a universe master, he would probably retreat directly. With so many people around, you would be much more confident. Yes, it's really terrifying. I have never felt such a terrifying aura. If I were alone, I would be so scared that I would run far away. Starry Master also nodded. This was the vast thousand secret land, and it was as terrifying as they had imagined. Jing Yang said with a straight face, "Of course it's terrifying. The power of any vast thousand secret land far surpasses that of the most powerful forces in the universe. The vast thousand secret land is just below the 8 holy lands. In terms of strength, the 8 holy lands are naturally unshakable. But in terms of terror, many vast thousand secret land are even more terrifying. The holy lands are powerful, but there is not much danger. The vast thousand secret land is different. It is full of danger everywhere. If a universe master enters the vast thousand secret land, there is basically no chance of survival. If a celestial master enters, there is only a slim chance of survival." Lord Nine Dragons asked, "Elder Jingyang, what exactly is so terrifying about the vast thousand secret land?" Jingyang shook his head and said, "In fact, I have never been to the vast thousand secret land. I have only heard some things about it. I don't know the real situation, but as far as I know, there are all kinds of terrifying dangers in the vast thousand secret land. There is nothing that you can't imagine that doesn't exist in the vast thousand secret land. There are many creatures living in the vast thousand secret land. Some of them are unique to the vast thousand secret land, and some of them are outsiders who have been living in the vast thousand secret land. There are also night walkers, and some of them hide in the vast thousand secret land. Also, there are some extremely evil and sinful people who are not tolerated by the 8 holy lands and the righteous path, so they hide in the vast thousand secret land and don't dare to come out. These people are the most terrifying force in the vast thousand secret land. They are extremely vicious and have accumulated endless resentment in their hearts. So, once someone enters the vast thousand secret land and is discovered by them, they will go crazy and kill him. In addition to these dangers, there are many more. Many of them are unknown, and I can't tell you. In short, there must be danger everywhere. In fact, some of the vast thousand secret land have formed powerful and terrifying forces that can almost compete with the Holy Lands." "What? Forces that can almost compete with the Holy Lands?" Everyone was shocked when they heard the last sentence. The Holy Region, the 8 great holy regions, were supreme existences in the Great Thousand World. Since ancient times, no power had been able to shake them. However, they didn't expect that in the vast thousand secret land, there were forces that could almost compete with the Holy Lands. How powerful were they? Thinking about it, they felt that it was too incredible. The Holy Lands should be more powerful than everything. Just like in the divine world, the 5 holy lands were more powerful than everything. No matter how powerful a force was, it was just an ant in front of the 5 holy lands. If there were forces that could almost compete with the Holy Lands, the situation would not be like that. Therefore, Jing Yang's words really shocked everyone. Jing Yang shook his head and said, I only heard about it. I don't know what the real situation is like. After all, I'm weak and my level is relatively low. I only know more because I followed the old master. However, I didn't follow the old master for long, and I didn't have many opportunities to travel outside. That's why I've only heard some rumors. Actually, I also think that such a situation shouldn't happen. Maybe it's exaggerated. Qin Shao nodded and said, It's very likely that it's exaggerated. However, no matter how exaggerated it is, it must be a very powerful force. However, it's none of our business. It's too far away, so we don't have to think too much about it. The Heavenly Fire's secret land definitely doesn't have such a powerful force. Let's think about the present. Now, we have no choice but to enter the Heavenly Fire secret land and explore it. If we can't get the Chaos Source Rock, it's very likely that we'll be drifting in the endless universe ocean for a long time. This is a very serious problem. Yes, it was indeed a very serious problem, and they had to deal with it seriously. No one dared to be careless about this matter. If they were careless, they might be consigned to eternal damnation. Big Brother Heavenly Court, this trip must be extremely dangerous. There are countless variables in the secret land. Why don't you all stay in Sacred Mountain first? Jing Yang and I will go and explore. It's more convenient for the two of us to act together. Our goal this time isn't to explore and train, but to find the Chaos Source Rock. Therefore, there's no need for all of you to come together. Qin Shao looked at everyone with a serious face and said, The Master of Heavenly Court was indeed a little weak compared to them. It was too dangerous to enter the Heavenly Fire's secret land. Any mishap could lead to death. Moreover, they couldn't act separately. That would only be more dangerous. If they acted together, the Master of Heavenly Court and the others wouldn't be of much help. They might even drag down Qin Shao and Jing Yang. It was precisely because of this that Qin Shao made such a suggestion. The Master of Heavenly Court nodded. He didn't have any objections. No one had any objections. Although Baichuan Fusu was a half-step heavenly venerate and was quite strong, he naturally didn't dare to be careless in the face of the Heavenly Fire secret land. Seeing that everyone agreed with Qin Zhao's suggestion, the Lord of Nine Dragons said, Shanhe, since we're already here, shouldn't we broaden our horizons? Chapter 15-17. Entering the Heavenly Fire's secret realm, the Lord of Nine Dragons' suggestion moved the Master of Heavenly Court and the rest. Yes, this was the vast thousand secret realm after all. Since they were here, they should at least take a look. No matter how dangerous it was, they should be fine if they just stayed for a short while, right? If they just wanted to take a look, it would be fine. They should at least have a taste of what the Heavenly Fire's secret realm was like. Otherwise, it would be a wasted trip. Now that they had entered the vast thousand world, they naturally wanted to broaden their horizons. Knowledge and experience needed to be accumulated through experience bit by bit. After some discussion, everyone agreed with the Lord of Nine Dragons' suggestion to go in and take a look. Soon, after passing through a thick circle of light, everyone's vision suddenly became clear. They could see that many places in the Heavenly Fire's secret realm were illuminated by the light. He saw land, mountains, rivers, flowers, and trees. He saw many familiar scenes. After drifting in the endless universe, for a long time, seeing such a scene would make one feel more familiar. After all, everyone was used to living in the land and being accompanied by these materials. Only celestial bodies with these materials were like a habitable world. A vast thousand secret realm could also be said to be a world. The Skyfire secret land was too big. It took 100 years for them to land in the Skyfire secret land from the moment they saw it. Everyone landed in an open space in the forest. The ground was covered with dark brown rocks, and there were some strange plants growing around. The flowers did not look like flowers, and the grass did not look like grass. The trees were also very strange. They were huge and tall. The colors were not like the colorful ones in the divine world. They were very gentle and beautiful. The colors here were mostly black, brown, purple, and bright red. The black was eerie, The brown was deep, the purple was cold, and the red was mournful. No matter what it gave off a terrifying and eerie feeling. They were clearly inanimate objects, but they still gave people a very dangerous feeling. There was a terrifying aura being emitted from their bodies. Standing on top of the boulder, looking at the ghastly scenery and feeling the gloomy aura of the Heavenly Fire's secret realm was enough to make one's nerves tense up. What a powerful gravitational force. It's more than 10,000 times stronger than our deity world. Moreover, the space here is very stable. Even if we attack with all our strength, we won't be able to tear it apart. If I can't tear open the void, then I won't be able to perform a void jump. And with this terrifying gravitational force, our flying speed will become very slow. Here, I'm afraid we're similar to ordinary gods in the divine realm, right? The Lord of Nine Dragons said. The Lord of the Desolate Land nodded and said, "That's right. The binding force of gravity is indeed terrifyingly strong. It's very uncomfortable. Every aspect of power has been greatly suppressed and restricted. Here, I really feel like I can't move an inch. This is just an ordinary greater thousand secret realm. What would it be like in the holy region? That's right. What will happen if we go to the saint level? It's already difficult to fly here. I don't know how long it's been since I felt like this. Senior Jingyang, what will the saint level be like?" The Lord of Nine Dragons asked curiously. He was the most talkative throughout the journey. Jingyang glanced at the Lord of Nine Dragons, shook his head, and laughed. He said, "Do you really want to know? Aren't you afraid of being discouraged?" Ahem. Even if I'm afraid of being discouraged, I still want to know, right? The Lord of Nine Dragons said. Jingyang laughed and said, "Since you'll go to the saint level sooner or later, I'll tell you in advance. In the saint level, basically, those below the heavenly venerable level can't fly. Of course, there are a few powerful half-step heavenly venerables who can still fly. Of course, when I say fly, I'm talking about flying in the air. Short-distance flight can also be achieved by brute force. That doesn't count. True flight should be the ability to fly freely in the air. Generally speaking, only heavenly venerables can do that. That's why it's said that once you enter the saint level, you're an ant unless you become a heavenly venerable. If universe masters can't even fly, then what are they if not ants? Even weaker universe masters can't even fly for a short period of time." Jingyang's words were indeed a heavy blow to everyone's morale. Universe masters couldn't even fly? Wasn't that too scary? If they couldn't fly, wouldn't they feel the same as ordinary people? Jingyang continued. That's why it's actually more dangerous for you to go to the saint level. Once you're there, you'll still be living at the bottom. You'll be an ordinary person who can't be any more ordinary. If you're unlucky, many universe masters will end up as servants or even slaves. In the saint level, the life of a universe master is indeed more difficult. What he said was really frightening. The Lord of Nine Dragons grinned. Ahem, Senior Jingyang. What you said makes me feel like we've chosen the wrong path. We shouldn't have thought of going to the saint level. What you're saying makes me feel like we'll be sending ourselves to our deaths if we go to the saint level. Ahem, we won't be so miserable, right? I feel like the difference will be very, very huge. If you regret it, do you want to send you back? Jingyang said. The Lord of Nine Dragons immediately shook his head and waved his hands. No, Senior Jingyang, I'm just saying. No matter how dangerous it is, even if it's a dragon's pool or a tiger's den, we still have to go. Since we've already come out, there's no reason for us to go back. At most, we'll just have to sacrifice this body. If I go back now, not only will you guys laugh at me, but even my disciples and grand-disciples will laugh at me. Sigh, if I'm an ant, then I'll be an ant. Maybe my luck won't be so bad. Jingyang laughed mockingly. He was just joking with the Lord of Nine Dragons. It was naturally impossible for him to send him back. In the presence of the Lord of Nine Dragons, the atmosphere was rather relaxed. Although he was joking, Jingyang immediately said seriously, Nine Dragons, you don't have to worry too much. Actually, if you go to the saint level, you'll still have an advantage among the universe masters. Advantage? Nine Dragons looked at Jingyang with a puzzled expression and said, if we're talking about advantages, it should be Senior 100 Rivers and the Sky Court, right? We're very ordinary in all aspects, so we shouldn't have much of an advantage, right? In the saint level, there are countless universe masters, just like the ordinary godly spirits in our Hongmeng universe. They're endless. It's not that easy to stand out among the endless universe masters, is it? I feel like my path is too long. Jingyang laughed and said, "Why? Aren't you always so arrogant? Lord of Nine Dragons, have you become so unconfident? Do you think you're the ordinary kind among the endless universe masters?" Cough. I used to be a frog at the bottom of a well, with no knowledge at all. Now it's different. I've seen a wider world. How would I dare? If you put me into saint level, I'll definitely be the most ordinary kind, said the Lord of Nine Dragons. Jingyang shook his head and laughed. No. Actually, that's not the case. There are countless universe masters in the saint level, and they're endless. That's true. However, have you ever thought about a question? How many universe masters from the universe can successfully reach the saint level? This question immediately caused everyone to ponder. Yes, it was easier said than done to walk out of the universe. Even if they could walk out of the universe, they'd have to enter the endless universe ocean. How could it be easy to reach the saint level? It was too difficult to walk out of the universe and enter the saint level. Not to mention universe masters, even celestial masters found it too difficult. Unless one was lucky, it was almost impossible to reach the sacred realm. Unless one was lucky enough to reach the sacred realm through countless years of hard work, then one could reach the sacred realm. As for universe masters, they'd have to have heaven-defying luck. Thinking about it this way, it was indeed true. Jing Yang continued. That's why I said that all of you who can walk out of the universe are all outstanding geniuses. Don't compare yourselves with those natives in the saint level. They're born in good conditions. You guys are way ahead of them. In the saint level, you're born as a powerful being. With a little bit of effort, you'll become a ruler. Becoming a universe master is as easy as eating. Almost all life forms can become universe masters. To the life forms in the saint level, universe masters are nothing at all. Many universe masters in the saint level don't have much talent or potential. They're all ordinary. There's no way they can be compared to all of you. No matter what, all of you started out weak and walked step by step to become powerful. Step by step, you became universe masters. Step by step, you walked to where you are today and have the power you have today. You've experienced a lot, grown a lot, and gained a lot. Your foundation is strong, and your talent and potential are not bad. You've torn your way out of endless lives and stood out. So, your talent and potential are not something the universe masters in the saint level can compare to. Of course, I'm not saying that all of you are invincible. When the base number is large, there will naturally be many geniuses born. It's just that compared to the vast majority of universe masters, all of you have a comparative advantage. So, when you enter the saint level, as long as you're not too unlucky, you'll generally be treated well. If you're lucky, you'll be taken in by a group of powers. You'll join a group of powers, receive resources for cultivation, and then slowly grow. This path is also the path that all of you will have to take. Basically, this is the path that all of you will take. After hearing what Jingyang said, everyone felt a lot more relieved. Lord of Nine Dragons patted his chest and said, "That's not bad. You scare me to death just now. That's still okay. I feel that my luck shouldn't be that bad. It's fine to be able to join a group of powers. Even if it's a small group of powers, it's still okay. I can still slowly grow. In the saint level, the most important thing should be resources for cultivation. It seems that our path ahead is still full of hope. Haha, my fighting spirit is all back. I want to fight. Fight." Jing Yang's words indeed gave everyone a reassurance. If that was the case, then there was indeed nothing to worry about. After sweeping away the depressing atmosphere, everyone started to look around. They definitely could not stay in the Sky Fire Secret region for too long. That was a very dangerous thing to do. Although this place is extremely terrifying, I feel that it is also filled with benefits and opportunities. After looking around, Lord of Nine Dragons said this with a serious expression. Chapter 15:18. Chaotic source tree opportunities and dangers often went hand in hand. As the saying goes, wealth comes from danger. This was indeed the case most of the time. The danger of the heavenly fire mystery realm could be felt just by feeling it. Just the terrifying aura alone was enough to make people not dare to stay in there any longer. Every second that passed would mean more danger for him. This tree actually has flowers, but why do these flowers look so strange? The Lord of Nine Dragons looked around and was finally attracted by an extremely strange flower. It looked very strange, but also very special. There was an indescribable beauty to it. In fact, its color was not bright. It was brownish-black, and in terms of shape, it looked a little ferocious, but there was a very special attraction to it. After the Lord of Nine Dragons went forward to take a closer look, he reached out to see what the flower looked like. "Don't touch it, be careful." Just as the Lord of Nine Dragons' hand was about to touch the flower, Jing Yang suddenly shouted. But it was already too late. The Lord of Nine Dragons had already touched the flower. And the moment the Lord of Nine Dragons' hand touched the flower suddenly became like a demon and woke up from its deep sleep. The flower turned into a huge, ferocious mouth and bit down on the Lord of Nine Dragons' hand. When the Lord of Nine Dragons heard Jing Yang shout, he suddenly shuddered and quickly retracted his hand. But no matter how fast he retracted his hand, it was still a little too late. One of his fingers was bitten by the flower. Immediately, a sharp pain came from his finger. The Lord of Nine Dragons was shocked to find that one of his fingers had been bitten off by the flower. The Lord of Nine Dragons kept retreating and distanced himself from the flower and the tree. And at this time, everyone rushed over. The sword in Jing Yang's hand was already flashing with a cold light. With a slash of his sword, the flower was cut down. However, it was too late. One of the Lord of Nine Dragons' fingers had been bitten off, and at the wound of the Lord Nine Dragons' severed finger, there was a dark brown gas lingering there. This gas had a terrifying, devouring power. "Hurry up and use your divine power to expel the gas," Jing Yang shouted again. Only then did the Nine Dragons, whose faces were filled with fear and pain, come back to their senses. Immediately, the God World burst out and got rid of the gas. He condensed his divine power, and the severed finger regrew. However, Jing Yang was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat. "Phew, after being bitten by this flower, I actually lost half of my divine power. How terrifying! If I had been bitten a few more times, my divine body would have been completely devoured, and I would have died right here." Jing Yang was also scared. It was really too scary. Just one bite, and he had lost half of his divine power. How terrifying was that? Fortunately, Jing Yang had reminded him quickly. Otherwise, he would have lost even more. After calming himself down, the Lord of Nine Dragons looked at the strange tree with a cold expression and said, "Senior Jing Yang, what kind of tree is this? Why is it so terrifying? Isn't this supposed to be a normal tree? Although trees are also life forms, there are very few tree species that are very powerful. I feel like I would be courting death if I went up against this tree." Everyone's gaze fell on the tree. It was indeed as the Lord of Nine Dragons had said. This tree didn't look like anything special. It just stood there quietly and didn't look like a powerful life form. For trees, although they were also living beings, there were very few trees that could become powerful living beings. Among all life forms, trees were considered to be the lowest of the low. But this tree in front of them was so powerful that it made people's hearts tremble. The Lord of Nine Dragons was actually not weak, but half of his divine body had been devoured by a flower on this tree. Just thinking about it was terrifying. Jing Yang's expression became serious. He said, "Didn't I say earlier that the secret territory is full of danger? You have to be careful of everything. There are only things that you can't think of, and nothing that the secret territory doesn't have. I don't know how many dangers there are. You just have to be careful with everything. So when you touched that flower just now, my instinct was to tell you not to touch it. I wasn't sure if that flower was dangerous, but I knew that as long as it was something in the secret territory, it could be dangerous. There are too many plants that can kill people like this. Anything that can live in the secret territory must be extraordinary. Not to mention a tree, even a blade of grass or a small insect can be very scary. And this is where the danger in the secret territory lies. Sometimes you won't even realize it, but you'll already be dead. The Lord of Nine Dragons also had a guilty look on his face. Senior Jingyang is right. I was too reckless. I deserved this lesson. The Lord of Nine Dragons incident made everyone understand how dangerous the secret territory was. Indeed, they couldn't be careless. Otherwise, they wouldn't even know how they died. The slightest carelessness could lead to eternal damnation. All right, you've all felt it and seen it. It'll be too dangerous if you continue to walk. You should go to Mount Soaring Mountain first. We're all in the dark now, so we don't know what's going on inside. So, for safety's sake, young master and I will explore first. If we're sure that there's no danger, we'll let you out to feel the heavenly fire secret territory, Jingyang said. Everyone nodded and didn't object. Jingyang took everyone in a Mount Soaring Mountain, leaving only him and Qin Shao. Qin Shao said with a serious face, Jingyang, this place is too big. We can't even tell the direction. How are we going to go now? Speed is greatly limited in here. If we rely on flying, our speed will be very slow. We want to find the primal chaos source rock, but we don't know how to find it. We feel a little lost. Jingyang said, Yes, young master. However, there's no other way. There's no better way. We can only feel the stones and cross the river. We'll take it one step at a time. The secret territory is really too big. It's impossible and unrealistic for us to search the entire place. So, we can only search in this small area. Generally speaking, my experience says that the probability of finding the primal chaos source rock is much higher in extremely dangerous places. Moreover, in the Great Thousand Domains, there's a kind of tree called the primal chaos source tree that can bear primal chaos source rocks. This kind of primal chaos source tree usually grows in extremely dangerous, gloomy, and dark places. It absorbs the primal chaos source rock over a long period of time and bears the primal chaos source rock. Many primal chaos source rocks are born by the primal chaos source tree. Of course, most of the primal chaos source rocks are buried underground. There will be primal chaos source rock mines. It's very difficult to find them. So, our greatest hope is to find a primal chaos source tree. Only then can we obtain the primal chaos source rock. So, now we have to look for dangerous, gloomy places and go in to see if we can find the primal chaos source tree. Now, we can only use this stupid method. There's no other way. The primal chaos source tree. It's better to have such a thing. At least it's targeted and won't be so blind. Qin Shao nodded. He was relieved to know that there was a primal chaos source tree. If it was targeted, it would be easier to find it. Otherwise, they would be searching in the dark. Indeed, there was no other way. They could only take one step at a time. The two of them began their search. The Heavenly Fire secret territory was too big. If they flew at their current speed, it would take many universe epochs to circle the entire Heavenly Fire secret territory. The Heavenly Fire secret territory was indeed full of danger. From time to time, danger would appear out of nowhere. Most of the time, it was the sneak attacks of flowers, trees, and strange forbidden powers. The weaker ones would definitely have died a few hundred times over if they were caught off guard. In addition to the flowers and trees, there were also some life forms. There were insect life forms, beast life forms, rock life forms, metal life forms, and so on. There were many strange life forms. Along the way, Qin Shao and Jingyang also experienced many dangers. They would be attacked from time to time. There were a few dangerous situations that forced them to use all their strength to resolve. This journey actually lasted for 10,000 years. 10,000 years of travel was already a large territory for heavenly venerables. However, the two of them did not gain anything. The number of times they were attacked was no less than 10,000 times. Fortunately, the two of them were still strong and lucky. They did not encounter any particularly terrifying dangers, so they were able to walk down safely. It's been 10,000 years, and we still haven't gained anything, said Qin Shao. Jingyang said, Young master, don't worry. 10,000 years is extremely short for us. It's just a moment. There is no concept of years in the sacred region. It's all about epochs. This kind of thing can't be rushed. Fortunately, We're not in a hurry. We have plenty of time to explore slowly. Even if it takes an epoch, or even a universe epoch, we still have to find it, right? It's only been 10,000 years. It's just the beginning. Yes, it's just the beginning. Qin Shao nodded. In fact, how could he not know this situation? He was just a little emotional. If it was so easy to find the Chaos Source Tree, it could only be said that they were too lucky. It's only been 10,000 years, but we've encountered no less than 10,000 dangers. On average, there's one every year. The probability of this happening is really abnormally high. No wonder you said that if a universe master comes in, there's no chance of survival. If a heavenly venerable comes in, there's only a slim chance of survival. That's true. It's already difficult for the two of us to join forces. If a heavenly venerable comes in alone, it's really too dangerous. And if we want to gain something in the secret region, we'll have to stay for a long time, said Qin Shao. Jingyang nodded and said, yes, young master, that's true. It's not considered long to stay in a secret region for a universe epoch. Some people would stay in a secret region for tens or even hundreds of universe epochs after venturing into it. It takes a long time for them to fully understand a secret region. Fortunately, we don't have to do that. We came here with a purpose. It's enough for us to find the Chaos Source Rock. As for the rest, they're just incidental items. They're not necessary for us. Qin Shao nodded. That was indeed the case. Let's go and continue our search, said Qin Shao. Chapter 1519. Flowerless Tao, fruit on a distant cliff. There was a small tree with some fruits growing on it. Unlike the other trees in the heavenly fire mystic realm, this tree looked purer and purer. The tree had no flowers, but it had fruits. The fruits were crystal clear, and Tao power lingered around them. One look, and one could tell that the fruit was extraordinary. Qin Shao didn't recognize the fruit. Although he felt that it was extraordinary, he didn't dare to make a conclusion. After all, this fruit grew in Sky Fire's secret domain. One couldn't just judge the things in the secret domain by their appearance. They had to study it more. The two of them quickly arrived in front of the fruit tree. There were a total of 9 fruits on the tree. As they approached the tree, they could smell a strange aroma. This strange fragrance was very pure, and it was very comfortable to smell. The aura of the Great Path is so pure and rich, said Qin Shao. The aura contains the foundation of the Great Tao, said Qin Shao. After studying it for a while, Jingyang said, young master, this is a flowerless Tao fruit. The tree has no color and no flowers, but the fruit is crystal clear and contains the Great Path. One tree grows 9 fruits, 9 Tao Qianquan. A flowerless Tao fruit? Qin Shao looked at Jingyang, puzzled. Jingyang nodded. Yes, young master. This flowerless Tao fruit is very common in Saint Domain. It's mostly a fruit delicacy for people to enjoy. Because this flowerless Tao fruit contains the purest Great Path, it's very delicious and comfortable to eat. However, this flowerless Tao fruit is useless to celestial venerables. It's useful to universe masters, but not very useful. However, it's a supreme treasure to life forms below universe masters. One flowerless Tao fruit can create a universe master. Therefore, if this flowerless Tao fruit is taken to Hongmeng universe, it's a priceless treasure. It can create 9 universe masters. Besides, the foundation of the universe masters created by flowerless Tao fruit won't be affected. If it's eaten by a powerful ruler, it won't cause any harm. In fact, it'll be greatly beneficial. It can even improve one's talent and potential. After listening to Jing Yang's explanation, Qin Shao finally understood what the flowerless Tao fruit was. It was indeed a supreme treasure, but it was of no use to them. After all, no one knew when they would be able to return to the primordial universe. It would be great if Kunpeng is still alive. This flowerless Tao fruit would be of great help to him. If it's anyone else, they won't be of much use. Qin Shao shook his head. He couldn't help but think of the Kunpeng sovereign. However, no matter how useless it was to them, they naturally wouldn't let it go. One day, he would have a chance to return to the primordial universe. It would be good to leave these things to the people of the primordial universe. Qin Shao put away all 9 flowerless Tao fruits. If he returned to Hongmeng Universe, he could create 9 Universe Masters. Even Hongmeng Universe didn't have 9 Universe Masters at the moment. There were so many opportunities in the vast thousand domains that they could obtain 9 flowerless Tao fruits just by taking a stroll. However, although the flowerless Tao fruit was valuable, it didn't benefit Qin Shao and the others much. Jing Yang, other than the primordial chaos source tree and the primordial chaos mineral vein, is there really no other way for us to find the primordial chaos source rock? It's impossible for the two of us to find the primordial chaos source rock. If it's the primordial chaos source tree, I feel that the chances are slim. There should be many life forms living in the vast thousand secret regions. Wherever the primordial chaos source tree is, there will be life forms visiting it. It'll be very difficult for us to find a primordial chaos source tree with a primordial chaos source rock. Qin Shao frowned slightly. Jing Yang nodded seriously and said, "Young master, I won't hide it from you. The chance is indeed small. However, there's no other way. We have no other choice. No matter how slim the chances are, we still have to look for it, right? It's not easy to find the primordial chaos source tree. So my previous plan was that we would have 2 chances to try our luck in 2 different vast thousand secret regions. If we can't find the primordial chaos source rock in 2 different vast thousand secret regions, I'm afraid we'll be drifting in the endless universe ocean. However, young master, we don't have to take only these 2 paths. There are other paths." "Other paths?" Qin Zhao's eyes lit up slightly as he looked at Jing Yang and waited for him to continue. Jing Yang continued, "If there's no other way, we'll have to take a risk. You're right, young master. There are many life forms living in any vast thousand secret regions. There will be a lot of ethnic forces that are native and have accumulated over countless years. There will definitely be a lot of primordial chaos source rock. Therefore, if there's no other way, we'll have to resort to robbing. To be a bandit. Qin Shao had never done such a thing before. However, if there was no other way, they would have to do it. They couldn't always drift in the endless universe ocean, could they? Sometimes, in order to survive, they had to make some sacrifices. The path of the Great Path was definitely one that stepped on countless blood and bones. Jing Yang, it sounds like the last path has the highest possibility of success. Qin Shao shook his head helplessly. Jing Yang smiled bitterly and said, "Maybe. However, although the possibility is the highest, it's still full of danger. To be able to form a tribe in the Heavenly Fire secret region, it must be extremely powerful. With the strength of the 2 of us, I'm afraid it's impossible to do it by force. Therefore, I'm not sure about this matter." Qin Shao nodded. That was indeed the case. A tribe that could survive in the Heavenly Fire secret region would be very powerful. His and Jing Yang's combined strength was not strong enough. It was very ordinary. Going head-on against a tribe would be courting death. In that case, it was more reliable to look for the chaotic source tree. All in all, it was too difficult to find the primal chaos source rock. Although Qin Shao was mentally prepared, it was even more difficult to put into practice. However, no matter how difficult it was, there was no other way. They could only try their best to find it. This was the only way. Now, Qin Shao was hoping that his luck was not too bad. If his luck was good, he might be able to find the chaotic source tree earlier and leave for the Immortal Protectorate earlier. Once he reached the Immortal Protectorate, things would be much easier. There were too many ways to obtain the chaotic source tree in the Immortal Protectorate. Putting everything else aside, the large amount of Yuan dark meteorite iron that he had brought out from the Fallen God Palace was very valuable and could be sold for a lot of chaotic source stones. Moreover, there would be a way to earn chaotic source stones in the Immortal Protectorate. Once he entered the Immortal Protectorate, he would not have to worry about anything. The Immortal Protectorate was also one of the 8 great sacred regions. In fact, one could stop at the Immortal Protectorate. It was just that the Great Tao Sanctuary was better for cultivators of the Great Tao cultivation system. It was not to say that there were no Great Tao cultivators in the Immortal Protectorate. In fact, there were factions with great Tao cultivators as the main force. However, they were relatively weaker and focused on immortal Tao cultivation. The environment also had a great impact on cultivation. Of course, Qin Shao and Jing Yang were only in the heavenly venerate realm now. To them, the immortal protectorate was fine too. For people like the Lord of the Heavenly Courts, the immortal protectorate was even better. It was the same when one reached the sacred region. No matter which sacred region, one could settle down and cultivate for a long time. Of course, it would be best if one could go to the Great Tao Sanctuary. Roar. Suddenly, the roar of a ferocious beast came from afar with an extremely powerful penetrating force. Based on the roar, one could tell that this ferocious beast was very powerful. It was most likely a heavenly venerate level beast. There were many heavenly venerate level ferocious beasts in the heavenly fire secret realm. There are sounds of fighting. Let's go and take a look, Qin Shao said. The two of them quickly rushed in the direction of sound. Sure enough, they soon saw a man being chased by a strange life form with 100 legs. This life form was purplish-red in color. Its body was as huge as a small mountain. Its whole body was covered with a hard shell. The hair on the shell was like barbs that were very sharp. It was very ferocious and emitted a powerful aura as it chased after the man. Boy, you can't escape. You won't be able to escape in front of this king. Be obedient and become my delicacy. I haven't eaten human flesh for a long time. I really miss it. The life form of the ferocious beast let out a playful voice. The man fled in a panic. He was already seriously injured. Obviously, he was no match for this ferocious beast. The situation was very bad. He could be completely defeated at any time and become this ferocious beast's delicacy. Human? Half-step heavenly venerate? So weak? His attire is very strange. This aura, it's not right. Is he an aboriginal of the heavenly fire secret realm? Qin Shao raised his eyebrows slightly. Jing Yang looked carefully and nodded. Yes, judging from his aura, he's an aboriginal of the heavenly fire secret realm. Young master, it seems that our luck is really good. It's only been 10,000 years, and we've already met an aboriginal of the heavenly fire secret realm. Moreover, he's a human. No matter what, we're all from the human race. We should be able to say a few words. Our hope is still greater. Young master, it seems that our chance has come. Heaven is showing us the way. Qin Shao nodded. Indeed, their chance had come. It really made people feel that there was a glimmer of hope at the end of the tunnel. The ferocious beast quickly closed in, and the boy had no way to escape. Only by relying on the weapon in his hand could he resist for a while. However, he was still struggling. There was no way he could resist such a ferocious attack for a long time. Boom! Under another ferocious attack, the man was directly sent flying. His divine body was greatly damaged. According to the situation, the man would lose the ability to resist after 2 more attacks. Once he lost the ability to resist, he would immediately become the ferocious beast's delicacy. Death was approaching step by step. A cold aura shrouded the man. Chapter 1520. Fei Liang tribe, father, mother, Yonger is unfilial. Even in this desperate situation, the man was still extremely strong. He did not give up, and his eyes were filled with viciousness. Even if he died, he would not admit defeat. He would not give up. Die, human brat. Obediently become a delicacy on my plate. He. The ferocious beast opened its huge mouth and bit at the man. The spider-like legs stabbed towards the man, pinning him to the ground, not giving him a chance to escape. Death was approaching. It was truly a hopeless situation. Although the man looked stubborn, he was powerless to resist. There was no way for him to escape. He was going to die. He was really going to die. However, at this moment, he saw 2 figures charging towards him at high speed. They attacked from 2 different directions, and their speed was incomparably fast. Fei Yang's eyes lit up when he realized that the 2 celestial venerates were targeting the ferocious beast. 2 heavenly venerates? Their attire is so strange. It doesn't look like the attire of any tribe in the land of Grey Wolf. If they were from other tribes, they probably wouldn't be so kind as to save me, right? These two? That's not right. They're auras. Qin Shao and Jing Yang quickly arrived in front of the ferocious beast. The ferocious beast could clearly smell the danger, so it did not dare to care about Fei Yong. Instead, it pounced on Qin Shao and Jing Yang. A cold and gloomy voice rang out. Outsiders? How dare two puny heavenly venerables come to the heavenly fire secret realm? You really don't know your place. Come on, come on. Become delicacies on my plate. I'll have a good meal. The ferocious beast, on the other hand, had a face full of confidence as it pounced over with a ferocious expression. Its hundreds of legs danced in the air, flickering with cold light. They formed a huge killing array, trapping Qin Shao and Jing Yang. Qin Shao and Jing Yang also made their move. The swords in their hands glowed with supreme sharpness as they charged at the ferocious beast. Whoosh! Whoosh! Streaks of sword light flashed by with extreme sharpness, cutting down the legs of the ferocious beast one by one. What sharp swords! Fei Yong was shocked when he saw this. He looked at Qin Shao and Jing Yang in surprise. The swords were too powerful. He had never seen such sword techniques before. It was too exquisite. The swords were Sword Technique, Art Studio, NAD Studio. The exquisiteness of the swords increased the power of the swords to an extremely powerful and ingenious level. The two of them worked together and had a tacit understanding. Hence, the moment they attacked, they were able to crush the ferocious beast. The ferocious beast was unable to retaliate. The sword slashed down and severed the ferocious beast's legs. The ferocious beast's expression changed drastically as it looked terrified. However, before it could react, a few more swords slashed down and sliced its body into several pieces. What a fast sword! What a powerful sword! What a sharp sword! How could this be? The ferocious beast's last consciousness was filled with disbelief. He was also a celestial venerate. The two men in front of him were clearly only first step or second step celestial venerates. The difference in their cultivation levels was not that great. However, he had not been able to resist at all. He had been crushed to death without being able to put up a fight. His death was too humiliating. Fei Yong was so shocked that he could not say a word. Wasn't this too powerful? After a long while, Fei Yong came back to his senses and hurriedly bowed. Fei Yong greets the two seniors. Thank you for saving my life. Qin Shao smiled and nodded at Fei Yong. You're welcome. We were just passing by and happened to meet you. Naturally, we couldn't leave you in the lurch. No matter what, we're still part of the human race. Fei Yong smiled and said, Seniors, you're really good people. There are too many cases of people of the same race killing each other. There are thousands of tribes in the Gray Wolf Land that don't get along well. The tribes often kill each other. Mutual deception, scheming against each other, open strife and veiled strife are all very intense. Therefore, I feel very close to you when I hear your words. It's Fei Yong's good fortune to be able to meet the two seniors here. However, if I may be so bold as to ask, seniors, are you two outsiders? You're not from the Sky Fire Secret Land, right? Qin Shao nodded and said, Yes, we're indeed outsiders. We're here to gain experience. We're just passing by to take a look. We've only been in the Sky Fire Secret Land for 10,000 years. Fei Yong smiled and said, Oh, I see. Haha, actually, this is the first time I've met outsiders. I've often heard the elders of our tribe talk about outsiders. However, they have a very low opinion of outsiders, saying that they're very bad. However, seeing the two seniors, they don't seem to be the same as what the elders said. Qin Shao shook his head and smiled. How should I put it? There should be good people and bad people everywhere, right? It's impossible to say that everyone outside is bad and everyone in the Sky Fire Secret Land is good, right? That's obviously not right. Good and bad are only relative. It's a fact that there are both good and bad people outside. Fei Yong nodded in agreement and said, That's right, senior. I actually think so too. I don't believe that the people outside are all bad. Moreover, I don't think that the people in the Sky Fire Secret Land are good. Just like the Gray Wolf tribe, I think that the other tribes are very bad. They often plot against us. Our tribesmen often die in their hands. By the way, Senior, are you from the sanctuary? Occasionally, I've heard the elders of our tribe mention the sanctuary. They say that it's a place of evil, an abyss of demons. It's a place that we should never go. It's a forbidden place that we shouldn't think about. Our elders have warned us since we were young that we should never leave the Sky Fire Secret Land. It's safest to live in the Sky Fire Secret Land. If we leave, we'll get lost in the endless universe and die slowly. Actually, I've always had some doubts about these words. Although I don't have any desire for the outside world, I'm curious about the outside world. What's it like? The sanctuary? Qin Xiao couldn't help but smile bitterly. He was looking for the sanctuary. Fei Yong was good at reading people's expressions and immediately sensed that something was wrong. He said, "I'm sorry, Senior. I shouldn't have asked. If it's not convenient for you to say, then don't. I was just curious." Qin Xiao hesitated for a moment before saying, "The outside world is dangerous, but it's also very exciting. Of course, if you don't have enough strength, it's better to stay in the Sky Fire Secret Land." On this point, the elders of your clan are not wrong. The sanctuary does exist, but it's too far away from here. If you leave the Sky Fire Secret Land, you'll end up in the Endless Universe Ocean. Countless lives will die in the Endless Universe Ocean. Qin Xiao didn't say anything else. Hearing Qin Xiao's words, Fei Yong nodded thoughtfully. "Oh, so the outside world is really like that. It seems like it's true. It's indeed very dangerous. But it's true. I know a little about the Endless Universe Ocean. I've seen it before. It's really scary." "Haha, let's not talk about this. What plans do you have? I really can't repay you for saving my life. If there's anything you need me to do, just let me know." Chapter 1521. Wolfland Plans. Qin Xiao and Jingyang looked at each other and smiled. Qin Xiao said, "Fei Yong, to tell you the truth, we do have some things we want to ask you. We're new here, so we're not familiar with Sky Fire Secret Region. That's why we want to ask you some questions." Fei Yong immediately said, "Senior, do you want to know more about Sky Fire Secret Region?" "Of course, that's not a problem. However, I don't know much about Sky Fire Secret Region. I only know a little about Wolfland, but I know about the area around Fei Yong tribe. I don't know much about further places. After all, I've never been there. I've only heard about it from the elders of our tribe. That's why I don't dare to say too much. I'm afraid I'll make a mistake." Qin Xiao smiled and said, "It's fine, it's fine. Just tell me what you know. We're just here to gain experience, so we don't need to know too much. We just need to know the general situation. You just mentioned a land of Grey Wolf, the Wan tribe, and your Fei Yong tribe. Can you tell me the basic situation first?" "Okay," Fei Yong agreed. Fei Yong told him what he knew in detail. The Heavenly Fire Mystic Realm could be divided into 4 seas and 8 desolations. Every sea and every desolation was vast and boundless. The territory was extremely huge. Qin Xiao and the others were currently in the Eastern Wasteland. The Eastern Wasteland was divided into 9 heavens and 10 earths and 19 territories. Naturally, the territory under each level was also extremely vast. They were now in Wolfland, which was one of the 10 lands. The territory of Songlang Land was vast and boundless. It was many times larger than a universe. Even if a celestial master flew at full speed, it would take an endless amount of time to fly out of Wolfland. That was why the universe masters who lived here would basically never leave this place in their entire lives. Only after becoming a celestial master would they travel. Of course, it was extremely dangerous for a celestial venerable to travel. Only when one reached the level of a 4th-step celestial venerable would they have the confidence to travel. Ordinary celestial masters didn't have this ability. Although there were many powers in Sky Fire Secret Region, they were still relatively small. For example, this Ash Wolf land was only known as the 10,000 tribes. Every tribe was a force of its own. Therefore, in total, the entire Ash Wolf's land only had 10,000 forces. Therefore, the territory that each tribe ruled was extremely large. There were thousands of tribes in Sky Fire Secret Region, but none of them were particularly powerful. There were countless tribes, Elemental Master Xianbook. Some of the weaker tribes, Elemental God, Xianbook, were Book. That was the general situation. Fei Yong didn't know more than that. He only knew the general. Senior, he said. Elder, the most fei liang, he said, is the most of the fei liang, liang, fell. Is fei is. Fefafiu, feeful book, fee feather fefafido, fee feather book, feather, fell facio fei. To survive in Sky Fire's secret region, no matter where you go, you have to be careful. Just like this time, although I was careful enough, I almost died in the mouth of the centipede. It's even more so for you outsiders. There are many dangerous things that you definitely don't know about or even imagine. It's better if we are familiar with the environment here. We know about many dangers, so we can avoid them in advance, Fei Yong added. Qin Xiao nodded. He could imagine this situation. It was indeed so. In Sky Fire's secret region, a tree, a flower, a blade of grass, or even a ball of light could become a terrifying killing force. If he wasn't careful, it was very likely that he would die here. Just like the Lord of Nine Dragons, half of his godly body had been devoured by a flower. Therefore, the scariest thing in the Sky Fire Mystery Land wasn't the forces or the lives. It was the dangers that existed everywhere, the dangers that one couldn't imagine. Fei Yong, if we want to train, what good places do you think there are for us to recommend? For example, some dangerous places, Qin Xiao asked. Fei Yong said, yes, of course there are many dangerous places. Many places are full of danger, but there are also opportunities. As he said that, Fei Yong waved his hand, and a map appeared in the void. Fei Yong pointed at the map and said, Senior, take a look. This is a rough map of Ashwolf Land. This map is rather ordinary and not that detailed. Only this area is still relatively detailed. Our current location is roughly here. Feiliang tribe's land is here. It's not too far away. These red dots are the lands of other tribes. The black areas on this map mean that they are more dangerous places. The darker the color, the more dangerous it is. The area we are in now is not too dangerous. If we continue walking in that direction, we will enter a more dangerous place. Senior, take a look here. This is the closest dangerous area to us. This place is called the Dragon Burial Ridge. It is a place that makes people tremble in fear. It is also considered the most dangerous place in the vicinity. The black areas are also relatively large. The Dragon Burial Ridge is very large, and it is filled with endless dangers. Not many people who enter the Dragon Burial Ridge can come out alive. Although I have never entered the Dragon Burial Ridge, many of our tribe's ancestors have. Basically, none of them came out alive. Qin Xiao and Jing Yang's gazes landed on the Dragon Burial Ridge. Based on the map, the Dragon Burial Ridge alone was comparable to the Hongmeng universe. The more dangerous a place was, the more likely it was that there would be great opportunities, and the more likely it was to find primal chaos source rocks. Therefore, Qin Xiao and Jing Yang were also more concerned about the Dragon Burial Ridge. However, based on Fei Yong's words, the two of them could deeply sense that the Dragon Burial Ridge was extremely dangerous. It would be extremely dangerous for them to enter it. Fei Yong, who seemed to understand Qin Xiao and Jing Yang's intentions, asked cautiously, Seniors, are you thinking of entering the Dragon Burial Ridge? Qin Xiao looked at Fei Yong and said seriously, why? Can't we enter? Cough. Fei Yong, who was also a little frightened, shook his head and said, It's not that we can't enter. It's just that it's a little too dangerous. I know that the two of you are very strong, but I still have to be bold and say that I advise the two of you not to enter. Countless heavenly venerates have died in the Dragon Burial Ridge. It is even said that powerful fourth-step heavenly venerates have died in the Dragon Burial Ridge. The Dragon Burial Ridge has the word burial in its name, which means that it can bury all life. The number of lives that have died in the Dragon Burial Ridge is innumerable. I've even heard from the elders that the Dragon Burial Ridge has already been stained red with blood. Every inch of the soil underground has been soaked in endless blood. It's too dangerous inside. Even heavenly venerates would have a slim chance of survival if they entered. If the two of you are only here to experience it, there is no need to choose such an extremely dangerous place like the Dragon Burial Ridge. The two of you can take a look over here. There are also a few areas here that you can experience. Although they aren't that dangerous, there are still many opportunities. Experience? I think that the most important thing is the process. It doesn't necessarily mean that you will obtain any treasures or great opportunities. It's just that you will be able to comprehend more things during the process and improve your Tao and strength. This is the purpose of the experience. In any case, I wouldn't dare enter such a dangerous place rashly. It's too dangerous. Qin Shao smiled. Fei Yong wasn't very strong, but it seemed like he had quite a lot of experience. Chapter 1522. The Dragon Burial Ridge was a place that was worth exploring. However, Qin Shao could tell that the Dragon Burial Ridge was extremely dangerous. If he and Jingyang went in, they would have to bear a great risk. If there was a better choice, they would not be in a hurry to choose the Dragon Burial Ridge. Qin Shao inquired about the other dangerous areas. In this territory, other than the Dragon Burial Ridge, there were also many black areas, each of which had their own dangers. To Qin Shao, everything here was unknown, and everything was dangerous. No matter where they went, it would be filled with great danger. It could threaten his and Jing Yang's lives. Therefore, to Qin Shao, the most important thing now was to determine which area had a higher probability of obtaining the Chaos Source Rock. With a precise target, he would have more confidence in taking action. The danger was not scary. What was scary was taking a huge risk and not obtaining the Chaos Source Rock in the end. That would be a waste of time. If he could be sure that he would obtain the Chaos Source Rock, he would fight to the death no matter how dangerous it was. Fei Yong, to be honest, the two of us came out for two reasons. Firstly, we want to gain experience and improve our strength and broaden our horizons. Secondly, we wanted to earn some Chaos Source Rocks. We have paid quite a hefty price to come to the Sky Fire Mystic Realm. Therefore, we wish to recoup our losses. Otherwise, we would feel like we have suffered a huge loss when we return. We would have come here for nothing, said Qin Shao. Fei Yong smiled and looked enlightened. He said, Haha, I understand now. So that's how it is. Yes, I often hear from the elders of our tribe that there are many adventurers and adventure teams in the Great Thousand World. Seniors, it seems like you're just a few adventurers. You adventurers come out to gain something. Traveling the endless universe ocean and exploring the Great Thousand Secret Land is indeed a good way to gain wealth. I've also heard many interesting stories about adventurers. We often have adventurers in the Sky Fire Secret Land. However, it seems that many of them died in the Sky Fire Secret Land. Ha! Qin Shao laughed heartily and said, Life and death are up to fate. It's a matter of good fortune. Since we're out on an adventure, we have to endure dangers. If there's no danger at all, how can it be called an adventure? The word risk is enough to explain everything. Danger wasn't scary, it was also a kind of experience. As the saying goes, wealth comes from danger. This was the path of cultivation. The path we walk is a path that defies the heavens, a path that is difficult and dangerous. Fei Yong nodded and said, Yes, yes, yes. Senior is right. That is indeed the case. Sometimes, people do need to take risks and risk their lives. The more dangerous the environment, the more it can stimulate a person's unlimited potential. This time, when I secretly came out to train, I also clearly felt this benefit. It's true that wealth comes from danger. Senior, if you're here to earn Primal Chaos Origin Stones, I think you have to do it in 2 steps. 2 steps. Qin Shao looked at Fei Yong in confusion. Fei Yong nodded and said, Yes, Senior. There are only 2 ways to obtain Primal Chaos Origin Stones. The first is to find them directly. For example, there are Primal Chaos Origin Stones left behind by others, Primal Chaos Origin Trees, or Primal Chaos Mineral Veins. However, these 3 methods are very difficult. As for the Primal Chaos Origin Trees, I heard from the elders in the tribe that there are Primal Chaos Origin Trees in the Dragon Burial Ridge. However, there will be people from the tribe who will go there to pick them regularly. There seem to be some Primal Chaos Origin Trees in the Dragon Burial Ridge, but I have never seen them. I only know that the Primal Chaos Origin Trees are very mysterious. Moreover, there are many tribes who are keeping an eye on them. Primal Chaos Mineral Veins have appeared in the Dragon Burial Ridge before. However, the moment they appeared, they were seized and exploited by the tribes. According to the elders in the tribe, a long time ago, there was a war between more than 10 tribes for the sake of primal chaos mineral veins. In the end, there were heavy casualties, and all of them suffered great losses. Therefore, if you want to find the primal chaos origin stones in the Dragon Burial Ridge, the possibility is relatively low. After all, for countless years, all the places with primal chaos origin stones in the Dragon Burial Ridge should have been searched by the surrounding tribes. There shouldn't be any left behind. Besides the Dragon Burial Ridge, I have not heard of any other dangerous places with primal chaos origin trees or primal chaos mineral veins in the vicinity. In the vicinity, the Dragon Burial Ridge should be the only place with primal chaos origin stones. Qin Xiao nodded. Of course, he was aware of this situation. It was indeed very difficult to find primal chaos origin trees and primal chaos mineral veins. The chances were extremely slim. However, no matter how slim the chances were, what could they do? They had to find them and give it their all. What about the other method? Qin Xiao asked. Fei Yong continued. The other method is the one that most people would choose. It is also the most feasible method. It's like this. In the center of Tsonglang's land, there is a city called Tsonglang City. It is considered the only city in Tsonglang's land. Tsonglang City is the land of the Tsonglang tribe. The Tsonglang tribe is also the most powerful tribe in Tsonglang's land. Tsonglang City has always been a place for trading. It is also the only place in Tsonglang's land for trading. All trading must be done in Tsonglang's land. The other tribes are not allowed to trade privately. Otherwise, if Tsonglang City finds out about it, it will bring about a fatal disaster. Therefore, as long as you are able to obtain enough items, you can sell them in Tsonglang City in exchange for primal chaos origin stones. Upon hearing Fei Yong's words, Qin Xiao and Jing Yang's eyes lit up and they looked at each other. Jing Yang did not know about this. He had never heard of this before. After all, he had never been to the Qian's secret realm. When he was with Elder Luha had never been to the Qian's secret realm. Therefore, he did not know much about the Qian's secret realm. He did not expect that there would be a city for trading. That was great. He felt that the problem was solved and he could see the light. In that case, the problem would be much easier to solve. Qin Xiao asked again, what are the more valuable items? We are indeed unfamiliar with the Heavenly Fire's secret realm. Fei Yong thought for a while and said, Senior, I am not too sure about this. I don't know much about it. As for the price, I am even less sure. After all, I have never been to Tsonglang City. I don't know how the price is set there. Generally speaking, it is like the corpses of some ferocious beasts, some strange treasures, and some strange ores. Or heaven-grade weapons, cultivation methods, and so on. They are all valuable. Anyway, there are still many valuable items. It just depends on how much they are worth. I heard that in Tsonglang City, everything can be bought and sold, including slaves. Hence, it is more complicated and I am not too sure. You can ask some of the elders in our tribe about these things. But I heard that the price offered by Tsonglang City is very low and the price is very low. Hence, many items can only be exchanged for a very small amount of Chaos Source Rock. But there is no other way. In the entire land of Tsonglang, only Tsonglang City can trade. Everything has to be done in Tsonglang City. Hence, no matter how much they exploit, they have no other choice. Qin Xiao looked at Jing Yang. Jing Yang shook his head, indicating that he was not too sure. Qin Xiao fell silent. It seemed that if he wanted to know more about the situation, he had to go to the Fei Yang tribe. However, if he wanted to go to the Fei Yang tribe, Qin Xiao had to be serious. This was not a decision that could be made easily. Although Fei Yong was a good person, Qin Xiao did not dare to assume that the Fei Yang tribe would be friendly to them. After all, this was the Heavenly Fire mystic realm. The aboriginal tribes here should not be easy to talk to, especially since he was an outsider. Jing Yang had said before that the aboriginals of the vast thousand mystic realm were more xenophobic. Therefore, Qin Xiao had no choice but to be apprehensive. If the Fei Yang tribe was not friendly, wouldn't he be courting death if he went to them? Fei Yong seemed to have read Qin Xiao's mind and said, Senior, if you are willing, you can come with me to my tribe. I'll go ask the elders in our clan to understand the situation. Also, there is some information about the Dragon Burial Ridge. It is too dangerous. If you know something about it, I believe it will be of great help to you. Some dangers can be avoided, but if you don't know, you will fall into a trap easily. The Faelyong tribe has accumulated a lot of useful information over the years, including the personal experiences of countless ancestors. These things have been gathered together in preparation for the future generations of our tribe to enter the Dragon Burial Ridge again. If you can get this information, I believe it will be much safer and easier for you to enter the Dragon Burial Ridge. Fei Yong's words did make Qin Xiao and Jing Yang's hearts beat faster. If that was the case, it would indeed greatly increase the chances of survival, and also greatly increase the chances of success. Fei Yong continued, Senior, I know you have some concerns and are worried that our tribe is not friendly. Actually, it's not that bad. Our tribe is relatively friendly. The folk customs of our tribe are quite simple, and they're also very hospitable. Previously, there were outsiders who came to our tribe as guests, but they were all safe and sound. That's why I dare to say that I would like to invite the two seniors to our tribe. Firstly, I also want to thank the two seniors for saving my life. Secondly, I would like to let you rest in our tribe for a while. I believe it will be better for you to go on an adventure after you have gathered some information. I wonder if you are willing to come with us? Qin Xiao and Jing Yang looked at each other and hesitated. After all, this was not a small matter, and they could not afford to be careless. Otherwise, if there was a slight mistake, they might not be able to recover. Seniors, the two of you are my saviors. No matter what I do, I can't possibly harm the two of you, right? If Senior believes me, then I can assure Senior that I'll be able to do it. No matter what happens, I, Fei Yong, will use my life to ensure your safety. To tell you the truth, my father is a warrior of the Faelyong tribe, and he has a high status and prestige in our tribe. Therefore, even if something happens, it shouldn't be a problem for me to use my life to guarantee the safety of the two seniors. Moreover, our tribe is not a ferocious one. Compared to other tribes, I think our tribe is quite friendly. Qin Xiao nodded and said solemnly, All right, I believe you. Thank you. If your tribe does not welcome us, we will leave. You don't have to make things difficult for us. Chapter 1523. Senior Qin Xiao, look at those bouquets of flowers. Don't you think they're very beautiful? It emitted a strange aroma. Although this aroma smelled very fragrant, once it accumulated, it would become a terrifying poison. If a heavenly venerate smells it for a while longer, they will die immediately. Senior Qin Xiao, look at that. That small fruit is not to be eaten. It is said that a small fruit can kill a third-step heavenly venerate. Senior Qin Xiao, you have to avoid that kind of terrain. That area contains a terrifying power. Once you enter it, you will be trapped. Even a heavenly venerate will not be able to escape. Fei Yong led Qin Xiao and Jing Yang back to the Faelyong tribe. Along the way, Fei Yong told Qin Xiao and Jing Yang about some of the dangers along the way. Many of the dangers could be avoided directly. As long as one was familiar with the terrain, one would be able to find a relatively safe path. Of course, many of the dangers could be avoided, but there were also some that couldn't be avoided. Even if one was experienced, there was no way to avoid them. At this time, strength was needed to solve the problem. Fortunately, Fei Yong didn't go too far from the Faelyong tribe this time. Therefore, the journey back to the tribe wasn't too long. Based on their speed, they would be able to reach the tribe in about 300 years. Of course, if Qin Xiao and Jing Yang rushed back at full speed, they would be able to reach the Faelyong tribe in at most 10 years. However, Qin Xiao wasn't in a hurry. There was no need to expose too much. 300 years wasn't a long time, so they could wait. Listening to Fei Yong talk about the various dangers along the way was also a form of accumulation of experience. This kind of accumulation was very meaningful. Along the way, Fei Yong talked about various situations. He also talked about their tribe and some of the things he knew about the Sky Fire Mystic Land. Time passed very quickly. Unknowingly, more than 200 years had passed. They were getting closer to the Faelyong tribe. Senior Qin Xiao, look over there. Black clouds are surging and resentment is soaring to the sky. It's eerie. I can feel the terror from afar. That area belongs to a black dragon's domain. That black dragon is very powerful. It's said that even a fourth-step Empyrean powerhouse has a hard time subduing it. That black dragon's temper is extremely violent. If anyone dares to barge into his domain, they will not be able to escape death. That's why there are often people who don't know the situation who barge in and get killed by the black dragon. According to the elders of my tribe, there are mountains of corpses in the black dragon's domain. However, it is also said that there are also mountains of treasures. The treasures left behind by the countless dead are all piled up in the black dragon's lair. There were even some tribes that wanted to deal with the black dragon and seize all the treasures in the black dragon's lair, but in the end, they all failed. Therefore, after that, no one dared to have any ideas about black dragon. Qin Shao looked in that direction. He had also noticed the soaring resentment over there. It was gloomy and extremely terrifying. The area over there was also very large. It was comparable to the territory of the shrine in the desolate land. A terrifying black dragon was entrenched in that area. According to Fei Yong's description, this black dragon should have the strength of a fourth-step Empyrean. Indeed, not many people dared to provoke such a powerful existence. If anyone accidentally entered the black dragon's domain, they would not be able to make it out alive. Qin Shao and Jingyang looked at each other and smiled. With Fei Yong leading the way, it was indeed much easier. They did not have to do much along the way. It was a very good feeling. If Fei Yong did not lead the way, they might have really barged into the black dragon's domain. Senior Qin Shao, if we go around this area, we will enter our tribe's territory. If we don't have to take a detour, we can reach there a few decades earlier. However, there's no other way. No one dares to enter the black dragon's domain so easily. Fei Yong smiled. Qin Shao nodded. They would still take a detour if they had to. A few decades wouldn't make much of a difference. Qin Shao looked ahead and suddenly frowned. He asked Fei Yong, "There are 3 heavenly venerates in front. Are they from your tribe?" Qin Shao did not see any of them. He only sensed the aura of 3 heavenly venerates heading in their direction. Heavenly venerates? Fei Yong looked ahead, but did not sense any aura. Therefore, he looked at Qin Shao blankly and said, "Senior Qin Shao, I am weak. I don't sense any heavenly venerates aura. Perhaps someone from my tribe has come out to look for me. I sneaked out this time and have not returned for a long time. I'm afraid my father and the others are worried. Therefore, it is possible that they have sent someone out to look for me. We'll know when we get closer. I don't know either." Qin Shao nodded. He could sense that the aura was still far away. The other party's aura had obviously sensed Qin Shao and the others. Therefore, they had restrained their aura. The fact that they had restrained their aura meant that they were on high alert. However, it was normal to be on high alert in the Sky Fire secret territory. Therefore, Qin Shao did not think too much about it. The 2 parties were getting closer and closer. "Big brother, something's wrong. Their aura is different from Fei Yong's. They are not from the same tribe." Jingyang suddenly frowned and said to Qin Shao. In front of outsiders, Qin Shao had asked Jingyang to call him by his name. Otherwise, if he addressed him as young master, it would easily arouse other people's suspicion. After all, Jingyang was a 2nd-step heavenly venerate, while Qin Shao was only a 1st-step heavenly venerate. If a 2nd-step heavenly venerate addressed a 1st-step heavenly venerate as young master, people would naturally guess Qin Zhao's identity. If that was the case, it would be easy for others to target him. This was a very dangerous thing to do. Therefore, Qin Shao naturally would not do that. He had already discussed it with Jingyang. However, Jingyang refused to call Qin Shao by his name. Therefore, after some discussion, they could only let Jingyang call him Big Brother. This was a little strange. Not to mention that Jing Tian was stronger than Qin Shao. Jingyang had lived for so long. How many years had Qin Shao lived? It was indeed a little strange for Jingyang to call him Big Brother. However, this was the only way. Jingyang's words also alerted Qin Shao. In fact, he had also been thinking about this problem. He had also sensed that the aura of the other party was different from Fei Yong's. However, Qin Shao was not very sure. Could it be that they were from the same tribe and had a special aura? However, based on what Jingyang had said, it should be true. It's not from our tribe? Then it must be a heavenly venerate from another tribe. This is not good. Senior Qin Shao, let's retreat quickly and avoid them, Fei Yong said anxiously. Qin Shao shook his head and said, it's not that easy to avoid them. They have already targeted us. Besides, we have no other way out. The road ahead has been blocked by them. We can't go around them unless we dare to enter the Black Dragon domain. I'm afraid they won't let us off easily if we retreat. Once they catch up, we won't be able to return to the Fei Liang tribe. Therefore, running away is not the best solution. Since trouble has come, let's face it directly. We can only return to the Fei Liang tribe quickly if we solve this problem head-on. But Fei Yong was still a little worried. Senior Qin, the other party has 3 heavenly venerates. If we really fight them head-on, we will be at a disadvantage. Qin Zhao's face darkened and his gaze turned cold. He said resolutely, if we don't fight, how will we know if we will be at a disadvantage? Let's not worry about that for now. Let's observe the situation first. If they don't have full confidence in defeating us, they probably won't make a move so easily. I don't think they will be willing to fight us either. Therefore, the situation may not be as pessimistic as we think. Although Fei Yong was still a little worried, he didn't know how to refute Qin Zhao's words. Besides, the initiative was still with Senior Qin and the others. Jingyang also said, yes, since we're here, there's no reason to retreat. It's just 3 heavenly venerates. They aren't that strong. At least, they won't scare us. The more we retreat, the more they will think we are pushovers and the more they will chase after us. This is human mentality. The stronger we are, the weaker they will be. The weaker we are, the stronger they will be. If we retreat, I'm afraid we won't be able to avoid this trouble. So, the best way now is to meet force with force. Maybe this way, we can scare them and make them retreat without fighting. We can avoid a battle. Fei Yong was slightly taken aback. He stared blankly at Jingyang. After thinking about it carefully, he realized that this was indeed the case. Now that things had progressed to this stage, it wasn't that easy to retreat. If the other party really wanted to capture them, they wouldn't be able to escape even if they wanted to. The other party would definitely chase after them with all their might. Thinking of this, Fei Yong no longer hesitated. Let's observe the situation first. Anyway, this place wasn't too far away from the Fei Liang tribe's territory. If they really couldn't do it, they could ask the tribe for help. He reckoned that the other party wouldn't really dare to be so crazy. Soon, 3 strangely dressed figures appeared before the eyes of Qin Shao and the others. These people had disheveled hair and wore bamboo hats. Their skin was dark red, and they were tall and sturdy with bulging muscles. Their murderous aura was very strong and gave off a very terrifying feeling. Just their aura alone was frightening enough to suppress Qin Shao and Jingyang. The 3 of them each held a huge blood-red sword in their hands. There was a strange symbol between their eyebrows. This should be the tribe's totem or something. The 3 of them locked their gazes on Qin Shao and the others from afar. Their eyes shone with a strange light, carrying a hint of cruelty and playfulness. Just their gazes alone were very invasive. They were filled with hostility and murderous intent. Clearly, they weren't friendly at all. It was as if they were wild beasts that had seen their prey. They thought Qin Shao and the others were their prey. Such an aura and gaze made Qin Shao and the others feel very uncomfortable. They felt like they were being pricked by needles. It's the Laozhan tribe. Fei Yong's frown deepened when he saw the newcomers. His expression was grave, and he was a little worried. Senior Qin, they are from the Laozhan tribe. The Laozhan tribe and our Fei Liang tribe are neighbors. We've been neighbors for a long time and have had many conflicts. There's always friction between us, both openly and covertly. Since ancient times, the conflict between our 2 tribes has only deepened. It's as if there's a deep hatred between us now. Now that we've bumped into them, it won't end so easily. They won't give up so easily either. This time, we're really in trouble, Fei Yong said worriedly. Chapter 1524. If they couldn't come to an agreement, they would fight. Oh, I was wondering who it was. So it's the little genius of the Fei Liang tribe. He looks like we are in luck today. We managed to catch a decent prey just by coming out for a stroll, a burly man on the left said playfully as he stared straight at Fei Yong. A sinister aura surged out from the flickering light. It was obvious at a glance that he was a ruthless person who would do anything. The two men glanced at Fei Yong before their gazes landed on Qin Shao and Jing Yang. Their gazes became even more sinister. Outsiders? How dare two puny, celestial venerables come to the sky, fire, secret territory, so recklessly? Are you tired of living? The burly man in the middle said coldly. He looked at Qin Shao and Jing Yang like a 1,000-year-old venomous snake. It was so cold that it made people shudder. Qin Shao replied coldly, "Aren't you just puny, celestial venerables as well? If you can live well in the sky, fire, secret territory, why can't we come here? So what if we are outsiders? We are not inferior to the people of the sky, fire, secret territory, are we? We also relied on our own efforts to become celestial venerables." The burly man in the middle snorted coldly and said, "What an ignorant kid. I see that you are very young. You must be from the sacred region, right? Otherwise, it would be impossible for you to become a celestial venerate at such a young age. All of you from the sacred region deserve to die." From the burly man's words, he could tell that he had an extreme hatred for the sacred region. Qin Shao had also heard Fei Yong speak of the sacred region in a very unsightly manner. It seemed like the sacred region was very unbearable in the eyes of the people of the sky, fire, secret territory. They all hated the sacred region. However, Qin Shao couldn't be bothered to care about this. Instead, he said, "We don't need to tell you where we are from. If you're willing to say that we are from the sacred region, then we are from the sacred region. Why should we talk to you? Since you hate the sacred region so much, why don't you just kill your way into the sacred region?" Qin Zhao's sarcastic retort made the burly man even more furious. His chi became dense as he said, "When I become a saint one day, I will kill my way into the sacred region NT." Qin Shao and Jing Yang sneered in their hearts. What a frog at the bottom of a well. Who had never left the sky, fire, secret territory was how big the outside world sky, fire, secret territory. The sacred region's sacred region. The sacred region was the sacred region. He viewed the saint region as a place of filth, a place of sin, and the source of darkness. Naturally, the glorious image of the saint region had completely vanished. This was. However, Qin Shao managed to glean some useful information from the other party's words. It was possible that the Laozhan clan did not have any ancient sages. If the Laozhan tribe didn't have any ancient sages, then the Fei Liang tribe definitely didn't have any either. At this rate, there might not even be a single ancient sage in the entire land of Grey Wolf. In that case, didn't that mean that there were very few ancient sages in the Sky Fire Secret Territory? Before Qin Shao could think further, Fei Yong's words interrupted his train of thought. "Seniors of the Laozhan tribe, these two are guests of the Fei Liang tribe. I hope the three of you will let us pass. I believe the three of you won't bully a universe-grade kid like me." Fei Yong bowed slightly. However, he was neither servile nor overbearing, so he didn't deliberately flatter the three of them. Although the Fei Liang tribe and the Laozhan tribe did have many conflicts, they were generally at peace and wouldn't go to the extent of fighting each other. The tribesmen also had their share of wins and losses. Therefore, the three of them would at most bully Fei Yong. They wouldn't really dare to do anything to him. However, Fei Yong didn't want to be bullied and humiliated. Because of this, Fei Yong was more courteous to the three Laozhan tribe members. He wouldn't lose out if he tried to reason with them. "Bully you? Since you put it this way, let's bully you properly today." The burly man on the left smiled sinisterly. Fei Yong couldn't help but frown when he heard this. What was going on? He didn't sound like he was joking. Would the Laozhan tribe really dare to make a move on him? There shouldn't be any reason, right? It would be a little against the rules if they made a move so casually. Fei Yong's father was a warrior of the Fei Liang tribe, so he had an extremely high status and prestige in the tribe. Shouldn't they think twice before making a move on Fei Yong? Qin Xiao and Jing Yang exchanged glances secretly. Both of them could sense that something was amiss. The two of them had originally thought that the possibility of the other party making a move wasn't very high. Although the other party had 3 heavenly venerates, Qin Xiao and Jing Yang weren't afraid of anything given their strength. Furthermore, Jing Yang was a second-step heavenly venerate, while the 3 people before them were only first-step heavenly venerates. Since they couldn't see through Jing Yang's strength, there was no harm in treating Jing Yang as a first-step heavenly venerate. In terms of strength, they didn't have an overwhelming advantage. Therefore, if they really wanted to make a move, they would have to be serious and ruthless. Otherwise, their actions would be meaningless. Regardless of their strength, Fei Yong's status alone meant that they wouldn't make a move on him so easily. At most, they would humiliate him verbally to gain some advantage in the debate. However, it seemed like things wouldn't be that simple. The other party was about to make a move. This was a completely illogical move, so Qin Xiao naturally sensed that there was something else going on. If that was the case, then they would really be in trouble. Therefore, Qin Xiao and Jing Yang immediately became vigilant. Fei Yong, who also sensed that something was amiss, said anxiously, "Gentlemen, my father is already on his way to receive me. He will be here soon. Are you really going to make a move on me? I only met the 3 of you by chance. I didn't offend you in any way. If the 3 of you insist on bullying me, I'm afraid my father will demand an explanation from you. I think it would be better for the 3 of you to stop what you're doing today to prevent any more friction between our 2 tribes. Although I, Fei Yong, am weak, I'm not a weakling that anyone can bully. I hope the 3 of you will have some self-respect." Fei Yong's words were filled with confidence. However, this confidence was only used to scare the other party. In fact, Fei Yong hadn't informed his father. Evidently, this didn't scare the 3 men before him. The burly man on the left sneered and said, "Little fella, you're still too inexperienced to play tricks with us. You won't be able to escape our notice with your lowly methods. You don't have to put on airs. We're going to take you down today. Hee. Little fella, I think you'd better surrender and come with us. Otherwise, you'll have to suffer." What? They want to take him away? Fei Yong was stunned when he heard this. He had thought that no matter how ruthless these 3 men were, they would at most beat him up. What would they do to him? However, Fei Yong didn't expect that the 3 of them would want to take him away. This was a completely different matter. If they only beat him up and taught him a lesson, the Fei Liang tribe wouldn't be offended, but they wouldn't cross the line. However, if they took Fei Yong away, they would be challenging the Fei Liang tribe's bottom line. This was something that the Fei Liang tribe would never tolerate. They would definitely retaliate. The 2 tribes weren't that different in terms of strength. Therefore, it wouldn't be beneficial for either tribe if a conflict broke out. It was precisely because of this that no matter how much friction there was usually, no matter how much they fought openly and covertly, both sides would always guard their own bottom lines and would never cross the line. They had to stick to their bottom lines. Now that the 3 men from the Laozhan tribe wanted to cross the line, Fei Yong was shocked. Something was amiss. What was going on? Could it be that something had happened? Fei Yong knew that the other party was clearly sending a signal by doing this. "What exactly do you want?" Fei Yong asked coldly. Hee. The burly man on the left sneered and said playfully, "You shouldn't ask these questions. Don't ask. Just follow us obediently." "Little fella, it seems like you don't intend to follow us obediently. That's great. We're itching for a fight too." His tone was resolute. It seemed like there was no turning back. Then, the man looked coldly at Qin Xiao and Jing Yang and said, "You 2 outsiders. Do you intend to stand against us? Or do you want to know what's good for you and Scram?" Qin Xiao frowned deeply. Just now, he said that he hated the 2 of them. Why do you want the 2 of them to leave now? The signal that was released was not normal either. It meant that capturing Fei Yong was very important to them. What did this mean? Why did the 3 men from the Laozhan tribe insist on capturing Fei Yong? Why did they have to challenge the Fei Liang tribe's bottom line and bring the 2 tribes to the brink of war? The situation inside was definitely not simple. In the face of such threats, Qin Xiao was not intimidated at all. Instead, he replied without backing down, "Although we are outsiders, Fei Yong is our friend. Of course, we wouldn't leave our friends behind. Therefore, we will definitely take care of this matter. If you want to hurt Fei Yong, you have to ask for our permission first. If you want to fight, let's fight. We'll keep you company. Fei Yong's heart warmed when he heard Qin Zhao's resolute words. He was grateful. Previously, Senior Qin had saved his life, and now, Senior Qin had resolutely stood out to save him. His great kindness really made him speechless. Fei Yong would never forget this kindness. The three men from the Laozhan tribe glared at Qin Zhao and Jingyang. Their eyes were filled with murderous intent. Were they trying to sabotage their plan? You really don't know what's good for you. Good. Since you two ignorant outsiders want to interfere, then I'll kill both of you. You came to the Heavenly Fire's secret territory to train? Then I can tell you that you've come to the wrong place. The Heavenly Fire's secret territory is not a place for outsiders like you. This is our territory. It's not a place for outsiders like you to behave atrociously. The burly man in the middle sneered. Before he could finish his sentence, the three of them attacked at the same time. Chapter 1525. Clash Fei Yong's hair stood on end when he sensed this powerful force. He was extremely nervous. However, no matter how nervous they were, no matter how terrified they were, and no matter how much they felt that they were no match for him, they had no other choice but to fight. Attack! Qin Zhao shouted as he slashed out with his sword. Qin Zhao had been cultivating the Sky Heart Sword technique for more than 1,000,000 years. Although he had not made any major breakthroughs, his strength had improved a little. Furthermore, as the master of the universe origin, Qin Zhao's strength had been strengthened by the universe origin. He was definitely stronger than an ordinary first-step heavenly venerate. Therefore, Qin Zhao's strength should be considered relatively strong among first-step heavenly venerates. Fei Yong, step aside. You won't be able to help in this battle. Qin Zhao shouted at Fei Yong in a tone that brooked no refusal. Fei Yong stared blankly at Qin Zhao. Of course, he knew deep down that he would not be able to help in a battle of this level. Although his strength was at the level of a half-step heavenly venerate, he had not reached the level of a true heavenly venerate. A step away was a step away. If they really fought, the difference would be huge. Therefore, Fei Yong would only be asking for a beating if he went up. He might even become a burden. After being shouted at by Qin Zhao, Fei Yong was stunned for a moment before he subconsciously retreated to the side. He did not dare get too close to avoid being implicated. However, Fei Yong felt deeply ashamed and apologetic for putting all the pressure on Senior Qin and Jingyang. After all, the three people from the Laozhan clan had come for him. Senior Qin and Jingyang had been completely implicated. They had not needed to take the risk and offend the Laozhan clan. However, in order to save him, they had resolutely gotten involved and stood on the opposite side of the Laozhan clan. Offending a tribe was a very dangerous thing to do. Therefore, Fei Yong was extremely grateful to Qin Zhao and Jingyang. Crash! A blood-red broadsword whizzed towards Qin Zhao. There was a trace of nomological power in the blade, which was so powerful that it made people's hearts palpitate. The power of laws. This was the ultimate power of the great Tao, the source power that existed everywhere in the great wide world. Furthermore, this blood-red saber also appeared very eerie. It glowed with a strange light, causing the surrounding space to distort, blur, and compress. This strange power surged towards Qin Zhao like a terrifying black hole, wanting to devour Qin Zhao. Qin Zhao had already sensed an extremely dangerous aura before the blood-red broadsword had even reached him. What a bloody power! What a powerful saber intent! He has activated the power of laws. His saber technique is strange. He has mobilized the power of the void around him. It is indeed a good technique. Qin Zhao was also secretly surprised. He had just become a celestial venerable not long ago. In terms of cultivation techniques, he had only cultivated the Sacred Heart Sword technique. Other than that, he had not cultivated any other cultivation techniques. However, he had not made any substantial breakthroughs in the Sacred Heart Sword technique. He had not truly grasped half of its moves. The Sacred Heart Sword technique had a total of 6 moves. Once all 6 moves were perfected, one would be able to reach the Ancient Saint realm. The Sacred Heart Sword technique was a cultivation technique that led one directly to the ancient saint realm. When cultivated to the extreme, one could peak at the ancient saint realm and cultivate to the ancient saint realm. But now, Qin Shao had not even managed to cultivate the first move. Qin Shao had been comprehending the first move for more than 1,000,000 years. However, he had not made much progress. He always felt that it was too difficult and profound. There was no way for him to truly grasp it. Is this the control of the power of laws? Using the power of laws, you can mobilize the heavens and the four seas. You can use the entire void, causing power to surge forth. Qin Shao, who was caught in the attack of a celestial venerable from the Laozhan clan, was somewhat touched. This touch was not present in his previous cultivation. Even if it was not as deep as this. Qin Zhao's sword was pushed to the extreme. The sword in his hand bloomed with a majestic song and a glorious light. Even so, Qin Zhao's strength was still somewhat inferior to his opponent's. Qin Zhao's sword could not block the opponent's attack at all. You're really weak. You've just stepped into the celestial venerable realm, haven't you? You're just a first-step celestial venerable kid. You can't even grasp a trace of the power of laws. How dare you fight me with your little strength? You must be tired of living. The burly man mocked Qin Shao again. Just now, Qin Shao had opposed him with equal harshness. Now, he wanted to control Qin Shao and suppress Qin Shao to vent the anger in his heart. After figuring out Qin Zhao's background, he became even more arrogant. Power explode. Qin Shao shouted coldly in his heart. His true meaning of power had been cultivated to the 6th level previously. Although it had not reached the 7th level, it had not reached the celestial venerable level. However, when used together with Qin Zhao's great Tao, it naturally made Qin Zhao's power much stronger. The influx of power made Qin Zhao's sword sharper. Your power seems to be not bad, but this power alone is far from being my match. I've been a celestial venerable for almost 10 universe eras. How can a brat like you, who has just become a celestial venerable, compare to me? The burly man said playfully. Qin Shao gritted his teeth and retorted sarcastically, "You've been a celestial venerable for almost 10 universe eras, but you're still so weak. Don't you feel ashamed? You still have the nerve to say that. If I were you, I would have committed suicide out of shame. Arrogant brat, what an arrogant brat. I'm going to tear your mouth apart." The burly man was completely infuriated by Qin Shao. He was so angry that he could not stop screaming. The blood-red blade in his hand became even more violent and ferocious. Blood Chi sword and bloodlight surged. He wanted to cut Qin Shao into pieces. Terrifying power also surged in all directions and crazily smashed onto Qin Zhao's body, forming a terrifying destructive storm. If Qin Shao could not withstand it, he would definitely be torn apart and destroyed by the destructive storm. Even if he was a celestial venerable, he would be killed. Celestial venerables were worthless in the vast thousand domains. The two of them fought with great momentum. Fortunately, the void of the sky fire's secret territory was very stable. Otherwise, it would have been reduced to nothingness. On the other side, Jingyang was fighting 1 against 2. He was not at a disadvantage at all. In fact, Jingyang had not used his full strength. He was a second-step celestial venerable, so dealing with 2 first-step celestial venerables was not a problem for him. Of course, the strength of these 2 first-step celestial venerables was indeed very strong. When they joined forces, they were even stronger. This made it difficult for Jingyang to deal with them. Jingyang had not used his full strength because he did not want to reveal that he was a second-step celestial venerable for the time being. Unless he had no other choice, he would not expose his cultivation base so easily. There was no harm in being careful. It would be best if he could make the Laozhan clan's celestial venerables retreat and not fight to the death. Therefore, Jingyang had not used his full strength. He had only been able to suppress the 2 Laozhan clan's celestial venerables. Although Qin Shao was having a difficult time, he was still able to withstand the attacks by relying on his great path techniques and the true intent of power, as well as some of his power as the master of the universe origin. Although he still seemed to be at a disadvantage, he would not be defeated so easily. At the very least, there would not be any problems for the time being. Therefore, the battle had stabilized. The three Laozhan clan's celestial venerables were not able to gain any advantages. Senior Qin and Senior Jingyang, the Fei Yong, who had been sweating profusely, was shocked when he saw this scene. Obviously, Qin Shao and Jingyang's strength had exceeded his expectations. This was especially so for Jingyang, because Jingyang had always called Qin Shao Big Brother. Fei Yong had thought that Jingyang's strength should not be as strong as Senior Qin's. However, had not expected that Jingyang would be so strong that he could still hold the upper hand, even though he was fighting two celestial venerables alone. His strength was actually much stronger than Senior Qin's. Was he really a first-step celestial venerate? Could he be a second-step celestial venerate? However, why would a second-step celestial venerate call a first-step celestial venerate Big Brother? Fei Yong was puzzled by the situation. Looks like I've really met my benefactor this time, Fei Yong thought to himself, feeling somewhat fortunate. If he hadn't met Senior Qin and Senior Qin, he would have died several times today. Fei Yong temporarily put these questions aside and turned his attention back to the three Laozhan clan's celestial venerables. The three of you, you can't do anything to us. My father is already on his way. If you don't want the situation to become too tense, I advise the three of you to stop here and leave. Otherwise, I'm afraid it won't do either of us any good if we really get into a fight. However, the three Laozhan clan celestial venerables ignored Fei Yong's words and continued to attack Qin Shao and Jingyang. Qin Shao and Jingyang raised their eyebrows slightly. Naturally, they sensed that something was amiss. Young master, it seems like they still have a backup plan. Perhaps some of them are on their way. Otherwise, they wouldn't be so confident. They clearly know that they can't do anything to us, yet they continue to attack us like crazy. The most likely possibility is that they're stalling for time. Jingyang transmitted his voice to Qin Shao. Qin Shao replied, Jingyang, you are right. Based on the current situation, this is the most likely possibility. They have been so persistent. The situation is definitely not as simple as it seems. I'm afraid they still have some tricks up their sleeves. They're so desperate to capture Fei Yong. Perhaps there is some huge conflict between the two factions. Otherwise, they wouldn't be acting like this. I'm afraid we are going to be in deep trouble this time. Jingyang smiled helplessly and said, Young master, I thought that we had hit the jackpot this time and had a high chance of getting the Chaos Source Rock. Who would have thought that we would be in deep trouble before we could even celebrate? If these two factions really start fighting, it won't be easy for us to escape unscathed. Now that we are involved, it will be very difficult for us to extricate ourselves. Yes, it would be very difficult. The three Laozhan clan's celestial venerables could also tell that the Laozhan clan's celestial venerables were ferocious people. If they provoked them, they wouldn't let them off easily. Therefore, since Qin Shao and the others were already involved, it was almost impossible for them to extricate themselves. Qin Shao gritted his teeth and said, Forget it. Since we are already here, let's take things as they come. Originally, we had already anticipated different situations and made many preparations for the worst. Since this is the path we have chosen and this is our fate, we have no choice but to face it head-on. Chapter 15:26. Still not giving up? The battle was getting more and more intense. Fei Yong stood at the back, unable to help at all. This made him a little worried and anxious. He wanted to inform his father, but even if his father rushed over, it would take a long time. He wouldn't be able to rush over immediately. Distant water couldn't put out a nearby fire. The three Laozhan heavenly venerables were getting crazier and crazier as they fought. They were like wild beasts that had gone berserk. They were like gods of war who didn't care about their own lives. They wouldn't stop until they were dead. Their skin turned red as they fought in a frenzy, as if they were bathed in fire. In such a state, their battle prowess became even stronger. Young master, it seems like they don't intend to give up. We can't drag this out any longer. We have to end this quickly. Jingyang transmitted to Qin Shao. Yes, we can't drag this out any longer. Let's end this quickly. We can't care too much. If we drag this out, it will only be more disadvantageous for us. Qin Shao nodded. He had considered this as well. They still had some tricks up their sleeves. Jing Yang hadn't fully unleashed his strength yet, and Qin Shao also hadn't used his heart force. Although Qin Zhao's heart force was only at the 6th level, Qin Shao had the heart force stone in his hands. The heart force stone wasn't a heavenly weapon, but it was extremely special. It had a great effect on the amplification of heart force. Therefore, with the help of the heart force stone, Qin Zhao's heart force could reach the level of a heavenly venerate if he pushed it to its limits. At the very least, it could deal a certain amount of damage to the Laozhan heavenly venerables. With the help of his heart force, Qin Shao could naturally turn the situation around. Qin Shao didn't need to defeat the Laozhan heavenly venerables. He only needed to suppress them. The main thing was to see how Jing Yang's battle was going. If Jing Yang went all out, suppressing the 2 Laozhan heavenly venerables shouldn't be a problem. After all, Jing Yang was a 2nd-step celestial venerable, while the other 2 were only 1st-step celestial venerables. In terms of cultivation level, he had an absolute advantage. There should not be any surprises if he suppressed him. Moreover, Qin Shao and Jing Yang still had a big backup plan. Elder Lu Ha had left behind 2 heaven-grade weapons. Qin Shao had asked for one and left the other for Jing Yang. Therefore, the 2 of them each had a heaven-grade weapon. If there was any danger, the heaven-grade weapons would be enough to turn the situation around. However, unless it was absolutely necessary, the heavenly soldier would definitely not reveal it easily. Otherwise, it would only attract more trouble. An ordinary man's wealth is his own ruin. However, to deal with 3 first-step Empyreans, there was no need to go to such an extent. Attack! Qin Shao and Jing Yang did not hesitate and immediately took action. Heart force kill! Qin Zhao's heart force burst forth at full force. His heart force turned into a strange, sharp light, and an invisible force surged towards the 1st-step Empyrean. Heart force and the power of the Great Path surged out at the same time and burst forth to the extreme. This was Qin Zhao's full strength and his strongest move. Oh, what kind of strange power is that? Heart force? This kid is also a heart force cultivator? His heart force is also so strong that it has reached the level of a heavenly venerable? The Laozhan heavenly venerable frowned. Heart force was extremely strange and formless. It was very difficult to resist. If it was just dealing with heart force, it would not be a big deal. However, Qin Shao was still frantically counterattacking. This was equivalent to dealing with 2 heavenly venerables at the same time. Their cooperation was flawless, and there was a certain degree of effect. Therefore, the situation was immediately reversed. Qin Shao had been suppressed earlier. Now, Qin Shao was suppressing the Laozhan heavenly venerable. Despicable outsider, you're actually a cultivator of both the Great Path and Heart Force systems. The Laozhan heavenly venerable roared angrily. Multi-system cultivators were extremely rare in the great wide world. After all, a person's energy and talent were limited. For example, some people were suitable for the Great Path cultivation system. He cultivated the Great Path and was a peerless genius. However, if he were to cultivate other systems, he might be mediocre. There would also be a certain degree of rejection between different systems. It was very, very difficult to cultivate multiple systems at the same time and be able to cultivate them to a high level. Such a cultivator was extremely difficult to find in the great wide world. If one had the means of multiple systems at the same time, one's strength would naturally become even stronger. For example, Heart Force could restrain Dark Force. At the same level of power, his Heart Force would definitely be able to completely suppress the darkness energy. However, Qin Zhao's Heart Force had not reached the 7th level. He was only relying on the Heart Force Stone's amplification effect. Without the Heart Force Stone, Heart Force methods would not be of much use. Despicable outsider, it seems that I have underestimated you. You still have some tricks up your sleeve. No wonder you dared to come to the Sky, Fire, Secret Realm. No matter how many tricks you have, you will die today. You will die. The Laozhan heavenly venerable gritted his teeth in anger. It seemed that being suppressed by Qin Shao had made him angry out of humiliation. As for Jing Yang, once he unleashed his strength, he easily suppressed the two Laozhan heavenly venerables. You are not a first-step heavenly venerable. You are a second-step heavenly venerable. You are a second-step heavenly venerable. Despicable, you hit it well. I didn't expect you to be a second-step heavenly venerable. No wonder you dare to go against the Laozhan heavenly venerable. So you have some strength. But you are courting death. Courting death. The two Laozhan heavenly venerables immediately roared. Despicable. If they had known that there was a second-step heavenly venerable, they would not have made a move so easily. Jingyang had been concealing his aura earlier. Therefore, the three Laozhan heavenly venerables could not detect Jingyang's cultivation level. However, they could tell that Qin Shao was a first-step heavenly venerable. Moreover, Jingyang called Qin Shao Big Brother. Therefore, they did not think that Jingyang was very strong. This was a miscalculation. I think you Laozhan heavenly venerables only rely on your mouths. You dare to be so stubborn even when you are about to die. Jingyang snorted coldly. His battle strength surged as he used the first move of the heavenly heart sword art. Dazzling sword chi radiance surged out. The sword whistled through the 9 heavens. Rays of peerless brilliance surged over. They contained the power of the sword Dao law, gathered the power of the heavens, and condensed the power of the void. They brought with them an unparalleled sharpness as they charged over. The domineering sword swept through the sky. The first move of the heavenly heart sword art was indeed domineering and sharp. The moment the sword was unleashed, the universe moved and the 9 heavens roared. The moment the sword was unleashed, the two Laozhan heavenly venerables' expressions changed drastically. Oh no, it's dangerous. What a powerful sword. The two Laozhan heavenly venerables clenched their teeth, their hearts filled with hatred. They were really unlucky to have kicked a second-step heavenly venerable. Faced with such a terrifying sword, how could the two of them have the confidence to block it? However, they had no other choice but to brace themselves and charge forward. However, the result was obvious. The two of them were sent flying. Their divine bodies were shattered, and they lost nearly 10% of their divine bodies. How terrifying! As expected of a second-step heavenly venerable. The difference of one realm was too great. It was simply impossible to fight against him. The two of them were far from a match for him, even if they combined their strength. There was no way they could block the attack. The two Laozhan heavenly venerables, originally ferocious and frenzied faces, were now filled with fear. This was the threat of death. They had to think of a way to deal with it. Otherwise, they might all die here. The loss would outweigh the gain. This is the first move of the heavenly heart sword art. Qin Zhao's consciousness was still immersed in the first move of the heavenly heart sword art that Jingyang had just unleashed. There was a hint of inspiration. Qin Shao had been cultivating and comprehending the heavenly heart sword art for more than 1,000,000 years. Although he didn't succeed in cultivating the first move, he had accumulated a lot of inspiration. When he saw Jingyang unleash it just now, Qin Shao naturally had a lot of inspiration. Under this inspiration, he had a new understanding. Cultivation was like this. One had to rely on little by little inspiration to slowly accumulate. When the time was right, success would follow naturally, and one would break through in one fell swoop. It was a process like this. In actual combat, this process could often be shortened. Qin Shao was suppressing the Laozhan heavenly venerate until he was only left with the strength to defend himself. However, the other party refused to admit defeat. He gritted his teeth fiercely and fought back fiercely. Jingyang attacked once again and forced the two Laozhan heavenly venerates to retreat. There was no suspense in this battle anymore. It was a crushing defeat. I never expected that Senior Jingyang would actually be a second-step heavenly venerate. Why is he still calling Senior Qin Big Brother then? Fei Yong, who was watching the battle, was puzzled. If sworn brothers of different surnames were ranked according to seniority, shouldn't they be ranked according to age or strength? In terms of age, Jingyang was clearly older. Although Fei Yong couldn't determine exactly how long Qin Shao and Jingyang had lived, the traces left on their bodies by time could still roughly explain some things and give him a rough estimate. No matter how he looked at it, Qin Xiao was clearly much younger than Jingyang. In terms of strength, one was a first-step heavenly venerate, while the other was a second-step heavenly venerate. This was a huge difference. Could Senior Qin still be hiding his strength? Is Senior Qin actually a second-step heavenly venerate or even a third-step heavenly venerate? Fei Yong couldn't help but have a bold idea. This thought made Fei Yong think that there was a possibility. After all, anyone who dared to enter the sky, fire, mystic realm had to have some level of strength, right? If outsiders wanted to survive in the sky, fire, mystic realm, they would need to be very strong. Ordinary first-step heavenly venerates and second-step heavenly venerates would have a slim chance of surviving. If this was the case, it would be explainable. However, Fei Yong didn't think too much about it. He was thinking about how to end this battle. The two Laozhan heavenly venerates had been forced to retreat by Jingyang. Their divine bodies had sustained serious injuries, and their faces had turned increasingly ugly. What's wrong? Aren't you going to stop? Do you want to keep fighting? Do you really want to fight to the death? Jingyang shouted coldly. Clearly, he wanted to stop and end the battle. If they stopped now, then neither side would suffer any losses. They could also shake hands and make peace and end things peacefully. If the battle continued and one side really suffered casualties, then it would probably reach an irreversible point. Then it would really be a fight to the death, and they would really fight to the death. Qin Xiao and Jingyang clearly had the upper hand, so they had the right to speak. Chapter 1527. Killing a heavenly venerable. The fact that the three Laozhan heavenly venerables were unwilling to give up so easily confirmed Qin Xiao's guess. It seemed like they did have a backup plan. If they were unwilling to give up, it meant that they were determined to win. If they were not afraid of death, it meant that they were confident. The more the other party had a backup plan, the more important it was to end the battle quickly. Jingyang, use the heavenly weapon. Finish them off first. Qin Xiao transmitted his voice to Jingyang. There was no other way now. They could only choose the worst path. Once they started killing, they would have completely offended the Laozhan clan. They were outsiders. If they killed the natives of the heavenly fire mystic realm, the Laozhan clan would definitely not let them off. They would be in big trouble if they provoked them. However, Qin Xiao had no other choice now that things had come to this. Die! Qin Xiao's eyes flashed with ruthlessness. With a flip of his palm, a strange-looking weapon appeared in Qin Xiao's hand. As soon as this weapon appeared, it immediately emitted an extremely powerful aura, sealing this part of the world. The moment the heavenly weapon appeared, the sky darkened. The tremendous power that erupted in that instant shocked everyone. They could smell an extremely terrifying aura. The so-called heavenly weapon was a weapon sealed with the power of laws. Once the heavenly weapon moved, it could mobilize the power of laws. It was naturally terrifying. Qin Xiao activated the heavenly weapon with all his might. He could clearly feel the majestic power of laws surging and gathering on the heavenly weapon in his hand. The entire sky and earth shook. The power of the 4 seas and 8 desolates surged crazily, making the power even more terrifying. Qin Xiao could clearly feel this powerful force. It was a wonderful feeling. With this powerful feeling, Qin Xiao was even more confident that he could kill the Laozhan clan's first-step heavenly venerable in front of him. The heavenly weapon slashed down, as if it was carrying the power of the heavens. It was going to kill the Laozhan clan's heavenly venerable with the force of Mount Tai. The Laozhan clan's heavenly venerable's expression changed drastically. He looked at Qin Xiao in horror. What, a heavenly weapon? You have a heavenly weapon? How dare you say you're not from the sacred region? If you're not from the sacred region, how could you have such a thing? You're just a first-step heavenly venerable. How could you possess a heavenly weapon? You must be from a great background. It's a pity. As a first-step heavenly venerable, you can't unleash the power of a heavenly weapon. It's as a waste of the heavenly weapon. Seeing the celestial soldier in Qin Xiao's hand, the Laozhan celestial soldier's eyes were filled with greed besides fear. Who would want a heavenly weapon? In a Laozhan clan, there was only one celestial weapon. That was the treasure of the clan, a weapon that only the clan leader had the right to use. However, He wasn't in a hurry to think of anything else. The most important thing now was to think of a way to survive the heavenly weapon. He was naturally afraid of the heavenly weapon. He knew that he was no match for it. He could only brace himself and fight with all his might, hoping to block it. Block it, block it. You must block it. Soon, soon, Warrior Wubuan will be here soon. Just hold on a little longer and we'll be safe. I'll fight. The Laozhan clan's warrior let out a crazy roar. His body seemed to spit fire and his blood was boiling. He was like a god of fire bathed in foam. Boom, boom, boom. Qin Shao slashed down with all his might with the heavenly weapon. All his power smashed down on the heavenly venerable. The mighty power exploded wildly. The power of the heavens, the power of laws, and the turbulence of the 4 seas and 8 wastelands were all contained in this attack. Under this terrifying power, the Laozhan clan's heavenly venerable could clearly feel his divine body being destroyed, shattered, and devoured. He unleashed all of his techniques in a frenzy. He didn't hide any of the treasures he had on him and threw them all out. He retreated desperately and didn't immediately collapse and die under Qin Zhao's heavenly weapon. Although the heavenly weapon's power was strong, Qin Shao was only a first-step heavenly venerable after all. There was no way he could fully unleash the heavenly weapon's power. Therefore, Qin Zhao's attempt to kill the Laozhan clan's heavenly venerable had failed. I can't kill him in one strike. Looks like it's going to be troublesome. I wanted to see if I could kill him in one strike. It seems that I'm still too weak. I can't unleash much of the heavenly weapon's power. Qin Shao shook his head inwardly. If he couldn't kill him in one strike, it would be more troublesome if he wanted to kill him. It would take some time and effort. However, Qin Shao knew very well that he didn't have much time. If he couldn't end the battle quickly, he would soon lose his chance. Ha ha ha, you can't kill me. You can't kill me. So what if you have a heavenly weapon? You're just a first-step heavenly venerable. You can't unleash much of the heavenly weapon's power. You can't kill me. The Laozhan clan's heavenly venerable laughed wantonly. The taste of escaping death made him wild with joy. As long as he could escape this attack, he would have a chance to live. On the other side, Jingyang also unleashed his heavenly weapon. Jingyang was a second-step heavenly venerable and much stronger than Qin Shao. Therefore, he could unleash more power with the heavenly weapon in his hands. However, Jingyang had to deal with 2 heavenly venerables. With the 2 of them working together, they managed to survive Jingyang's attack. However, they were in a much worse state than Qin Shao. About 70% of their divine bodies had been shattered. They were battered and exhausted and had almost no strength to fight back. Although the 2 of them were trying their best to quickly recover their divine bodies, Jingyang obviously wouldn't give them the chance to do so. He attacked again. The 2 heavenly venerables' faces were extremely grim. They never thought that Qin Shao and the heavenly venerable would have heavenly weapons in their hands. Those were heavenly weapons. Their Laozhan tribe only had one heavenly weapon, and that was the treasure of their tribe. The preciousness of a heavenly weapon was needless to say. However, the 2 of them could each take out a heavenly weapon. How extravagant was that? If they could snatch both heavenly weapons, the strength of the Laozhan clan would skyrocket. In that case, the Laozhan clan would be able to dominate this region. The surrounding tribes wouldn't dare to provoke them and might even bow down to them. Fei Yong was shocked once again. 2 heavenly weapons, Senior Qin and the others. Who exactly are they? He had only seen heavenly weapons once. That time was still fresh in his memory. Therefore, the powerful figure of a heavenly weapon was deeply imprinted in his heart. This time, he saw the heaven-grade armaments again, and 2 of them at that. Naturally, the shock he felt was unimaginable. Faced with Jing Yang's murderous aura, the 2 Laozhan clan heavenly venerables were both shocked and terrified. One of them roared, "Outsider, you won't be able to escape death if you dare to kill us. Stop it now, or you'll regret it." Jing Yang ignored the threat and snorted in disdain. "You speak as if you'll let us go if we stop now. Just now, I gave you a chance to stop, but you were the ones who were so overbearing and wanted to force us to our deaths. Since you won't stop until one of us is dead, we can only fight with our lives on the line. It's too late to say anything now. We've already offended the Laozhan clan. There's no turning back now. There's nothing more to say. I'll kill you first. You asked for it. You can't blame us. Enough with the nonsense. Die. Damn it. The three Laozhan clan heavenly venerables cursed in their hearts. They thought they were in control of the situation, but it was now the other way around. The feeling of being crushed by others was really unbearable and very sullen. But now, they had no way to change all of this. They could not reverse it. They could only accept it. Fight. There was no other way. The two Laozhan clan heavenly venerables could only grit their teeth and fight for their lives. The Fog Cup warrior will be here soon. Just one more hit and we'll be safe. Hold on, we must hold on. The power of the heavenly weapon in Jing Yang's hand condensed and flashed with a scorching light. It stirred up the wind and clouds and silenced the entire space. What a terrifying edge. The power of the law of Sword Tao gushed out and destroyed everything. It seemed like nothing in the heavens could stop Jing Yang. The two Laozhan clan heavenly venerables sensed the killing intent and the aura of death. Their hearts couldn't help but tremble. How terrifying. What a terrifying power. This was the first time they were so close to death. Rumble. Under the destructive power, the divine bodies of the two Laozhan clan heavenly venerables were blown apart. One of the heavenly venerables couldn't withstand it. His divine body crumbled under the destructive power, and his consciousness was destroyed. No, after letting out a cry of despair, the heavenly venerate disintegrated into nothingness. He died under Jing Yang's heavenly weapon. Jing Yang had spent most of his energy on killing this heavenly venerate. The other Laozhan clan heavenly venerate managed to escape death and frantically retreated. Seeing his companion die at Jing Yang's hands, he shouted in shock and anger, You audacious outsider, you reckless outsider. How dare you kill Do Huai? You've committed an unforgivable sin. You deserve to die. You deserve to die. The Laozhan clan heavenly venerate who'd been crushed by Qin Shao was also furious. His eyes spat fire as he roared. How dare you? How dare you? All of you must die. All of you must die. All of you must die. Qin Shao grunted coldly and said, You don't have to worry about whether we die or not. You should worry about yourself instead. Fei Yong was shocked to see a Laozhan clan heavenly venerate die at Jing Yang's hands. He smiled wryly and helplessly. This was really troublesome. It looked like he'd thoroughly offended the Laozhan clan this time. But there was really no other way. That was all he could do. You're about to die. It's best you don't waste your breath. Jing Yang said coldly and attacked again. He naturally wouldn't give the Laozhan clan heavenly venerate any chance to catch his breath. His companion had died, and now it was his turn. It was indeed very difficult to kill a heavenly venerate. After all, a heavenly venerate had transcended everything, the universe and the cycle of life. They were very difficult to kill. Even a cell could be reborn. Even a sliver of consciousness could live forever. But Jing Yang had a heavenly weapon. The situation was completely different. Chapter 1528. Boom! A terrifying heavenly might suddenly descended, enveloping the entire area and sealing it. It was as if an invisible wall had been built, enveloping the area and forming a sealed cage. The heavenly might's sealing power was mighty and unparalleled. It pressed down on Qin Shao and Jing Yang, making them feel extremely uncomfortable. The power of law transformed into an invisible hand that firmly grasped the two of them, preventing them from continuing their attacks. A furious and bone-chilling voice came from afar. Outsider, you're courting death. Unforgivable. The voice was filled with billowing anger. The powerful force shook Qin Shao and Jing Yang, making them feel extremely uncomfortable. Sensing this terrifying heavenly might and this powerful voice, Qin Shao and the other two were able to sense the other party's powerful aura from afar. This caused their expressions to change drastically. Oh no, big trouble is coming. It's probably a third-step celestial venerable. Qin Zhao's expression changed. He felt a wave of bitterness in his heart. Qin Shao had previously fought with Lord Galan, a fourth-step celestial venerable. However, with the help of the primordial universe's intent of origin, Qin Shao was in an invincible position. Although he was in an invincible position, in the end, Qin Shao was unable to stop Lord Galan from capturing Yao Shuilian. This became the most unforgettable wound in his heart. The Laozhan clan's expert in front of him was much weaker than Lord Galan's, but much stronger than Jing Yang's. Therefore, Qin Shao thought that it should be a third-step Celestial Venerable. However, even a third-step Celestial Venerable was enough to suppress Qin Shao until he couldn't breathe. He and Jing Yang were no match for this third-step Celestial Venerable. The gap between the two realms was huge. Even though they both had heavenly weapons, they were still unable to make ends meet. Qin Shao had expected trouble and wanted to give it a try. He wanted to end the battle quickly and leave quickly. But he didn't expect that he was still too late. But there was no other way. Qin Shao had no choice but to do so. Qin Shao quickly joined up with Jing Yang. The two Laozhan clan first-step Celestial Venerables naturally did not have the heart to care about them. Fei Yong immediately walked over and stood beside Qin Shao with a cold expression. At this time, there was no way to escape even if he wanted to. The other party had already displayed their means and sealed this place. How could it be easy to escape? Even if he were to use the ethereal mountain, there was no guarantee that he would be able to get out of here alive. Senior Qin, I'm afraid we're in danger today. Warrior Wugu from the Laozhan clan is here. He's a third-step Heavenly Venerable. Fei Yong shook his head helplessly. The powerful pressure was indeed enough to make one feel despair. Warrior was the honorific title given by the tribes in the Sky Fire Secret Dimension to experts. Generally speaking, one had to be at least a third-step Heavenly Venerable to receive the title of Warrior. Of course, being a third-step Heavenly Venerable was only the basic requirement. It didn't mean that a third-step Heavenly Venerable could be conferred the title of Warrior. There were other tests. Therefore, warriors were synonymous with the strong. The number of warriors in a tribe basically represented the strength of the tribe. A warrior was definitely the backbone of a tribe. He was the peak strength and foundation of a tribe. Because of this, Fei Yong looked proud when he said that his father was a warrior of the Fei Liang tribe. A warrior's status in the tribe was still very high, and he had great prestige. The Fei Liang tribe didn't have many warriors. Did you inform your father to come? Qin Shao asked with a frown. Fei Yong smiled bitterly and said apologetically, I'm sorry, Senior Qin. I didn't inform my father. I was just bluffing earlier. Even if I informed my father and he rushed over at full speed, he wouldn't have been able to arrive so quickly. Furthermore, I didn't have the face to ask my father for help when I snuck out, so Qin Shao could tell that Fei Yong was a very strong person. He wanted to become stronger through his own efforts. The stronger a person was, the harder it was for him to ask for help. Qin Shao could understand Fei Yong's thoughts and said, Distant water can't put out a nearby fire. You didn't do anything wrong. I was just casually asking. I thought you had already asked your father for help. It seems like we can only rely on ourselves now. This was troublesome. How could the three of them deal with the warrior of the Fog Goblet? Boom, boom, boom. The warrior of the Fog Goblet descended. His cold killing intent roared as his body was bathed in a raging fire. Within the flames, there was boundless anger and monstrous killing intent. It was incomparably eerie, causing people to tremble in fear. A warrior was indeed terrifyingly strong. The two first-step Celestial Venerables of the Laozhan clan who survived were now completely safe. They naturally regained their confidence. They glared at Qin Shao and Jing Yang with unparalleled killing intent. Warrior of the Fog Goblet, you killed these two outsiders. They deserve to die. Killing them is letting them off too easily. We should capture them and torture them slowly. Make them wish they were dead. I want to torture them for a universe era to vent my anger. The warrior of the Fog Goblet coldly glanced at the two and scolded, Useless trash. One of the three of you was killed by two outsiders. You're a disgrace to the Laozhan clan. Get the hell out of here. Watch how I deal with them. The two warriors of the Laozhan clan immediately retreated to the back. Their faces were gloomy and playful as they waited for a good show. Fei Yong gritted his teeth. He moved and stood in front of Qin Shao and Jingyang. His face was resolute. He gathered his courage and looked at the warrior of the fog goblet. He said, "This has nothing to do with Senior Qin and the others. Everything happened because of me. Senior Qin and the others were just trying to protect me. Your people wanted to capture me. You were the ones who started this. You can't blame us for this." "Umph." The warrior of the fog goblet snorted coldly. A terrifying power surged out, scaring Fei Yong. "What do you have to talk about right and wrong here? The cause is nothing to me. Don't use your naivety to judge. Those who dare to provoke the people of the Laozhan clan must die. Those who dare to kill the people of the Laozhan clan must be forgiven. I'll make you wish you were dead." Two outsiders who don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. What awaits you is misfortune. Are you going to surrender obediently? Or do you want me to do it personally? The power of nomological laws surged out of the warrior of the fog goblet. His words made Qin Shao and Jing Yang feel the invisible binding power of the space grow stronger. It was so strong that they felt like they were about to lose their ability to resist. The power of nomological laws was hard to resist. Fei Yong raised his voice. "Warrior of the fog goblet, the person you want is me. I can go with you, but I have a condition. You have to let Senior Qin and the others go. This has nothing to do with them. If you have a problem, come at me. Why do you have to bully others?" "Oomph. You want to discuss conditions with me?" The warrior of the fog goblet sneered disdainfully. You are just a puny, universe-grade kid who hasn't even become a heavenly venerate. Why do you have to talk about conditions? I wouldn't care even if your father were here, let alone a brat who is still wet behind the ears. Do you still have the strength to resist? How dare you talk about conditions? What a joke." Fei Yong gritted his teeth and said, "Warrior of the fog goblet, I might be a brat with no strength. However, I don't have to be strong to talk about conditions. What you want is just me alive and well. Although I don't know what you want to do, you definitely have a plan to capture me. Furthermore, I believe that this plan is very important. It's not something a life can compare to. If I die, then your plan will fall through. Therefore, I believe that you don't want to see me die, Senior Fog Goblet. If I die, my father won't let you off either. Senior Fog Goblet, if you're not willing to let Senior Qin and the others go, then I would rather die here today than let you have your way. If you are willing to let them go, I guarantee that I will follow you obediently and be at your mercy." Fei Yong's spirits surged as he prepared to self-detonate. Moreover, Fei Yong said to Qin Shao and Jing Yang, "Senior Qin, Senior Jing Yang, if Warrior of the Fog Goblet attacks later, please block him for a while so that I can complete my self-detonation. If I die, they won't get anything. No matter what happens today, I have to protect Senior Qin and the others. Otherwise, I would rather die." Fei Yong was extremely resolute. There was no room for negotiation. Obviously, he had been forced into a desperate situation. He could only use his life to protect Qin Shao and Jing Yang. If he could protect them, then he would protect them. If he couldn't, then he would die. If he could only watch Senior Qin and the others be killed by Warrior of the Fog Goblet, then he would rather die. Since he was grateful, he should repay the kindness. Now, it was time for him to repay the kindness. Seeing Fei Yong's actions, Qin Zhao's frown deepened. He had a better impression of Fei Yong. It was rare to meet such a loyal and grateful person like Fei Yong in the heavenly fire mystic realm. However, the crisis in front of them wouldn't be resolved so easily. Warrior of the Fog Goblet's face darkened after being threatened by Fei Yong. He glared at Fei Yong and sneered, "Ignorant brat, do you really think I'm here to capture you? I'm here to take your life." "Humph, what's the point of capturing you? If you want to commit suicide, then that's great. It saves me the trouble of killing you personally. Do you think you can stop me from killing you just because you're doing this?" He was really indulging in fantasy and too naive. "If I'm threatened by a brat like you, then I'll be a joke. All right, stop trying to stall for time. I don't have the patience to talk to you. All three of you die." Boom. Terrifying killing intent surged out again. Warrior of the Fog Goblet was really going to attack, not caring about Fei Yong's life. How is this possible? Is the Laozhan clan really going to kill me? That doesn't make sense. Do they really dare to kill me? Fei Yong's face was solemn. He couldn't believe it. Logically speaking, the Laozhan clan wouldn't kill him so easily. If they really killed him, then the conflict between the two tribes would escalate. It might even trigger a war between the two tribes. The Feiyong tribe and the Laozhan clan hadn't had any major conflicts recently. They wouldn't start a war for no reason, right? Chapter 1529. Silver Abyss Warriors. The last time the Feiyong tribe and the Laozhan tribe had a war was a universe epic ago. At least, Feiyong had not been born yet. Feiyong had only lived for 12 epochs. He was still far from a universe epic. There was no such thing as a unit of time in the Great Thousand Domains. The smallest unit of time was an epoch. An epoch in the Hongmeng universe was like a year. 1,084,000,000 epochs was a universe epoch. A universe era's time was considered relatively long. Some tribes within a universe era could undergo a complete change in prosperity and decline. After such a long period of peace, was a war finally about to break out? In fact, there was nothing strange about the outbreak of a tribal war. There were thousands of tribes in the Grey Wolf Land, and there would often be a war between tribes. This kind of thing was commonplace. It was not a rare thing. What was strange was that there were no signs. Usually, such a situation would not happen. Did something big happen while I was away? Feiyong thought. It seemed like this was the only possibility. Otherwise, there was no way to explain it. However, no matter what the reason was, he was now in a very worrying situation. If the Fog Cup warrior did not care about his life, then he was doomed. Therefore, Feiyong did not know what to do. He felt that he was in a desperate situation and could no longer struggle. Young master, I don't have any more tricks up my sleeve. We won't be so unlucky as to die here, right? Jingyang transmitted his voice to Qin Shao. His voice was full of bitterness and helplessness. Of course, he was unwilling. They had only been in the Heavenly Fire secret territory for 10,000 years. How could they be so unlucky? Although they already knew that the Sky Fire Mystery Land was extremely dangerous, they did not expect that they would die so soon. Jingyang had no more tricks up his sleeve. There was no other way. If there was no miracle, they would definitely die here. Such a situation caused Qin Shao to bitterly smile helplessly. Could it be that I'm really too naive? Are the dangers of the Great Thousand Domains far beyond my imagination? I've always known that this path would be difficult, but I've always been confident in myself. I felt that I should be able to walk a little further and even reach the sanctuary realm. But the cruelty of reality has made me reconsider this problem. Facing death was the best way to test one's heart. Jingyang said, "Young master, you can't say that. We can only say that we are unlucky. There is nothing we can do about it. After all, we are relatively weak. Coming to the Heavenly Fire secret territory is a dangerous task. Things may be contrary to our wishes." Time Xiao Feng, Xiao, Chun editor, Chrissy Time. Was unlucky? Was this the only way? Was his journey to the Saint Domain going to end here? If the Avatar died, the original body in the Hongmeng universe wouldn't come out easily. Warrior Wu Zhong, you are really not ashamed. As a warrior, you actually want to attack my son. Do you have any shame? Just as Feiyong, Qin Shao, and the others were feeling helpless and hopeless, a thunderous voice suddenly resounded through heaven and earth. The deep voice was accompanied by a powerful force. A tall man with a huge sword on his back was rushing towards them. Before he arrived, the power of the sword principle turned into a formless sword chi domain and spread out. He was using his aura to fight against the warrior Wu Zhong's aura. Before he arrived, the battle had already begun. The formless confrontation, the collision of power, and the contest of laws were intense. Although it was formless, it was extremely intense. When he saw the man, Feiyong immediately became excited. His savior had arrived. Father! Qin Shao and Jingyang's eyes lit up. Their originally tense nerves relaxed. It seemed like they were safe. When Qin Shao heard the man's words, he guessed that it was Feiyong's father. It seemed like there was always a way out. At this critical moment, his savior had arrived. It seemed that his luck was not bad. It was just a little dangerous, but he could see the light at the end of the tunnel. In terms of aura, Qin Shao could clearly feel that Feiyong's father's aura was stronger than the warrior Wu Zhong's. In terms of strength, he was definitely not weaker than the warrior Wu Zhong. Yeah, the Silver Abyss warrior is here? This kid really didn't lie to me? Did he really inform his father? Damn it, I'll be able to kill them right away. When he saw the newcomers, the warrior Wu Zhong's expression turned ugly. He gritted his teeth angrily. However, he still charged towards Qin Xiao and the others unwillingly. Wu Zhong, do you want to humiliate yourself? You dare to attack me in front of me? It seems like you have forgotten your place. Seeing that the warrior Wu Zhong still dared to attack his son, the Silver Abyss warrior snorted angrily. The power of the Sword Dao Law surged forward even more violently, trying to stop the warrior Wu Zhong. However, the power of the Sword Dao Law was not enough. The Silver Abyss warrior was still some distance away from the warrior Wu Zhong. It was because of this gap that the warrior Wu Zhong dared to attack. He wanted to see if he could succeed before the Silver Abyss warrior arrived. Even if he didn't kill all three of them, capturing one of them will be good enough. My two little friends, please block the Wu Zhong. The Silver Abyss warrior's anxious voice sounded. It was obvious that he was worried about his son. Even if the Silver Abyss warrior didn't say anything, Qin Xiao and Jingyang would have used all their strength to block the warrior Wu Zhong and protect Fei Yong. You don't have a chance anymore. Why are you still trying to struggle? Qin Xiao snorted coldly, using all his strength to summon the power of the divine weapon. Jingyang attacked at the same time. The two of them joined forces to block the warrior Wu Zhong's attack. With the help of the two divine weapons, their strength naturally increased to a very high level. Although it wasn't enough to block the warrior Wu Zhong, it was enough to block him for a moment. The Silver Abyss warrior could kill them in an instant. Once the Silver Abyss warrior arrived, they would have nothing to do. This was the only thing that mattered. Hence, they had to block him. Block him. Rumble. A strange and powerful force surged forward. It contained the power of the laws, the surge of power, the sharpness of the blade, the wrath of the bathing flame, and the destructive power of the 4 seas and 8 wastelands. The terrifying force surged forward and came crashing down. It was indeed terrifyingly powerful. Although Qin Xiao and Jingyang had divine weapons in their hands, they were still sent flying. Their divine bodies were badly damaged, and they almost vomited blood. At the same time, Fei Yong was also sent flying by the impact of the collision. He was also severely injured. Under this attack, the 3 of them were seriously injured. If there were 2 more attacks, then the 3 of them would have died in the hands of the Fog Cup warrior. As expected of a warrior, his strength was really too strong. There was no way they could fight against him. Fortunately, the Silver Abyss warrior was already in front of them. Damn it! The warrior Wu Zhong quickly retreated. Clearly, he didn't dare to face him head-on. The warrior Wu Zhong knew that even if he attacked, he might not be able to achieve anything. However, he couldn't vent his anger. Hence, he wanted to attack. Otherwise, it would be too humiliating. This result was within his expectations. Hence, after he attacked, he quickly retreated. Without any hesitation, he distanced himself from the warrior Wu Zhong. This action showed that he didn't want to fight the warrior Wu Zhong head-on. The warrior Wu Zhong tactfully retreated. The warrior Wu Zhong didn't chase after him. After all, his son was fine. There was no need to risk his life. They were both divine warriors. Even if he was stronger than the warrior Wu Zhong, he wouldn't be able to kill him. Hence, there was no point in fighting. You're fast, Silver Abyss. The warrior Wu Zhong looked at the warrior Wu Zhong with some dissatisfaction. The warrior Wu Zhong stood there and looked coldly at the warrior Wu Zhong. He said, "What? If I came a little later, would you have killed my son?" I wouldn't go so far as to kill your son. However, I would have captured him. What a pity, what a pity. I was so close. If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have talked so much with them. If I had directly attacked from the beginning, the 3 of them would have already become my prisoners. How hateful, warrior Wu Gu said in a cold and sinister voice. The warrior Wu Zhong snorted coldly again. He said, "You better keep your thoughts to yourself. Wu Zhong, don't blame me for not warning you. Go back and tell your patriarch and the warriors of the Laozhan tribe that I, Silver Abyss, advise you not to cross my bottom line. If you dare to harm a single hair of my son, I, Silver Abyss, will not let the Laozhan tribe live in peace. I, Silver Abyss, always keep my word. If you don't believe me, you could try walking. This was the domineering attitude of a father. It was a fatherly love that made people feel touched and warm. Hearing his father's words, Fei Yong's eyes teared up. He was ashamed. He shouldn't have been so stubborn. Luckily, he met a benefactor this time. Otherwise, he would have died long ago. That would be too unfilial. Qin Shao looked at the tall and mighty back of the Silver Abyss warrior. That fatherly love was like a mountain, and he was touched. He also thought of his father. He recalled that when he was still in the Qin family, his father, Qin Dingtian, had also stood up for him without any hesitation, regardless of everything. A father's love was incomparably great. It was the treasure in the deepest part of his memory. Ha ha ha. The warrior Wu Zhong laughed mockingly instead of being angry. Silver Abyss, I know you are strong, but don't be too arrogant. Before you brag, you'd better think carefully. Don't bite your tongue. Do you really think there's no one in the Laozhan tribe? So what if you have a son? Your son is the one we want to deal with. You better watch your son well. Otherwise, he will fall into our hands. You, Silver Abyss, what power do you have to kill our Laozhan tribe? You really don't know your place. When you become a fourth-step celestial venerable one day, you can talk big like that. Then you'll have some power. As for now, I think you should keep a low profile. All right, I won't play with you anymore. However, I will remember the blood debt of Do Huai's life. A debt of blood must be repaid with blood. The Laozhan tribe will never forget this. With that, the warrior Wu Zhong's gaze swept over Qin Shao and Jingyang. There was no need to elaborate on the threat in his eyes. The warrior Wu Zhong waved his hand and left with the other two. Chapter 1530. Was the sacred region really that good? The Silver Abyss warrior turned around and looked at Fei Yong sternly. Before the Silver Abyss warrior could say anything, Fei Yong knelt down and apologized. Father, I know I was wrong. The Silver Abyss warrior's stern face melted when he saw Fei Yong kneel down and admit his mistake. He said, Yonger, get up first. Tell me, what did you do wrong? Although he was blaming Fei Yong, his tone wasn't as stern as before. Fei Yong stood up and said, Father, I shouldn't have been so stubborn. I shouldn't have snuck out. I almost died outside. But the Silver Abyss warrior shook his head and said, No, you weren't stubborn. You weren't running too far away. You were sneaking out. If you want to go out and train, just tell me. I'll arrange it for you. Even if you really want to go to a place to gain experience, you should at least tell Father, so that Father will know where you're going. You weren't wrong to run too far away. You were wrong to not tell me when you were in danger. If I didn't rush out to find you, would you still be alive today? Even if they do survive, they will fall into the hands of the Laozhan clan and become their prisoners. They will suffer all kinds of hardships, and in the end, they might not even be able to survive. You have ambition, you have burdens. You want to grow faster and become a celestial venerable. These are all good things. You deserve to be praised. But don't use the wrong method. Although I'm usually strict with you, there are some things I'll support you in. So, no matter what happens in the future, you have to discuss it with me first. Do you understand? I don't want something like this to happen again. Hearing his father's warm and fatherly words, Fei Yong felt even more guilty. He had always thought that his father was too strict. That was why he didn't dare to tell him many things. But now he knew that his father's strictness was also a form of fatherly love. There were some things that could be told to his father. He had always misunderstood. Father, I understand. I will remember your teachings in the future. Something like this will never happen again. Fei Yong nodded solemnly as he spoke in a serious tone. The Yin Abyss warrior nodded his head in relief. His expression had completely relaxed. He finally revealed a faint smile and said, Yes, this experience might not be a bad thing for you, Yonger. It's a good thing if you can learn from it. The growth of one's life requires one to experience many hardships and pain. This is the price one has to pay for growth. You are still young, and your strength is still too weak. Your path is still too long, and you still need to grow. So, suffering a little more is also a kind of training, a kind of improvement. It can be considered a good thing. Fei Yong nodded in agreement. He had also felt that this was indeed the case. The experience of coming out this time, in addition to these experiences, had indeed left a deep impression in his heart. He had gained a lot. He also believed that this experience would be of great benefit to his future cultivation. The Abyss warrior's gaze landed on Qin Shao and Jing Yang. He said gratefully, "My two friends, thank you for your help just now." Although Abyss warrior was a warrior, he didn't put on any airs. In front of Qin Shao and Qin Shao, he was very humble and courteous. He didn't say that it was because he was strong. Moreover, he had clearly seen the heavenly soldiers in Qin Shao and Jing Yang's hands. He was only slightly surprised and didn't express any other thoughts. "Father, this is Senior Qin Shao, and this is Senior Jing Yang. They are my saviors. Not only did they help me just now, but they also saved my life earlier. If it weren't for them, I would have died long ago." Jing Yang immediately introduced them. "Oh." Upon hearing this, the Abyss warrior said gratefully, "So the two of you even saved my son's life. I really don't know how to thank you for your kindness. Words can't express my gratitude. Anyway, I will remember your kindness for saving my son's life. Thank you very much." Qin Shao smiled faintly and replied, "Senior Abyss, you're too kind. We are fated to meet Fei Yong. When he was in trouble, we happened to meet him. That was just a small effort. It's nothing. Senior Qin, you didn't just do a small effort. Just now, you also tried your best to protect me. Otherwise, I would have fallen into the hands of the Laozhan clan and wouldn't have been able to wait for my father to save me." Fei Yong immediately corrected him. "Yonger, what exactly happened?" The Abyss warrior couldn't help but ask. It sounded like the situation wasn't simple. Therefore, Fei Yong explained the situation in detail. Only then did the Abyss warrior know the ins and outs of the matter. After listening to the story, the Abyss warrior was even more grateful to Qin Shao and Qin Shao. He admired them even more and thought highly of them. "Qin Shao, are you from the sanctuary? Did you come to the Sky Fire's secret land for an adventure?" the Abyss warrior asked. In front of the Abyss warrior, Qin Shao didn't beat around the bush. He shook his head and smiled bitterly. "The sanctuary is so far away from here. We're only so strong. If we really came out for adventure, we wouldn't have chosen the Sky Fire's secret land. To be honest with you, Senior Abyss, the two of us aren't from the sanctuary or the other major 1,000 secret lands. We came from the universe and walked in the endless universe ocean. We want to go to the sanctuary." "Oh, you came from the universe? Then the two of you are really geniuses. Very demonic. Not bad, not bad. Your potential is limitless." Knowing that Qin Shao came from the universe, the Abyss warrior was not stingy with his compliments. To be able to come from the universe was quite impressive. It was not an easy thing. But is the sanctuary really that good? Hearing the Abyss warrior's question, Qin Shao couldn't help but be surprised. He raised his eyebrows slightly. Why did he ask that? This made Qin Shao feel like he heard something unpleasant. Therefore, Qin Shao didn't answer immediately. He was thinking about how to answer. The Abyss warrior didn't wait for Qin Shao to answer. He seemed to have seen through Qin Shao's thoughts. He shook his head and smiled. "Actually, I've been to the sanctuary once. That was a few epochs ago. It was a few epochs ago. I can't remember. That time, I went to the immortal domain by chance with an adventure team. My impression of the sanctuary is that it's very powerful. There's no doubt about that. However, I don't like the sanctuary very much. I feel that it's too oppressive and intense. The hierarchy is too strict. There's no freedom at all. Therefore, I still prefer the Heavenly Fire's secret realm. The vast 1,000 secret realms are the same as the sanctuary. They can exist for eternity. They can cultivate and survive. They can also reproduce. In other words, the living conditions are more difficult. It's not as good as the sanctuary. As for other things, I don't think the sanctuary is that good. Maybe it's because we're used to living in the Heavenly Fire secret realm. We like everything here. Therefore, very few of us from the Heavenly Fire secret realm go to the sanctuary. You people from the universe all like to pursue the sanctuary. I don't know why. Perhaps this is the faith of the sanctuary that shines on the vast 1,000 domains." Hearing the Abyss warrior's words, Qin Shao and Jing Yang looked at each other and smiled. They didn't know how to answer, so they didn't reply. In fact, they couldn't answer this question either. After all, they hadn't been to the sanctuary before. To pursue the sanctuary, it might really be a matter of faith. Anyway, they couldn't explain it clearly. They could only use faith to explain it. However, Qin Zhao's desire to pursue the sanctuary did not waver. Seeing that the atmosphere was a little awkward, the Abyss warrior waved his hand and said, "All right, let's not talk about this. Let's talk about something else. Young friend Qin Zhao, what are your plans? Is there anything I can help you with?" Fei Yong immediately told his father about Qin Zhao's plan. He also told him that he had invited Qin Zhao and Jing Yang to the Fei Liang tribe. After hearing this, the Abyss warrior nodded and said, "Yes, if you want to earn Chaos Source Stones, Songlang City is indeed the best choice. Dragon Burial Ridge is right, but it's too dangerous. However, it's still worth giving it a try. Of course, there's no need to talk about the dangers involved. Wealth comes from danger. The greater the danger, the greater the reward. As for the other dangerous realms, although they are relatively safer, there are also fewer opportunities. How you choose will depend on your personal considerations. The Fei Liang tribe has all the detailed information about the dangerous places around here. This isn't a big deal. I can find it for you. If you need it, I can ask my real body to find it now, and I'll give it to you. However, there's a situation that I have to clarify with you." A situation? Qin Zhao's heart skipped a beat, but he still said calmly, "Senior Abyss warrior, please tell us." The Abyss warrior said seriously, "Young friend Qin Zhao, it's like this. If you want to go to our tribe, we'll definitely welcome you. However, there are some situations that Qin Zhao might be able to guess. After all, we're an aboriginal tribe in the Heavenly Fire Mystic region. We're still xenophobic. Therefore, there are definitely many people in our tribe who don't welcome outsiders. They'll ostracize you. If you really want to go back with us, I'm afraid you'll have to be mentally prepared for this." Qin Zhao nodded. He knew this even without the Abyss warrior's explanation. Jingyang had already told him this. Jingyang knew a lot about the situation, so Qin Zhao already knew the basic situation. It was normal for them to be xenophobic. If you go to our tribe, just for this information, it's a small matter. I can find it and give it to you. It'll save you a trip. Qin Zhao was going to the Fei Liang tribe for this. Otherwise, he wouldn't have gone. Since the Abyss warrior said so, Qin Zhao immediately said, "Yes, we're going for this information. Since Senior Abyss warrior can give it to us directly, there's no need for us to go to the Fei Liang tribe to avoid any unpleasant situations. Actually, if we really go, we're a little worried. I think it's best if we don't go. We came to the Heavenly Fire Mystic region for the Chaos Source Rock. We also want to leave this dangerous place as soon as possible." Chapter 1531. Fei Liang tribe Qin Zhao could understand the Abyss warrior's concerns. It wasn't that the Abyss warrior didn't welcome him. Towards the character of the Abyss warriors, Qin Zhao was actually still very respectful. A good father would never be a bad person. Besides, it didn't mean much to Qin Zhao whether he went to the Fei Liang tribe or not. The Abyss warrior waved his hand and said, "Young friend Qin Zhao, listen to me first. I don't mean for you to go on an adventure. What I mean is that you should return to the tribe with me." What did he mean? Qin Zhao and Jing Yang were stunned. They looked at the Abyss warrior in confusion. Based on what the Abyss warrior had said, he didn't mean for them to go to the Fei Liang tribe with him. Why did he suddenly change his mind and ask them to go with him? The Abyss warrior said, "Young friend Qin Zhao, it's like this. Let me put it bluntly. What about you? If you follow me back to the Fei Liang tribe, even if some people in the tribe don't welcome you, they won't do anything to you. At most, they'll just attack you verbally. With me around, you don't have to worry about being hurt. I can at least guarantee that. However, if you don't follow me back to the Fei Liang tribe, you'll be in a very dangerous situation. You should know this very well. You killed a celestial venerable from the Laozhan tribe. This is definitely a grudge. Given the Laozhan tribe style, they won't let you off easily. Furthermore, you have 2 heaven-grade weapons. If I'm not wrong, you also have a flying device. A flying device that can travel in the great wide world should be at least a middle-grade one. It's more valuable than a heaven-grade weapon. It's not an exaggeration to say that you're now a moving treasure. No matter how you look at it, the Laozhan tribe won't let you off. They'll definitely send people to keep an eye on you. Therefore, if you leave alone, you'll definitely be targeted by the Laozhan tribe. With your current strength, it's simply a dead end. Qin Shao frowned and nodded. He had to admit that what the Abyss warrior said was reasonable. It was indeed so. If the Laozhan clan wanted to kill them, it would be too easy. Any warrior would be more than enough. They had indeed offended the Laozhan clan, and this matter would not be settled so easily. Qin Shao had been worried about this for a long time, but there was nothing he could do now. He could only take one step at a time. Little friend Qin Shao, no matter what, you only offended the Laozhan clan because you saved my son. You also said that you could have stayed out of this. The Laozhan clan didn't intend to do anything to you, but you bravely stepped forward to save my son. Therefore, now that you are being threatened by the Laozhan clan, I naturally cannot sit by and do nothing. No matter how you look at it, my intention is for you to follow me back to the Fei Liang tribe, the Abyss warrior said again. Qin Shao could see that the Abyss warrior's invitation was sincere. In fact, he was more inclined to go to the Fei Liang tribe. Otherwise, it would be too dangerous. They could very well die at the hands of the Laozhan clan. This time, the Abyss warrior had arrived in time. Would they be so lucky next time? Fei Yong also said, "Yes, Senior Qin, Senior Jingyang, you should follow us back to the tribe. At least it will be safer. Actually, our tribe is quite friendly. It's just that there are very few outsiders in the tribe, so some people are a little xenophobic. But overall, it's quite good." Qin Shao thought about it and said, "Senior Abyss, following you back to the tribe is indeed a good choice. It's a very safe choice. However, the two of us also came here with a goal. We have our own missions to complete. There are some things that you can hide from for a while, but you can't hide forever. Since we have offended the Laozhan clan, there's nothing we can do. We can only take one step at a time. We can't keep hiding. We have to face what we have to face sooner or later. Just as Senior Abyss said, the Laozhan clan won't let us off easily. Therefore, it's unlikely that we can lower their guard by wasting time. In that case, there's no point in hiding for a while longer. Fortune comes from danger. Since we came to the Sky Fire's secret domain, we have to plan for the worst. Only by daring to fight can we have a chance of winning." Qin Shao had thought about this question for a long time. He had discussed it with Jing Yang before finally coming to a decision. Qin Shao had always believed that running away would not solve any problem. If there was danger, he should face it bravely. Only by charging through the danger could he see the light. That was how the path of cultivation was, and the experiences he had gained along the way were the same. Therefore, he had nothing to be afraid of. Life and death were not up to the heavens, but up to oneself. Warrior Abyss nodded approvingly at Qin Zhao's brilliance. He said, "It's good that you have such determination. I've also considered your thoughts. This is also an important reason why I suggested that you follow me back to the tribe. It's like this. If you want to go to Dragon Burial Ridge, you have to pass through our tribe. If you go around it, the journey will be much longer. Secondly, you will enter the territory of other tribes, which will increase the danger. Secondly, the journey to the Dragon Burial Ridge is rather long, so it will take a long time. Moreover, you will pass through many dangerous places along the way. It's very dangerous. In addition, the Laozhan clan will keep an eye on you. I'm afraid it will be difficult for you to reach Dragon Burial Ridge. Thirdly, it's actually like this. Our tribe has a formation that can directly teleport you into the Dragon Burial Ridge. This way, you can save a lot of trouble and danger. As long as you enter Dragon Burial Ridge, even if the Laozhan clan finds out, they won't easily send people in a Dragon Burial Ridge to kill you. This way, you will be relatively safer." Formation? Qin Zhao's eyes lit up. There was such a good thing? If that was the case, then it would be much better to go to Fei Liang tribe. It will be much safer. It was indeed a heart-wrenching thought. Fei Yong also laughed and slapped his head. Yes. I forgot about this important thing. Yes, our tribe has a teleportation formation. Using it, we can reach Dragon Burial Ridge in an instant. It's very convenient, and we don't have to worry about any danger. Jing Yang said, "Senior Abyss, from what I know, It's not easy to activate a teleportation formation. It requires a large amount of energy, and it can only be activated with the help of an expert. Your tribe has a teleportation formation. That should be the treasure of your tribe. You won't activate it easily, right? Moreover, we are outsiders. It won't be easy for us to use your teleportation formation. The more stable the space, the more precious the teleportation formation was. It would be even more difficult to set up a teleportation formation. Therefore, having a teleportation formation in the Great Thousand Secret Realm was extremely precious. To set up a teleportation formation in the Great Thousand Secret Realm, even the most ordinary kind, would require the existence of an ancient sage. Moreover, it would cost a lot. A tribe would need countless years of accumulation before they could possess a teleportation array. How could such a precious thing be easily used by others? Even the warriors of Abyss would not be able to use it easily, let alone outsiders. The Silver Abyss warrior frowned when he heard this question. He nodded and said, "Yes, our young friend Jingyang is right. It is indeed not that easy to use the teleportation formation. Only our tribe leader can activate the teleportation formation. If you want to use it, you have to get the tribe leader's approval. Although I'm a warrior, I only have the right to suggest. I don't have the right to make the decision. Moreover, I'm not the only warrior in our tribe. There are other warriors who can express their opinions. However, I'll try my best to fight for you. Leave this matter to me. I'll try my best. I think there's still a lot of hope. It's not completely hopeless. No matter what, you are my son's saviors. Even if I have to throw away this old face of mine, I will definitely think of a way to repay your kindness. Let's talk about this later. We'll discuss it when we get back to the tribe. I think everything can be discussed." Fei Yong hurriedly said, Yes, Senior Qin. Let's go back to the tribe first. My father has a high reputation in the tribe. My brother is also a potential warrior. He has a good position in the tribe. With my father and brother helping you, there won't be any problems." Qin Xiao was indeed tempted. However, he did not agree immediately. He was making a final decision. Qin Xiao looked at Jingyang. Jingyang nodded, indicating that they could go. Qin Xiao finally made up his mind. He nodded and cupped his fists at Warrior Yin Yuan. "All right, thank you, Senior Yin Yuan. We'll leave everything to you. Let's go first. If there's any inconvenience, Senior Yin Yuan, please don't worry. We'll leave on our own. We can understand. There's no problem." Warrior Yin Yuan smiled and said, "All right, let's go. We don't want to cause any more trouble." Hence, the group of people set foot on the road back to the Fei Liang tribe. With Warrior Yin Yuan leading the way, their speed was naturally much faster. The journey that would have taken 100 years was now completed in a few years. Furthermore, with Warrior Yin Yuan around, ordinary dangers did not dare to come close to them. They would automatically retreat. Along the way, they enjoyed the wonders of the Heavenly Fire secret territory. Soon, they saw a large number of buildings in their line of sight. From afar, it looked like a city. Between the mountains, majestic buildings were connected together, giving people a sense of vitality. "Big Brother Qin, look ahead. That's our Fei Liang tribe." Fei Yong pointed ahead excitedly and introduced the tribe to Qin Xiao. Along the way, they had become closer to each other. Hence, Fei Yong called Qin Xiao Big Brother Qin and Jingyang Big Brother Jingyang. Qin Xiao sized up the Fei Liang tribe and said, "Fei Yong, your tribe doesn't seem big. You don't have many people, right?" Fei Yong nodded and said, "Yes, Big Brother Qin. Our tribe isn't big. We don't have many tribesmen. We only have about 10 million. That's very little." 10 million was indeed very little for a tribe. One had to know that there were only 10,000 tribes in the Ash Wolf land. Although the Fei Liang tribe was small, the area that they ruled was comparable to the Divine Palace in the Desolate Land. However, their tribesmen were pitifully small. They could not even compare to a small family in the Divine World. Chapter 1532. Impressive. If the Great Thousand Secret Realm and the Holy Region's ability to reproduce was so strong, the Great Thousand World would have long been overcrowded. According to Jing Yang, there weren't many people in the sacred domain. Bloodline inheritance meant that even the weakest person in the sacred domain was born as an almighty. It wasn't easy to give birth to a life form of such a level. Some of the stronger bloodlines were born at the universe grade, which was equivalent to the universe master of the Hongmeng universe. Some of the stronger bloodlines were even born at the heavenly venerate level. The operation of the vast thousand realms followed the principle of balance. The more heaven-defying something was, the greater the restrictions it would face. The stronger the bloodline, the lower the reproductive ability. It was even said that there were some extremely powerful and perilous bloodlines that could not reproduce at all were destroyed. It was actually very difficult for someone at the heavenly venerate level to give birth to a descendant. Father, what exactly is the conflict between us and the Laozhan tribe? What made them so ruthless that they wanted to capture me? Fei Yong asked suddenly. He had wanted to ask this question along the way, but he didn't because the Abyss warrior had been leading everyone on the way. Now that they were about to reach the Fei Liang tribe, they didn't have to hurry, so Fei Yong couldn't help but ask. The Abyss warrior frowned and shook his head. It's not a big deal. The main reason is that a group of people from the Laozhan tribe stepped into our territory and stole our things. They were extremely arrogant. Hence, a conflict broke out. We didn't grasp the situation well and killed one of the Laozhan tribe members. Hence, the Laozhan tribe was enraged. The Laozhan tribe has always been domineering and unreasonable. They were clearly in the wrong, but the Laozhan tribe didn't want to talk to us about it. They just told us that one of their people died at our hands and insisted that we hand over the murderer. How could we care about such things? Hence, the Laozhan tribe flew into a rage out of humiliation and tried to take revenge on us. We also avoided them for the time being and retracted our people. We didn't go out for the time being. The Laozhan tribe couldn't vent their anger, so they set their sights on you. That's why they tried so hard to capture you. I don't think they have the guts to kill you. This matter wasn't a big deal to begin with. It was just that the Laozhan clan's unreasonableness magnified it infinitely. Actually, it's not a big deal. This craze will soon pass. Hearing his father's explanation, Fei Yong felt relieved and nodded. So that's how it is. Then it really isn't a big deal. It's just a small conflict. I thought something big had happened. Fortunately, it wasn't to the point of causing a war between the tribes. The Laozhan clan has always been unreasonable and has always bullied us. It serves them right that they suffered a small loss this time. The Silver Abyss warriors said, yes, they asked for it. They can't blame others. If this kind of thing happens again, we should do the same. Otherwise, the Laozhan tribe will really think that we are easy to bully. However, our two tribes have coexisted peacefully for a universe era. A stable environment is very beneficial to the development of our tribes. Unless there is no other choice, we can't easily start a war between the tribes. Our Fei Liang tribe has never liked to fight. We just want to live a peaceful life. However, the Laozhan clan is different. They're a barbaric tribe, a cruel tribe. So, for the time being, we have to be careful. Just don't leave the tribe for now. Fei Yong nodded, indicating that he understood. Qin Shao relaxed a little. If it was just a small matter, then there wouldn't be a war between the tribes. As long as there wasn't a war between the tribes, then staying in the Fei Liang tribe was still relatively safe. Before, Qin Shao was worried that a war would break out between the Fei Liang tribe and the Laozhan clan. After all, if a war really broke out, it would be hard for him and Jing Yang to stay out of it. But now, it seemed like his worry was unnecessary. It was the best thing that could happen. Let's go down. The tribe is protected by a seal. We can't fly in. We can only enter through the gate. The Silver Abyss warrior said. Qin Shao had already noticed that the entire Fei Liang tribe was protected by a powerful seal. There was no way to fly in. Once they got close, they would trigger the seal. If they were too weak, they would be killed by the seal. It was normal for a tribe that had been around for countless years to have such a powerful seal. The gate of the Fei Liang tribe wasn't very grand. At this moment, the gate was tightly shut. There was a team of armored warriors standing guard at the gate to prevent any intruders. As soon as he arrived at the gate of the tribe, Qin Shao could feel the sharp gazes of the armored warriors staring at him, filled with vigilance. If not for the Silver Abyss warrior, they would have chased them away. Open the gate, the Silver Abyss warrior said. The guards hesitated as they looked at each other. The leader of the guards said, Silver Abyss Warrior. Are these two going to enter our tribe too? That's not appropriate. Judging from their aura, they should be outsiders. Our tribe has never welcomed outsiders. The Silver Abyss Warrior said, they are indeed outsiders, but they are Young-Er's saviors. We can rely on them, so it's okay. I'm the one who brought them here. Don't you trust me? The leader of the guards quickly shook his head and waved his hands. No, that's not what I meant. How can I not trust you? But the situation is special now, so we have to be more careful. Since you said so, I'll open the gate. If you trust them, they shouldn't be bad people. After that, the leader waved his hand, and the gate slowly opened. The Silver Abyss Warrior waved his hand and led Qin Shao and the others in. They went through the gate and entered the Fei Liang tribe. The familiar buildings, the streets, the lively atmosphere, and the lively aura all rushed to their faces. Although Qin Shao had only been in the universe ocean for 1,000,000 years, entering the Fei Liang tribe made him feel like he was home. The environment was too good, too comfortable. It was something the universe ocean couldn't compare to. The Fei Liang tribe's layout was very orderly. Once they entered the tribe, there were huge roads that led to the four corners of the tribe, and the buildings were neatly arranged. The huge roads also divided the Fei Liang tribe into several districts. The air here was filled with joy. One could imagine that the people in the tribe were living happily, which was why there was such an atmosphere. This atmosphere was very comfortable. It reminded Qin Shao of the time when he was in the interstitial world. He had been to a world called Earth, which had left a deep impression on Qin Shao. That world was the same. The atmosphere was very peaceful, and it made people feel comfortable. The people lived in peace, and it was full of laughter. Living in such an environment made people feel very relaxed. There were no worries, and they didn't have to worry about anything. But the difference was that the interstitial world called Earth was an ordinary world, while the Fei Liang tribe was a tribe power in the Sky Fire Secret region. Feeling the atmosphere of the tribe, Qin Shao believed what Fei Yong and the Silver Abyss Warriors said. Their tribe wasn't warlike, and it was very peaceful. Yong-Er, take them back first. I'll go find the leader, the Silver Abyss Warriors said. Fei Yong nodded. He knew why his father was going to find the leader. It had to be about the teleportation formation. After saying that, the Silver Abyss Warriors said to Qin Shao and Jing Yang, follow Yong-Er to my house to rest. I'll do my best. Wait for my good news. Thank you. Qin Shao nodded and thanked the Silver Abyss Warrior. The Silver Abyss Warrior left quickly, heading towards the depths of the Fei Liang tribe. Big Brother Qin, this way. My house is not far ahead. We'll be there soon. This is our tribe. It might not be as grand as your hometown, but let's take a look around. Fei Yong smiled and led the way. In terms of grandeur, it couldn't be compared to the temples in the desolate land. But the situation was different in different places. In fact, Qin Shao had already seen through it. No matter how grand it was just a facade. It didn't count for much. With the power of a celestial venerate, he could build a city as grand as he wanted. But no matter how grand it didn't mean much. External things weren't important. What was important was one's cultivation. It was one's own path. Qin Shao didn't care about these external things. Even if he lived in a small hut, it didn't matter. After leaving the Hongmeng universe, he couldn't use the Hongmeng universe's standards to look at things. Big Brother Qin, I've always been curious. What's your universe like? I thought you were from the Sacred Realm. I didn't expect you to come out of the universe. I heard that the universe is a low-level place. Very few life forms can leave the universe. Those who can leave the universe are extraordinary people. I've always felt that you're extraordinary, Big Brother Qin. You're definitely an amazing person. Fei Yong had a bit of admiration for Qin Shao. Qin Shao shook his head and smiled. There's nothing extraordinary about it. There are many people who can leave the universe. It's nothing. My big brother is too modest. I also think that my big brother is extraordinary, Jing Yang joked. Qin Shao glanced at Jing Yang helplessly. Don't flatter yourself. Like I said, you must be very extraordinary. Big Brother Qin, you're my idol. You're my goal. Don't be too modest. Fei Yong smiled and said, Big Brother Qin, tell me about your home universe. I'm really curious about what the universe looks like. It said that even fourth-step heavenly venerates can't force their way into a universe. It seems like the elders of our tribe have never been to a universe before. However, the elders of our tribe all say that the universe is a low-level place. It's a lowly place where ants live. A place where ants live? Qin Xiao shook his head and laughed bitterly. Perhaps I'm not wrong in that case. Indeed, the universe is a low-level place. There are countless mortals and ordinary mystic abilities living in it. There are so few universe-grade cultivators that you can count them on one hand. Any random person from your tribe would be able to destroy a part of the universe. Speaking of weak, it is indeed weak. However, the universe also has its own unique strengths. Fei Yong listened attentively. However, suddenly, an untimely voice interrupted their thoughts. Chapter 1533. We don't welcome people from the outside world here. Sometimes, it was as the saying went, what you fear will come to you. The Enabis warriors have been worried that someone from the Fei Liang tribe would reject Qin Xiao and Jing Yang, and indeed, they had come. The one who spoke was a silver-haired man. His shiny silver hair, coupled with his silver light armor, made him look very cool and stylish. From the aura he exuded, he should be a first-step heavenly venerate, but his actual strength was unknown. However, it seemed that he was not weak. The silver-haired man's eyes flashed with coldness and hostility as he looked at Qin Xiao and Jing Yang. Clearly, he did not welcome these two outsiders. Oh, you are not just outsiders. You are not from the Heavenly Fire's secret realm. You are visitors from the outside world. A first-step heavenly venerate, and this should be a second-step heavenly venerate. Humph, how dare you come to the Heavenly Fire's secret realm to train with such little strength? The Heavenly Fire's secret realm is not a place where people from the outside world can come easily. With such little strength, you won't even know how you died. The silver-haired man said again after taking a good look at Qin Xiao and Qin Xiao. Every celestial body had its own origin will, and different celestial bodies had different origin wills. Native life forms would be tainted by the origin will of the celestial body. Therefore, the easiest way to determine whether a life form was native to a celestial body was to see if it had the origin will of the celestial body. If it did not, then it was obvious that they were from the outside world. Of course, if they stayed in a celestial body for a long time, they would slowly be tainted. Qin Xiao and Jing Yang had just arrived in the Heavenly Fire secret realm, so it was easy for others to tell that they were visitors from the outside world. If you want to die, that's your business. I can't be bothered to meddle in your business. However, our tribe does not welcome you. Please leave immediately, the silver-haired man said again. This time, he did not hesitate to ask them to leave. Qin Xiao was indeed very uncomfortable to be driven away and treated like this. It had been a long time since Qin Xiao had received such treatment. No matter what, in the Grand Mist universe, Qin Xiao, stood at the very top. He was the lord of the universe's origin, the ruler of the universe. However, in this place they were being chased away. The difference between them and the people here was really huge. The higher he stood, the heavier the burden in his heart. However, Qin Xiao was already mentally prepared for this. Brother Yinlong, Brother Qin, and the others are my friends and saviors. I was the one who invited them back to the tribe as guests. Fei Yong stepped forward and looked at the silver-haired man in front of him pleadingly. However, the silver-haired man was unmoved. Instead, he said with a sullen face, Fei Yong, you are still too young and inexperienced. If you trust others so easily, you'll be easily deceived. Many of the Outer World's people are bad people, evil people. They're just good at disguising themselves. He may look like a dog, kind and benevolent, but he's actually a demon. He's someone who does all sorts of evil. Our tribe's ancestors suffered a lot. Therefore, our tribe has always had a rule that no outsiders are allowed to enter the tribe. The Outer World's people are even more forbidden. Fei Yong, don't be fooled by appearances. No matter what kind of bewitching potion they've fed you, don't trust them so easily. Listen to Brother Yinlong. I'm doing this for your own good and for the safety of our tribe. These two Outer Worlds people can't stay in our tribe. Send them out immediately. Fei Yong shook his head and said resolutely, I won't, Brother Yinlong. Brother Qin and the others are good people. They're not like what you say. I believe them. They really saved my life. If it weren't for them, I would have died outside. I can tell the difference between good and bad people. Not everyone from the outer world is an outsider, right? There will always be good people. Seeing that Fei Yong was still stubborn, Yinlong's face darkened. He raised his voice and said, Fei Yong, why won't you listen to me? No matter what, they have to leave. They can't stay in our tribe. Even if I agree, the people in our tribe won't. They won't allow any outer world's people to stay. The commotion here attracted other people over one after another. Immediately, another figure walked over and stood beside Yinlong. He looked at Qin Shao and Jing Yang and said, That's right. They can't stay in our tribe. They have to leave. Our Fei Yong tribe has always had a rule. We don't allow outsiders to enter our tribe. Soon, a few more Fei Yong tribesmen walked over and joined the xenophobic crowd. They wanted to chase Qin Shao and Jing Yang out of the tribe. However, there were a few tribesmen who didn't say anything. They didn't agree or disagree. It seemed that not all of the tribesmen were xenophobic. It was just as Inyuan had said. Just a small group of tribesmen was enough to give Qin Shao a headache. After all, this was the Fei Yong tribe's territory. It was like living under someone else's roof. It didn't feel good. If he was more arrogant, he would have turned around and left. In fact, Qin Shao had the same impulse. He was also a proud person. However, he suppressed it and couldn't be impulsive. They were in the Great Thousand World and not in the primordial universe. He couldn't use the universe's thinking to look at the problem. In the Great Thousand World, he had just left the level of an ant. He was still very weak and was at the bottom of the world. Since he was at the bottom of the world, he should use the bottom's thinking to look at the problem. This would make him feel much better. When it was time to bear with it, he had to bear with it. If he couldn't bear with it, he would spoil his plans. Now, Qin Shao was thinking about how to enter the Dragon Burial Ridge safely and start a new adventure. He had to rely on the Silver Abyss Warriors for this. Therefore, before the Silver Abyss Warriors brought news, Qin Shao had to bear with it. Do these people hate the people from the outside world? Qin Shao transmitted his voice to Jing Yang. He was really helpless. Jing Yang smiled bitterly and said, This should be a problem left behind by history. Maybe it's because many people who were banished by the Holy Region escaped into the Great Thousand Secret Realm. Those who committed heinous crimes in the Holy Region would commit all kinds of evil. In the Great Thousand Secret Realm, there are no restrictions. They would commit all kinds of evil. Killing is second nature, and they do whatever they want. Therefore, from what I know, many people in the Great Thousand Secret Realm have suffered from the heinous crimes of those heinous people. If there's another reason, it should be that the people from the outside world also like to fight with them for treasures and resources. The Great Thousand Secret Realm is relatively barren. All kinds of resources are very scarce. It's not as rich as the Holy Region. Therefore, the people in the Great Thousand Secret Realm hate the people from the outside world. Even if their situation is better now, some things are deeply ingrained in their bones. It's not something that can be changed in a short period of time. The Fei Yong tribe is already considered good. If it were another tribe, I'm afraid we wouldn't even be able to enter. It's understandable that many people don't welcome us. Qin Shao nodded in relief. If that was the case, it was indeed pardonable. There were some things that could not be blamed on these people. Perhaps they didn't have any ill intentions and were just trying to protect themselves. This was human nature. Fei Yong still shook his head firmly and said, Brother Yinlong, I can understand how you feel. What you said makes sense. However, this matter is not what you think it is. Please believe me. Brother Qin and the others are really good people. They really do not have any evil intentions. They are my saviors. We know that we should repay their kindness. If we chase them away, wouldn't I be an ungrateful person? Moreover, they said that it was my father's idea to bring them back to the tribe. My father went to see Grandpa Chief. What did the Silver Abyss Warrior mean? Really? Everyone frowned when they heard Fei Yong say that it was his father's idea. The Silver Abyss Warrior had a very high reputation in the tribe. He was respected by everyone. If it was really the Silver Abyss Warrior's idea, then they had to think carefully about whether they should respect the Silver Abyss Warrior's idea. If Fei Yong was young and inexperienced, The Silver Abyss warrior would not be so easily deceived. However, they did not see the Silver Abyss warrior in person. Fei Yong said, "Of course it's true. Why would I lie to you about such an important matter? Moreover, I, Fei Yong, never lie. There is no need for me to lie to you. I met with danger outside. Brother Qin and the others saved me first. They risked their lives to protect me. Then my father arrived and brought us back. Because I was targeted by the Laozhan tribe, they wanted to capture me. Brother Qin and the others risked their lives to save me. Because of that, they offended the Laozhan tribe. That's right. That's why my father brought them back to the tribe to lie low. After all, Brother Qin and the others offended the Laozhan tribe because of me. Therefore, Fei Yong is willing to ask my brothers and celestial venerables not to make things difficult for Brother Qin and the others. If anything happens, my father will explain it to you clearly." The silver-haired man fell silent. The others also fell silent. If it was really the Silver Abyss warrior who brought them back, it would be inappropriate for them to chase them away. Yinlong thought about it, then said, "Let's forget about it for now. Since they are brought back by the Silver Abyss warrior, we will not say much. However, if the situation was different, we would still chase them away." Since Yinlong had spoken, the others agreed. Fei Yong was overjoyed. He quickly said, "Thank you, Brother Yinlong. Don't worry, I won't lie to you." "That's good. Fei Yong, after you bring them to your house, make sure they don't leave your house. Don't try to walk around the tribe. Otherwise, if there are any misunderstandings, any unpleasantness, or any accidents, you can't blame others." Fei Yong nodded. Yes, I understand, Brother Yinlong." Yinlong didn't say anything else. He only looked deeply at Qin Shao before leaving. After Yinlong left, the others also dispersed. Soon, peace was restored. Phew! Fei Yong secretly heaved a sigh of relief. He looked apologetically at Qin Shao and Jingyang. "Brother Qin, Brother Jingyang, I'm really sorry. My tribesmen offended you just now. I hope you don't take it to heart. As for the others, they didn't mean any harm." Chapter 1534. Yin Yuan's insistence in the depths of the Fei Liang tribe. There was an ancient palace. It didn't look grand, but it gave off an ancient and majestic aura. It was like an ancient dragon lying there. No matter how old it was, it still had its majestic aura. There were 8 strange races with the heads of beasts and the bodies of humans. They looked strange and burly, and their bodies emitted powerful auras. They had thick iron lotuses wrapped around them. Their eyes were filled with wildness, ruthlessness, coldness, and coldness. They carried an extremely strong aggressiveness, like a sharp blade shooting out. They had been guarding this place for countless years, and they were loyal to the tribe. These 8 strange races were all warriors. They were the guardian warriors of the Fei Liang tribe, the most loyal servants. They only served the tribe leader, and only the tribe leader had the authority to order them around. This was part of the Fei Liang tribe's foundation. Even if the Yin Yuan warrior came, he wouldn't dare to act rashly here. The 8 strange races didn't treat the Yin Yuan warrior courteously. They looked at him coldly, and there was a hint of savagery in their eyes. "I have an important matter to discuss with the tribe leader," the Yin Yuan warrior said to the 8 strange races, and then entered the ancient palace. After passing through a long corridor, the Yin Yuan warrior quickly came to a place of cultivation. There were many figures sitting cross-legged here, and all of them looked extremely ancient. The traces of time had made them look old. There were actually more than 100 ancient figures sitting here, all of them maintaining the appearance of an old man. Their hair and beards were all white, and one could tell at a glance that they were living fossils, existences who had lived for who knows how long. And each of them emitted an ancient and powerful aura, which made the Yin Yuan warrior a little afraid. The Yin Yuan warrior looked at a golden-haired old man sitting cross-legged on a stone platform. His hair covered half of his face. He sat there with his eyes closed, and there was no one around him. The aura he emitted was enough to make this part of the world bow down to him. "Tribe leader," the Yin Yuan warrior called out respectfully. The golden-haired old man slowly opened his eyes. Some ancient beings also opened their eyes and looked at the Yin Yuan warrior. "Yin Yuan, I heard that your son, Xiao Yong went out to train by himself. How's the situation? The golden-haired elder asked. The Silver Abyss warrior said, Thank you for your concern, Patriarch. Little Yong was too stubborn this time and almost caused a disaster. He was in danger twice, but fortunately, he met a benefactor and was saved by two young friends. Otherwise, I would have died outside. Two groups of people from the Laozhan clan wanted to capture him, and even that Wu Gu fella made a move. Luckily, two little friends came to his rescue, and I arrived in time to prevent the tragedy from happening. You can consider yourself lucky. The clan leader raised his eyebrows and said, Seems like the Laozhan clan really wants to play a little more ruthless, but this is in line with their usual style of doing things. Don't worry about them. It's fine as long as they're back safe and sound. In Yuan, who are the two little friends that you mentioned? Patriarch, those two young friends are from the outer world. However, they are not from the sacred domain. They ascended from the universe and happen to pass by our heavenly fire, mystic realm. They aren't very strong either. One is a first step heavenly venerate, and the other is a second step heavenly venerate, the Silver Abyss warrior said. The Patriarch nodded slightly. It's very rare for a universe to produce two heavenly venerates, and one of them is a second step heavenly venerate. Those two little fellows must be peerless geniuses with great talent and potential. However, it has nothing to do with our Feiliang tribe. People from the outer world who come to the heavenly fire mystic realm have a slim chance of survival. In Yuan, could it be that you have come here because of the two people from the outer world? It was obvious that this was the case. The Silver Abyss warrior nodded and said, Yes, Patriarch. I am here because of them. Patriarch, you have a good foresight. You must have guessed the reason. The Feiliang tribe leader pondered for a moment before saying, Well, since they are Little Yong's benefactors, our Feiliang tribe is indebted to them. Although our Feiliang tribe has never welcomed outsiders, there are always exceptions. Since they were brought back by you, it means that you have already checked them out. They are more reliable. They're also from the outer world. That's good. There's nothing to worry about. You can make the decision on this matter. However, you can't let them stay for too long. When it's about time, you can let them leave. Our Feiliang tribe will definitely not take them in. It's fine for them to stay for a short period of time. The Silver Abyss warrior said, Patriarch, I'm not here just for this matter. Those two little fellows will definitely not stay in our tribe for long. They are very ambitious people. I'm here today because I have an unsolicited request. I hope that Patriarch and elders can make an exception. I won't explain the reason. Those two little fellows want to go to the Dragon Burial Ridge. I want to help them as a form of repayment for saving Little Yong. I've already agreed to it, so I'm willing to ask Patriarch and elders to make an exception. In Yuan, you want the Patriarch to activate the teleportation formation and send those two outer world fellows to the Dragon Burial Ridge? No, that won't do. The teleportation formation is the treasure of our Feiliang tribe. We don't even dare to use it. How can we let the outer world fellows use it? Yes, in Yuan, we can't do this. There's no way we can make an exception. How can we let outsiders use the teleportation formation? Even our own people can't use it. If we let outsiders use it, won't the Patriarch scold us? In Yuan, it's good that you know how to repay kindness. However, you have to think twice before you act. There are other ways to repay your gratitude. You don't have to use the teleportation formation. Yes, in Yuan, you've always done things steadily. This time, you're too reckless. Using the teleportation formation once will cost a lot. I don't agree to this either. Most of the ancient beings expressed their disagreement. There were some who didn't say anything, but their expressions showed that they didn't agree. There were also some who kept their eyes closed and didn't care about this small matter. The Feiliang tribe leader didn't say anything. The others' words were enough to explain everything. Warrior Yin Yuan felt bitter. He knew that this matter wouldn't be so easy. However, no matter how difficult it was, he had to try his best. After all, he had already promised Qin Xiao. Furthermore, he didn't want to owe anyone a big favor. Qin Xiao had saved his life twice. It was worth it for him to repay this favor. Hence, Warrior Yin Yuan said again, Tribe leader, I've been working hard for the tribe all these years. I've never asked for anything. After so many years, I've given my all. Even if I haven't done anything, I should at least have done some hard work. I've never asked the tribe leader or the elders for anything else. Since I'm here today, I've made up my mind. Hence, I'm willing to ask the tribe leader and the elders to not let me return empty-handed and break my promise. If you want to pay for using the teleportation formation, I can pay for it. I believe I can still afford it. I've already seriously weighed the pros and cons of this. This is my final decision. The Silver Abyss Warrior's words were very straightforward. In Yuan, you've done a lot for the tribe all these years. We've all seen it. If you really insist, then I think we can make an exception this time. Rules are dead. People are alive. There's no need to stick to them. Using the teleportation formation once won't cause any losses to the Fei Liang tribe. Forget it. Since you've said this, I won't say anything more. Let's wait for the tribe leader to decide. Let the tribe leader decide. I still don't agree. We can't break this rule. Otherwise, won't anyone be able to use their own merits to talk about things in the future? As a member of the Fei Liang tribe, it's our duty to do things for the tribe. Which one of us hasn't made a huge contribution to the tribe? Elder Pooh is right. We can't break the rule easily. This isn't a matter of loss. A country has its laws and a family has its rules. The rules of the tribe should be sacred. We can't break them easily. At this point, there were two different voices. There were some supporters and many opponents. Of course, most of them didn't express their opinions. In the face of these two voices, the final problem fell on Patriarch Fei Liang. The final decision was definitely up to him. Tribe leader Fei Liang frowned. After a while, he said, "In Yuan, you have your reasons, but the tribe has its rules too. As the tribe leader, I can't be biased towards you. We have to be fair. How about this? We can use the teleportation portal, but we can't use it unconditionally just because of a single word from you, in Yuan. If we do that, I'm afraid everyone will have objections and we won't be able to convince the masses. Therefore, we have to come up with a compromise. This way, I believe everyone won't have much to say. What do you think? A compromise?" Warrior In Yuan knew that since the tribe leader had spoken, there was no room for negotiation. Hence, he said, "All right, we'll do as the tribe leader says." "What's the compromise?" Tribe leader Fei Liang looked at the elders and said, "What do you think is a better compromise? If everyone has nothing to say, it's a happy ending. If you want to compromise, why don't we follow the old rules of our tribe? Doesn't our tribe have a rule that whoever becomes a wizard can use the teleportation formation once? Then let's do it this way. As long as the two outer world people can become warriors, they can use the teleportation formation once. However, it can't be for too long. I think an era is the limit. Our tribe can't take them in for too long. An era is the limit. Become a warrior? Isn't that too difficult? An epic? That's impossible. Of course it has to be difficult. Otherwise, we'll give them away for free. I believe no one will say anything about this condition." "Yes, that's the condition." Warrior In Yuan's face darkened. "Elders, becoming a warrior is too difficult. It's impossible. The condition can be difficult, but I think it's better to give them some hope. I have a good suggestion. Doesn't our tribe have the warrior's test? Why don't we let them pass the warrior test? We don't need an era. How about 1,000,000 years? 1,000,000 years? Warrior? Are you sure? In Yuan, are you sure?" "Yes, I'm sure." In Yuan nodded seriously. Good. That works too. 1,000,000 years is fine. Yes, I agree. Chapter 1535. He gave up on the idea of cultivation. "Big Brother Qin, this is my home. Haha, it's a little shabby. Please make do with it," Fei Yong said to Qin Shao after stopping at a certain area. Along the way, Qin Shao also noticed that the Fei Liang tribe was basically an area separated by a path. There were no courtyards or anything like that. Everything was open to the public. It was obvious that the people of the Fei Liang tribe got along very well. The area that Fei Yang's home occupied was not small. It had a radius of about 10 miles. There were buildings, gardens, lakes, and ponds. The environment was pretty good. Along the way, Fei Yong also told Qin Shao a lot about the Fei Liang tribe. The Fei Liang tribe was basically a family of 3 generations. If there were more than 3 generations, they would have to start a new family. In Fei Yong's home, he had his grandparents, uncles, and many cousins. Everyone lived here. However, some of his cousins had already married and had children. Hence, they had to start a new family. Those who did not have children would all live here and form a family. Fei Yong's family had close to 100 people living here. 3 generations living together was considered a big family. With close to 100 people living here, it was quite spacious. Not long after they entered, Qin Xiao saw a man carving something seriously on a patch of grass. Not far behind the man was a large stone sculpture. There were all sorts of things. They were so lifelike that they looked like living things. They seemed to have a mind of their own. Judging from his aura, this man was a first-step heavenly venerate. However, he had concealed his aura very well. Qin Xiao and the others' arrival did not affect him at all. He did not even turn his head. He was still carving something seriously. Qin Xiao could also tell that this first-step heavenly venerate was not using his divine power. Instead, he was carving like an ordinary person. Hence, he gave off a strange vibe. Big brother Qin, this is my third uncle. He stopped pursuing the Tao long ago. Hence, he became infatuated with carving and treated it as a hobby. He had been playing for dozens of universe epics. Who knew how long it would take for him to get bored? We don't have to bother with him. He won't answer even if we call him. Let's go, Fei Yong explained. Qin Xiao couldn't help but smile. Her pursuit of the Great Path was cut off, which meant that she would never cultivate again. How much despair did one have to feel to give up on pursuing the Great Tao? Jingyang shook his head and smiled. Although celestial venerables can live indefinitely, not everyone can continue on the path of cultivation. The path of cultivation, the path of defying the heavens, is too difficult. Countless cultivators will be stuck at the first step heavenly venerate level, unable to advance any further for the rest of their lives. Therefore, in such a situation, no matter how strong a person's will is, they will be destroyed and collapse. Because of this, many people have given up on cultivation. Once you've given up on the idea, you'll have to find something else, right? Otherwise, there would be no point in living. Therefore, some people will go astray, fall into the demonic path, and become evil. It's just like how some first-step Empyreans rack their brains trying to occupy a universe for fun. Most of these evil people who have committed heinous crimes are people who have given up on the path of cultivation. This kind of situation is very common. There are also some people who have given up on cultivation but have not fallen into the demonic path. These people are better. They will fall in love with other things. There are all kinds of strange things. Take third Uncle Fei Yong's sculpture, for example. There are also people who fall in love with reciting poems and making couplets. There are also people who fall in love with the zither, chess, calligraphy, and painting. There are also people who fall in love with teaching disciples. There are also people who fall in love with traveling. There are all kinds of things that you can't imagine. When a person has lived for too long, he or she will feel bored and might as well die. Fei Yong nodded his head. Yes, big brother Jingyang is right. Many old people in our tribe are like this. They have lived for too long and haven't been able to make any progress, so they have given up on cultivation. Once they have given up on cultivation, some of them have left the tribe and never been heard from again. Most of the time, they're still interested in other things. My third uncle belongs to this category. He has lived for a long time. He has lived for hundreds of epochs. He has never married or had children. He has always been alone. His personality is a little eccentric. He spends all his time thinking about how to carve a new toy. This is where all the fun in his life lies. Life is meaningless without fun. People like my third uncle are actually quite good. Qin Xiao nodded his head. He also knew a little about this situation and could understand it very well. Living for too long might not necessarily be a good thing. It was just that many people still pursued immortality. Just like Qin Xiao, he was not exempt from this custom. He was also pursuing immortality. Therefore, I feel that before I became a heavenly venerate, I was more passionate about everything and worked hard to strive for it. If you don't work hard, you can only live for one epoch. Therefore, in order to pursue immortality, you have to work hard too. Sometimes, I wonder if I will be like my third uncle and the others when I become a heavenly venerate in the future, Fei Yong said. The Da Qian secret realm and the sacred realm were different from the universe and the universe ocean. The Da Qian secret realm and the sacred realm were restrained by the strong origin will and laws. Therefore, if one did not become a heavenly venerate, one could only live for one epoch in the Da Qian secret realm and the sacred realm. In the endless universe ocean, there were no such restrictions. However, it was also very difficult to cultivate in the endless universe ocean. Therefore, even if one was sent to the endless universe ocean, although one could escape death, one's cultivation path would be cut off. In this case, there was actually no point in talking about it, unless one went to a universe. However, how could it be so easy to enter a universe? Even if one entered, so what? A universe would also experience the chaos tribulation. The lifespan limit was only 9 epochs. If one did not become a heavenly venerate, one would be an ant. In this case, the people in the Da Qian secret realm and the sacred realm would understand it more thoroughly. The Da Qian secret realm was wonderful, but it was also incomparably cruel. It was a place where the law of survival was played out incisively and vividly. If one could not adapt to this cruel law of survival, one would be eliminated very quickly. No matter how powerful a life form was, there was still a possibility of death. Did the so-called eternal life exist? Time might not be able to kill you, but other life forms and other powers could. Young, you are finally back. Your mother was worried sick. Come over and let me see if you have suffered after being out for so many days. A woman's loving voice was heard. Soon, a woman appeared in front of Fei Yong. She was also a first-step heavenly venerate. She was not very strong, but she was still a heavenly venerate. She was free from the restrictions of time and life. Mother, I am unfilial. I have made you and father worry. Fei Yong lowered his head and apologized like a child who had done something wrong. The woman did not reprimand Fei Yong. Her eyes were full of love as she said with concern, "It's good that you are back. Everything else is not important. Next time, just don't run around. You really scared me. By the way, Young, where is your father? Didn't he come back with you? Also, who are these two?" The woman's gaze also fell on Qin Xiao and Qin Xiao. Naturally, she could tell that Qin Xiao and Qin Xiao were from the outer world. However, she did not reject Qin Xiao and Qin Xiao. She was quite friendly. Fei Yong said, "Father went to look for Grandpa Patriarch. By the way, Mother, let me introduce you to my 2 friends. They are Big Brother Qin and Big Brother Jingyang. Mother, Young was able to come back safely this time thanks to Big Brother Qin and Qin Xiao who risked their lives to save me. Otherwise, I would not have been able to come back this time. Big Brother Qin and Qin Xiao saved my life. Because of that, they provoked the Laozhan tribe. Therefore, Father brought them back to the tribe to avoid the limelight. It is also a good opportunity for us to thank Big Brother Qin and Qin Xiao." When the woman heard this, she was both shocked and delighted. After hearing this, she hurriedly said to Qin Xiao and Qin Xiao, "The 2 of you are my son's saviors. This old woman will thank you. You're really good people. Thank you, thank you. Auntie, you're welcome. We are also fated to meet." Qin Xiao smiled. The woman smiled and said, Good, good, good. Well said. We are indeed fated. Ha! Young, you go and greet them. I will go and prepare some food and wine." After saying this, the woman happily left. Her face was brimming with a happy smile. One could feel the warmth of home from her smile. This warmth made Qin Xiao and Jingyang feel nostalgic. Jingyang did not have any relatives since he was young. His life was very miserable. Therefore, to Jingyang, this was an extravagant hope. It touched his heart. Qin Xiao was still fine. However, it had been 1,000,000 years since he left the primordial universe. He still somewhat trusted his parents. He believed in the warmth of home. No matter how great his gains were, he would still feel that home was more intimate. Fei Yong, I really envy you for having a warm home. You have parents who love you. It is so good, so good. Your mother must be the best in this world. Qin Xiao said. Fei Yong smiled and nodded. Yes, Big Brother Qin. My parents are very good. They love me very much. Therefore, I am very happy. Our home is indeed very warm. Having a warm home was indeed very enviable. Qin Zhao's main body was in the primordial universe. He could still feel the warmth of home. However, Jingyang was a little sad. Soon, Fei Yang's mother prepared a table full of delicious food and wine. One had to admit that Fei Yang's mother's cooking was very good. The food she made was very delicious. The dishes were good, and the wine was good. It really whetted one's appetite. He could drink to his heart's content. He drank the wine for 3 days straight. Finally, the Abyss warrior returned. "Father, how was it? Did Grandpa Patriarch agree?" Fei Yong asked impatiently the moment the Abyss warrior returned. Qin Shao also looked at the Abyss warrior with anticipation. However, from the frown on the latter's face, it seemed like there was no good news. Although Qin Shao had expected to fail, he still had some hope in his heart. Now, it seemed like he had been overthinking. The Abyss warrior looked at Qin Shao and shook his head. He said apologetically, "Little friend Qin Shao, I am sorry that I was unable to help you." Although Qin Shao had expected this result, he still felt a little upset when he heard the words of the Abyss warrior. Chapter 1536. Warrior Yin Yuan waved his hand and said, "Little friend Qin Shao, don't be hasty. Let me finish." Qin Shao almost bit his tongue when he heard the Silver Abyss warrior. Last time, he said that he would make a sudden turn. This time, he was going to make another turn? It wasn't all bad news. It seemed like there was some good news. Warrior Yin Yuan continued, "Although we didn't get the teleportation formation for you, it doesn't mean that we don't have a chance to use it. Of course, the result was much worse than I had imagined. I had expected that there would be some difficulties. Perhaps I would have to pay some benefits and have some conditions. But in the end, the conditions were still quite harsh. Sai, I guess I'm useless. I'm sorry, little friend Qin Shao." Qin Shao smiled and said casually, "Elder Yin Yuan, you're too serious. I know how difficult it was. You've tried your best. There's no need to blame yourself. This request is too much. It's been hard on you. It's normal to have conditions. I can understand. No matter how harsh the conditions are, there's still conditions. Since there are conditions, it means there's still hope. Elder Yin Yuan, just say it. If there is hope to achieve it, then my brother and I will naturally work hard. If there's no hope, we'll have to make other plans. We didn't have this in our plan, so it's fine. If not for the threat of the Laozhan tribe, Qin Shao wouldn't even bother using the Fei Liang tribe's teleportation formation. But now that the situation was different, he had to be thick-skinned. But if the conditions were too harsh, Qin Shao wouldn't give in. At the very least, Qin Shao definitely had a bottom line of dignity. It was impossible for him to blindly cater to anything. Warrior Yin Yuan said seriously, "It's like this. The condition is that you can pass the Fierce Warrior test within 1,000,000 years. Then, you can use the teleportation formation. Either one of you can pass the Fierce Warrior test, but you only have a time limit of 1,000,000 years. What? Pass the Fierce Warrior test within 1,000,000 years? How is that possible? Father, these conditions are completely impossible." Hearing these conditions, Fei Yong started to panic. Qin Shao and Jing Yang didn't know what the Fierce Warrior test was, but Fei Yong did. Although Qin Shao didn't know, he knew that it was extremely difficult to pass the Fierce Warrior test. Warrior Yin Yuan shook his head and said, "Yong, there's nothing we can do about it. This is the best condition I can get. Otherwise, according to those elders' conditions, do you think it's possible to pass the warrior's test within an era? Which one would you choose?" What? This? Fei Yong was dumbfounded when he heard his father's words. He was speechless. Pass the Fierce Warrior test within an era? Was that possible? It's impossible. In the history of the Fei Liang tribe, there had never been such a monstrous genius. An epic, not a universe epic. If it was an epic of the universe, he might be able to challenge it. Even if it was an era, it was still extremely difficult. It was easier said than done to become a spirit warrior. The most basic condition was to become a third-step heavenly venerate. Qin Shao was only a first-step heavenly venerate. How could he become a third-step heavenly venerate within an era? How likely was that? Staying in the Fei Liang tribe to cultivate would mean that he wouldn't be able to obtain any cultivation resources from the tribe. How could it be possible, given that cultivation was so difficult? Jing Yang wasn't any better. It wasn't easy to advance from a second step Heavenly Venerate to a third step Heavenly Venerate. Even if they did, there was still a test. It was basically impossible for someone who had just become a third step Heavenly Venerate to pass the Fierce Warrior test. This condition was completely impossible. Although passing the Fierce Warrior test within 1,000,000 years was much easier than becoming a Fierce Warrior, it was still very depressing. At least in Fei Yong's opinion, it was depressing enough. What does it take to pass the Fierce Warrior test? Qin Shao asked. The Enabis warriors said, "Our tribe has 2 titles, the Fierce Warrior and the Fierce Warrior. It is an honor." You don't have to say more about the Fierce Warrior. You already know. The Fierce Warrior test is also a test of strength. The basic condition is to become a second step Heavenly Venerate. However, most second step Heavenly Venerates are unable to pass the Fierce Warrior test. If you want to pass the Fierce Warrior test, you have to have the strength of a third step Heavenly Venerate without using any treasures. Only by meeting this condition can you possibly pass all the tests. Take note that this is possible. It doesn't mean that you can pass just because you have the strength. Both the Fierce Warrior and the Fierce Warrior test are comprehensive. It isn't just a test of pure strength. After all, true strength can only be displayed in battle. No matter how strong you are, if you can't use your strength in battle, it won't be of any use. Moreover, in the midst of battle, there will be many other factors mixed in, making it more complicated. Therefore, battle experience, battle wisdom, control of the battle situation, and so on will all be factors that determine victory or defeat. In the Fierce Warrior test, these aspects will be included. If you are weak in one aspect, you may fail. Strength is the foundation, but other aspects are also very important. Only by meeting these 2 conditions can you pass the test. Jing Yang frowned and said, "Senior Enabis, do you mean that my current strength is still far from passing the test?" The Enabis warrior nodded and said, "Yes, young friend Jing Yang. That is indeed the case. With your current strength, it's almost impossible for you to pass the Fierce Warrior's test. First of all, in terms of strength, you need to have the strength of a third step Heavenly Venerate. Young friend Jing Yang's strength shouldn't be at the peak of a second step Heavenly Venerate. Cough. Indeed, still far from. Jing Yang blushed with shame and said truthfully. Although he had been a second step Heavenly Venerate for a long time, he had been in Sacred Mountain all this time and didn't have the conditions to cultivate. Therefore, his realm had been stuck there and hadn't improved at all. He was indeed still far from reaching the peak of a second step Heavenly Venerate. 1,000,000 years didn't seem short, but it was too short for a Heavenly Venerate's cultivation. There was no way to improve much in 1,000,000 years. Jing Yang knew his own talent and potential very well. Therefore, these conditions made him feel a little hopeless. Qin Shao frowned and asked, "Senior Enabis, are only second step Heavenly Venerates qualified to participate in the test?" If this was really the case, then 1,000,000 years was almost an impossible task for Qin Shao. It was already impossible to become a second step Heavenly Venerate in 1,000,000 years, let alone reach the peak of a second step Heavenly Venerate. That was even more impossible. There was no hope at all when these 2 impossible conditions were added together. It was harder to improve one's realm than to improve one's strength. It was too difficult to improve one's realm in the Heavenly Venerate realm. 1,000,000 years was indeed a little too short. Therefore, these conditions made Qin Shao and Jing Yang feel a little hopeless. It was no wonder that Fei Yong had reacted the way he did. Warrior Enabis looked at Qin Shao and fell silent for a moment before saying, "Actually, our tribe has also had first step Heavenly Venerates participate in the test. In theory, the warrior test isn't a representation of one's strength, but rather an honor for the young geniuses of our tribe. When it was first established, the warrior test was a form of affirmation for geniuses, while the warrior test was a form of affirmation for one's strength. It's just that slowly, the warrior's test has lost its original purpose. Slowly it's changed. Later on, very few first-step Heavenly Venerates participated in the test. Most of them were second-step Heavenly Venerates. This was because the accumulated warrior tests were all second-step Heavenly Venerates with great strength. This made those first-step heavenly venerates give up on participating in the warrior test. Gradually, some people forgot that first-step heavenly venerates could also participate in the test. First-step heavenly venerates could also participate in the test? Fei Yong had clearly never heard of this before. Therefore, he was astonished when he heard his father say this. He didn't expect that the warrior test would have such a situation. According to the initial design of the warrior test, the first step heavenly venerates requirements can be compared to the second step heavenly venerates. The difficulty can also be compared, but it won't be easier. It's just that the threshold will be lower. Of course, if you want to reach the pinnacle of the same realm, the first step heavenly venerate is obviously much easier than the second step heavenly venerate. Therefore, in general, the difficulty of the first step heavenly venerates test will be much lower. Although there are very few first step heavenly venerates participating in the warrior test now, I can still fight for it. Little friend Qin Xiao, if you want to give it a try, I will fight for it for you. Warrior In Abyss said again. Qin Xiao nodded and said, Okay, then I'll have to trouble Senior In Abyss. Since there's no other way, I can only give it a try. As long as I have Jing Yang, I will give it a try and give it a try. The chances of two people are always better than one, right? 1,000,000 years is not a long time, and it's within the range that we can afford. We can't possibly stay in the Fei Liang tribe forever. 1,000,000 years is about enough. If we can't pass the test, then we won't continue to stay in the Fei Liang tribe. Warrior In Abyss nodded and said, Okay, then that's it for now. As for the other matters, I will arrange them for you. All you need to do is cultivate here in peace. However, we are a little shabby here, and the conditions are worse. We don't have many cultivation resources for you. So, everything depends on your own efforts. I may not be able to help you with anything else. Qin Xiao smiled and said, That's enough. These are enough. As for the rest, we'll just leave it to us. Senior In Abyss has helped us so much. It's enough. We can't let Senior In Abyss do everything, right? We have to walk the path of cultivation ourselves. What Senior has done is enough. Warrior In Abyss nodded approvingly. He patted Qin Xiao's shoulder and said, It's commendable that you can think this way. Okay, then you can continue drinking. I'll go take care of some things. Yong, I'll leave them to you. Take good care of them, and don't neglect our guests. I'll leave their cultivation to you as well. Chapter 1537. After sending off the In Abyss warrior, Fei Yong sighed and shook his head. 1,000,000 years is too short. If there was an epoch, it would be about the same. What can you do in 1,000,000 years? If you take a nap, you can sleep for 1,000,000 years. It's cruel to pass the warrior's test. Brother Qin, Brother Jingyang, I'm sorry. It's not that I don't think highly of you. I'm just feeling indignant for you. It's obvious that they don't want you to use the teleportation formation. Qin Xiao smiled and said, It's normal. What's there to feel indignant about? For the perspective of the Fei Liang tribe, we are outsiders. Why should we let outsiders use your tribe's treasure? Your father may be a warrior, but he can only represent himself. He can't represent everyone. There are so many elders in your tribe. They won't follow your father's wishes. They don't agree, but that's from the perspective of the tribe. It's expected. Fei Yong was stunned. He thought about it carefully and felt that Qin Xiao's words made sense. That was indeed the case. When one looked at things from a different perspective, the things one saw would also be completely different. But Fei Yong was still worried. Brother Qin, this test is too difficult. Are you really willing to accept it? Qin Xiao smiled. What do we do if we don't accept it? What bargaining chips do we have? Since we're already here, let's take it as it comes. Your father has worked hard. It's not bad to have achieved this result. It's better than chasing us away, right? It's definitely very difficult. That's why it motivates us. We need to improve ourselves quickly. Otherwise, we'll be in a bad situation. Only with this kind of pressure will we be more motivated. This is not necessarily a bad thing. No matter what, we have to be firm on our path. No matter how difficult it is, we have to be firm. That's the only way we can grow and become stronger. If you give up when you see that the road ahead is difficult, then you're destined to not be able to go far. The path of cultivation has always been a path that defies the heavens. It is filled with obstacles, difficulties, dangers, trials, and tempering. On this path, the most important thing you will discover is your heart. Your heart will determine the direction of your path. With a firm heart, you will always walk in the right direction. Fei Yong pondered over Qin Zhao's words as if he had learned something. He had learned a lot from Qin Zhao's words and was deeply moved. He had a lot to learn from them. The same principle, when spoken by different people, might have different meanings and understandings. After a long while, Fei Yong finally regained his senses. He nodded heavily and said, "Big Brother Qin is right. I've learned a lot. I deeply admire Big Brother Qin's confidence and firm conviction. I also feel that Big Brother Qin will definitely succeed. As the saying goes, where there is a will, there is a way. This is indeed the case." "Ha ha." Qin Xiao laughed heartily and said, "Thank you for your kind words. We're almost done with the wine and the sumptuous dishes on the table. We've finished them all. We have chatted for so long. Now that we have a new mission, Jing Yang and I can't waste any more time." Fei Yong understood what Qin Xiao meant. He immediately stood up and said, "All right, Big Brother Qin, you can stay at my cultivation place for the time being. I still have an empty space over there. No one has lived there before. This way, it will be more convenient for you. If you need anything, you can come to me quickly. Big Brother Qin, follow me. It's over there." The three of them followed Fei Yong and soon arrived at another courtyard. There were a few courtyards here, as well as a cultivation place with a decent environment. There was also a large plaza. The basic facilities here were relatively complete, so it was possible to cultivate here. There was nothing to be picky about here. When in Rome, do as the Romans do. The guest had to follow the host's wishes. Fortunately, Qin Xiao and Jing Yang were not picky people. These external things did not matter to them. Xiao Yong, I heard that you brought two friends from the outer world back home. Where are they?" The three of them had just arrived at the courtyard, but before they could even sit down, they heard a clear and melodious voice. It was as pleasant as a silver bell. From the voice, they could tell that it was a beautiful woman. Sure enough, as soon as the voice fell, a beautiful figure walked over and appeared in Qin Zhao's field of vision. However, her attire was a little strange. At the very least, Qin Zhao's sense of beauty was a little strange. Perhaps she was used to the attire of the women in the divine realm. Therefore, when she saw the attire of the beautiful woman in front of her, she felt a little strange. It was as if she didn't fit in. The Feilian tribe had their own style. Of course, it was just a little strange, but it did not mean that it was not beautiful. Whether a woman was beautiful or not, her attire would only be a plus, not a minus. With that face and that temperament, her attire was not that important. From the aura that this woman exuded, one could tell that she was a first-step heavenly venerate. Her voice was very sweet and melodious, just like the sound of nature. It was very soothing to listen to, as if one was drinking sweet dew. She exuded a very unique temperament. Temperament was the most beautiful and attractive part of a woman. As soon as the woman arrived, her gaze fell on Qin Xiao and Jing Yang curiously, sizing them up. It seemed that this was her first time meeting people from the outer world. In order to prevent the atmosphere from becoming awkward, Fei Yong immediately greeted her with a smile. He walked to the woman's side and said, "Sister, you are quite well informed. I was wondering what kind of wind could blow you here. Sister, let me introduce you. These two are my friends. This is Big Brother Qin Xiao, and this is Big Brother Jing Yang. They're both my saviors. Big Brother Qin, Big Brother Jing Yang, let me introduce you. This is my Biao, the daughter of my seventh uncle. Her name is Ling Long. Sister, don't keep staring at Big Brother Qin and the others. They will be embarrassed. Besides, you are a woman. You should be more reserved. You can't be so rude in front of men." Cough, cough. Ling Long retracted her gaze and rolled her eyes at Fei Yong. "This is my first time meeting people from the outer world. I was a little curious, so I was rude. I used to think that people from the outer world looked a little different, but now it seems that they are all the same. There is nothing special about them. At most, their attire is a little different. Other than that, there should be no difference, right? Haha, they're the same. What difference can there be?" Fei Yong laughed. Qin Xiao couldn't help but smile. She was indeed a little naive to have such thoughts. However, it was normal to have such thoughts. After all, she had never left the outer world. When faced with unfamiliar things, it was natural for people to have many hypotheses. Look at what you were discussing so enthusiastically. What is new? Tell me about it. Ling Long sat down as if she wanted to listen to a story. Qin Xiao had originally planned to start cultivating, but looking at Ling Long's attitude, it seemed that she didn't plan to leave. Qin Xiao glanced at Fei Yong. Fei Yong also seemed to be in a difficult position. He hesitated for a moment before saying to Ling Long, "Sister, Big Brother Qin and the others have just arrived. They're a little tired. Can you let them rest first?" Tired? They are all celestial venerables. What is there to be tired about? They don't need to sleep. How can they be tired? Ling Long didn't seem to understand the subtext of Fei Yong's words. Ling Long really didn't seem to understand. She blinked and suddenly pointed at Fei Yong. "You're talking about men, are you? Are you talking about something shady? What's wrong? Is it inconvenient to have a girl like me here? What kind of nonsense do you men talk about when you're together?" Ahem, this. Fei Yong wanted to explain, but he didn't know how to do so. He felt that he wouldn't be able to clear his name even if he jumped into the Yellow River. You don't need to talk about these things that are not suitable for children. Let's talk about more healthy and interesting things. I'm very curious. What's the outside world like? Are the people outside very scary? Ling Long asked again. Women were like 100,000 wise. They would have a lot of questions. Seeing that Ling Long didn't intend to leave, Fei Yong clenched his teeth and pulled Ling Long up. "Sister, I need your help with something. There will be plenty of opportunities to chat. My matter is rather urgent. Can you help me now?" While speaking, Fei Yong pulled Ling Long away. Ling Long didn't resist and actually allowed Fei Yong to pull her away. After sending off the two of them, the whole world finally quieted down completely. Qin Xiao couldn't help but shake his head and chuckle. What a naive and simple woman. Speaking of which, Qin Xiao actually quite liked girls with this kind of character. They were easygoing, gentle, simple, and not scheming. They were easy to get along with. Of course, this kind of woman didn't have any special characteristics. If one thought about it carefully, they would feel that she was a little too ordinary. "Young master, you know my talent and potential. I know my own limits. 1,000,000 years is of no use to me. So, young master, I will leave this test to you. I will wholeheartedly support you. Although the test is very scary, there is still some hope for the young lord. In this regard, I still think highly of the young lord. No matter what, we can only give it a try. Otherwise, we will lose completely." Jingyang looked at Qin Xiao with a serious face. Qin Xiao said with a serious face, "If I don't go to hell, who will? Since this is the path I have chosen, I will naturally give it a try. This is a firm path, a path that won't shrink back. Although 1,000,000 years is a little tight, it is not impossible for me to succeed. I'm still full of confidence in myself. No matter how difficult it is, I will break it. I was able to create miracles time and time again in the Hongmeng universe. I believe that I will be able to create miracles here. Right now, the only path ahead of me is cultivation. I have to work hard and cultivate with all my strength. That is the way to go. Work hard." Chapter 1538. Was this a threat? Let's start cultivating. However, cultivation was still rather difficult for Qin Xiao at this time. The environment was very important for cultivation, but so were the resources. Without a good environment and resources, the effects of cultivation would naturally be much worse. When it came to the cultivation of the Great Tao, Qin Xiao had only just stepped through the threshold of the laws. To him, the path ahead was still unknown. In terms of cultivation techniques, only the heavenly heart sword art could be comprehended and cultivated. This kind of supplementary power was still relatively small. Now that he was in Fei Yong's home, the resources of the Fei Liang tribe would definitely not fall into Qin Xiao's hands. He could only rely on himself and cultivate in seclusion in Fei Tong's home. This kind of efficiency was actually very poor. Under such poor efficiency, it was undoubtedly an impossible task to pass the fierce warrior's test in 1,000,000 years. Young master, the most important thing in cultivation is the heart and comprehension. Comprehension is the most important thing in the cultivation of the Great Path. Although the other conditions are a bit lacking, young master, your heart and perception are extremely strong. Calm down and comprehend the great path nomological laws of heaven and earth. Enter the world of nomological laws and comprehend them. Eventually, you will be able to control them. Jing Yang encouraged Qin Shao and encouraged Qin Shao. He understood the predicament before him very well. At the very least, it was hopeless for him. His only hope now was the young master. Jing Yang knew that he would not be able to pass this test, so he decided not to cultivate. Instead, he supported Qin Shao and prevented others from disturbing Qin Shao. Qin Shao's heart quickly calmed down, and he sat down cross-legged under an old, ancient tree that was hundreds of feet tall. The ancient tree was vast and ancient, without any worldly affairs. Withered leaves covered the branches. The wonder of cultivation was that everything in the world would stimulate, help, and enlighten one's cultivation. Regardless of whether it was a leaf, a branch, a grain of dust, a man, a beast, wind, lightning, the spring rain, the autumn sun, the deep abyss that had been sealed for eternity, or the heroic cavalry that trampled over the mountains and rivers. The figure of the great Tao had left traces in them. It was just a matter of whether you had the vision to discover it. Everything in the world was under the great Tao and within the laws. The movement of the world was the trajectory of the laws. The laws were everywhere, and they were even more prominent in all things. It was just that it was hidden in the depths without leaving any traces, making it difficult to detect. And the ability of cultivation lies in how you can comprehend the great Tao, the laws, and the origin of the world from small things. This was the path of cultivation, an act that defied the heavens. Qin Shao was currently cultivating the laws of the sword. With the assistance of the heavenly heart sword art, it would be relatively easier for him to cultivate the laws of the sword. The law of the sword, all things in the world are swords, all things 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 are swords, sword Tao laws. What's important is not the sword, but the laws. The sword is actually just a tool. It's a tool that spreads the power of laws. No matter what weapon is used, it can display the laws of the sword. The so-called sword is just a medium. Just like how basins can hold water, bowls can hold water, cups can hold water, kettles can hold water, leaf can hold water, water can hold water. Many things can be used to hold water, so the utensils are not the key. The key is the water. Comprehending the laws is the key to everything. The core is not the sword. The sword is something without any value. It's just the name of a weapon. But there are countless weapons in the world and countless names. It's just that the sword is the king of all weapons, so it's represented by the sword. The difference between the laws of the sword and the path of sword cultivation lies in the difference in essence. The core of the laws of the sword is actually the laws, but the core of the path of sword cultivation is the sword. It's the true path of the sword, and the sword is one. The sword is everything. The sword is the Tao. A cultivator's body is a sword. Using the body as a sword, using the body to enter the Tao. This is the path of sword cultivation. This enlightenment finally made Qin Shao completely understand the difference between the path of sword cultivation and the laws of the sword. Previously, he knew that there must be an essential difference between the two, but he couldn't specifically explain why. But now, Qin Shao completely understood. It turned out to be like this. Due to the difference in nature, the connection between the two was greatly reduced. After recognizing the essential difference between the two, Qin Zhao's understanding of the laws of the sword became increasingly clear, and he could see even more clearly. Although the Tao of laws was becoming clearer and clearer, this path was still very difficult for Qin Shao. Every step he took was very difficult. Every step forward in the cultivation of the laws was like a huge project. It was very difficult. Qin Shao comprehended the sacred sword technique while comprehending the laws of the sword. The Heavenly Heart sword art had some auxiliary effects, but it wasn't much. After all, it was only a sword art cultivation method. Its main use was in battle. It was a combat cultivation method, not a comprehension-type cultivation method. Qin Shao was also recalling the scene of Jing Yang executing the first move of the Heavenly Heart sword art. Every move was analyzed and comprehended in detail. Cultivation was boring, slow, and endless. In this boring and slow process, it was very easy to distort one's state of mind and lead to depravity. Cultivation was also the cultivation of the mind. However, Qin Shao was still very young. He had lived for more than 3 million years, which was still very far away from an era. Therefore, Qin Shao did not have any problems in this regard for the time being. He could easily immerse himself in cultivation, wander in the world of laws, and comprehend the complicated laws. It was like a fish swimming in the sea, slowly figuring out the structure of the sea, figuring out how many corals, reefs, undercurrents, and so on were in the sea. This was a huge project that needed to be accumulated bit by bit and polished by time. It was not something that could be done in a short period of time. Qin Shao was immersed in the sea of the laws of the sword. He was slowly accumulating his comprehension of the laws of the sword bit by bit. Many a little makes a mickle, and in the end, 100 rivers flow into the sea. This was a gradual process. Qin Shao, who was completely immersed in cultivation, did not feel the passage of time. Time was like a thing that had nothing to do with him. Time passed quickly. 100 years, 1,000 years, and 10,000 years passed in the blink of an eye. Soon, Qin Shao and Jing Yang had been in the Fei Liang tribe for 100,000 years. With Jing Yang there to guard them, Qin Shao could not be distracted at all. During these 100,000 years, Fei Yong came often. Because Fei Yong also lived here, he was there most of the time. Fei Yong's sister, Miss Ling Long, also came to visit from time to time. There were a few times when she wanted to see Qin Shao, but she was stopped by Jing Yang. Even the Silver Abyss warriors came once. They mainly came to see how Qin Shao and Jing Yang were doing. They also wanted to see if they needed any help. Although they could not help much, it was still a thought. Fei Yong's mother would send some food and wine over from time to time, but they were all eaten by Fei Yong and Jing Yang. At this point, Jing Yang was sitting in a pavilion, meditating with his eyes closed. Although Jing Yang did not put much effort into cultivation, he would occasionally cultivate when he was too bored. Although his talent was not good, Jing Yang did not give up on cultivation. A figure suddenly walked out and walked towards the place where Qin Shao was cultivating. Jing Yang suddenly opened his eyes. His eyebrows twitched as a sharp glint flashed across the depths of his eyes. With a move of his body, he stood in front of that figure. After seeing who it was, Jing Yang's frown deepened. "It's you." The person in front of him had a head of silver hair and was clad in silver armor. He looked very cold. This person was none other than Celestial Master Silver Dragon, a first-step Celestial Master. He was also the person Qin Shao and the others had met when they first came to the Fei Liang tribe. Celestial Master Silver Dragon had wanted to drive Qin Shao and Jing Yang out of the tribe. In the end, Fei Yong had used his father, the Silver Abyss Warrior, to stop him. The Silver Dragon had been brooding over this matter for a long time. Therefore, when he saw Celestial Master Silver Dragon, Jing Yang was naturally a little angry, but also a little wary. Why can't it be me?" Celestial Master Silver Dragon sneered when he saw Jing Yang. He walked over to Jing Yang with his hands behind his back, looking like an expert. In terms of aura, he was very domineering and had a strong offensive power. Jing Yang's face darkened. "What brings you here?" Silver Dragon smiled, even more mockingly. "That's an interesting question. Do I need to ask an outsider like you to come here?" "Outsider, don't forget that this is the Fei Liang tribe, not your backyard. As a member of the Fei Liang tribe, where can I not go? Why can't I come here? Why? Do I need your permission? Do you really not see yourself as an outsider? Do you think that just because you're temporarily staying in the Fei Liang tribe, you can treat this place as your home? What a funny question. Why do you think I'm here? Can I come for a walk? Can I come for a look? Can I just pass by? Jing Yang's frown deepened. This was the Fei Yang tribe, so he really had no right to speak. It was indeed very sullen to be under someone else's roof. To be honest, he really had no way of telling Silver Dragon where to go. The Fei Yang tribe did not have any restrictions on its members, so they could go anywhere. No one had a yard in their house, so that it would be convenient for others to come here and not look like a thief. Hey, where's your big brother? Is he still cultivating over there? Haha, that's great. I'm going to take a look over there. Silver Dragon scanned the area and did not see Qin Xiao, so he looked in another direction. He knew that Qin Xiao must be cultivating there. Seeing that Silver Dragon wanted to disturb Qin Xiao's cultivation, Jing Yang naturally refused. He stretched out his hand to block Silver Dragon and said coldly, "My big brother is cultivating there. You're not allowed to disturb him. There's nothing much to see here. Go elsewhere if you want to." Oomph. Silver Dragon snorted angrily and said, "Go away. Who do you think you are? I can go wherever I want. Why do you have to stop me? Every inch of land here belongs to the Fei Liang tribe. How can an outsider like you shout here? Go away, or I won't go easy on you." Seeing that Silver Dragon was about to be ruthless, Jing Yang's expression turned even colder. Anger rose in his heart, but he had to suppress it. Chapter 1539. Dream on. Ha, threat? Yinlong laughed playfully. Since you said it's a threat, then it's a threat. Why can't I threaten you? What can you do about it? Although you're second step heavenly venerable, don't forget that this is the Fei Liang tribe. You're just an outsider. How dare you cause trouble in our tribe? Don't be upset. You're a dragon, so you have to lie down. You're a snake, so all the more you have to lie down. This is the Fei Liang tribe, and I'm a member of the tribe. That's why I can deal with you. Do you understand? Crack. Even a clay figurine has 3 fires. Anyone who was bullied to this extent would find it hard to tolerate. This was basically trampling on Jing Yang's face. He was here to cause trouble. Yinlong's intentions were very obvious. How could Jing Yang not know? But so what if he knew? He and Qin Xiao were living under someone else's roof. They were in a lowly position. Jing Yang wanted to tolerate it, but Yinlong was deliberately provoking him. He couldn't tolerate it even if he wanted to. But no matter what, he wouldn't step aside. He couldn't let this guy disturb the young master's cultivation. "Sir, I don't dare to do anything to you. But as the saying goes, even a clay figurine has 3 fires. If you want to attack me, then I won't let you do whatever you want without retaliating. No matter what, your tribe should recognize the word reason. We came from afar and don't dare to call ourselves guests. But since we're in the Fei Liang tribe, we shouldn't be mistreated like this, right? If you attack first, I believe the Silver Abyss warriors won't blame us." Jing Yang still stood there. He had no intention of stepping aside. He even called out the Silver Abyss warriors. Clearly, he wanted to intimidate Yinlong. After all, they were brought into the tribe by the Silver Abyss warriors. It was also the Silver Abyss warriors who allowed them to stay. No matter what, they were the honored guests of the Silver Abyss warriors. Hence, Jing Yang called out the Silver Abyss warriors to intimidate Yinlong. He wanted Yinlong to back off and stop being so aggressive. If he could bear it, he would. If he really couldn't bear it, there was nothing he could do. His bottom line was that he wouldn't attack Yinlong. But if Yinlong was the Silver Abyss warriors, he wouldn't hold back. If they stood on the side of reason, then there was nothing to be afraid of. At the very least, Jing Yang believed that the Yin Abyss warrior was a reasonable person. Even if there was a conflict, the Silver Abyss warriors wouldn't be, as long as it didn't end. Of course, Yinlong was Yinlong. Of course, Yinlong. Of course, Yinlong. Yinlong of is, and long of the of. And of you. Of. Why don't you call the Silver Abyss warriors over? If you do, I'll leave immediately. Yinlong, on the other hand, was fearless. He knew that Jing Yang wouldn't invite the Silver Abyss warrior because of this. Furthermore, the Silver Abyss warrior wasn't home right now. Jing Yang couldn't find him even if he wanted to. Besides, Jing Yang wouldn't look for the Silver Abyss warriors. It was precisely because he knew Jing Yang that Yin Long was so confident. Cut the crap. Are you going to step aside or not? I'm just taking a stroll. Don't spoil my mood. Otherwise, the consequences will be worse. Yin Long threatened again. Jing Yang knew what Yin Long was thinking. Yin Long wanted to disrupt the young master's cultivation. It wasn't a secret that they were going to take part in the warrior test. Yin Long's father was also a warrior, so he must have heard about it. Perhaps it was because of this that he wanted to disrupt Qin Zhao's cultivation. Jing Yang believed that Yin Long wouldn't do it, or rather, he wouldn't dare to do it. After all, Yin Long was only a first-step celestial venerable. He wasn't very strong. If they really fought, he would be the one at a disadvantage. Therefore, Yin Long wouldn't be so stupid as to take the initiative to start trouble. At most, he would make some verbal attacks to provoke Qin Zhao. No, Jing Yang said without hesitation. He looked determined. You don't know what you're talking about. Yin Long snorted coldly. He was furious. Obviously, he wouldn't give up so easily. He was going to use force. Jing Yang frowned. He didn't think that Yin Long would make a move. Now, it seemed that Yin Long was prepared for the worst. If he insisted, Yin Long would make a move. Although Yin Long was on the right side of things, there would be trouble if they really started fighting. Damn it! Jing Yang cursed in his heart. He had no choice but to meet someone like Yin Long. He wanted to cry, but had no tears. Since Yin Long was going to make a move, there was no other way. He had to make a move. At this critical moment, a voice was heard. Stop! However, this voice didn't belong to Yin Long or Fei Yong. It belonged to Qin Zhao. Young master. Jing Yang frowned when he saw that Qin Zhao had arrived. He was furious. He didn't want to disturb the young master, but it seemed that he had. Yin Long had dared to make a move because he wanted to disturb Qin Zhao's cultivation. You're finally out. Yin Long's lips curled into a sly smile. He looked as if his evil plan had succeeded. Obviously, he had done all this to disrupt Qin Zhao's cultivation. Qin Zhao waved his hand at Jing Yang, indicating that there was no need for him to say anything. He already knew everything. Since the young master was here, Jing Yang naturally retreated to the side and let the young master deal with this. Qin Zhao's eyes flashed coldly as he looked at Yin Long. Being interrupted during one's cultivation was indeed a very unpleasant thing. Yin Long smiled proudly and looked at Qin Zhao playfully. He said, "Oh, you look very angry. Haha, are you unhappy?" Qin Zhao looked at Yin Long and said, "What do you think? Should I be happy?" "Ha!" Yin Long laughed heartily and said, "I also think that you should be unhappy. If you're unhappy, then that's right. I can only be happy if you're unhappy. If you're happy, then I'll be unhappy. That's why these two things are opposites. If I want to be happy, then I can only make you unhappy. However, what makes me happy is that even if you're unhappy, what can you do? I'm here to disrupt your cultivation. What can you do to me? I just don't like you and want to make trouble for you. What can you do?" The irony is that you can't do anything. You don't dare to do anything. You can't do anything either. Qin Zhao's face darkened slightly. "So you mean you think you're very great? That you've done something very bad?" Yin Long snorted angrily in the face of Qin Zhao's sarcasm. Qin Zhao continued, "Only cowardly people like to intimidate others. They use the halo of others to do whatever they want and satisfy their own selfish desires. If we weren't in your Fei Liang tribe now, you wouldn't even dare to say a word in front of me. Your courage doesn't come from your strength. It comes from the Fei Liang tribe behind you. Don't you think you're pitiful and pathetic? Even for revenge, you need to use your tribe's name to intimidate others. After that, you only dare to show off in front of me. If you have the ability, why don't you just do it? Why don't you talk with your strength? Why don't you just beat me to the ground? But you're a coward. You don't dare to do that, and you don't have the strength to do so. Therefore, you can only flaunt your mouth to satisfy your so-called vanity." Yin Long was so angry that his lungs were about to explode from Qin Zhao's sarcasm. He was so angry that he couldn't restrain his anger. But soon he calmed down. You want to provoke me? Do you really think I'll fall for such a cheap trick? Don't talk nonsense. I'm not here to joke with you today. Outsider, how about borrowing something from you?" Qin Zhao knew that Silver Dragon didn't have any good intentions. He definitely didn't have good intentions. But Qin Xiao wasn't afraid. What do you want? Yinlong said. Aren't you from the outside world? Since you can come to Sky Fire's secret region, you must have a flying device, right? A flying device that can travel in the endless universe ocean must be at least a mid-grade one. Our tribe doesn't have a mid-grade flying device. I haven't seen one either. So, I'm curious about this flying device. Can I have a look at your flying device? Although he said he wanted to borrow it, it sounded like he was asking for it by force. Upon hearing this, Qin Xiao finally understood why the Silver Dragon was here. It turned out that its main objective was to obtain the Heaven Ascension artifact. Speaking of which, it was true that a Heaven Ascension artifact was quite valuable. Of course, Qin Xiao and Jing Yang still had valuable things on them. They even had 2 heaven-grade weapons. But this secret must have been kept a secret by the Yin Abyss warriors. Otherwise, Yinlong would have been eyeing the heaven-grade weapons. Borrow? I don't think it's that simple, Qin Xiao said bluntly. Yinlong pursed his lips. Why? Are you afraid that I won't return it to you? I said I'll borrow it. There's nothing difficult about it. As long as you're willing to lend it to me, we'll call it even. From now on, I won't come looking for trouble with you. If you don't want to lend it to me, I'll come here every day since I have nothing better to do. A threat, a blatant threat. Qin Xiao was naturally angry in the face of such shameless banditry. Suppressing his anger, Qin Xiao gritted his teeth and said, Don't even think about lending it to me. If you want to see it, I'll let you see it. But if you want to borrow it, I won't allow it. I'm holding it in my hand. Take a look. This is my bottom line. Don't even think about it. It's absolutely impossible for that item to fall into your hands. Why? After all this talk, aren't we sworn brothers because you're afraid that I'll take your flying device? Don't worry. I can promise you that I won't take it. I can promise you that I'll borrow it, not take it. What else do you have to worry about? Yinlong disagreed with Qin Xiao's suggestion. But Qin Xiao wasn't stupid. What if I borrow it and don't return it? Or what if I borrow it for an indefinite period of time? I advise you to put away your skills as soon as possible, really. Seeing that his plan had been exposed, Yinlong became angry. His face darkened, and he said in a low voice, So you're saying that you won't give it to me? Chapter 1540. Then let's fight. You're really not going to lend it to me? Yinlong sneered with a crazy look on his face. He looked at Qin Xiao and said, It's fine if you don't want to lend it to me, but I can tell you clearly that it's impossible for you to cultivate peacefully. Isn't it just 900,000 years? I can afford to wait. I'll stay here and call another group of people over. Let's see how you're going to cultivate then. You're overestimating yourself. You want to participate in the warrior's test? You're the one who's dreaming. You're indulging in fantasy. I'm not afraid of you being ruthless. I'm just afraid that you'll act shamelessly. If Yinlong really attacked, Qin Xiao wouldn't be afraid. Anyway, Jingyang was here. He wouldn't be at a disadvantage. But if Yinlong acted shamelessly, Qin Xiao wouldn't be able to do anything. Since you think I'm indulging in fantasy, why are you still using such despicable means? You're here to disturb my cultivation. Isn't that because you're afraid that I'll pass the warrior's test? To put it bluntly, you're guilty. That's why you're using such despicable means. Yinlong was dumbfounded by Qin Xiao's sarcastic retort. He thought for a while and retorted, Who said I'm guilty? I'm just bored. Can't I come here to kill some time? I just don't like you. I just want to step on you. Can I? I just want to disturb you and make you unable to stay in our tribe. Can I? Qin Xiao sneered and said, To put it bluntly, you just want to get back at me for what happened last time. Well, since you want to get back at me so much, I'll fulfill your wish. Fulfill my wish? Yinlong's eyes suddenly lit up. Jingyang also looked at Qin Xiao in confusion. He didn't understand what the young master was trying to do. Yinlong said playfully, Then tell me, how are you going to fulfill my wish? Since you know that this young master is here because of what happened last time, then you should also know that this young master is not so easily dismissed. I'll give you the chance to get back at him. As for whether you can do it or not, it depends on whether you have the ability to do it or not, Qin Xiao said again. Yinlong furrowed his brows and looked at Qin Xiao and Jing Yang coldly. Are you trying to say that the two of you want to join forces to fight me? Yin Long's brows furrowed slightly as he looked at Qin Shao and Jing Yang. Qin Shao shook her head and said, "Of course not. That would be bullying. Even if I told you, you wouldn't agree. Your target is me. This has nothing to do with Jing Yang. If you have any problems, just come at me. I see that you are very arrogant, so your strength must be quite good. Don't you just want to use your strength to trample me? I'll grant you your wish. Since you want to fight me, I'll fight you. What's wrong with that? So you're saying that you're going to fight me by yourself?" Yin Long asked again with uncertainty. Qin Shao nodded, indicating that it was indeed so. Hearing Qin Zhao's words, Jing Yang suddenly became a little anxious. He hurriedly looked at Qin Shao and shook his head. He secretly transmitted a message. "Young master, you can't. This guy's strength is not to be underestimated. I'm afraid that he is extremely powerful among first-step celestial masters. Young master, you will definitely be at a disadvantage if you fight with him now. There is no other way. This is the only way. Otherwise, if this guy really comes to make trouble every day, there will be no way to cultivate it all. In that case, it's better to fulfill his wish and fight with him. Even if you lose, at least he won't come looking for trouble every day." Qin Shao shook her head and replied helplessly. Hearing this, Jing Yang fell silent. Yes, if this guy came to make trouble every day, there would be no way to cultivate. Therefore, he really felt that there was no other way now. But if they really fought, he was afraid that he would lose more than he would win. Jing Yang was very upset that he had no way to resolve this matter, and even had to let the young master sacrifice his dignity to fight. Ha ha ha! After confirming Qin Zhao's words, Yin Long immediately laughed heartily. He laughed so happily. Good, good, good. It seems that you still have some self-awareness. You know what I want, but I don't just want to fight with you. I want to trample on you and trample on you in front of all the tribesmen. If you want to fight, come with me to the martial arts practice square. As long as you fight, no matter the result, I will not disturb you in the future and let you cultivate in peace. Absolutely not. If you want to fight, let's fight here. Jing Yang immediately refused. Losing was already a very shameful thing. It was a very humiliating thing. If he lost in front of all the tribesmen of the Fei Liang tribe and was trampled under Yin Long's feet, it would be a great humiliation. Therefore, Jing Yang naturally didn't agree. Qin Shao frowned deeply. Lose in front of so many people? It was very difficult for him to make up his mind. If they fought here without any outsiders, then so be it. No matter how humiliating it was, at least he could accept it. But if they fought in the martial arts practice square, it would be hard for him to accept. Therefore, Qin Shao shook his head. Let's fight here. The more Qin Shao said this, the more confident Yin Long became. Naturally, he was even more unwilling to fight here. Even if he won here, it wouldn't feel so good. If he could trample on Qin Shao in front of all the tribesmen, that would be great. Just thinking about it was enough to vent his anger. No, we have to go to the martial arts practice square. Outer world brat, you don't have the right to negotiate with me. Wherever I say goes. Yin Long was full of confidence and had the initiative. Don't try to bargain with me. That will only make me more unhappy. Celestial Venerable Yin Long. At this moment, an angry voice sounded. Two figures, one male and one female, rushed over. It was Fei Yong and Ling Long. The one who spoke was Fei Yong. As they spoke, Fei Yong and Ling Long had already arrived in front of Qin Shao. Yin Long, don't go too far. Big brother Qin and the others are only in my house. This is something that the chief and elders have approved. They didn't provoke you. You're too much of a bully, Fei Yong said angrily. Yin Long didn't care at all. He smiled and said, Fei Yong, oh Fei Yong, didn't your parents teach you to respect your elders and the strong? People who don't know better would think that you have a high status. How dare you shout in front of me? Don't you know the rules? Your big brother Qin was the one who said he wanted to fight me. How can you blame me? Fei Yong and Ling Long had just arrived and didn't know what was going on. When they heard Yin Long's words, they looked at Qin Shao in confusion. Jing Yang angrily explained the situation to them. Fei Yong was about to throw a tantrum when Qin Shao stopped him. There was no need to be angry with such people. If they took things too seriously, they would lose. Therefore, it was better to use a simpler method to solve the problem. We can fight, but it has to be here. We can't go to the training grounds, said Fei Yong. Ling Long frowned and said, that's right. We can't go to the training grounds. If we want to fight, we have a fight here. Otherwise, we can't go anywhere. Yin Long, if you go too far, don't blame me for being rude to you. Ling Long, are you siding with them too? You're siding with outsiders? Yin Long was clearly furious at Ling Long's words. Fei Yong is siding with them. It's only reasonable that they owe him a life-saving debt. Ling Long, what benefits did you get from these two outsiders? Why are you so protective of them? Ling Long said coldly, that's my business. You don't have to worry about it. Yin Long was even angrier now. With Fei Yong and Ling Long's interference, he had lost a lot of his confidence. After weighing the pros and cons in his heart, Yin Long nodded and said, all right. We'll fight here. It doesn't matter where we fight. You'll lose anyway. Since that's the case, let's cut the crap. Come on, you outsider. Don't say that I'm bullying you. You can make the first move. Yin Long immediately got into formation. He could not wait to defeat Qin Xiao. He wanted to trample on him and ravage him on the battlefield to vent the anger in his heart. Fei Yong and Ling Long looked at Qin Xiao with worry. They knew how strong Yin Long was, so they knew that Qin Xiao was at a disadvantage. It could be said that Qin Xiao was bound to lose. Qin Xiao, on the other hand, was mentally prepared. He looked calm as he nodded at Jing Yang, Fei Yong, and Ling Long, indicating for them to step back. Jing Yang shook his head helplessly. His heart felt like it was being stabbed by a knife. However, he still said to Fei Yong and Ling Long, let's go to the side. The battlefield was quickly cleared. Yin Long was an old fellow who had lived for dozens of epochs and had been a heavenly venerate for dozens of epochs. His accumulation of experience over a long period of time was enough to make him strong enough. Yin Long's strength was also very strong. Among the first-step heavenly venerates in the entire Fei Liang tribe, he could be ranked in the top 10. Yin Long's strength was very close to that of a second-step heavenly venerate. Qin Xiao had just become a first-step heavenly venerate, so he was still relatively weak. It was obvious that there was a huge gap between them if he wanted to fight Yin Long. Yin Long, on the other hand, was in high spirits. He stood there with the demeanor of an expert, looking down at the world with disdain. His silver hair fluttered in the wind as he held a silver spear in his hand. He stroked the silver spear and said, old friend, it's been a long time since I let you drink blood. Today I'll let you have a good fight and drink blood. Yin Long wanted to drink blood when he drew his silver spear. This meant that he wanted to kill Qin Xiao. Qin Xiao frowned as he faced the powerful Yin Long. His face was cold, and his eyes were as cold as the stars. This was probably the first time in his life that he had been defeated. It was no wonder that Qin Xiao was not confident. There was indeed a huge gap between their strengths. Moreover, Qin Xiao did not have any trump cards. He could see everything clearly. Of course, Qin Xiao had a heaven-grade weapon. However, it was obvious that he could not use it in a fight like this. Furthermore, Qin Xiao's heaven-grade weapon was a secret. Besides Fei Yong and the Yin Deep Warrior, no one else knew about it. Qin Xiao would not reveal this secret just because Yin Long wanted to. Therefore, under the circumstances that could be seen, it was a situation where he was bound to lose. For this battle, Qin Xiao was also prepared to lose. It was a battle that he braced himself for. Make your move. If you don't, I won't go easy on you. When I make my move, I'm afraid you won't have a chance. Yin Long pointed his spear at Qin Xiao. It was as if a hole had been pierced through space. Chapter 1541. This was not a bad thing. Qin Xiao did not hesitate. The one who struck first would gain the upper hand, and the one who struck later would suffer. This was very reasonable. In a situation where he was not strong enough, he could only make the first move. Qin Xiao waved his hand, and a sword flew out from his palm. Then, it transformed into tens of thousands of sword energies and flew towards Silver Dragon with a whistling sound. There was a trace of the law of sword in the sword, but it was not strong. Obviously, Qin Xiao's mastery of the law of sword was still lacking. Qin Xiao had not fully comprehended the first move of the sacred sword technique. Therefore, the move Qin Xiao used now was somewhat ordinary in Silver Dragon's eyes. The corners of his mouth curled into a disdainful smile. "Is that all you have? Break for me." Silver Dragon shouted softly. He released the silver spear in his hand, and it immediately began to spin in the air. It was as if he was twisting a fried dough twist, twisting the world into a ball. It formed a powerful force that directly swallowed Qin Zhao's sword light. This attack of Qin Zhao's was actually easily shattered by the Silver Dragon. After easily breaking Qin Zhao's move, Silver Dragon's smile deepened. "Flashy but useless. You can't even withstand a single blow. Is that all you have?" The result of the first successful exchange seemed to have been decided. Jing Yang and the other two frowned deeply. The situation was obviously not optimistic for Qin Zhao. Can't withstand a single blow? Such a heavy blow made Qin Zhao feel bitter and somewhat helpless. Although this was not his strongest attack, it could be considered an attack with all his strength. However, this attack was easily broken by Silver Dragon. This was also something Qin Zhao did not expect. It seemed that the Silver Dragon was indeed very powerful. In fact, it was even more powerful than he had imagined. It was certainly impossible to defeat Silver Dragon. Qin Zhao was thinking of how to not lose so badly. Even if he was no match for Silver Dragon, he could not easily admit defeat. Again, Qin Zhao pushed his sword to the extreme, and the power of the sword principle surged to the extreme. His strength also broke out completely, and the sword fiercely attacked the Silver Dragon. It carried the might of heaven, the power of laws, the sharpness of the sword, and the power of heaven and earth. His aura was there, and so was his strength. However, the Silver Dragon was still disdainful. The power of laws burst out from the tip of the spear, mobilizing the world. The spear fiercely pierced Qin Zhao's sword. The powerful force was like the turbulent momentum of the collapse of the world, surging out mightily. What a powerful force, the might of the laws, and the power of this spear. It's actually able to gather all the power of this world at one point, at the tip of the spear, condensing it into a single point, and then exploding it in one strike. It's like toppling mountains and overturning seas, surging and surging. Its destructive power is extremely terrifying. All of the power is being driven by this silver spear, condensing into a single point. Good technique, it's really good. Even Qin Zhao had to admit that the Silver Dragon's technique was indeed powerful, and his strength was indeed far above his. After being hit, Qin Zhao only felt that his power and the sword principle suddenly collapsed. He could not resist the Silver Dragon's ferocious attack at all. In the face of his powerful force, he suddenly collapsed, and was very uncomfortable. With one strike, Qin Zhao's sword power collapsed, and naturally, Qin Zhao was forced to retreat repeatedly. The powerful force also hit Qin Zhao heavily, almost knocking the sword out of Qin Zhao's hand. This force poured into Qin Zhao's divine body, and it also attacked Qin Zhao's divine body and shattered it. Fortunately, the Silver Dragon was only a first-step celestial master after all. Even though his strength was strong, wanting to really injure Qin Zhao a little with one strike was clearly impossible to do. Unless Qin Zhao stood there and let him hit him without fighting back, it would be more likely. Under normal circumstances, there was no way to do that. Yin Long laughed proudly when he saw Qin Zhao retreating in a sorry state. He did not take advantage of the situation to pursue Qin Zhao. It was as if he was giving Qin Zhao a chance to catch his breath. He displayed the demeanor of an expert. "Is this all you've got? Weak, really weak. I think you haven't been a celestial master for long, right? No wonder you're so weak. With your strength, I really don't know where you get the confidence to provoke me. I really don't know where you got the courage to pass the test of the fierce warrior. Humph, it's really the biggest joke in the world." Qin Zhao suffered a crushing defeat in the two exchanges. There was no need to say more about the disparity in strength. "Take another strike of my sword." After two setbacks, Qin Zhao's expression became even colder. All of this was within his expectations. But when it really happened, it was still very uncomfortable. Qin Zhao gritted his teeth and attacked again. It was similar to the previous attack. Seeing such an attack, the Silver Dragon shook his head playfully. You really don't know what's good for you. You were easily broken by me just now, and you're still using this move? Qin Shao had indeed used the same move that he had used just now to charge over. But when the two of them were about to clash, Qin Zhao's heart force suddenly attacked. Under the amplification of the heart force stone, Qin Zhao's heart force was pushed to the extreme. It turned into an invisible blade and attacked the silver dragon without any trace. Heart force attacks were the most strange and the most terrifying. It was precisely because it was invisible and formless that it was possible for heart force to suddenly attack if one wasn't prepared for it. Moreover, heart force was not hindered by anything. It could directly attack one's mind and soul and cause a terrible strangulation. What a strange power. Heart force? At this moment, the silver dragon suddenly felt a terrible heart force attack his mind and soul. The silver dragon also knew about the existence of heart force, but this was the first time he had personally experienced it. He had heard of it before, but he had never felt it. This strange power suddenly attacked him. In a situation where he was unprepared, the silver dragon was really caught off guard. However, the silver dragon's state of mind was also abnormally strong. He immediately reacted. Because his mind was affected by the heart force attack, the long spear in the silver dragon's hand lost its power and stopped moving. And in this gap, Qin Shao also accurately grasped it. His sword heavily smashed on the silver dragon's silver spear, and all of his power blasted down. After the silver dragon reacted in an instant, he also fell behind. Qin Zhao's power had already rushed up and took the initiative. However, the silver dragon's strength was still extremely strong. Although he lost the initiative, his expression did not change much. He just snorted coldly. "Break for me." The silver dragon only retreated for a while, and then he quickly counterattacked. The light of the silver spear came back again, and the spear directly shattered Qin Zhao's sword power. It was just a slight embarrassment just now, but it was not enough to shake the silver dragon's position in control of the situation. It was clear that Qin Zhao's attack still ended in failure. This was considered Qin Zhao's most powerful attack. Heart force was considered one of Qin Zhao's methods. If this method was used to deal with ordinary first-step celestial masters, it would be very useful. However, it did not have any effect on the silver dragon. It only made the silver dragon feel embarrassed for a moment. There was no practical significance at all. Yet another crushing defeat. Qin Shao could not help but shake his head. It seemed that his heart force was still too weak. It would not be of much use in a battle at all, and it could not be used as a trump card. But it was no wonder. After all, Qin Zhao's heart force was only at the 6th level, which was only at the level of a universe master. If it was at the level of a first-step celestial master, it would definitely be of great use. A weak level was a hard flaw that could not be remedied. In the past 2 million years, Qin Shao had put a lot of thought into heart force. Qin Shao also wanted to raise his heart force to the level of a celestial master as soon as possible. In that way, he would have one more method of harming others. He would have a true trump card. However, the cultivation of heart force was too difficult. After 2 million years of cultivation, Qin Shao had not made much progress. There was no way for him to break through it all. If he wanted to raise his heart force from the 6th level to the 7th, Qin Shao had no idea what to do or how to break through. Even Qin Shao could not see the path of heart force clearly. If he could not see the path clearly, then it would be even more difficult to cultivate. Haha, I didn't expect you to be a heart force cultivator. However, your heart force does not seem to have reached the level of Celestial Master, but it can still pose a threat to a Celestial Master. Or perhaps your heart force has just broken through to the level of a Celestial Master, so it is still relatively weak? That's true. You must have just broken through. You actually broke through to the level of a Celestial Master in both the Great Tao and the Heart Force system. To cultivate 2 systems at the same time, you could be considered a rare genius. But it's not much use. You're still so weak. You must have used all your strength just now, right? Haha, weak. So weak. I just stood there without moving. I didn't even use much of my strength, and you were already defeated. The Silver Dragon sneered. He was in a great mood. What he wanted was the feeling of trampling Qin Shao underfoot. Qin Shao shook his head helplessly. He had indeed used all his strength and his strongest move, but he still couldn't shake the silver dragon. He'd already lost on this point. This was the truth. He had to admit it. This result was more or less what he'd expected. There was nothing he could do. There really was nothing he could do. He could only lose face and suffer today. Qin Shao stared wordlessly at the silver dragon, his gaze cold to the extreme. Qin Shao had no more tricks up his sleeve, so he could only wait for his nightmare to descend. Jing Yang and the other two sighed soundlessly. They were also very unhappy, but there was nothing they could do to change this. They could only suppress their anger and continue to watch. All right, outsider brat, I've already given you 3 moves. You've also used all your strength. There are no more tricks up your sleeves. If that's the case, then it's time for me to make a move. Brat, prepare yourself for this. Don't worry, I won't kill you. Of course, if I could, I'd really like to kill you. But forget it. Since you're an honored guest of the Silver Abyss Warriors, it's not appropriate to kill you. Even if I can't kill you, I must ruthlessly trample on you today to appease the endless flames of anger in my heart. Brat, prepare yourself. The silver dragon attacked with a sinister smile. This time, he was the one to initiate the attack. The sharpness of his spear naturally increased by several degrees. Wherever the spear went, it swept away everything in its path. The sharpness shook the world. The silver spear descended from the 9 heavens. Chapter 1542. Arranged battle. This spear had the power to stir up the heavens. This spear had the power to destroy the 4 seas and 8 wastelands. This spear contained the remnant power of the law of the sword. It was extremely sharp and pierced forward with unparalleled brilliance. With the tip of the spear as the center, it seemed to form an infinitesimally small black hole. It swept up a terrifying, devouring vortex, wanting to devour everything in the world. With the spear as the momentum and the law as the power, the world fell silent. This spear made even Jing Yang, Fei Yong, and Ling Long tense up. They couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. What a powerful spear! Qin Shao also felt the powerful sharpness of this spear. It had the power to sweep away everything in its path. In the face of such a terrifying spear, Qin Zhao's gaze turned even colder. His expression was extremely grim. Under such pressure, every single one of Qin Zhao's heartstrings was stretched taut to the extreme. However, Qin Shao couldn't back down. He couldn't back down. Whether it's the spear or the sword, they both follow the law of the sword. The power they use is the law of the sword. The law is the foundation, the cornerstone, and the source of power. Without the law, whether it's the sword or the spear, it's just a flashy metal. No matter how sharp it is, it won't be able to unleash its full potential. It's the law that gives these cold metals such great power and unparalleled sharpness. It allows these lifeless metals to shine with unparalleled brilliance and shine through the ages. This spear can pluck the sun and moon from the 9 heavens. It can shake the ancient Songling. However, it's not the spear that's powerful. It's the law of the sword. The law is the root of power, and the cultivation method is the branch of power. Only with roots and branches can one become stronger. And all of this comes from the law of the sword. Under the pressure of the silver dragon's terrifying spear aura, Qin Zhao's heart became calmer. Many thoughts surged into his mind. His comprehension of the law and the law of the sword had improved imperceptibly. In an instant, he understood a lot more and improved a lot. In fact, some good ideas were already flashing in his mind. The Skyheart sword art is also a kind of application of the laws, a kind of understanding of the laws, and a kind of sublimation of the laws. Everything is connected. Everything is connected. Cultivation techniques also have similarities in appearance. The fundamental principles of the laws will not change. What changes are only the form of manifestation. Spear, sword, the more he understood, the clearer his heart became, and the clearer he saw things. The first style of the Sacred Heart sword art, which had been bothering Qin Shao for a long time, had also made a huge breakthrough. The embryonic form had already appeared in his mind. At this time, The silver dragon also rushed forward. The spears swept across the world, devouring everything. The terrifying power had already rushed towards Qin Shao crazily, as if it wanted to devour Qin Shao. The current situation could be said to be precarious. It felt like Qin Shao was a small boat in a huge wave that could be swallowed up by this huge wave at any time. Big brother Qin, be careful, Fei Yong couldn't help but exclaim. His heart almost jumped out of his throat. The sinister smile on Silver Dragon's face also became colder and more twisted, becoming very demonic and ruthless. Heart beat, long move, sword move. A sharp light suddenly bloomed in Qin Zhao's eyes. His sword moved amidst the wild wind and huge waves. The sword moved, wanting to shatter the wild wind and huge waves. It wanted to uproot everything and turn everything around. It wanted to restore the bright world. The first style of the Sacred Heart Sword art was finally completed. The young master has already mastered the first style of the Sacred Heart Sword art. How long has it been? Seeing that Qin Shao had mastered the first style of the Sacred Heart Sword art, Jing Yang was also shocked. He was very happy and admired Qin Shao very much. The first style of the Sacred Heart Sword art, when he had practiced it, it had taken him half a universe era to master it. Moreover, the old master had also guided him several times. Even under such circumstances, he still took more than half a universe epic. However, Qin Shao had only used a little more than 2 million years to master the first style of the Sacred Heart Sword art without any guidance. This speed was so fast that it was unimaginable. It was simply incredible and shocking. Jing Yang really admired Qin Shao. Huh? Yin Long raised his eyebrows slightly. However, he immediately sneered, what a monster. He actually managed to make a breakthrough in such a situation. However, it's just a small breakthrough. It still can't make up for the gap between you and me. This gap is insurmountable. Break! Silver Dragon shouted. The silver spear in his hand became sharper, stirring and shattering everything. Although Qin Zhao's sword aura had become a lot stronger, and the full power of the first move of the Sacred Heart Sword technique was displayed, the power of the sword aura was also abnormally strong. However, no matter how strong it was, under the madness of the Silver Dragon's spear aura, it was still difficult, and there was no way to match it. After a series of explosions, Qin Zhao's sword momentum was still destroyed by a Silver Dragon's silver spear. Wherever the spear went, it was unstoppable. Under the terrifying, destructive power of the silver spear, Qin Shao was sent flying. His divine body was greatly damaged, and a trace of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. Silver Dragon continued to attack, forcing Qin Shao to retreat continuously. He still had no intention of stopping. Silver Dragon, stop. That's enough. Fei Yong suddenly became anxious. Exquisite also became anxious. Silver Dragon, you've already won. That's enough. Do you really want to kill him? Jing Yang's hand moved, and his sword was already in his hand. If Silver Dragon still refused to stop, he would definitely attack regardless of the consequences. No one would be able to hurt young master. If he was really forced to this point, he couldn't care less. Fortunately, Silver Dragon only stopped after Fei Yong and Exquisite shouted. He withdrew his silver spear and flew back to his original position. However, the smile on his face became even wider. He was extremely pleased, and his whole body was filled with joy. He was in a good mood. On the other hand, Qin Zhao's divine body was greatly damaged, and he was in a sorry state. He almost knelt on the ground. 30% of his divine body had been destroyed. Ha ha, you're too weak. You can't even withstand a single blow. Do you think that you can challenge me just because you've made a breakthrough in your cultivation? You're too naive. After all, you're still too inexperienced. Silver Dragon laughed wantonly and looked at Qin Shao with disdain. Qin Shao wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and looked coldly at Silver Dragon without saying a word. This was the first time that Qin Shao had suffered such a great defeat. Of course, it was a terrible feeling. It was a feeling that could kill. Fei Yong quickly walked over and stood in front of Qin Shao. He stared angrily at Silver Dragon and said, Silver Dragon, you've already won. Why are you still making such sarcastic remarks? Can you leave now? Silver Dragon was in a good mood and didn't want to argue with Fei Yong. He smiled and said, "Of course I'll leave now that I've won. What's the rush? You don't need to rush me. I won't stay here for long. The winner is the king, and the loser is the bandit. Since I've won, I naturally have to say a few words as a winner. Otherwise, I'd have won for nothing." That outsider didn't even shout. "Why are you shouting? And Fei Yong, you better respect your elders. Otherwise, you deserve to be taught a lesson by me." Fei Yong was very courageous. Exquisite walked over and pulled Fei Yong aside so that he wouldn't be angry with Silver Dragon. Exquisite looked coldly at Silver Dragon and said, "The battle is over. You've gotten your revenge. You can leave now. I also hope that you'll keep your promise and stop bothering Qin Shao and the others. Otherwise, I won't be polite to you." Silver Dragon was still upset when he heard Exquisite's words. He smacked his lips and looked at Exquisite, saying, "Exquisite, I really don't know what's so good about this outsider. Why are you so protective of him? This young master has asked you out many times, but you keep rejecting this young master. Is this young master that annoying? Can't I even compare to this outsider?" Silver Dragon's words were full of jealousy. It was obvious that Silver Dragon was interested in Exquisite, but Exquisite didn't seem to want to talk to him. This made Qin Shao understand why Exquisite had made the Silver Dragon even angrier when she had tried to protect him. It turned out that the Silver Dragon had been jealous and had become angry out of humiliation. "I don't know if you're annoying, but I know you're annoying to me." Exquisite didn't hold back and said directly. These words made Yin Long grimace in anger, but he could not do anything in front of Ling Long. Therefore, no matter how angry he was, he could only give up. He took a deep look at Qin Shao and prepared to leave. Wait! At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded. The person who spoke was none other than Qin Shao, who had been defeated. Hearing Qin Zhao's words, Jing Yang, Fei Yong, and Exquisite were surprised and looked at Qin Shao in confusion. Wasn't the matter already over? What was Qin Shao trying to do? Don't cause any more trouble. Silver Dragon was about to leave, but when he heard Qin Shao still daring to speak, he stopped with interest and looked at Qin Shao playfully, saying, "What? You're still not convinced? You still don't want to admit defeat? Well, I like it when you don't admit defeat. Then let's continue fighting. It just so happens that I didn't have enough fun just now. If I can kill you directly, I'll be more than happy to do so." Qin Shao said with a cold face, "I lost this time. There's no reason to refuse to admit defeat. A loss is a loss. Life is long. It's impossible to say that you'll always win and never lose. Losing is not scary. You'll always win. Losing once in a while is also a kind of experience." You're really good at comforting yourself. You can make it sound so good even after losing. You're a genius. Silver Dragon sneered. A loss was a loss. How could there be so many good words? Qin Shao continued. Today's battle ends here. I admit defeat. However, I'm a person who will take revenge. I lost to you this time, but I still want to get revenge. Oh, get revenge? Silver Dragon's eyes narrowed. His smile became wider and deeper, and he said playfully, Interesting. Really interesting. You want to get revenge? How do you plan to get it back? What, you want to fight me? Qin Shao nodded, saying, Yes, you're right. I want to fight you. I lost this time. If I want to win back, I can only fight you again. I'll fight you again next time. What do you think? Ha ha ha. Silver Dragon laughed even more happily, saying, Good, good, good. Since you're so reckless, how can I not fulfill your wish? Tell me, how do you want to fight with this young master? Chapter 1543. Jing Yang's final wish. Sometimes, just because you asked for it doesn't mean you'll be humiliated. Sometimes, it means you'll lose your dignity. The conditions are simple. Let's fight again in 600,000 years. Actually, it'll be the same as before, Qin Shao said solemnly. 600,000 years? What could they possibly do in 600,000 years? When they heard Qin Zhao's words, even Jing Yang and the other two thought that Qin Shao was crazy, let alone Yin Long. They had already suffered a crushing defeat, yet they still wanted to fight again? Moreover, it was only 600,000 years. 600,000 years was too short for a celestial venerate's cultivation. It was almost impossible for a celestial venerate to make a huge leap in strength in 600,000 years. If the difference in strength between Qin Shao and Yin Long wasn't too great, then they could still give it a try. The key problem was that the difference in strength between the two was too great. Therefore, it sounded impossible to surpass Yin Long in 600,000 years. "Are you sure?" Yin Long asked with a smile. "Of course I'm sure. As a man, I shouldn't go back on my words." "How can I go back on my words?" "What do you think?" Qin Shao asked. "Ha ha ha." Yin Long threw his head back and laughed. "You're the one who delivered yourself to me. I have no reason not to accept, right? Fine, fine, fine. You said it yourself. It's fine as long as you don't go back on your words. It's only 600,000 years. I'll be waiting. Ha! I'll come again in 600,000 years." After saying that, Yin Long left with a smile. He was in extremely good mood. For him, there was nothing happier than trampling on Qin Shao once. If there was, then he would do it twice. After sending Yin Long off, Fei Yong couldn't help but say, "Big brother Qin, weren't you too impulsive just now? I know you're angry because you lost, but you shouldn't be like this. If I challenge Yin Long again, then wouldn't that be—" Although Fei Yong did not finish his sentence, he knew what Fei Yong wanted to say. It was nothing more than humiliating himself. Jingyang also looked at Qin Shao in confusion. Based on his understanding of the young master was not the kind of person who would act rashly. It should not be an impulsive act. However, he really couldn't figure out what the young master's idea was. Qin Shao, on the other hand, looked calm and composed. She said, "Losing once is nothing. No one can win all the time and never lose. Although losing is indeed a very uncomfortable thing, a very heavy blow to one's heart, it's still a very difficult thing. But this kind of setback can also motivate people. The reason why I took the initiative to invite Silver Dragon was to use this opportunity to motivate myself. Actually, there are two sides to everything. It's easier to understand if you think about it the other way around. I still have 900,000 years left. My goal is to pass the Warrior's Test. Passing the Brave Warrior's Test is a huge challenge, a goal that makes people despair. If I want to achieve this goal, I have to work harder than others. If I make Silver Dragon my first challenge and my first goal, it may not be a bad thing. I'll think about how to defeat Silver Dragon first, then think about passing the Warrior's Test. If I can't even defeat Silver Dragon, how can I pass the Warrior's Test? I roughly calculated that I have 600,000 years left. If I can defeat Silver Dragon in 600,000 years, I believe I have a chance to pass the Warrior's Test. If I can't defeat him, I probably won't have a chance to pass the Warrior's Test. Most of the time, people's potential is forced out, so I have to force myself to do it. I have to give myself some pressure. I've already lost to Silver Dragon once. If I lose to him again, it will be a great humiliation for me. I definitely won't allow that to happen. So, I have to give it my all. I have to fully stimulate my potential. Sometimes, the fight for honor and disgrace is the most powerful motivation for people. That's why I desperately challenged Silver Dragon. That's my purpose. After listening to Qin Zhao's words, Jing Yang and the other two suddenly fell silent. They looked at Qin Shao in a daze. They had to admit that what Qin Shao said was indeed very reasonable. However, this move also required great courage. It was using one's own honor and disgrace as a bargaining chip. If he lost, he would really be humiliating himself. Therefore, Qin Shao had no way to retreat in this battle. He could only win and not lose. It was precisely because there was no way to retreat that Qin Shao had to fight desperately. This was the so-called breaking the axe and sinking the boat, right? As for fighting back from the dead, Jing Yang and the other two couldn't help but admire Qin Zhao's action. If it were them, they would never dare to do so. The pressure given was great, and the risk taken was also great. It really sounded very unwise. But after thinking about it carefully, they felt that it was very meaningful. It was just that how many people could achieve such a profound meaning? It was too difficult to do so. Qin Shao also knew that it was very difficult, but he had to challenge it. He had to fight hard. He had to motivate himself. He had to force himself to a dead end. He had to force himself to fully unleash his potential. Qin Shao smiled faintly. He seemed very carefree and said, "All right, don't be in a daze. Time is of the essence. I can't delay any longer. I have to continue cultivating. Otherwise, I'll really lose all my face." Fei Yong and Ling Long could only nod. After saying their goodbyes, they left. After seeing the two of them off, only Qin Shao and Jingyang were left. Jingyang looked at Qin Shao with a solemn face and said, "Young master, Jingyang is really useless. He put all the pressure on you and made you fight so hard. Jingyang, on the other hand, has been doing nothing all these years. I'm really ashamed. Now that I think about it, I really feel that I'm too useless. All my time has been wasted. I don't even have the courage to cultivate." Qin Shao smiled and patted Jingyang on the shoulder. He said, "There's nothing to be ashamed of. This matter is my responsibility. You've already done more than enough, so there's no need to blame yourself. Your most important task is to stand guard for me and block all disturbances. That's all you can do. All right, don't let your imagination run wild. I'm going to cultivate." With that, Qin Shao left. After seeing Qin Shao off, Jingyang secretly clenched his fists. The despair in his heart grew stronger. "Young master, you were able to succeed and defy the heavens. It wasn't because of luck. It wasn't because you were blessed by the heavens. It wasn't because you were blessed by the heavens. It wasn't because you had so many great opportunities. It's your own hard work, young master. Everything is because of your hard work, young master. That's how you reap the rewards. In this regard, I, Jingyang, am far inferior. I also have to learn from you, young master. I know that I'm not talented enough, so I gave up on this idea long ago. Now that I think about it, I realize how ridiculous it was. If I could be like you, young master, and always maintain a positive attitude, never admit defeat, and never fear any challenge, then I wouldn't be like this. I should also work hard. The heart of cultivation is the most important thing. If the heart gives up, then the path of cultivation is tantamount to giving up. For so many years, my path of cultivation has basically been stagnant. In the final analysis, it's because I'm not working hard enough. Young master, you're working so hard. There's no reason for me not to work hard. I can't put all the pressure on you, young master. Even if my talent and potential are not as good as yours, I can still work as hard as you. Otherwise, when young master becomes stronger in the future, the situation I will face will be the same as before." Jing Yang's desire to become stronger grew stronger. He had never felt this way before. Without the silver dragon's disturbance, Qin Shao and Jing Yang could immerse themselves in cultivation. Fei Yong and Ling Long came a few times, but they didn't disturb them anymore. They knew that the most important thing for Qin Shao now was a quiet environment for cultivation. The battle with the silver dragon and the test of the fierce warrior were both huge tests for Qin Shao. They seemed impossible to complete. Fei Yong and the others couldn't help, so they could only do the most basic things. Although the Fei Yang tribe and the Laozhan tribe had been fighting fiercely this time, it seemed like a war between the tribes was about to break out. However, in the end, it calmed down and didn't erupt into a big conflict. It was just that the people of the two tribes were fighting fiercely, both openly and covertly, so they were even stronger than before. Overall, the relationship between the two tribes had warmed up and they didn't have a falling out. Everything was back on track. However, the Laozhan tribe didn't let go of Qin Shao and Jingyang. Some of their tribesmen had died at the hands of Jingyang. They naturally wouldn't let go of such a huge grudge. Therefore, there were still many Laozhan tribesmen who kept a close eye on the Fei Yang tribe. As soon as Qin Shao and Jingyang appeared, they would kill them. If 100,000 years weren't enough, then 1,000,000 years would be enough. If 1,000,000 years weren't enough, then 10,000,000 years would be enough. Time wasn't a problem for them. Qin Shao, who was immersed in cultivation, naturally didn't care about these things. He was fully immersed in his cultivation and comprehension. After the battle with the silver dragon, Qin Shao had comprehended the first move of the Sacred Heart Sword technique. This had greatly improved his cultivation of the sword Dao nomological laws. In terms of nomological laws, they could be divided into several stages: initial, small success, large success, peak, and complete. There were 5 stages, each corresponding to a realm. Initial was equivalent to a first step celestial venerate. Initial was equivalent to a second step celestial venerate. Large success was equivalent to a third step celestial venerate. Peak was equivalent to a fourth step celestial venerate. Complete was equivalent to a complete mastery of a nomological law. Then, one could step into the ancient sage realm. Complete mastery of a nomological law was too difficult. Qin Shao could be considered to have cultivated the sword Dao in nomological laws to the initial level. However, this level wasn't deep enough. Of course, although levels corresponded to realms in theory, it wasn't absolute. Realms involved many aspects. It wasn't just measured by the mastery of nomological laws. There were also aspects such as the divine body, mental state, and so on. A comprehensive combination of these aspects would form a realm. Therefore, one's realm was the overall embodiment. If one's realm was high, then one would definitely be strong. However, being strong didn't necessarily mean that one's realm was high. Realms and strength seemed to be the same, but in reality, there were still some differences. If one wanted to pass the Fierce Warrior's test as a first-step celestial venerate, then one had to be heaven-defying. It definitely wasn't a level that ordinary people could achieve. Otherwise, it would be meaningless. Chapter 1544. The second form of the Tianqin sword art given Qin Zhao's current situation. If he wanted to pass the Fierce Warrior's test, there were a few paths he could take. The first was to cultivate the Tianqin sword art to the third form. The second form was probably not possible. The Tianqin sword art had a total of 6 forms. Once all 6 forms were perfected, one could attempt to break through to the ancient sage realm. The second form was not very confident, but the third form should be more likely. The second was to cultivate the sword Dao nomological laws to the level of small success. If he could achieve either of these two, there should be no problem. However, the biggest problem was that either of these 2 paths was extremely difficult to achieve. How could it be easy to cultivate the Tianqin sword art to the third form? Not to mention the third form, Qin Shao was also actively working on the second form. It was very, very difficult to reach the second form. As for the other path, it would also be difficult. It was also very, very difficult to cultivate the sword Dao nomological laws to small success. The difficulty was secondary. The most important thing was that Qin Shao did not have that much time at all. If there was enough time, no matter how difficult it was, Qin Shao was confident that he could slowly grind it out. However, the biggest problem now was that time did not wait for anyone. It was only a few million years. Apart from these 2 paths, if there was another path, it might be to break through to the 7th level of heart force. If his heart force reached the level of a heavenly venerable, then there might be some hope with the help of the sword Dao nomological laws. However, once his heart force broke through, it would be a major realm. If he wanted to reach the 7th level of heart force, it would definitely be much more difficult than the previous 2 paths. These 3 paths were all paths that would make one despair. For Qin Zhao's current cultivation, the easiest path to take was still the Tianqin sword art and the sword Dao nomological laws. This was also the most practical path. Time always passed so quickly during cultivation. In the blink of an eye, the 500,000 years agreed upon with the silver dragon was approaching. Qin Zhao's cultivation had also fallen into a difficult situation. After 500,000 years of hard work, Qin Shao had indeed improved a lot. She had made progress in all aspects. Of course, Qin Zhao's sky art sword technique had improved the most. At this moment, Qin Zhao's sky art sword technique had almost reached the stage of forming the second style. He was only one step away from successfully cultivating the second style of the sky art sword technique. And this was also Qin Zhao's biggest chip to deal with the silver dragon. If he could master the second style, then dealing with the silver dragon shouldn't be a problem. The second form of the heavenly heart sword art was almost at the level of a second step heavenly venerable. Of course, it was not true that he had reached the strength of a second step heavenly venerable, but he was not too far off. Therefore, with the second move of the sacred sword skill, Qin Shao was confident. With the encouragement, Qin Shao also had more motivation and stimulated her greater potential. In the past 500,000 years, the power of humiliation had really been encouraging Qin Shao, forcing Qin Shao to cultivate crazily and stimulate his greatest potential. And the facts had proven that Qin Zhao's path was right. He had challenged the silver dragon last time to motivate himself. This was the right path to take. This kind of encouragement was indeed useful. At least, it had made Qin Zhao's speed of improvement in the past 500,000 years was very fast. It made Qin Shao feel the same as when he was in the Hongmeng universe. No matter what kind of difficulties he encountered, he could always turn misfortune into blessing. This time, Qin Shao also had great confidence that he could defeat the silver dragon, regain his dignity, and step on this stepping stone. Defeating the silver dragon was Qin Zhao's first challenge. He had to win. The sword has the heart has the sky. The heavenly Tao law is the cycle of the heavens. The sky heart sword technique also focuses on the heart. With the sky and the heart, there is the sword. With the sword and the heart, there is the technique. Everything is nothing but the heart. The sword and the heart, the sword of heaven and earth, and the sword of all things. With the sword and the heart, I can strike out the law of the sword Tao, let the law move with the heart, and let the firmament move. Qin Shao had already reached the final stage of the second step of the Skyheart sword technique. He was only one small step away. The embryonic form had long been there, but it was not perfect. It could not reach the power of the real second move. Therefore, Qin Shao was still searching, perfecting, and looking for a breakthrough. This small step was like a natural moat. Qin Shao's gaze suddenly fell on a tree not far away. There were a few leaves on the tree that naturally fell down. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew and blew the leaves up. They were about to fall to the ground, but now they flew up again, even higher than before. Amidst the breeze, a few pieces fell down again. A few pieces floated up and down and flew into the distance. This scene should have been a very ordinary scene, a scene that could be seen everywhere, a very simple scene. He probably had seen such a scene countless times before. However, when Qin Shao saw it at this time, he was indescribably touched. It touched his heart deeply. From this touch, he grasped inspiration. Some thoughts immediately surged out and became incomparably clear. Fallen leaves should fall to the ground freely. Ashes to ashes, dust to dust, and fallen leaves to their roots. But with the wind, the fallen leaves can fly again. Some fall back to the tree, and some fly into the distance with the wind. Wind is like the thought of the heart, the power of the heart, and the power of the law. Only when the wind moves can it create countless possibilities. The wind is the main character, the invisible hand that can control everything. And my sword. The understanding in his heart became clearer. With a trace of touch, the natural moat was broken, and the light emerged. His thoughts became clearer. Haha, so that's how it is. Previously, I've always been led astray. What I've always thought of is actually wrong. A small mistake, but it was enough to hinder my progress. But fortunately, now I understand. The second move of the Sacred Heart Sword technique is not that difficult. Everything was clear. Naturally, he felt that everything was so easy and there was nothing too difficult about it. Qin Shao displayed the second move of the Sacred Heart Sword technique with the sword in his hand. The sword moved rhythmically, and the rhythm moved the wind. The wind moved all things, and when all things moved, the sky surged. The power of the law also stirred up the wind and clouds under this sword. This sword was so powerful that it was enough to shake the void. Qin Shao withdrew the sword quickly, and a smile finally appeared on his face. I've finally mastered the second move of the Sacred Heart Sword technique. It's really not easy. The second move has been mastered, and the 500,000-year date of the battle is almost here. It seems that the heavens have given me a generous gift. At this time, a laugh came from afar. Ha ha ha, Brother Qin, congratulations. Your breakthrough has caused quite a commotion. I could feel it from afar. This was obviously Fei Yong's voice. When Qin Shao displayed the second move of the Sacred Heart Sword technique, his voice was indeed loud, so Jing Yang and the others were shocked. As soon as he finished speaking, 3 figures appeared in front of Qin Shao. They were Jing Yang and the others. Young master, you've mastered the second move of the Sacred Heart Sword technique? Jing Yang asked excitedly. Although this was already a certainty, Jing Yang still asked again excitedly, as if he needed to confirm it himself before he could be more convinced. Qin Shao nodded and laughed. Yes, I did not disappoint you. I've finally mastered the second move of the Sacred Heart Sword technique. TSK, Brother Qin, you're really experienced. I admire you so much that I can't help but prostrate myself in admiration. TSK, in just 700,000 years, you've made consecutive breakthroughs, and they're all major breakthroughs. It's really amazing. A short 700,000 years is nothing more than a flick of a finger. But, Brother Qin, you've made 2 major breakthroughs. This is really incredible. Fei Yong said again. He was really willing to submit to Qin Shao. Linglong's almond-shaped eyes sparkled. Qin Shao, you're really a monstrous genius. Even the most talented person in our tribe can't compare to you. How great would it be if you were a member of the Fei Yang tribe? If that's the case, we might have a truly outstanding person in our tribe. Who knows? You might even bring glory to our tribe. Jing Yang's face was full of surprise. He didn't know what to say. Fei Yong and Linglong only knew that Qin Zhao's 2 major breakthroughs were monstrous. However, they didn't know how powerful the Sacred Heart Sword technique was. They didn't know how difficult it was to master the second move of the Sacred Heart Sword technique. However, Jing Yang knew very well that it was extremely difficult to master the second move of the Sacred Heart Sword technique. Needless to say, it had only been 700,000 years. It was hard to believe. Jing Yang had only mastered the first move, yet it had taken him more than half a universe epoch to master it. It had taken him almost 10 universe epochs to master the second move. Jing Yang's talent was indeed very ordinary, very ordinary. However, no matter how ordinary he was, Jing Yang had come from the universe. He had relied on his own efforts to reach the heavenly venerate level. Therefore, Jing Yang's talent and potential were definitely not bad. At the very least, he could be placed in the sacred realm. If he couldn't, why would Elder Lu Ha, an ancient sage, take him in as a servant? An ancient sage was so powerful that he naturally wouldn't take in servants so easily. That was why Qin Shao had accomplished such an incredible feat in 700,000 years. It's nothing much. Just cultivate diligently and don't think too much about other distracting thoughts. All right, the 600,000-year period is almost up. Let's sit over there, drink some wine, and rest for a while. We can also wait for the silver dragon to come knocking on our door, Qin Shao said to everyone. Haha, Big Brother Qin's strength has increased greatly. He is naturally confident in dealing with the silver dragon. This is great. I can't wait to see the silver dragon's expression when he loses, Fei Yong said with a smile. Qin Shao curled his lips into a smile. This battle could be said to be a battle to reclaim what he had lost. He wanted to regain his lost dignity and face. Sooner or later, you'll have to pay for what you did. Naturally, I have to take back my lost dignity with my own hands. My 600,000 years of hard work was all for this battle. This battle to reclaim my dignity and to show my determination. Chapter 1545. If you want to play, play hard. Somewhere in the Fei Liang tribe, Yin Long, still clad in silver armor, was lying lazily on a maid's lap on a luxurious jade bed. 2 other maids were waiting on him. One was feeding him wine, while the other was feeding him snacks. It wasn't a pleasant experience at all. The 3 maids were actually formed by energy. They weren't living beings and didn't have any consciousness. It was obvious that Yin Long was in a good mood. His face was glowing with sunshine. 2 first-step heavenly venerates stood by his side, their faces brimming with smiles. The heavenly venerate with waist-length hair on the left said, "Brother Yin Long, 600,000 years have passed. We can go now." He. That outsider is really overestimating himself. He doesn't know what he's talking about. He has already been trampled on by Brother Yin Long, yet he still dares to challenge him? His brain must have gone haywire. The other heavenly venerate said, "He's too arrogant. He can't afford to lose and wants to turn the tables. This kid is a little overconfident. What can he do in 600,000 years?" Brother Yin Long's strength is publicly acknowledged. He ranks in the top 10 among all the first-step heavenly venerates in the Fei Liang tribe. How dare that kid challenge Brother Yin Long? He must have a death wish. "Brother Yin Long, let's go. We didn't see you trample that outsider kid last time. This time we can enjoy the show." Ha ha ha. The two first-step heavenly venerates' words were full of flattery. They followed Yin Long's lead and acted as if they were his followers. Yin Long wasn't in a hurry. He drank a few mouthfuls of wine before slowly standing up. The corners of his mouth curled up into an extremely evil smile, playfully and cruelly. "It's time to collect the debt. Last time, I only collected the interest. This time, I'll collect the principal and interest together." The two heavenly venerates nodded. Yes, yes, yes. Serves him right for offending Brother Yin Long. The three of them set off. On the other side, Qin Xiao and the other three were still drinking. They seemed to be enjoying themselves. Because of Qin Xiao's breakthrough, the worries of Jing Yang and the other two also relaxed a little. Jing Yang was well aware of the power of the second form of the heavenly heart sword art. If there were no accidents, then the young master should be able to win. Therefore, he was no longer worried. The young master's progress in just a short 600,000 years indeed made him feel ashamed, and it encouraged him to work hard in his cultivation. "He's here." Qin Zhao's eyes suddenly flickered, and a faint smile slid across the corners of her mouth. Jing Yang and the other two also saw Yin Long and his two lackeys walking over in an overbearing manner. "Oh, it seems like you guys are quite carefree. You're actually drinking here." Yin Long's light voice carried a hint of sarcasm. "Haha, since I'm going to lose anyway, I might as well pretend to be relaxed." "That's right. It's fine as long as you're prepared to lose. There's no point in pretending to be relaxed. Brat, aren't you going to accept your humiliation? Otherwise, I think you'd better kneel down and beg for mercy. Maybe our brother Yin Long will be generous enough to let you go." "Haha. Kneeling down and begging for mercy is not enough. Isn't that letting them off easy? How can they let off easy after offending our brother Yin Long? Yes, yes, yes. Kneeling down and begging for mercy is not enough. Kneel down and beg for mercy for 10,000 years." The two lackeys also echoed each other, which made Yin Long enjoy the feeling of being overbearing. He wanted to ruthlessly oppress Qin Xiao, both in terms of strength and spirit. This kind of blow was the most satisfying. Yin Long looked at Qin Xiao with his chin slightly raised and said, "The 600,000-year time limit is up. Why are you still sitting there? Don't you dare to come out and accept the challenge?" Qin Xiao stood up and walked over, followed by Jing Yang and the other two. Qin Xiao looked at Yin Long calmly and said, "A gentleman's word cannot be taken back. Naturally, I will not forget what I said. Aren't I waiting for you here? If you want to fight, then let's fight." With that, Qin Xiao gestured for Yin Long to go ahead. Yin Long shook his finger and said, "No, no, no. If you want to fight, of course you want to fight. But not here. I already let you off easy by letting you fight here last time. This time, you must go to the martial arts arena. Last time, you made all the decisions. Logically speaking, it should be my turn to make the decision this time, right? No, if you want to fight, then let's fight here." Before Qin Xiao could say anything, Jing Yang decisively rejected him. Fei Yong and Ling Long looked at Jing Yang with slight surprise. They knew that Qin Xiao had a great breakthrough and his strength had increased greatly. If he wanted to fight Yin Long, he should have some confidence. Therefore, even if they really had to fight at the martial arts arena, they did not think much of it. If Qin Xiao could really win, then wouldn't it be even better to defeat Yin Long in front of everyone? Of course, if he lost, it would be even worse. However, Jing Yang's rejection seemed a little weak. But when they saw the slight smile on Qin Zhao's face, they immediately understood his intentions. Therefore, Fei Yong followed up and said, "That's right, Yin Long. If you want to fight, then let's fight here. Didn't you bring 2 spectators with you? Isn't that enough? Do you have to make a scene so big that the entire tribe knows about it?" "Shut up," Yin Long said bluntly to Fei Yong. "Last time, you messed things up. Do you think I will let you do as you wish this time? It doesn't make sense for you to set the rules, does it? Feng Shui has to take turns, right? I don't have any other requests. This time, we must fight at the martial arts arena." Qin Xiao frowned slightly and looked at Yin Long. He said in a low voice, "Do you really have to fight at the martial arts arena? What do you think? Don't you understand what I'm saying?" Yin Long sneered at Qin Xiao. Qin Xiao said again, "Are you sure you won't regret it? Ha ha ha, kid, are you out of your mind? Regret it? Why would I, brother Yin Long, regret it? You should be the one regretting it. You're about to die, yet you're still so stubborn. Do you think your pretentious act will make us hesitate? You must be dreaming. Kid, don't even think about it. I think you should just accept the challenge obediently." Yin Long didn't say anything, but his 2 subordinates started cursing again. Yin Long took the initiative to ask for a fight at the martial arts arena. Naturally, he wouldn't regret it. "All right, since you insist, then let's do it." Qin Xiao nodded in agreement. "At least you know what's good for you." Yin Long sneered and waved his hand. "Then let's go. I'll be waiting for you at the martial arts arena. Don't be afraid to come." After saying that, Yin Long left with his 2 lackeys. Obviously, his goal wasn't just to go to the martial arts arena. He wanted to spread the news to the entire Fei Liang tribe so that they could watch the fight and see how he would trample on Qin Xiao. After sending Yin Long and his 2 subordinates off, Fei Yong said worriedly, "Brother Qin, aren't you playing a little too big this time? Are you really going to fight at the martial arts arena?" Even though Fei Yong knew that Qin Xiao's strength had improved a lot, he didn't dare to say that Qin Xiao could defeat Yin Long with 100% certainty. He could say that there was still a chance, and he had the confidence to do so. However, the final result was hard to say. After all, Yin Long was very strong. He wasn't a pushover. It wouldn't be easy to defeat him. Jing Yang laughed sinisterly. "If you want to play, then play hard. That's the only way to get back your capital and interest. If we defeat him here, we'll be letting him off too easily. We have to play hard. Sometimes, you're the one who throws your face away. Since Yin Long wants to go to the martial arts arena, then we'll fulfill his wish. That's the only way to deal him a heavy blow. That's the only way to completely crush his confidence. People like him should be dealt a heavy blow. Fei Yong, you don't have to worry. Since my brother dares to do this, he must be confident. Let's just wait and see." Fei Yong looked at Qin Xiao. Was what Jing Yang said true? If it was true, then it wasn't impossible. However, since it was already decided, there was no point in talking about it. They could only wait and see. "Then let's go," Fei Yong said. Qin Xiao smiled and waved his hand. "There's no rush. Let them wait a little longer. Let's continue drinking." Ahem. Fei Yong looked at Qin Xiao in confusion. It wasn't good to let them wait, was it? Jing Yang laughed and patted Fei Yong on the shoulder. "You don't understand, do you? When you attack someone, it's best to hit them from the highest point to the lowest point. That's the best way to hit them. Let Yin Long be proud of himself first. Then, we'll defeat him in one fell swoop. He'll definitely collapse. The more arrogant he gets, the more pain he'll suffer. Didn't I tell you? This time, we have to play hard." Ahem. Fei Yong was relieved. However, he couldn't help but feel nervous for Yin Long. He was indeed playing hard. Even he was a little scared. However, he couldn't say whether he supported Qin Zhao's decision or not. After all, one side was a friend, and the other was a member of his clan. Although he hated Yin Long, they were still of the same clan. They were connected by blood. He shouldn't be happy that Yin Long was in such a miserable state. However, from Qin Zhao's point of view, he didn't think that Qin Xiao had gone overboard. After all, Yin Long had asked for it. Yin Long didn't give him any leeway. He wanted to kill him. What Qin Xiao did was merely a counterattack. The 4 of them began to drink leisurely. On the other hand, Yin Long's 2 followers quickly spread the news throughout the Fei Liang tribe. The Fei Liang tribe wasn't big, so the news naturally spread easily. It was a new experience for the more idle tribesmen to watch such a good show. Therefore, a large group of tribesmen poured out and gathered at the martial arts arena. Yin Long had arrived at the martial arts arena early. He stood on the arena, waiting for Qin Zhao's arrival. He was in high spirits, looking down at the world. Many people were sitting in the spectator seats. The heated discussion was so loud that it made the usually quiet martial arts practice field very lively. Everyone was also discussing this matter, expressing their own opinions. Didn't we hear that the outsider named Qin Zhao had a fight with Yin Long 600,000 years ago? He was defeated by Yin Long. What's he trying to do? How dare he fight with Yin Long after he was defeated? He's going to have a public fight on the martial arts arena. Is he crazy? He must be crazy. Maybe he lost his mind because of Yin Long's provocation. But who cares? Anyway, we have a good show to watch. Anyway, I don't like those two outsiders staying in our tribe. It would be best if the Silver Dragon could drive them away. Chapter 1546. The Battle on the Training Ground. The training ground was unusually lively. It had been a long time since the Fei Liang tribe had such a lively atmosphere. Why isn't that outsider here yet? Yeah, we've been waiting for so long. Why isn't he here yet? Does he need someone to invite him? I think he's scared. He's going to hide in his shell like a turtle. It's normal that he doesn't dare to come. After all, he's so weak. He's just asking to be humiliated. It's not up to him if he doesn't come. If he doesn't come, we'll have to invite him over. Yeah, if he doesn't come, we won't have the patience to wait. Look, he's here. Amidst everyone's anticipation, Qin Zhao's group of 4 finally arrived. They were late. Qin Zhao came to the training ground amidst the clamor. I thought you were too scared to come. I almost sent someone to invite you. Yin Long looked at Qin Zhao and sneered. Qin Zhao said calmly, I didn't want to rush. I didn't want to keep you waiting. Ha ha ha. Then should I praise you for being considerate of your beloved? Yin Long sneered. However, Qin Zhao's show of weakness made him even more confident. Qin Zhao said, I don't think you should say something like that. I'm already here. What are you waiting for? Good. Yin Long laughed loudly. His aura surged violently. A silver spear appeared in his hand. It was as if he was going to kill the gods. He stabbed the spear into the ground and made a thunderous sound. It was like the chime of heaven and earth. Outsider, let me see how much you've grown in the past 600,000 years. Come, kid, give it your all. Just like last time, I'll give you 3 chances. You have 3 chances. Cherish them. He was still as arrogant, as overbearing, and as invincible as ever. In terms of aura, Yin Long completely crushed Qin Zhao. However, Qin Zhao's face was as calm as the wind and clouds. He was strangely calm, causing everyone to wonder what this fellow was up to. To be able to remain so calm in such a situation, it was truly a little strange. However, no one thought that Qin Zhao had the confidence to fight with Yin Long. The result of this battle was obvious. Qin Zhao was going to be defeated. Everyone knew how strong Yin Long was. Qin Zhao looked at Yin Long. Since you like it, why don't you try it? Translation? You. This time you. This kid is he not afraid of being struck by lightning? He's really shameless. I think this kid is just going for broke. He knows that he's going to lose for sure, so he might as well lose in a cool manner. At that time, I can even proudly say that I lost because I gave you 3 moves. Look, how awesome would that be? That's right. No one can be as shameless as him. Do you think you can hide your thoughts from us? Yin Long, ignore him. Just step on him. Yin Long sneered at Qin Zhao and said, You are really unscrupulous. In order to lose in a good way, you even use such a dirty trick. But do you think I will fall for your trick? Do you think you could deceive this young master's eyes? I think I'd better put away these thoughts. If you want to fight, do it quickly. Don't play tricks here. It's useless. In a martial arts competition, you have to rely on your strength, not your mouth. All thoughts and means are pale and powerless. I'm just afraid that you will lose too miserably, Qin Zhao said with a serious face. As soon as these words came out, it immediately caused a roar of laughter. Is he crazy? Yin Long was not angry. Instead, he laughed and said, Okay, then I hope you can make me lose too miserably. If you can make me lose, I will kneel and call you boss. As you wish, Qin Xiao said in an indifferent tone before he made his move. Yinlong did not take Qin Xiao seriously at first, but as soon as Qin Xiao made his move, he felt that something was wrong. Something was very wrong. In an instant, Yinlong furrowed his brows tightly. What a powerful sword momentum. This sword... No, this sword is not simple. It is much more powerful than the last time. Did this kid make a big breakthrough again? How is that possible? It has only been 600,000 years. It is not even enough for me to sleep. How could this kid make a big breakthrough again? Didn't he just make a breakthrough in his swordsmanship last time? How could such a huge improvement be completed in just 600,000 years? Impossible. It's absolutely impossible. No matter how much he did not believe it, the facts in front of him forced him to believe it. It was true. Qin Zhao's sword had already made its move. It swept across the sky. The powerful sword momentum triggered the law of sword principle and swept up the power of heaven and earth. The vast power roared like a raging sea. The sharpness was so dazzling that Yinlong could not open his eyes. For a moment, Yinlong sensed danger. This situation was not right. Oh no, no wonder this kid is so confident. This is not a bluff. This is where the strength lies. Damn it. This kid must be doing it on purpose. He must be deliberately making people think that he is bluffing so that he can attack me. I can't lose. I can't lose. I can't lose. Yinlong roared in his heart. The silver spear in his hand stabbed out with all his strength, stirring up the wind and clouds and surging the sea. The power of the law of sword principle, the power of heaven, and the momentum of the spear all burst out. He wanted to defeat Qin Xiao with his most powerful strength. However, Qin Zhao's sword was incomparably sharp and came with a peerless sharpness. Under Qin Zhao's sword momentum, Yinlong's spear momentum suddenly collapsed. It was directly defeated by Qin Zhao's sword and shattered in an instant. What? This. What's going on? What's going on? Are my eyes playing tricks on me? How can that outsider be so strong? Brother Yinlong, is he going to lose? Oh my God. Such a scene caused the entire place to fall silent. Everyone's eyes widened as they landed on the martial arts stage. They were flabbergasted, and each and every one of them had an expression of disbelief. How could this be? It didn't make sense at all. 600,000 years ago, Yinlong had ruthlessly trampled on Qin Xiao. It had only been a short 600,000 years. How could his strength have increased so much and become so strong? 600,000 years was too short for a celestial venerate. It was almost unimaginable for them to have a huge increase in strength. However, Qin Xiao had done it. He had done such a shocking thing. Everyone was dumbfounded by what they saw. Jingyang had long expected such an outcome. Fei Yong and Ling Long were completely relieved when they saw this. It seemed that Qin Xiao was really confident in winning. That was great. No. Yinlong roared in his heart again. He already felt that he was going to lose. This was something he couldn't accept. However, even if he couldn't accept it, he couldn't change it. This was a matter of strength. Qin Zhao's sword momentum was surging. The power of the law of sword principle roared wildly and was unstoppable. Although Yinlong tried his best to parry, there was no way he could block it. The momentum was unstoppable. Therefore, the battle situation also showed a one-sided situation. The silver dragon was completely suppressed by Qin Xiao. Soon, Yinlong's spear momentum collapsed completely. He was directly sent flying out of the martial arts practice platform. He rolled awkwardly on the ground for tens of thousands of feet before coming to a stop. It was extremely embarrassing. Yinlong smashed his spear on the ground and stood up with some difficulty. However, he looked very disheveled. He no longer had the arrogance, high-spirited, and domineering aura from before. What replaced it was a gloomy and ugly expression. It was extremely cold and furious as it glared at Qin Xiao. Its eyes were filled with anger and hatred. Yinlong, had been defeated. Moreover, he had been defeated so miserably. He was directly thrown out of the martial arts practice platform. How could this be? How could Yinlong have been defeated so miserably? He was widely recognized as one of the top 10 first-step heavenly venerates in the Feiliang tribe. How could he have been defeated so miserably? Yinlong's defeat caused the entire place to fall into a dead silence. Everyone held their breaths as they stared at the martial arts practice platform, dumbfounded. They had never imagined that the battle would end in such a manner. It was really hard for them to accept this outcome. In their hearts, Silver Dragon represented the mighty Gao Wei. He also represented the Feiliang tribe. It would have been better if he had lost to someone from their own tribe. However, he had lost to an outsider. How could they accept this cruel reality? He won. Qin Shao won, Ling Long said to Fei Yong excitedly. Fei Yong was definitely happy that Qin Shao had won. However, there was also an indescribable feeling in his heart. Yinlong's defeat wasn't something to be happy about. Yinlong was still a member of the Feiliang tribe. He was a member of their tribe. Qin Shao sheathed his sword when he saw the ugly expression on Yinlong's face. He placed his hands behind his back and stood on the martial arts practice platform, looking down at Yinlong in high spirits. Yinlong, I already said that I would let you make 3 moves first, but you refused. Otherwise, you wouldn't have been defeated so miserably. You asked for it, so you can't blame me, Qin Shao said nonchalantly as he pursed his lips. However, this sentence was like a clap of thunder that exploded in Yinlong's mind, causing him to almost vomit blood. The impact of this blow was simply too great. How could Yinlong not know that this was all part of Qin Zhao's plan? She had planned it in advance and did it on purpose. Her purpose was to attack him and embarrass him. There was nothing more painful than a blow to the heart. Qin Shao had schemed step by step, all for the sake of humiliating him now, ruthlessly humiliating him, trampling on his face and trampling it on the ground. However, Yinlong knew that this was the case. How could he refute this? He had brought all of this upon himself. He had willingly stepped into this deep pit and willingly allowed Qin Shao to kill and humiliate him. Who could he blame for this? Chapter 1547, Trial Forest. Well, if I remember correctly, you should have said that if you lose, you will kneel down and call me boss, right? Qin Shao continued. This sentence almost caused Silver Dragon to cough out a mouthful of blood. This was indeed what he had said just now. He didn't expect that he would end up digging his own grave with his big mouth. Kneel down and call him boss? How could Yinlong do something so humiliating? As a young genius of the Feiliang tribe, Yinlong had always been proud and arrogant. How could he be so humble? This was even worse than taking their lives. How could he kneel down? It was impossible. The onlookers were speechless. Winner takes all. That was the unchanging truth, no matter where one went. With strength, one would be respected no matter where one went. It was in the nature of life to respect the strong. Qin Zhao's actions had already humiliated Yinlong enough. If he was forced to kneel again, Yinlong would probably not have the face to go out in the future. The difference was too big. It was so big that the onlookers could not accept it. The atmosphere was getting more and more tense. Qin Shao looked at Yinlong with the attitude of a victor. He said, "You don't want to kneel? Looks like you're also a person who goes back on his words. I expected this. Forget it. If you don't want to kneel, then so be it. I'll be more generous to a loser like you. I won't lower myself to your level. Moreover, it's embarrassing for someone like you to call me boss. Don't make it seem like I'm on the same side as you." With that, Qin Shao jumped off the battle platform. He said to Jing Yang and the other 2, "Let's go back." With that, the 4 of them left under the watchful eyes of the onlookers. In another dark corner, 2 figures were standing there. They had been watching the battle all this time. Yin Yuan, no wonder you have always admired this outsider called Qin Shao. Looks like this guy is not bad. His talent and potential are unbelievable. If he is nurtured well, his future will be immeasurable. Maybe it's not impossible for him to enter the Holy Road. It's a pity that the Feiliang tribe does not accept outsiders. There has never been a precedent in history. If this guy can join the Feiliang tribe, we can nurture him well. He might be able to achieve great things, a man in blue said. The Silver Abyss warrior nodded and said, "Yes, I think so too. The potential that little friend Qin Shao has revealed is boundless. If he is nurtured enough, I think he has a chance to enter the Holy Road. Our Feiliang tribe has never had an ancient saint. If we can have an ancient saint, our tribe will be able to stand proudly in the land of Songlang, or even in the Sky Fire Secret Land. The number of ancient saints in our heavenly fire mystic realm can be counted on one hand. They are pitifully few. They're all peerless existences that have never appeared since ancient times. Let's not talk about the ancient sages. Just the addition of a fourth-step heavenly venerate is enough to make our Feiliang tribe much more powerful, enough to shock the surrounding tribes. The man in blue shook his head and said, "Don't even think about it. Those old guys will never agree." Yeah, he definitely won't agree. I'm just saying it casually. I know what I'm doing. I won't think too much about it. But I think it's a good thing to be on good terms with Qin Shao, warrior Yin Yuan said. The man in blue nodded, agreeing with warrior Yin Yuan. On the other side, Qin Shao and the others had returned to where they were cultivating. Fei Yong, who had been holding it in, finally laughed. "Brother Qin, I didn't expect you to defeat Yin Yuan in one move. TSK. In just 600,000 years, you've improved a lot. You're really a monster. Compared to you, Big Brother Qin, my talent is too ordinary. Looks like I have to work harder in the future. Otherwise, I don't know when I'll become a holy venerable." Fei Yong's talent was not bad. Of course, compared to Qin Shao, he was a far cry. Senior Yin Yuan is here. Qin Shao was about to say something when he suddenly raised his eyebrows. He looked in a direction and saw warrior Yin Yuan walking towards them. "Father, Uncle Yin Yuan." Fei Yong and Ling Long greeted him warmly. "Greetings, Senior Yin Yuan." Qin Shao and Jing Yang bowed respectfully. Qin Shao was very respectful to Yin Yuan. "Haha, there's no need to be so polite." Senior Yin Yuan laughed and waved his hand from afar. As he spoke, warrior Yin Yuan came in front of Qin Shao. He looked at Qin Shao approvingly and nodded. Not bad. In just 700,000 years, I can see how much you've improved. I've never seen or heard of such a speed of improvement. You were able to defeat Silver Dragon in one move. That means you've reached the peak of the first step Holy Venerable level. That's very impressive. In just 700,000 years, you've achieved so much. To be honest, your performance has greatly exceeded my expectations. Faced with warrior Yin Yuan's praise, Qin Shao smiled faintly and said, "Senior Yin Yuan, you're flattering me. I have no way out. I can only give it my all. However, with my current strength, I'm afraid it's not enough to pass the warrior's test. Therefore, there's nothing for me to be happy about. Now, there's only 300,000 years left. That's not much. There's still a long way to go for me to reach my current level. What's left for me is even more difficult. Defeating Silver Dragon is nothing. It's just a small goal for me, a small whetstone. If I can't even defeat this whetstone, then there's no need to even talk about passing the warrior's test." Warrior Yin Yuan nodded approvingly. It was indeed rare for someone to have such a mindset. Qin Shao was young, but the way he did things was very mature and steady. Yes, that's true. Just defeating Silver Dragon is indeed not very useful. It's not that easy to pass the warrior's test. None of the first-step holy venerables in the Feiliang tribe have the ability to pass the warrior's test. Silver Dragon's strength can only be ranked in the top 10 among the first-step holy venerables in our tribe. He's not very strong. Therefore, if you want to pass the warrior's test, there's still a long way to go. The Silver Abyss warriors had to admit this. Qin Shao could see this clearly, so he understood his position. How could warrior Yin Yuan not know how difficult it was to pass the warrior's test? When he first raised this condition, he knew that Qin Zhao's chances of passing were close to zero. However, he had no choice. He had been forced into a corner, so he could only raise this condition. In this way, even if Qin Shao couldn't pass the test, he would at least gain 1,000,000 years. With this 1,000,000 years as a buffer, it wasn't impossible to plan slowly. It was better than being chased out of the Feiliang tribe, right? But now, warrior Yin Yuan felt that he had underestimated Qin Shao too much. It seemed that Qin Shao had a chance of passing the warrior's test. At least for now, there was still a glimmer of hope. Although it wasn't very big, it was much bigger than he had imagined. With such a big chance, he could definitely give it a try. Moreover, from Qin Zhao's body, he saw a particularly powerful force. This power also gave Qin Zhao more leverage to succeed. Thank you for your concern, Senior Yin Yuan. No matter how difficult this path is, I will continue to walk it. There are still 300,000 years left. No matter what, I have to give it a try. At least for now, it doesn't seem like there is no hope at all. Therefore, I still have to thank Silver Dragon. Perhaps his oppression has given me more room for improvement. With his oppression, my path will be much faster, Qin Zhao said seriously. From the bottom of his heart, Qin Zhao was indeed quite grateful to the Yin Abyss warriors. Warrior Yin Yuan waved his hand and said, I didn't do much. It's mainly your own hard work. I heard from Fei Yong about your achievements over the years. It's hard for you not to improve. If Fei Yong could be like you, he wouldn't be a heavenly venerate by now. Talent and potential are important, but it's not absolute. Hard work is also very important. It's not much less important than talent and potential. Ahem, father is right. Compared to Big Brother Qin, I am indeed too lazy. Fei Yong nodded immediately. Warrior Yin Yuan looked at Fei Yong with some relief. It was good that Fei Yong thought this way. He also hoped that Fei Yong could work harder and become stronger sooner. Which parent in the world didn't want their child to succeed? That's right. Young Qin Zhao, what do you plan to do next? Warrior Yin Yuan suddenly asked. What plan? Qin Zhao shook his head slightly and said, I don't have any specific plans. I'll just continue to cultivate. I'll either have to make a breakthrough in my Sword Dao nomological laws or my Heavenly Heart Sword technique. Otherwise, I'll have to make a breakthrough in my heart power. I'll have to make a breakthrough in at least one of these 3 paths. Otherwise, I won't be able to pass the Fierce Warrior's test. So now, I don't have any other way out. I can only go all out. I'll go all out in these 3 paths. Warrior Yin Yuan nodded and said, You can't just cultivate all the time. It's very difficult to make a breakthrough. You only have 300,000 years. Time is very tight for you. Perhaps you need something to stimulate you. Young Qin Zhao, if you're willing, I can send you into the training forest. Perhaps you can train and cultivate there at the same time. It'll be more effective. Training forest? Qin Zhao looked at Warrior Yin Yuan in confusion. Fei Yong smiled and explained, Big Brother Qin, the training forest is a place for our tribe to cultivate. It's always been a place for our tribesmen to train. Quite a large number of powerful non-humankind beings captured by our ancestors are locked up in there. These creatures have been imprisoned by us in the training forest, so they hold a deep grudge against our tribe. They hate our tribe. Therefore, once our tribesmen enter, they'll kill us in a frenzy. Chapter 1548. Entering the training forest. Is it very dangerous? Qin Zhao asked. According to Fei Yong, the training forest was a training ground created by the Fei Liang tribe. It was a place to train their tribesmen. Based on this, it shouldn't be too dangerous. Otherwise, it wouldn't be good if a large number of tribesmen died in there. After all, the Fei Liang tribe had very few tribesmen. Their reproductive ability was also relatively poor. They didn't reproduce at a terrifying rate like other living beings. Due to the small number of tribesmen, every tribesman's life was extremely precious. Fei Yong nodded and said, Yes, it's very dangerous. At the very least, our tribesmen would often die in there. On average, one tribesman would die in there every 100 million years. One tribesman would die in there every 100 million years. Was this considered very dangerous? However, after thinking about it, Qin Zhao understood. He couldn't use the Hongmeng universe's standards to measure the Fei Liang tribe. After all, based on the birth rate of the Fei Liang tribe, it would be difficult for one tribesman to be born in 100 million years. Therefore, this sacrifice was relatively huge for the Fei Liang tribe. Qin Zhao also understood why the Fei Liang tribe, which had such a long history, only had a pitifully small population of tens of millions. If this was in the Hongmeng universe, any small family clan would have more than this. Since Fei Yong said it was dangerous, Qin Zhao didn't dare to be careless. He took it seriously. That's right, little friend Qin Zhao. Although the training forest is rather dangerous, you should need some stimulation from the danger. Moreover, with your strength, it's actually not too bad. As long as your luck isn't too bad, you won't encounter any dangerous situations. Overall, it should be relatively safe. Based on the conditions of the Fei Liang tribe, the training forest is the only place you can go. If you're willing to go, I'll arrange it for you. Warrior Yin Yuan nodded and said. Qin Shao smiled and said, of course I'm willing. A place to train is something I can't ask for more. Then I'll have to trouble Senior Yin Yuan with this matter. The Silver Abyss warrior looked at Fei Yong and said, Yong, your talent and potential aren't the best. You need to work harder. This is a good opportunity. Why don't you go to the training forest with Qin Shao to train yourself? Fei Yong, on the other hand, was overjoyed. Ha! Father, I've always wanted to go. This time, with Big Brother Qin, there's nothing to worry about. Uncle Yin Yuan, I'll go with them. Little Yong had only entered the trial forest a few times. He guessed that he had only entered the outer regions and had not gone too deep. He definitely isn't familiar with the trials. I'm quite familiar with them. With me leading the way, I'm sure he'll be able to sign a lot better, Exquisite said. The Silver Abyss warrior didn't object. He nodded and said, all right, since you're willing to go, then you should go too. You're quite familiar with the inside, so it'll be much better with you leading the way. I was worried that a Yong would be a burden to Qin Shao. With you around, I feel much more at ease. Fei Yong coughed dryly and smiled helplessly. However, he was indeed weak. He was only a universe grade, so he might really become a burden. This invisible blow was undoubtedly motivating Fei Yong to break through to the Heavenly Venerate level as soon as possible. Those who weren't Heavenly Venerates were ants. This was a cruel saying. If one wasn't a Heavenly Venerate, a universe grade could only live for one universe epoch. Fei Yong had been working hard to reach the Heavenly Venerate level. Although he was still a long way from reaching the next universe epoch, he couldn't let his guard down and assume that he would definitely be able to break through. All right, make some preparations and set off for the training forest. I'll inform the other side. There shouldn't be any problems, the Silver Abyss warrior said before leaving. Actually, there wasn't much to prepare. They could set off right away. All right, Big Brother Jingyan, you can't go. The training forest only allows second step Heavenly Venerates and below to enter. You are a second step Heavenly Venerate, so you are restricted from entering, Fei Yong said all of a sudden. Jing Yang froze for a moment before asking in confusion. Second step Heavenly Venerates are not allowed to enter? Why is that? Fei Yong nodded. That's right. Second step Heavenly Venerates are not allowed to enter. After all, the training forest was created by our tribe. It's not easy to capture those alien life forms alive. Basically, most of the life forms that can be captured are first step Heavenly Venerates. These alien life forms that were thrown into the training forest are destined to not be too strong. Even if they are, they will be able to survive. If they're too strong, it will also be a form of harm to the people of our tribe. Second step Heavenly Venerates are too lethal. If there weren't any restrictions, there wouldn't have been so many alien life forms killed in the training forest. Therefore, second step Heavenly Venerates have always been restricted from entering. Furthermore, there is no point in entering the training forest when one is a second step Heavenly Venerate. Wouldn't it be better to just go out and hunt? After listening to Fei Yong's explanation, Jing Yang was completely relieved. So that was the case. After thinking about it carefully, he felt that it made sense. That was indeed the case. Since that was the case, Jing Yang could only give up and not accompany the young master. All right, then the three of us will go. Qin Shao didn't mind too much. He patted Jing Yang on the shoulder and said, Jing Yang, you can stay here. Don't worry about me. I have always been blessed with good fortune. Nothing will happen to me. Qin Shao was going to completely leave Jing Yang's sight this time. Moreover, he would be gone for 300,000 years. Therefore, Jing Yang was naturally very worried. Be careful, big brother, Jing Yang said solemnly. Qin Shao nodded, indicating that he didn't need to worry. Qin Shao and the other two immediately set off for the training forest. The training forest was located in the northwest corner of the Fei Liang tribe. It occupied a large area, about 1/5 of the Fei Liang tribe's land. The entire training forest was enveloped by a powerful formation, which was enough to prevent outsiders from easily entering and leaving no way for the non-human beings in the forest to escape. The defensive array had been strengthened by Fei Liang generation after generation, and it had reached an extremely powerful level. A palace was located in the north corner. That was the entrance to the training forest. There was a powerful force guarding it. Even if the Fei Liang tribe wanted to enter, they had to go through an inspection. The security was extremely tight. With the Abyss warriors taking care of everything, Qin Xiao didn't need to worry about anything else. Soon, the three of them passed through the inspection and entered the training forest. The moment they entered, the air was filled with the smell of blood. It was eerie and cold. Qin Xiao was very familiar with this aura. It was as if he had found the feeling of cultivation. This atmosphere stimulated Qin Xiao even more. Sometimes, a person's blood needed to be stimulated. Towering trees appeared in front of Qin Xiao's eyes. They were so tall that they reached into the water. The trunks were thick and strong. A towering tree was enough to blot out the sky and cover the sun. The blooming branches and leaves looked like a giant holding a giant umbrella. It was very picturesque. The eerie smell of blood filled the air. It was very oppressive. Ordinary people would feel fear when they entered. Fei Yong had just entered, and he was not used to it. His body trembled slightly. Although this isn't the first time I've been here, I still feel a chill run down my spine when I first come here. The aura here is really unbearable. Only when you enter this place will you be filled with the desire to fight. I feel that this is the only place that can fully stimulate one's fighting spirit. Only when there is danger will there be a sense of urgency. Only then can one's blood boil and fight with all their might. If you don't fight, you won't be able to survive here. Haha! This time, I want to give this place a try. It would be perfect if I could make use of this opportunity to break through to the heavenly venerate grade. However, this is just a thought. Breaking through to the heavenly venerate grade in a short period of time is still a pipe dream. Haste makes waste. Let's take it one step at a time. Qin Xiao chuckled. You shouldn't belittle yourself. You have been a universe grade for a long time, so your foundation should be sufficient. What you lack now is an opportunity. A big opportunity to break through. Who knows? Maybe you'll be able to grasp this opportunity during this training trip. Opportunities always need people to create them. Miracles are also created by people. You have to have more confidence in yourself in order to create miracles. If you believe that you can create miracles, then you will at least have a chance. If you don't believe that you can create miracles, then you won't have a chance at all. Fei Yong smiled and nodded. Yes. Big Brother Qin is right. I should have more confidence in myself. I want to create miracles. Yes, you still have to have a goal. What if you achieve it? All right, then the goal of this trip will be to break through to the heavenly venerate grade. 300,000 years isn't a short period of time. I can still give it a try. No matter how big the chances are, we have to at least give a shot. Haha. Yes, that's the way it should be. All right, let's go in. Miss Ling Long, I'll have to trouble you to lead the way. While you're at it, please tell us about the situation here, Qin Xiao said with a smile. Ling Long nodded. All right, I'll lead the way. We can pass through the outer perimeter directly. There isn't much danger in the outer perimeter. However, Fei Yong, if you want to gain some experience, you can take a look at the outer perimeter. It will be more suitable for you to stay in the outer perimeter. It would be more suitable for me to stay in the outer perimeter, but the outer perimeter isn't suitable for Big Brother Qin, Fei Yong said. Ling Long shook her head. What I meant was that you should stay in the outer perimeter to gain experience. Qin Xiao and I will go deeper. It will be more dangerous for you if you go any deeper. There are still many dangers inside, and they can appear at any time. Sometimes we will be caught unprepared. Therefore, it will be very dangerous for you if you go too deep. Ahem. Sister Ling Long, do you mean that you want me to separate from you? I will train here while you go deeper? Fei Yong asked. Chapter 1549. Life in Disguise. This was indeed a problem worth considering for Fei Yong. After all, humans were indeed relatively weak. If he ventured too deep, he wouldn't even have a chance to come out. Otherwise, it would be too dangerous. although training required some stimulation from danger. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to achieve the goal of training. However, if it was too dangerous, it wouldn't be wise. Even if it was training, one had to act according to one's capabilities. Therefore, after weighing the pros and cons at his heart, Fei Yong made a decision. Big brother Qin, sister Ling Long, it's better for me to train alone in the periphery. The periphery is enough for me. At most, I'll just have to venture deeper. However, if I venture too deep, I'm afraid I'll have to hide in your internal worlds. That would also lose the meaning of training. Ling Long nodded. This was actually the best decision. After making the decision, the three of them parted ways. Fei Yong began his training journey, while Qin Xiao and Ling Long continued their journey deeper. There wasn't much danger in the periphery. Ordinary first step heavenly venerates could pretty much do whatever they wanted. Therefore, Qin Xiao and Ling Long didn't have any delays along the way. They went straight to the core area. After passing through an energy barrier, they entered the core area. After entering the core area, the aura inside was indeed very different. It was much more sinister and cold. Just this aura alone was enough to make one's hair stand on end. The periphery and the core area were completely separated. The life forms on both sides couldn't interact. The periphery was mainly inhabited by universe-grade foreign life forms. The core area was mainly inhabited by first-step heavenly venerates. The core area was also very large and could be filled with danger. Qin Xiao sized up his surroundings, feeling a little expectant. Qin Xiao, let me give you a brief introduction to the core area so that you can understand some of the rules inside, Ling Long suddenly said. Qin Xiao nodded, indicating that he was all ears. Ling Long explained everything she knew in detail. After listening to Ling Long's introduction, Qin Xiao had a more comprehensive understanding of the training forest. The central region was divided into 9 heavens, and each day had 9 trials, for a total of 81 trials. As the levels increased, the more stages one passed, the more powerful one would be. The 9 heavens, 9 great regions, each with different dangers, each with their own unique characteristics. Moreover, there was an increasing trend from the first to the 9th. There were a total of 81 stages. What was interesting was that one could only proceed to the next stage after passing one stage. Only by passing one day's test could they move on to the next day. They were strictly separated. It wasn't something that could be done casually. It had to be done one by one day at a time. Because of this, it was also very straightforward to display a person's strength. After familiarizing himself with the place, Qin Xiao smiled and said, "The outer regions aren't divided into heavens or gates, but the central region is a little interesting." The 81 stages of the 9 heavens were equivalent to 81 tests. But what I'm curious about is, what will happen if I pass all 81 stages? Ling Long looked at Qin Xiao and said, "I'm not too sure about this. I only know that in our Fei Liang tribe's history, no one has passed all the stages." Don't talk about passing all the stages. In the long history of time, those who could reach the 9th day could be counted with one's fingers. It's pitifully few, just a few. Qin Xiao frowned and said with some surprise, "There are so few who can reach the 9th day. Doesn't that mean that as long as one can reach the 9th day, he can pass the warrior's test?" Ling Long nodded her head non-committally and said, "Yes, Qin Xiao. Our tribe has an unwritten rule. As long as you can reach the 9th day, you don't need to participate in the Fierce Warrior's test anymore. You will be considered to have passed and will be conferred the title of Fierce Warrior. However, it's been a long time since our tribe had a genius who could reach the 9th day, at least in the last 100 eras of the universe. That's why Uncle Yin Yuan wanted you to enter the training forest to train. That's his intention. If you can reach the 9th day in the training forest, then you will pass the warrior's test. This is basically a rehearsal for the test. That's how difficult it is. If you can't reach the 9th day, then you have to at least reach the last few stages of the 8th day to have some hope. If you can't even reach the 8th day, then there's no hope at all." It was only then that Qin Xiao felt relieved. So it turned out that Senior Yin Yuan still had such good intentions here. With this rehearsal, it was equivalent to having another chance. He could use this chance to measure himself and make a push to let himself know what he was capable of. Miss Linglong, may I ask, how many stages have you reached? Qin Xiao suddenly asked. Linglong hesitated for a moment and said, Don't laugh at me if I tell you. I've only reached the 5th day. The 5th day? That's not bad. In your tribe, you should be at the top. Let's not talk about the top 100 Empyreans, but the top 500 shouldn't be a problem, right? Qin Xiao said. The top 500. Is that still not bad? Linglong said. Qin Xiao smiled and said, I think it's not bad. Linglong shook her head and said, Qin Xiao, don't comfort me. I know what I'm capable of. My talent is average. Plus, I don't work hard enough, so it's hard for me to improve my strength. My improvement in these years is also very little. Maybe I didn't realize it before, but since I met you, I know what a real genius is. It made me have a new definition of a genius. Compared to you, I know how big the gap is between me and you. That's why I finally realized how ordinary I am. Cough. Qin Xiao coughed awkwardly and said, If that's the case, I've hurt you. Yes, you've hurt me. But this kind of hurt is not malicious. I think it's good. You've let me know that I used to be a frog at the bottom of a well. Your blow to me is a type of enlightenment, right? Linglong pursed her lips into a smile as she spoke. Qin Xiao smiled and shook his head. He didn't know what to say. Which level did Yinlong reach? Qin Xiao changed the topic. You mean Yinlong? If I remember correctly, he should have reached the 6th day. But I don't remember the specific level. It should be the first few levels on the 6th day, not the last, Linglong said. The first level on the 6th day was less than the 50th level. If you want to reach the strength to pass the Fierce Warrior's test, you must pass more than 70 levels. That is to say, I'm only 20 levels away from passing the Fierce Warrior's test, right? From the sound of it, the gap is not very big. There is still a chance to fight. Qin Xiao curled her lips and said in a relaxed manner. Linglong was speechless for a while and said, Well, it does sound like the gap is not very big. Linglong had something to say, but she didn't continue. Qin Xiao laughed and said, It doesn't sound big, but in fact, the gap is very big, right? The higher the level, the harder it will be. The difficulty of the last 20 levels is much more than the first 50 combined, right? Huh, I'm just joking. Isn't this giving myself more confidence? You have to believe that you can do it. It will be easier to succeed. If you lose confidence at the beginning, it won't be good. Linglong was enlightened and smiled. Yes, confidence is necessary. Without confidence, it will be difficult to go far. It seems that you have a lot to learn from me. I've learned a lot. Qin Xiao said, Miss Linglong, don't praise me. If you praise me again, I'm afraid I will become arrogant. All right, let's go. The first day should be in front of us, right? Linglong nodded and said, Yes, the first day is in front of us. I'm just accompanying you in here to gain experience. But the main thing is to accompany you, the Crown Prince, to study. So, I'll tell you the basic situation. I won't say more about the specific situation. I'll leave it to you to gain experience. If I say more, it will lose the meaning of the experience. It's training. Many times, we still need some unexpected situations. Only then can we train people. Qin Xiao nodded and said in agreement, Yes, even if Miss Linglong doesn't say it, I will. As for the rest, just leave it to me. What I'm looking for is danger. If there is no danger at all, then the experience will lose its meaning. Let's go. Let me see what dangers there are in this forest. The two of them moved forward and immediately entered the first day. There were 9 stages on the first day, and the difficulty increased gradually. The stages in front were definitely not difficult. Linglong had reached the 5th day, and Yinlong had reached the 6th. In other words, for Qin Xiao, there was basically no danger in the first 6 days. The most important thing was that after the 6th day, Qin Xiao would have to pull herself together when they arrived there. In the first few days, he was more casual. The two of them walked in the forest. There were strange mountains, strange stones, strange trees, strange caves, and strange flowers. It was all very novel. Qin Xiao's eyes scanned the surroundings, always vigilant for life. There's a very strong, evil aura, much stronger than other places. Qin Xiao's eyebrows suddenly raised slightly. He keenly smelled the dense, evil aura. With such a strong, evil aura, there should be life hidden nearby. Qin Shao carefully looked around, but to his surprise, he didn't find anything. Was he hiding it too deeply, or what was going on? He didn't find anything at all. However, Qin Shao vaguely felt that something was not quite right. Suddenly, one of the trees moved. Suddenly, it transformed into a strange life form and charged at Qin Shao. This life quickly returned to its original form from a tree. It looked very strange, and it didn't feel like anything. It was very ferocious and ugly. Hundreds of hands stretched out to kill Qin Shao and Linglong. This sudden attack, if one's defense was not good enough, perhaps would have been hit. However, Qin Shao had already been vigilant, so when the tree moved, Qin Shao also noticed it. Naturally, the sneak attack wouldn't succeed. A life that can camouflage? Qin Zhao's eyes flashed a sharp light, and the sword in his hand quickly slashed out. Under the sword light, the power of the law became incomparably sharp, cutting and shattering everything. Chapter 1550. Up to the 6th day, the countless fragments still wanted to heal, but Qin Shaojian's sword down nomological power burst out, completely shattering and annihilating the countless fragments, not giving them a chance to heal. The healing ability of this foreign race life form was very strong, and it was very difficult to kill it. As long as there was a trace of it, it could be quickly revived. However, Qin Shao had clearly expected this. Therefore, the power in his sword became extremely sharp. The power of the laws of the sword roared out, directly killing the foreign being under his sword. The Great Thousand World is really full of strange things. This life form is really strange. After killing this foreign race life form, Qin Shao could not help but sigh. This was the first time he had seen such a strange life form. This disguise technique was really strong. To be honest, even Qin Shao was deceived. Although Qin Shao sensed a trace of hostility and felt that there was a life form hiding in the surroundings, he did not recognize it. Moreover, Qin Shao was not prepared for the last sneak attack of the foreign race life form. Fortunately, the strength of this foreign race life form was still relatively weak. It was only an extremely ordinary first step heavenly venerable. Therefore, it naturally did not pose any threat to Qin Shao and could be easily killed by his sword. Yes, the Great Thousand World is full of strange things. The Chuwu clan life form is not very strange. There are many more strange life forms. The Chuwu clan is considered a relatively weak race. Although they are good at disguising, their individual strength is generally not strong. Their greatest lethality lies in their sneak attacks. If they do not succeed in one strike, they will basically be killed. However, their lives are very tough. Killing them is indeed not an easy task. If it was an ordinary first step heavenly venerable, it would probably be very difficult to kill them, Princess Linglong said. Only then did Qin Shao know that this foreign race life form was from the Chuwu clan. However, there were countless races in the Great Thousand World, and Qin Shao had only seen a few of them. Therefore, he felt that they were rather strange. This was a process of growth, a process of understanding the Great Thousand World. Only by seeing more, experiencing more, becoming stronger, and standing at a higher level could one have a better understanding of the world. The two of them continued to move forward. There was indeed not much danger on the first day. Although there were constant dangers in the 9 stages, it was not much pressure for Qin Shao. Every stage had a checkpoint, which was a little more difficult. However, Qin Shao was strong. No matter how difficult the checkpoint was, Qin Shao World was actually nothing to Qin Shao. After all, it was only on the first day. Here, Qin saw many foreign race life forms. There really were all kinds of strange things, all kinds of things exceeding one's imagination, shattering one's understanding of life. There were the double-faced race, the Titan race, the heavenly whale race, the mist race, the fluid race. Many races had their own unique abilities. For example, the camouflage ability of the Chuwu clan was actually an innate ability. The members of the Chuwu clan were born with this ability and did not need to cultivate it. It was an instinct of the bloodline inheritance. Another example was the Chuwu clan. Once the ability was unleashed, it would have the power to swallow the sky and devour everything. It was very terrifying. Another example was the Chu Wu clan. Their ability was to turn into a cloud of fog and fill the sky and earth, making the sky and earth their bodies. It was very, very difficult to kill them. The Chu Wu clan could turn their bodies into fog and become formless. It was very strange. There were all kinds of strange life forms. It was a truly bizarre scene. This was only a training forest created by the Feiliang tribe. If one were to look at the entire Great Thousand World, how many races would there be in this forest? The first 5 days were relatively smooth. On average, they would be able to clear one day every 10,000 years. This allowed Qin Xiao and Jian Wushuang to smoothly make their way to the 6th day. They killed their way to the 6th day without stopping at all. To be able to reach the 6th day after 50,000 years, this speed was quite fast. When Ling Long had fought her way to the 6th day, it had taken her over 1,000,000 years to do so. Qin Zhao's speed was amazing enough. Ling Long was full of admiration for him. Along the way, she did not give Qin Xiao many reminders. Everything was done by Qin Xiao himself. Along the way, Qin Xiao could be said to have cut through all obstacles and displayed all his abilities. It wasn't just his own strength, but also his astonishing intelligence, his control of the battle situation, his calmness when facing danger, and his understanding of danger. All of this allowed Qin Xiao to easily reach the 6th day. This also allowed Ling Long to see with her own eyes what a comprehensive ability was. It was not just a display of one's strength. We've entered the 6th day. It should be more dangerous now. Miss Ling Long, follow me closely and be careful. If anything happens, just step aside. Don't force yourself. If there is any danger, don't resist. Let me take you into my inner world. Qin Xiao said to Ling Long with a serious face. Entering the 6th day, Qin Xiao did not dare to be careless. With Ling Long's strength, she had only reached the 5th day. The 6th day was also full of danger for her, so naturally, she could not be careless. Ling Long nodded solemnly. She had been through several dangerous situations on the 5th day. Fortunately, Qin Xiao had withstood all the dangers by himself. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for her to stand here in one piece. On the 6th day, Ling Long had not reached the 6th day. Naturally, there was no need to mention how dangerous it was. Just the aura here was enough to make Ling Long feel a little scared. The two of them continued onward. There were 9 stages on the 6th day, and the first 8 stages were very smooth. There was not much difficulty, and they did not waste much time. After 20,000 years, Qin Xiao and Luo Feng had passed the 8 stages. They were only left with the last stage. Of the 9 stages every day, the 9th stage was the most difficult and terrifying one. At this time, Qin Xiao and Ling Long were standing in front of a stone forest. There were strangely shaped stones everywhere, filling Qin Zhao's eyes. Some were high, some were low, some were big, and some were small. There were all kinds of strange shapes. Qin Xiao, the stage is in front. As long as you pass this stage, you can enter the 7th day. Among our tribe's first-step celestial venerables, only 3 have reached the 7th day. Moreover, the strongest one has only reached the 3rd stage on the 7th day. Looking at your momentum, it's simply like a hot knife through butter. Breaking this record is a sure thing. It seems that you're getting closer and closer to success. I really admire you. In these tens of thousands of years, I can feel that you have made significant progress, Ling Long said. Qin Xiao was absolutely confident that he could break the current first-step Celestial Venerable's record in the Feiliang tribe. However, breaking the record was not Qin Zhao's goal. Qin Zhao's goal was to reach the 9th day. Only then would he have the confidence to pass the Fierce Warrior's test and obtain the opportunity to enter the Dragon Burial Ridge directly. In these 70,000 years, Qin Xiao had indeed made a lot of progress. His strength had also increased. This kind of progress was visible and very effective. However, this kind of progress was still not enough for Qin Xiao. It was far from enough. Just this little progress was not enough to support Qin Xiao to reach the 9th day. It was just that this was indeed a very good momentum, and it made Qin Xiao see more hope. However, Qin Xiao was not happy at all. He frowned slightly and looked at Ling Long with a serious face. "Miss Ling Long, do you feel that something is wrong?" "Something is wrong?" Ling Long frowned slightly. After thinking carefully, she shook her head and said, "I don't feel that anything is wrong." "What do you think is wrong?" "It seems that everything is normal. We haven't entered the area of the 9th stage yet. There shouldn't be any danger here, right?" Qin Xiao shook his head and said, "I don't mean that. I mean, do you feel that something is wrong since we entered the 6th day?" After entering the 6th day, Ling Long thought about it carefully, but she still couldn't think of a reason, so she shook her head. Qin Xiao said with a serious face, "Don't you feel that we have been relatively smooth all the way through the 8 stages? Moreover, the first stage is not particularly difficult. Overall, it is about the same as the 9th stage on the 5th day. Moreover, from the 1st to the 8th stage, there is not much of an increase. I feel that the power of the first 8 stages has been deliberately weakened." Ling Long thought carefully. With Qin Xiao's reminder, she really realized this problem. Yes. "Qin Xiao, now that you mention it, it is indeed so. It's a little strange, but it doesn't mean anything, right? I haven't entered the 6th day, so I don't know the situation inside. Moreover, you have been fighting all along the way. I didn't participate, so I don't know how dangerous it is. Could it be that your strength is too strong, so you don't feel much difference?" Qin Xiao shook his head and said, "No, this kind of thing naturally can't be wrong. I just feel that the first 8 stages were too smooth, too easy. That's why I feel that something is wrong." Ling Long smiled and said, "Maybe you are thinking too much. There shouldn't be anything wrong, right? Perhaps this is the setting here. Don't think about this. The later part is the main point. Your goal is to enter the 9th region. There is no doubt that the 8th and 9th regions are dangerous. There is absolutely no ambiguity. I think that maybe your strength is too strong, so you have this kind of feeling. Don't think too much." Qin Xiao nodded and said, "Well, maybe I'm thinking too much. I just feel a little strange, but I don't feel anything else. There should be nothing wrong. Maybe it's just that this stage is more difficult. Or maybe it's just my personal feeling. It must be your personal feeling. Anyway, I don't have this kind of feeling. Don't think about it. Let's go and start the 9th stage." Ling Long smiled and said. With Ling Long's words, Qin Xiao didn't think too much about this matter. However, he couldn't help but be a little more vigilant in his heart. Caution is the parent of safety. It would never be wrong to be more vigilant. The two entered the stone forest and shuttled through countless stone forests. It made people feel like they had entered a maze. There were roads everywhere, leading in all directions. No matter which point it was, it could spread in all directions, and there were countless paths. Without guidance, they could only rely on their own intuition to move forward. They kept moving forward and didn't care about the direction. Anyway, the test would come sooner or later. As long as they passed the test, the road would naturally appear. Chapter 1551. Something is wrong. However, the more they walked, the more Qin Xiao felt that something was wrong. This feeling was getting stronger and stronger. Something was definitely wrong. Something was definitely wrong. Qin Xiao also stopped and looked around carefully. He couldn't help but clench the sword in his hand tightly. He was ready to fight with all his strength at any time. Qin Xiao did not have this feeling along the way. Something is wrong. Why haven't we encountered a single foreign race after being here for so long? Why haven't there been any dangers? It's unusually quiet. This doesn't make sense. Ling Long also became serious and vigilant. She finally realized it. Qin Xiao said, "Yes, something is wrong. I felt that something was wrong just now. Now, my guess has been confirmed. There is indeed something fishy about this. It's too abnormal. We've been here for a while, but it's unusually quiet. It's as if there's no danger here at all. But that's obviously impossible. But where is this danger hiding? The more it's like this, the more uneasy it is." Ling Long shook her head and said, "Yes, it's really strange. I've never encountered anything like this before. It's really unsettling. Qin Xiao, we have to be careful. But with your strength, there shouldn't be any problem. Qin Xiao had strong confidence in his own strength. Although he still felt that something was wrong, Qin Xiao was a bold person. He didn't pay too much attention to it. Since he couldn't find anything, he would just take it one step at a time. The two continued to move forward carefully. Not long after, a thick fog suddenly rose from the sky. It was as if night had fallen. Soon, the entire stone forest was completely shrouded in the fog. The fog was very thick. It was so thick that it could make people lose their divine sense. It made the range of their divine sense very limited. Qin Zhao's divine sense could only cover a radius of 1,000 miles. The range was pathetically small. At such a distance, if there was danger hiding in the dark and suddenly attacked, there was no way to detect it. By the time he was discovered, it was already too late. After all, a distance of 1,000 miles was something a first step heavenly venerate could cross in an instant. Furthermore, this fog was clearly not that simple. There's more than one dense fog creature. Qin Xiao frowned. The dense fog that filled the sky was the so-called life form of the dense fog race. To be able to reach such a terrifying level, the dense fog tribe must be very powerful. There should be more than one of them. He turned his body into a dense fog and shrouded the entire stone forest. Qin Xiao and Ling Long both became cautious and prepared to fight with all their strength. Ling Long, why don't you enter my inner world first? Qin Xiao asked. However, Ling Long shook her head and said, not for now. We haven't reached that stage yet. No matter how dangerous this checkpoint is, it shouldn't be able to take my life so easily. Since Ling Long said so, Qin Xiao didn't insist. Although it was dangerous, Ling Long's strength was not weak. Her life would not be in danger. At most, it would be a little dangerous. Therefore, he didn't need to worry too much. Okay, be careful. I won't be able to take care of you later, Qin Xiao said. Ling Long nodded and said, okay, don't worry. I'll take care of myself. If there's really danger, I'll enter your inner world. The dense fog tribe didn't intend to attack, which made Qin Xiao frown even more. The dense fog tribe had already appeared, but it was still hiding in the dark and didn't intend to attack. It must have other plans. The dense fog tribe's most powerful and unique ability was none other than their fog. The dense fog tribe wasn't good at fighting. Instead, they were good at harassing others. In this way, the other mutant life forms could hide in it and be used as an excellent cover. Therefore, the more the dense fog tribe didn't attack, the more likely it was that there were more forces hiding in the dark. And these forces were probably eyeing him covetously, ready to attack at any time. The fog continued to thicken. Qin Xiao smelled many different auras from the fog. Each aura represented a living being from the dense fog race. Qin Xiao sensed that there were about 10 living beings from the dense fog race there. They were releasing the energy of the dense fog as much as they wanted. They wanted to make the stone forest even more confusing so that Qin Xiao couldn't see his surroundings clearly. As the fog thickened, Qin Xiao's divine sense was obviously hindered. However, the range of his senses was also rapidly shrinking. From time to time, Qin Xiao could feel the pulse of a mutant tribe member. However, it didn't attack him. Instead, they appeared for a moment and then disappeared. It was as if they were playing a game of hide-and-seek with Qin Xiao. They were teasing Qin Xiao. One by one, the mutant tribe members appeared and disappeared in front of Qin Xiao's eyes. Qin Xiao was a little dazed. They're trying to distract me and disturb my mind so that I will reveal a flaw and let my guard down. Then, they will launch a sneak attack. These mutant tribe members are very intelligent. They know how to use such a clever method to deal with me. It seems that I am in trouble. However, no matter how troublesome it was, Qin Xiao wasn't afraid of anything. He walked slowly and glanced around. The sword in his hand was dragged on the ground and flashed with a sharp light. Around Qin Xiao, the power of the sword principle turned into invisible sword qi and flowed. It seemed to form an invisible energy shield that protected Qin Xiao. Suddenly, Qin Xiao turned around and found that Ling Long had disappeared. Ling Long, who had been following him, had disappeared. He didn't know when she had disappeared. What's going on? Where is she? Where did she go? Qin Xiao couldn't help but frown deeply. He carefully recalled the situation just now. Just now, he was wholeheartedly observing the surroundings and was also attracted by the mutant tribe members. So, Qin Xiao really didn't pay attention to the situation behind him. But he didn't expect that after a while, Ling Long had disappeared. This made Qin Xiao very worried. "Miss Ling Long," Qin Xiao shouted, but he didn't get a response. In this thick fog, divine sense was blocked, and so was sound. In such a situation, Qin Xiao could not help but become a little anxious. "No, I have to find Miss Ling Long quickly. Otherwise, she will be in danger. If I had known, I would have insisted on keeping her in my inner world." Qin Xiao began to blame himself in his heart. It was his lack of persistence that had led to the current predicament. But it was useless to say this now. He could only look for her. He had to find her quickly. But in this fog, it was impossible to distinguish the direction at all. So, it was difficult to find her. Qin Xiao didn't care so much. He was no longer careful. Instead, he quickly rushed in a direction to find Ling Long. Qin Xiao released his divine sense at full strength. He wanted to find Ling Long quickly. At this time, in the dark, there were many mutant tribe members eyeing Qin Xiao covetously. They were waiting for him to panic. "Kill him." In the fog, a low and cold voice rang out. The voice was filled with killing intent. As soon as the voice rang out, numerous figures charged out, turning into streaks of lightning-like light as they charged towards Yishuan. They're finally out." Qin Xiao raised his eyebrows. He felt a dangerous aura coming. Although he was moving forward quickly, he still maintained a high level of vigilance. He didn't relax in the slightest. As soon as those mutant tribe members came out, Qin Xiao sensed them. The number of mutant tribe members coming out was really large. There were 20 or 30 of them, and their auras were not weak. It was obvious that they were not weak. Why are there so many of them? Qin Xiao couldn't help but feel a little puzzled. There were more than 20 mutant tribe members coming out all of a sudden. Wasn't this a little too much? Along the way, Qin Xiao had never encountered such a situation. 23 first-step celestial venerables. Moreover, they were relatively strong first-step celestial venerables. Their combined strength was a little frightening. If it was a one-on-one, one-on-two fight, Qin Xiao naturally wouldn't have to worry about anything. But now, there were so many mutant tribe members coming out all of a sudden. Qin Xiao couldn't help but feel nervous. "I can't fight them head-on. Otherwise, I won't be able to defeat them." Qin Xiao's heart sank. He immediately understood that the situation was not good. If he fought them head-on, he definitely wouldn't be able to defeat them. Therefore, he couldn't fight them head-on. He could only rely on his wits. Qin Xiao didn't hesitate at all. He immediately retreated quickly, wanting to distance himself from the mutant tribe members. But very quickly, a new situation arose. Not good. As Qin Xiao retreated, another mutant tribe member came out from behind. As he retreated, he closed the distance between him and the mutant tribe member behind him. A huge scorpion-like mutant tribe member let out a sharp screech and charged out. Its entire body was brown and black. Its body was like a small mountain. It was a little huge. Sharp claws danced in the air as they charged towards Qin Xiao in an aggressive manner. It was quite frightening. This was a beast tribe member. Its offensive and defensive abilities were very strong. Its skin was thick and its flesh was thick. It was extremely difficult to kill. There was a wolf in front and a tiger behind. There was no way to dodge, even if he wanted to. One by one, the mutant tribe members roared and charged over ferociously. Waves of destructive power surged over. Everything in the world was completely blocked. Qin Xiao didn't even have a chance to dodge. He originally wanted to fight a guerrilla battle, but now there was no way he could escape. It was as if these mutant tribe members had predicted this and wouldn't give Qin Xiao a chance to escape. Such a situation made Qin Xiao's face darken completely. It was really beyond his expectations. This made Qin Xiao worry about Ling Long. If she was also besieged like this, then Ling Long would really be in danger. But on second thought, Qin Xiao felt that with so many mutant tribe members besieging him, there shouldn't be many who would go after Ling Long, right? It was impossible for there to be so many alien race beings in the 9th level. Thinking of this, he was much more relieved. But he couldn't be completely sure. The most important thing now was to break out of the encirclement as soon as possible and end the battle in front of him. However, wanting to charge out was easier said than done. Chapter 1552. Faced with this ferocious wave of attacks, Qin Shao could only grit his teeth. Naturally, he did not dare to hold back in the slightest as he attacked with all his might. His heart force burst forth with all its might, turning into an invisible attack that killed all the foreign race beings. Heart force had its specialty. It could launch an attack over a large area, and it could even unleash its unique ability in a group attack. Heart force was the least afraid of group attacks. If it were any other method, even if it was stronger, it would still be able to deal with so many foreign race beings at the same time. Two fists were no match for four legs. But with heart force, it was completely different. Heart force was formless and invisible, and it was not limited or hindered in any way. The moment it attacked, it could directly envelop a large area, and it could launch an attack over a region. Moreover, heart force did not attack the divine body, but the will and soul, directly attacking the spirit. This was a soft attack, but it was also a very terrifying attack. Although these foreign race beings were very strong, they were not particularly strong individually. At least, they were not as strong as the Silver Dragon. Qin Shao had defeated the Silver Dragon in an instant last time. Therefore, if it was a one-on-one battle, Qin Shao could defeat any of the foreign race beings here in an instant. It was just that the other party had the advantage in numbers. Qin Shao was also unable to fight against four people with two fists. Moreover, the other party had already set up a trap. Now that they were surrounding Qin Shao, their lethality was naturally even more terrifying. As soon as heart force attacked, it immediately affected many of the foreign race beings, causing their movements to become sluggish. However, their previous attacks still couldn't be destroyed, and they still managed to reach Qin Shao as scheduled. The second move of the Heavenly Heart Sword art was fully displayed, and the power of the laws of the sword was also not held back, roaring out with the power of the heavens. All of the power suddenly exploded out, meeting this menacing wave of destructive power. More than 30 foreign race beings joined forces, and all kinds of power, methods, power of laws, and the power of all kinds of innate abilities came crashing down, bombarding Qin Shao wildly. In such a terrifying formation, Qin Shao could clearly feel that his power was completely suppressed. His power was suppressed, and a powerful destructive force bombarded Qin Shao. Naturally, a lot of power hit Qin Shao's divine body. If he couldn't resist it with his power, he could only use his god body to resist it. He had to brace himself to resist the roaring power. After one exchange of blows, Qin Shao's divine body was also greatly damaged. 10% of his divine body was directly shattered. Qin Shao wouldn't have been in such a sorry state if he hadn't been ambushed by those creatures. Now that Qin Shao had unleashed all of his heart force, it affected all of the alien life forms, making it difficult for them to unleash their full power. Their movements had also become much slower. In this way, Qin Shao could relax a little. These non-humankind beings are truly vicious. They dug such a huge hole for me to jump into. If I was any weaker, I would definitely have fallen for it. If I don't have heart force, I'll definitely fall for it. I'm afraid I'll really die here. Fortunately, I have heart force, so I could just barely deal with it. Although heart force techniques aren't strong on their own, under these circumstances, they're able to display their unique abilities. If I use it well, it could be a sharp sword, a divine weapon. It can help me turn the tide. Now, it's time for me to strike back. In this situation, I can only end it as quickly as possible. Otherwise, the situation will only become more and more terrible. Qin Shao understood his current predicament very well. He knew how to resolve it. Qin Shao didn't hesitate at all. He charged towards one of the alien life forms. This was an alien with 3 strong eyes. Qin Shao learned from Exquisite that the people here called them the three-eyed race. The most powerful part of the three-eyed race was their 3 eyes. Their 3 eyes were like 3 empty worlds. Each of these worlds had terrifying abilities. They could confuse people's minds intimidate humans and gods, and launch invisible attacks. Their methods were very strange. This was also the three-eyed race's special ability. When used, it was extremely powerful. Qin Shao had met them before and fought them before. He knew a bit about the three-eyed race. He wasn't afraid. Qin Zhao's state of mind was strong. He wouldn't be affected. He also cultivated his heart using heart force. His heart force was needless to say. With these two powers, the three-eyed race's special ability was useless against Qin Shao. If the three-eyed race's strongest attack couldn't do anything to Qin Shao, then Qin Shao would naturally be very easy to deal with. Because of this, Qin Shao chose the three-eyed race, which was the easiest to deal with. Seeing Qin Shao charging towards him, the three-eyed race roared. His three eyes emitted an eerie light. The light enveloped Qin Shao. Three powerful invisible forces surged towards Qin Shao. However, this kind of attack was useless against Qin Shao. Qin Shao wasn't affected at all. He attacked with all his strength and arrived in front of the three-eyed race in an instant. The three-eyed race was shocked when he saw Qin Shao arrive in front of him. He stared at Qin Shao in disbelief. You, how is it possible? However, Qin Shao didn't give him a chance to speak. He attacked forcefully and slashed the three-eyed race's body. The three-eyed race member let out a blood-curdling scream and ran away in a sorry state. Qin Zhao's full-strength attack had seriously injured him. At least 50% of his divine body was destroyed. Under such circumstances, if he didn't run away, he would most likely die in Qin Zhao's hands. Therefore, in the face of such a situation, the three-eyed race naturally chose to run away. He chose to give up on this encirclement. Although the three-eyed race in the trial forest were crazy, most of them were just trying to protect themselves. If there was real danger, they would run away. Most of the people who entered the trial forest were here to gain experience and pass the trials. Therefore, they didn't really need to kill the three-eyed race. On the contrary, the Feiliang tribe advised their tribesmen not to kill the three-eyed race as much as possible. It was fine as long as they could defeat the three-eyed race. It wasn't easy to catch these three-eyed race. Therefore, it was better to kill as few of them as possible to ensure the quality and quantity of the three-eyed race in the trial forest. After successfully defeating a three-eyed race, Qin Shao continued to attack. With his mind power suppressing the three-eyed race, Qin Zhao's pressure was greatly reduced. He attacked again and defeated the three-eyed race. As the three-eyed race were defeated one by Qin Shao, the tide of the battle gradually turned. The situation became clearer and clearer. Finally, after an intense battle, Qin Shao defeated all the three-eyed race. However, after this battle, Qin Zhao's divine body was damaged by more than 30%. He was quite injured. However, no matter how injured he was, Qin Shao was still happy. At least he had won this battle. All the three-eyed race were defeated and peace was finally restored. Phew! Qin Shao couldn't help but let out a long sigh. This battle really wasn't easy. Fortunately, these three-eyed race were not particularly strong individually. They couldn't resist my mind power. Mind power doesn't seem strong, but when used in a suitable situation, it can be very effective. Heart force techniques do indeed have their own peculiarities. This is much more unique than the sword Dao and the true meaning of strength. Looks like I'll have to spend more time and effort on mind power in the future. That was indeed the case. Along the way, mind power had helped Qin Shao a great deal. In battle, mind power could often be used as a surprise weapon, allowing Qin Shao to catch his opponents off guard. Comparatively speaking, the sword Dao and the true meaning of strength hadn't helped Qin Shao too much. He'd only used them as a means of cultivation. The uniqueness of mind power was indeed superior to other cultivation systems. However, mind power cultivation was also more difficult. At least, Qin Shao felt that it was more difficult than the sword Dao and the true meaning of strength, and of course more difficult than the great Dao cultivation system. If I didn't use mind power in this battle, I'm afraid I really would have died here. Qin Zhao's brows furrowed, and a trace of joy disappeared from his face. His eyes flickered with a dark light as he looked around. His brows furrowed slightly. Something's still not right. The feeling that this place gives me is still somewhat different from reality. An illusion? Qin Zhao's heart skipped a beat as a thought flashed through his mind. He'd clearly been with Ling Long just now. The two of them hadn't separated at all. He hadn't sensed anything at all, but Ling Long had disappeared. Unknowingly, she'd disappeared without a trace. That didn't make sense at all. Therefore, connecting the dots with the current situation, Qin Zhao had also sensed that something was wrong. I've heard Ling Long say that there's a kind of dangerous alien life form in the training forest called the illusion beast. The terror of the illusion beast doesn't lie in its attack power, but in the illusions it creates. Terrifying illusions can cause people to fall into them without being aware of it, and it'll be difficult to get out. Thinking back, I might have fallen into the illusion of the illusion beast. That's why I didn't sense anything at all, but I fell into the illusion. That's why I found Ling Long missing. Actually, it's not that we can't find each other, but that we've both fallen into the illusion and been separated. But the illusion of the illusion beast is different from other illusions. The illusion of the illusion beast is a real illusion. Everything that comes in is real. The more than 30 alien life forms that I've repelled just now are also real. Everything is real. More than 30 alien life forms have been defeated by me, but this illusion beast still hasn't left? Why hasn't he withdrawn his illusion yet? Qin Zhao's eyes once again emitted a sharp light. He waved the sword in his hand and coldly shouted, "Illusion beast, since you're so untactful and want to leave, I'll have to poke a hole in your illusion. I'd like to see how capable you are to trap me here forever. More than 30 alien life forms couldn't do anything to you. Do you think you can trap me with your illusion? I'll give you one more chance. If you withdraw your illusion and leave now, I won't make a move. Otherwise, once I make a move, there'll be no turning back. Although your life is tough, it's not impossible to kill you if I spend some time." Qin Zhao's voice didn't allow anyone to question it. There was a powerful force of certainty in it. The sword in Qin Zhao's hand bloomed, with powerful sword chi and sword essence. No one could question it. Chapter 1553. Qin Zhao's anger was clearly effective. The illusory realm soon disappeared, and the phantom beast in the dark left on its own accord. Knowing that it was no match for Qin Zhao, it was smart enough to know that it could not continue to fight. More than 30 outsiders have been defeated by Qin Zhao's sword. How could a phantom beast have the confidence to fight with Qin Zhao? Therefore, he naturally left tactfully. Not only did the illusory realm disappear, but the dense fog also began to retreat rapidly. Obviously, the dense fog tribe had also retreated. All the forces in the dark had retreated. They were all shocked by Qin Zhao's aura. The power of the strong was like this. A word or anger was enough to deter the enemy. This was a display of strength. Soon, Qin Zhao saw Ling Long. Fortunately, Ling Long did not suffer any injuries and was unscathed. Qin Zhao. After seeing Qin Zhao, Ling Long quickly came over. Her long, shapely eyebrows were slightly furrowed, and there was some confusion on her face. Obviously, she was also very puzzled about what had just happened. She was still thinking about it. Her eyes fell on Qin Zhao, and she said, "You're injured? What happened just now? Was it a phantom beast?" At this time, Ling Long thought carefully and immediately found the key to the problem. Qin Zhao nodded and said, yes, it was a phantom beast. Just now, when we were walking, a phantom beast came out and used an illusory realm to separate us. On my side, more than 30 outsiders joined forces to launch a sneak attack. What? More than 30 outsiders? Are you okay? Hearing Qin Zhao's words, Ling Long was shocked. Over 30 non-humankind beings. This was an extremely powerful and terrifying force. On the 6th day and the 9th stage, the outsider's strength was very strong. At least, each of them was definitely stronger than her. At the same time, more than 30 outsiders attacked. That was a very scary thing. Ling Long felt that she would definitely die. Look at me. I'm just a little injured. I won't die. Qin Zhao smiled faintly and replied. Indeed, he wouldn't die. However, the danger just now was truly frightening. If it weren't for his heart force technique, he would have died without a doubt. Thinking of the situation just now, Qin Zhao's eyes became deeper and deeper. Ling Long's eyebrows furrowed even deeper as many thoughts flooded her mind. No, no, this is only the 6th day. No matter how dangerous the 9th stage is, it shouldn't be this terrifying. The dense fog beings, the illusion beasts, and more than 30 alien beings joined forces to launch a sneak attack. Such a method should have far surpassed the difficulty of the 6th day. That's impossible. I've never heard of the 6th day being so terrifying. How could this be? Ling Long was indeed very puzzled. If Qin Zhao hadn't said it herself, she wouldn't have believed it at all. She believed that Qin Zhao would not lie to her. Therefore, she really couldn't understand how such a situation could happen. There were a total of 9 days in the trial forest. The difficulty of each day was obvious. According to Qin Zhao's description, this level of difficulty shouldn't be present on the 6th day. Ling Long, what did you encounter just now? Qin Zhao asked. Ling Long shook her head and said, I didn't encounter anything just now. I was just walking when I suddenly realized that you were gone. Then I started to look for you, but I couldn't find you. I slowly realized that I was in an illusion. I wanted to get out of the illusion, but I couldn't. Then, I felt that the illusion had left by itself. Then the fog began to disperse, and I saw you. An even colder light flashed in the depths of Qin Zhao's eyes. However, it was just a flash, and he didn't show it. Qin Zhao looked at Ling Long and said with a serious face, in other words, from the beginning to the end, you weren't attacked by any alien beings at all? Ling Long nodded and said, yes, no. I was very safe the whole time. That's right. Qin Zhao nodded and said, that's right? What's right? Ling Long frowned slightly and looked at Qin Zhao with some confusion. After thinking about it carefully, she also smelled a trace of something bad. I smell that we've been schemed against, Qin Zhao said. Ling Long's heart suddenly moved, and she said in surprise, you mean? Ling Long couldn't finish her words. She found it hard to believe, but after thinking about it carefully, this possibility was really very high. At least from the current situation and all kinds of signs, this was indeed the case. Although it was hard to believe, she had to admit that this was indeed the case. Qin Zhao said again, I told you before that since the 6th day, I felt that something was wrong. The first 8 levels were too smooth and easy for us. I didn't feel that the difficulty of each level increased. Moreover, those alien beings guarding the levels didn't look like they were going to risk their lives. Basically, they just fought and then retreated. It seems that there is still some difficulty, but overall, there's almost no difficulty. So, our journey was very smooth, and we didn't feel that we were stopped by the levels at all. Now I completely understand. Because the power of the other 8 levels was transferred to the 9th level. The 9th level became abnormally strong. Every level took some power, and when the power of the other 8 levels was added together with the original power of the 9th level, the 9th level's power was probably twice as strong. So, after entering the 9th level, it was like we entered a cage into a pre-designed trap. Once we entered, we were immediately schemed against. Fog beings, illusion beasts, and more than 30 alien beings all came to kill us. This is a plan to kill us. Impossible. Ling Long was shocked, but she still couldn't understand. Logically speaking, the power of each level is fixed, and each level won't change. Even if the Silver Dragon wants to take revenge on you, he doesn't have the power to command these alien beings in the trial forest. Qin Zhao smiled and said, nothing is impossible. If the Silver Dragon doesn't have this power, then what about his father? His father is a warrior. He should have a way, right? This. Ling Long hesitated. She really didn't know what to say. Indeed, she never thought of such a problem. She never thought that the people of her tribe would scheme against her. She had never seen or experienced such a thing. Therefore, she found it hard to comprehend what had happened this time. But with all these facts in front of her, she really couldn't convince herself not to believe it. If it wasn't a scheme, then why did the alien beings only attack Qin Zhao and not her? She also fell into the illusion, but she didn't encounter any danger at all. If those aliens really attacked, then she wouldn't be able to live. The trial forest wouldn't let them go just because they were from the Fail Yang tribe. Those who came in to train would be attacked by the alien beings. Their lives were determined by fate. This was the rule of the Fei Liang tribe since ancient times. No one dared to break this rule. Everything showed that this was a scheme against Qin Shao. Needless to say, the mastermind behind this must have something to do with the Silver Dragon. The Silver Dragon didn't have such power, but his father might have. After all, he was an experienced warrior. It was still possible for him to do this. But Linglong didn't know what to say about this. After all, she really didn't have any experience in this area. Forget it. Let's not talk about this. This isn't something you and I can change. Let's just take it as it comes. It's just making it more difficult. But this may not be a bad thing. It may even motivate me. What I need now is this kind of motivation. Perhaps this will help me achieve my goal. Qin Shao was calm. He didn't take many things seriously. Linglong looked at Qin Shao, secretly admiring him. There weren't many people who could be so carefree and calm, right? This was a kind of open-mindedness, a spirit of seeking progress and refusing to admit defeat, a person who wouldn't bow down in any danger or difficulty. It was precisely because of this spirit that there would be great power and strong belief to support it, making it even more powerful. Linglong also suddenly felt that she somewhat understood why Qin Shao could be so monstrous and heaven-defying. He could do amazing things time and time again, and he could break her understanding of the world. He could survive such a scheme, which could be called a desperate situation of death. Facing the siege of more than 30 alien races, Qin Shao could still survive safely, which was a very heaven-defying thing in itself. This man exuded a unique aura, which she had never sensed from anyone else. This temperament even made her involuntarily fascinated. It was really hard for her to imagine that there would be such a brilliant man who could make her involuntarily fascinated. His heroic spirit, peerless elegance, and unique charm had deeply touched her heartstrings. She admired Qin Shao, and even gave birth to a different feeling. It was an indescribable feeling. What was this feeling? Miss Linglong, let's find a place to stop first, Qin Shao suddenly said. Linglong's thoughts came back to her. She looked at Qin Shao with some surprise and confusion, and said, "Stop? Don't go on? Or are you going to withdraw?" "Withdraw?" Qin Shao shook his head and smiled. "Of course not. Where can I find such a good cultivation environment if I withdraw now? If I withdraw now, I'm afraid it's not very likely that I can pass the test of the warrior. Although it's dangerous, it will bring me a lot of training and let me see some hope. With this hope, I have to go on no matter what. Naturally, I can't give up. Since someone has already played a dirty trick, it should be more than this time. If this trick doesn't work, I'm afraid there's a backup plan, so I have to be on guard. Being able to survive this time is partly due to luck. So, I can't be careless. I guess there will be more tricks later. Since the other party wants to use dirty tricks to deal with me, then I'll do the opposite. I won't fall into their trap, and instead, I'll lure them out. Now I'll stop and cultivate. When I'm stronger, I'll continue to move forward. I won't move forward blindly, and I won't give the other party a chance to plot against me. And if I stop here, it will also disrupt the other party's deployment and make them anxious. If they are anxious, the plan may be somewhat disrupted. So, for me now, the best way is to stop here and cultivate. Anyway, we're not in a hurry. We still have more than 200,000 years. Chapter 1554. Yinlong's murderous intent. In a house in the Fei Liang tribe. How is that possible? Father, are you sure you're not joking with me? In such a situation, how could that brat survive? And past it? Yinlong found it hard to believe when he heard his father say that the plan had failed. How could that be? It didn't make sense. It shouldn't have happened at all. The middle-aged man standing in front of Yinlong had a cold expression as he said, "I don't want to believe it either, but it's the truth. There's no way to change it. A flawless plan, but it still failed. How despicable. For this plan, your father, I had to put down my face, owe you a huge favor, and pay a huge price to get it done. But I didn't expect it to still fail." Yinlong's expression was gloomy. He still couldn't accept this fact. How could that be? Logically speaking, that kid shouldn't be so strong. He's only been in the trial forest for 70,000 years. He shouldn't have improved much. If he could survive such a situation, doesn't that mean he's very close to becoming a warrior? Could it be that this kid can really pass the warrior's test? How could there be such a monster? Father, when was the last time a first-step heavenly venerate in our tribe became a warrior? The middle-aged man shook his head and said, I can't remember clearly. Anyway, it was a long time ago. This kid from the outside world is indeed a monster. He's a peerless genius. If he's given enough time to grow, his future will be immeasurable. It's scary just thinking about it. After saying that, the middle-aged man waved his hand helplessly and said, Forget it, forget it. Let's end this here. Don't make any more trouble. And this here? How could that be? How could Long accept that? Long shook his head resolutely. Father, no, we can't end this here. When have I ever suffered such humiliation in my life? I won't be satisfied if I don't take revenge. Who knows, I might even go berserk because of the accumulated hatred. Therefore, I must take revenge. I must. The middle-aged man couldn't help but frown at the sight of the bewitched silver dragon. He knew his son's temperament very well. If he didn't take revenge, he might really go mad. Once his cultivation went berserk, he would be crippled. His son, Silver Dragon, was recognized as a genius in the tribe. He had a high chance of becoming a warrior. His faction already had 2 warriors. If the Silver Dragon could also become a warrior, then it would be a glorious situation of having 3 warriors. It would be enough to shine for a period of time. Father, since the first plan failed, let's come up with another one. As long as that kid continues to stay in the training forest, we still have a chance to kill him. As long as he is alive, the hatred in my heart will never be extinguished. He must die, he must die. The middle-aged man's face darkened as he said, But we've already acted once. If we act again, others will definitely notice. Yuan is already on his guard. The last time I met him, he even specially chatted with me. Although he didn't say anything explicitly, he vaguely expressed some meaning. That kid isn't a fool. He must have guessed everything. So you see, that kid didn't rush to the 7th day. Instead, he stopped on the 6th day. From the looks of it, he intends to cultivate for a while before attempting the 7th day. Obviously, this kid's alertness is still very high. He knows that if he continues, there will be greater danger waiting for him. So he didn't rush to continue. If we act now, it won't be good. The silver dragon's face was sinister as he said, There's nothing bad about it. So what if the warrior Yuan notices? No matter what, that kid is still an outsider. No matter how much the Abyss warriors try to protect him, it's useless. I believe that most of the warriors will stand on our side. The question of who's more important, I believe there's no need to say more. Even if we kill that kid, there won't be many warriors who will jump out to blame us. He's just an outsider. If he dies, then he dies. As long as that kid doesn't retreat, it shows his determination. Based on my understanding of him, he will definitely continue. As long as he continues, then we can plan again. Even if he knows there's danger, he won't back down. That kid is too conceited. He thinks too highly of himself. So, even if he knows there's danger, he will still step in. This is his fatal weakness. As long as we can grasp this weakness of his, we won't be afraid of not killing him. Father, don't hesitate. What's there to worry about? Don't tell me you're afraid of the warrior Yuan. The middle-aged man frowned deeply. His eyes flashed with gloominess. In the end, he gritted his teeth and said, All right, what Longer said makes sense. Since you're so determined to take revenge, I'll do it for you regardless of the cost. But I hope that after this painful lesson, you'll be able to motivate yourself and train harder in the future. If you don't want to be humiliated by others, then you have to make yourself stronger. Only if you possess unparalleled strength will you be able to avoid the tragic situation from last time. With your talent, as long as you're given time, you'll definitely become a warrior. I'm looking forward to that day. Long's face finally showed some joy. Don't worry, Father. As long as I take revenge, I'll work harder. After this humiliation, I swear I won't let it happen again. The middle-aged man nodded with satisfaction. This gave him more strength to do whatever he could. Nothing could stop him. No one could stop his determination to do what was best for his son. Hongmeng Universe, Land of Reincarnation, Heart of Reincarnation. Three people stood there and looked at Heart of Reincarnation. The eyes of the three of them were filled with anticipation and eagerness. The leader of the group was a handsome man. He was dressed in a long white robe, and he looked particularly refreshing. Two people stood respectfully behind him. One was a white-haired elder, and the other was a handsome young man. The handsome young man had an arrogant face. He had the demeanor of a young king. The white-haired elder was a universe master. He was none other than Reincarnation Master. After the land of reincarnation no longer needed to be protected, Reincarnation Master was no longer bound by shackles. With the help of Mountain River Knight, he successfully became a universe master. The young man was Chi, a peerless talent from the reincarnation race. He had reincarnated 3 times and finally became a ruler in this life. Of course, he could become a ruler so quickly because of Qin Zhao's guidance. However, guidance was one thing. Most importantly, it was Qi's own talent and hard work that allowed him to reach this step and become a ruler. The next step was to become a universe master. However, this was too difficult. The possibility of becoming a universe master was next to nothing. No matter what, it was a goal and direction to work towards. Besides, there was no need to worry about the chaos disaster now. Hongmeng universe could live indefinitely, and their lifespans were eternal. It was not impossible to cultivate with an eternal lifespan. Qi was considered to be excellent in all aspects, so there was still some hope. The handsome white-robed man in the lead was none other than Qin Zhao's original body in Hongmeng universe. His gaze fell on the heart of the universe, which was a holy land for cultivating and comprehending reincarnation great path. The two figures inside were none other than Qin Zhao's beloved woman, Gu Lingwei, and the other was Qin Zhao's younger brother, Qin. Both of them displayed amazing talent. Gu Lingwei, needless to say, had been in a deep sleep for 1,000,000 years, but her talent and potential were still monstrous. After waking up, she had made successive breakthroughs and cultivated at an extremely fast speed. It had been 2,000,000 years since Qin Zhao's clone and the others left Hongmeng universe. In these 2,000,000 years, with Qin Zhao's careful guidance and endless resources, Gu Lingwen naturally improved at an extremely fast speed. Although she was not as monstrous and heaven-defying as Qin Zhao, she was still terrifying enough. Her brilliance was dazzling, and she left behind countless beautiful stories. Gu Lingyue's strong obsession might be one of the reasons why she could improve her strength and realm so quickly. In these 2,000,000 years of cultivation, Gu Lingwei had successively mastered 5 types of supreme-grade great paths and become a master of 5 paths. Now only the reincarnation great path was left. If she could master this great path, then Gu Lingwei would also become the master of the 6 paths. According to the current historical records of Hongmeng universe, the first person to become the master of the 6 paths was naturally the Lord of Death, and the second was naturally Qin Zhao. The third was Tian Lingzi, and the fourth was Lord Huayang. Tian Lingzi and Lord Huayang did not choose to leave Hongmeng universe to search for Saint Domain. Instead, they chose to stay and cultivate. After 2,000,000 years of cultivation, with Qin Zhao's guidance, the space at the end of the universe, and the reincarnation heart at their disposal, both of them were naturally able to break through Tao Wu and finally take a big step forward to become the masters of the 6 paths. The path they wanted to take was also the path of the Lord of Death and the path of Qin Zhao. Therefore, Tian Lingzi and Lord Huayang did not easily attempt Dao unification. In fact, for them, if they wanted to Dao unification, they could easily become a ruler. In fact, it might not be impossible to become a universe master. However, they still gave up on this idea. They did not need to become a universe master, and becoming a universe master was meaningless to them. Therefore, they simply worked hard and directly aimed to become celestial venerables. Anyway, Hongmeng universe was already stable and peaceful now. They did not have any worries and could happily pursue the goal in their hearts. With their minds relaxed, the effect was naturally better. Therefore, in the past 2,000,000 years, the improvement of Tian Lingzi and Lord Huayang was also visible. It was a pleasant surprise, and it even surpassed their previous hard work of nearly a universe era. After Tian Lingzi and Lord Huayang, Hongmeng Universe gave birth to two more monstrous geniuses. They were peerless geniuses whose names shook the entire universe. One was Gu Lingwei, and the other was Qin Yi. Although Qin Yi was known as the devil incarnate when he was young, he was willful and somewhat lawless. However, after being severely taught a few times by Qin Xiao, he slowly became sensible and obedient. Qin Yi's talent and potential also quickly showed. He was extremely monstrous and heaven-defying, not inferior to Gu Lingwei. These two people were the double glory of this era, blooming together with peerless and dazzling light. Qin Zhao's era had passed. Tian Lingzi and Lord Huayang did not belong to this era, so they could not be considered the light of this era. Chapter 1555. The Birth of Dual Six Paths Master. Of course, the most popular thing was that both of them had unique advantages and an unparalleled cultivation environment. There were even some sour sayings, saying that if it weren't for the mountain and river supremacy, it would be impossible for them to be so powerful. However, one had to admit that both Gu Lingwei and Qin Yi had indeed gained too many benefits. Not only did they have the personal guidance of Qin Xiao, the Sky Lord, but they also enjoyed endless cultivation resources. In addition, there were also the guidance of many other universe masters. Qin Yi was a very sweet and likable guy. He could get along well with the master of the heavenly court, the master of Hongmeng, and even Prince Yu. Following these universe masters would naturally give Qin Yi pointers from time to time. In terms of benefits, Qin Yi had gained much more than Gu Lingwei. This was an undeniable fact, and there were many sour points. But what was even more undeniable was that the two of them did have unparalleled talent and potential. Even without the help of these external forces, they would definitely be able to grow up. It was just a matter of time. Moreover, it was hard to say about personal luck and opportunity. Just like Qin Xiao, he could grow to the realm of the Sky Lord in such a short time. He also experienced a lot and got a lot of opportunities to reach the position of the Sky Lord step by step. Gu Lingwei and Qin Yi's unparalleled monstrous talents were recognized and unquestionable. A flourishing light suddenly gushed out from the heart of reincarnation, illuminating the sky. At the moment when this light gushed out, Qin Xiao immediately sensed the hongzi of the original will of the universe. It's done. Qin Zhao's eyes lit up slightly, and his eyes fell on Qin Yi in the heart of reincarnation, and his face showed a bit of relief. It is said that the elder brother is like a father, and he is indeed taking care of Qin Yi like a father. Qin Xiao worried a lot about Qin Yi's cultivation, but no matter how much he worried, he was happy every time he saw the improvement of Qin Yi's strength, especially at this time, when he saw that Qin Yi finally took this step and became the master of reincarnation and the master of the six paths. The joy in Qin Zhao's heart was indescribable. How difficult it was to become the master of the six paths. Qin Xiao had personal experience, and his feelings were the most profound. One had to know that in the previous 8 universe eras, only 2 people had reached this step. One was the Lord of Death, and the other was Qin Xiao. These 2 people had both become Emperors. In 8 universe eras, only 2 people had appeared, which was enough to show how difficult it was. The reason why Tian Lingzi and Huayang Jun could make it this far was that they had the accumulation of an entire universe, which could be counted as the accumulation of a great deal of power. In addition, with Qin Zhao's guidance, and now that the Hongmeng universe was completely safe and Qin Xiao, the Lord of the Heavenly Court, had entered the endless universe sea, opened the way to explore the boundless universe, and found the way to the sacred realm. Wasn't this a kind of encouragement for them? This kind of motivation also greatly increased their cultivation of the power of absolute thoughts, forcing them to unleash their greatest potential. Due to many factors, they had finally taken this step. Furthermore, earlier on, they were all controllers of 5 Daos. Later on, there was only an additional Daos added to their ranks. It was difficult, but it was reasonable. No one was surprised that Tian Lingzi and Lord Huayang became the masters of the Six Paths. They all felt that it was natural and should have been done earlier. Now it was finally done. Gu Lingwei and Qin Yi were the real peerless geniuses. And these two peerless geniuses, one was Qin Zhao's beloved woman, and the other was Qin Zhao's younger brother. The three of them were all in the same family. It made people sigh with emotion. This was really something that could not be envied. After the light faded, a handsome young man walked out of the reincarnation heart. He was tall and strong, but he wasn't very strong. He was very muscular. His long hair flowed to his waist, and his smile was a bit cynical. But in fact, Qin, he was not as bad as he was when he was young. Now, he was much better. Brother, I succeeded. Qin Yi's face was full of joy, and he walked over to Qin Shao with a smile. Qin Shao smiled happily and patted Qin Yi on the shoulder. It was rare for him to praise him. Not bad, not bad. You have finally reached this step. But you can't be too happy. The master of the Six Paths is just a foundation. Becoming the master of the Six Paths doesn't mean that you will definitely become a celestial lord. If you can't become a celestial lord, it's all in vain. You can only live comfortably in the Hongmeng universe. If you want to go out of the Hongmeng universe, you must become a celestial lord. This sentence will be interpreted incisively and vividly. The next cultivation will be entirely up to you. I can't help you much. Qin Yi curled his lips and smiled, but his face was full of confidence. Brother, you underestimate your brother too much, don't you? I don't need your help. I haven't relied on you much over the years. You only know how to guide sister-in-law all day long. When have you ever taken care of me? So, brother, you don't have to worry about me. Qin Shao didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This kid, however, what Qin Yi said was true. Qin Shao spent most of his time with Gu Lingyue over the years. He didn't have much time to guide Qin Yi, so what Qin Yi said was not wrong. Qin Shao shook his head and smiled. He didn't say anything more. His eyes continued to fall on the heart of reincarnation. Gu Lingyue was still cultivating there. He didn't know if she could break through smoothly. After Qin Yi was happy, he quickly calmed down. Although the success this time was great enough brilliance, enough to illuminate the entire Hongmeng universe. But with the light of Qin Shao in front of him, no matter how bright Qin was, he couldn't reach it. So naturally, he was much calmer. Don't worry, brother. Sister-in-law's talent is not weaker than mine. I have broken through smoothly. Sister-in-law will have no problem. Qin Yi smiled and comforted. Qin Shao didn't say anything. Originally, Qin Shao and Gu Lingyue were not married, so it was not appropriate to call her sister-in-law. But Qin Yi didn't care. He had always called her sister-in-law. Although Qin Shao and Gu Lingyue had told him many times, he just couldn't change. In the whole Qin family, he was the only one who dared to call her that. But who asked Gu Lingyue and Qin Shao to dote on him so much? Furthermore, no one dared to provoke this little demon king of chaos. In the past 2 million years, the Hongmeng universe had been developing rapidly and rebuilding rapidly. Everything was progressing in an orderly manner, and nothing special happened. If there was anything special, it would be the breakthrough of Tian Lingzi and Lord Huayang to become the master of the Six Paths. Since the birth of the Hongmeng universe and the birth of Qin Shao, the Lord of the Universe's origin, it had been developing in a very good direction. Powerhouses were born frequently, and gods were constantly emerging in the 9 continents world. There were even the birth of powerful beings. Everything was slowly moving toward glory. It could be foreseen that in a few more universe epochs, the Hongmeng universe would become hundreds and thousands of times stronger than it was now. If it continued to develop like this, then one day, the Hongmeng universe could also stand at the top of the universe forces in the vast thousand worlds. This was also Qin Zhao's current ambition, a goal in his heart, and everyone was working towards this goal. Although this was an extremely long process, time was no longer a hindrance to them. They could take their time to develop. In the heart of reincarnation, the light surged again with extraordinary splendor. Qin Zhao's mood also became slightly excited, and Qin Yi laughed happily. Ha ha, brother, I told you that there was nothing wrong with sister-in-law. Look, didn't she break through? The Lord of Reincarnation and Yi were incomparably impressed. And indeed, they were impressed from the bottom of their hearts. This family of three was truly monstrous geniuses that had emerged from the horizon. All of them were unimaginably heaven-defying, formidable, and unparalleled in the world. They shook the ancient and modern times, and they dazzled the sky. Their light was enough to illuminate the long river of history of these 8 universe epics. It was far from enough to describe them as monstrous geniuses. There are actually 3 controllers of the 6 paths in one family, and they were born in just a few million years, which meant that they were in the same era. It was just that Qin Zhao's achievements were too great, and he was considered to be in the old era. Now, the Hongmeng universe was reborn, and a new era had begun. Inconceivable things often happen like this. The light gradually dissipated, and a beautiful figure walked out like a lotus out of the water, fresh and refined, making people's eyes light up. She walked out with a boundless radiance. She was so enchanting. Gu Lingyue, who had become the controller of the 6 paths, became more beautiful, more charming, and more shocking. She was like a beauty that was not in this world. The light of the great Tao enveloped her body, draping her in a sacred robe. Gu Lingyue walked out of the brilliance with a slight smile on her face, and her eyes moved with the spirit of the heavens. She was so charming. Qin Xiao came up and smiled at Gu Lingyue. There was no need to say anything, but it was already the best congratulations. Haha, sister-in-law, congratulations, congratulations. Now that you've become the controller of the 6 paths, you don't have to think like before, right? Qin Yi was bold, and he dared to say anything in front of Gu Lingyue. Gu Lingyue was not angry, but smiled at Qin Yi. She naturally knew what Qin Yi meant. In the past, she was weak, so she felt inferior in her heart, and she always felt that she was not worthy of Qin Xiao. Therefore, she cultivated desperately, and now her strength had finally ushered in a huge improvement, and she had finally reached the ranks of the controller of the 6 paths. It could be said that her efforts were not in vain. This breakthrough had indeed made her much more confident in her heart. The controller of the 6 paths had also allowed her to stand at the peak of the Hongmeng universe, the ultimate realm under Qin Xiao. Such a realm was enough to support the confidence and light in her heart. You too. Congratulations, Gu Lingyue said with a smile. Qin Yi curled his lips and said proudly, yes, after all, I'm a peerless genius, he. Ha ha, that you're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.